With only the broken grade talent, I had no choice but to cheat. As a time traveler, it's only fair that my skills are just a tiny bit stronger, right? And as a time traveler, it's also fair that my inventory can hold just a tiny bit more stuff, right? The atmosphere on the playground of Roncheng Middle School was rather somber at that moment. Countless students nearing graduation stood in formation below the podium. A row of awakening crystals was neatly arranged on the podium. To become an adventurer, activating one's talent through the awakening crystal is the first step. Third tier combat power. Staring at the 5 large characters on the test magic stone steel, shining so brightly they were almost blinding, the boy's face remained expressionless. Lu muttered a joke only he understood, and the very next second, he got smacked on the head. Ouch! The boy clutched his head and looked up, only to meet a menacing glare. Class teacher Xiao silently withdrew her fist, her almond-shaped eyes fixed sharply on Lu. Lu got the hint and made a zipping up gesture over his mouth. Xiao glared at Lu helplessly. This kid was just asking for a good scolding. He always managed to get under her skin. Zhang Tao. Lin Chang. Those called out lined up in order and stepped forward to touch the crystals in front of them, which lit up with different hues of glow. Depending on the color of the glow, everyone's expressions varied. Some were happy, others worried. In this world, everyone under the age of 18 could use an awakening crystal to view or unlock their talents. After turning 18, they would lose the chance to awaken. Lu. The dean held the roster and, upon seeing this somewhat jarring name, couldn't he help but furrow his brow. He had, to put it mildly, a vivid impression of this student. Lu walked up to the podium, gazing at the crystal before him that would decide his fate, his clenched fists gradually relaxing. He placed his hand upon it. A faint broken grade glow slowly illuminated, just as before, no change at all. A cold message flashed into his consciousness. Proceed with awakening? Yes, no. Lu sighed, giving up any hope of continuing to struggle. Yes. Talent, Wine Spirit Moon Shadow loaded. Ha! The polarities are reversed? Lu's lips trembled, and his eyes widened. After 18 years in this world, his golden finger had finally arrived. Before his reincarnation, Lu had been a devoted follower of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect and knew it inside and out. As for game modifiers, those in the know get it. Giving this thing as a talent to an adventurer in this world where the main objective is clearing dungeons. Ha! This. It's literally like a mother cow opening the door for her calf. It's a total no-brainer. Lu could only suppress his excitement, screaming inwardly, "You're absolutely right, bro." The mentor standing nearby busily jotted down the talent level in his ledger. He looked up at the trembling teenager before him, pushed his glasses up, sighed inwardly, and felt a flicker of sympathy. His originally stiff and stern tone softened slightly. Go on down. Actually, not becoming an adventurer isn't so bad. Ha! Lu was completely baffled by this sudden remark. Not becoming an adventurer, how is that good? Does that mean he has second class? But before he could say anything, he was urged off the stage by those behind him, eager to have their own talents activated. Back in the classroom, the atmosphere had become quite awkward. Some students wore genuine smiles, while others hung their heads in dejection, and still others remained expressionless. It was exactly like the scene after college entrance exam results were announced in his previous life. The only difference was that you could retake the college entrance exam, but with talents. Lu couldn't wait to open the talent interface and looked at the icon glowing with a faint gray light. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Broken Grade. Skill Enhancements. 1. Instant Cast. 2. Unlimited Upgrades. 3. No Cooldown. Inventory Enhancements. 1. No Weight Limit. 2. Auto Loot. 3. Unlimited Inventory Space. Character Enhancement, Garbled Text. Lu sucked in a sharp breath, contributing to global warming in the process. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, how terrifying. 3 years of pent-up frustration were released all at once. Lu's expression was a mystery, somewhere between a smile and a cry, his whole body trembling with excitement, drawing the attention of many. Though no one spoke, Lu could clearly read the various emotions in their eyes: pity, sympathy, mockery, sarcasm, and schadenfreude. No one believed in him, because he possessed a broken grade talent. Even if other talents had a lower rank, before the talent was fully unlocked, one could still improve through personal effort or spending money to reach a higher tier. But broken grade talents were different. The rank of a broken grade talent could not be improved. Previous students had already proven this through blood and tears. In truth, Lu didn't care much about others' opinions. In fact, he had long since grown accustomed to them. After all, he couldn't even remember how many times similar situations had occurred over the past 3 years. Ever since he first tested his talent and shocked the entire school by revealing a broken grade talent on the awakening crystal, students from other classes would even come specifically to gawk at him after class for a while. For no other reason than to simply see for themselves what kind of person one of the world's only 2 dragon and phoenix prodigies actually was. After all, the last one had only ever appeared in textbooks. Lu, come out here with me for a moment. Before Lu could examine it further, his homeroom teacher, Xiao, walked to the front of the classroom, knocked on the door, and called out Lu's name. Lu had no choice but to put his talent assessment on hold for the moment. He stood up and followed the homeroom teacher to the faculty office. Xiao sat at her desk, her slender figure bent over the papers she was grading, and remained silent for a moment. Lu stood at attention, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the curves of her side profile, when he suddenly heard her say, "You should withdraw from the adventurer exam." Xiao paused her pen. "With your grades, even if you don't apply for the adventurer exam, you'd still be among the top students at a regular academy." "I won't withdraw. I've already activated my talent." Lu rubbed his nose and calmly interrupted Xiao. Not only had Lu activated his talent, but it seemed to be a bit on the strong side. But he couldn't say that outright. Even if he did, Xiao probably wouldn't believe him. How strong could a broken grade talent possibly be? What? Xiao looked up, staring at the boy in front of him in surprise. A broken grade talent? What good is it to you? What good is it? Lu glanced at his wind spirit moon shadow and fell into deep thought. Do you really think I'm going to tell you that for free? Xiao sighed, set down his pen, turned to face Lu, and tried to reason with him earnestly. It's not that easy to become an adventurer. And with a talent of your level, even if you enter a dungeon, it won't do you any good. Take my advice, give it up early. The world of adventurers is too treacherous. You won't be able to handle it. Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. Besides, you know your family's financial situation better than anyone. How could you possibly afford the cost of buying skills? You get them by clearing the dungeon. Lu retorted dismissively. Xiao laughed in exasperation. You're a broken grade talent and you're deluding yourself into thinking you can clear the dungeon? What do you plan to use to clear it? Your life? Skills. Lu declared confidently. Where are you going to get the skills? By clearing the dungeon. Xiao was at a loss for words. Lu looked completely innocent. You're just going to stand there and say that, are you? Xiao was so furious she was trembling all over. Get lost. Got it. Lu replied crisply. As he reached the door, Lu paused, then suddenly turned back and said, Xiao, you don't need to try to talk me out of this anymore. A true man born under heaven cannot remain forever in the shadow of others. Lu's expression was resolute, his eyes shining brightly, as if the straw hat boy and the fox-faced one had possessed him simultaneously. I'm definitely going to be an adventurer. Not even Jesus could stop me. I said it. In that moment, Xiao seemed to catch a glimpse of another person's silhouette in the boundless fighting spirit radiating from him. He bit his lip and fell silent. On the way back to the classroom, Lu, who had just made those bold declarations, was also pondering a problem. He'd already made his boast, but how was he supposed to acquire a skill? Although his natural talent was strong, it wouldn't actually boost his combat power until he acquired actual skills. So, how could he get his hands on a skill book as quickly as possible? Ding! The bell rang, and as the teacher picked up the textbook and announced, "Class dismissed," the entire classroom instantly erupted with excitement. Just as Lu was about to get up and slip away, a hand pressed him back into his seat. A round, chubby face came into view. Chen narrowed his eyes and said earnestly, "Old Seven, I can tell you've got talent. Why don't you learn to cook with me?" Lu felt a warm glow in his heart, knowing Chen cared about him, yet he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. It's the same in any world. Where there are kings of hyper-competition, there must also be gods of slacking off. Even in this great era where everyone aspires to be an adventurer, there will always be slackers like Chen, people who spend their days figuring out how to coast through life, only to end up achieving nothing and being forced to take over the family restaurant. As the top student in their class, Lu and Chen should have been two parallel lines that never intersect. But a broken grade talent provided the perfect assist, effectively laying the foundation for them to click as kindred spirits. I still remember the first time his broken grade talent was discovered. It hit Lu like a bolt from the blue, and he sat frozen in his seat. It was this chubby, shifty-eyed guy who slunk over to him. "Lu, wanna learn how to cook? Just say the word, and I'll teach you until you've got it down." Unfortunately, he was different from Chen. He had a reason he absolutely had to become an adventurer. So, with his usual stern expression, he crossed his arms. Dame yo." Chen scratched his head. "Come on. Why do you keep turning me down?" His tone was quite plaintive. "Because you're not sincere enough. Sincerity is the ultimate move." "I'm not sincere enough?" Chen gestured a couple of times, indicating he didn't get it. "It's mainly because your eyes are too small, they block your sincerity, so I can't feel it." Lu spouted utter nonsense with a straight face. Chen pondered for a moment, then strained to widen his narrow eyes. "Is this any better?" "No, just keep them narrowed. It's a bit scary." Lu waved his hand dismissively, his face full of disgust. Just as the two were still joking and fooling around, a shrill voice rang out from the side. "You two black sheep, don't you have any self-awareness? What kind of time is this to be grinning and joking around?" Lu looked over at the source of the voice. It was Wang, the guy he usually didn't get along with. Wang stood with his arms crossed, a sarcastic smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What annoyed him the most was that Lu was clearly a loser, yet he didn't have a single bit of the attitude a loser should have. So what if he is good looking and gets good grades? With such pathetic talent, he is destined to look up at us from the dust. What gives you, Lu, the right to be so loud and arrogant? We all have herniated discs. Why does yours have to stick out so much? It would be been one thing in the past, but today the decision is final. Why do you still dare to act this way? You actually had the nerve to sign up for the adventurer assessment, wasting such a precious spot. Get humble, you bastard." Lu raised an eyebrow. "Oh? What advice does committee member Wang have for me?" Lu deliberately drawled out the last syllable. "Advice? What advice?" Wang may be the class academic representative, with grades ranking in the top 3. But the one right ahead of him is Lu. The other is the class monitor, Zhao. The class monitor is a different story. She is someone he can't afford to cross, and besides, she is just a girl. What's the big deal about her? But you, Lu, how dare you outrank me, Wang? How dare you, with your broken grade talent? That's what Wang had always thought to himself. So in his eyes, when others called him class representative Wang, it was a title of respect, but when those words came out of Lu's mouth, they turned into blatant mockery. Unfortunately, all his little schemes were completely transparent to Lu. The years Lu spent getting beaten down by society before his reincarnation weren't for nothing. In comparison, Wang was still a bit too green. Sure enough, Wang's defenses were successfully shattered by that single remark. "I wouldn't dare accept such praise," he laughed instead. "It's just that I didn't perform well today. I awakened a rare grade talent and only got 5 skill slots, so I'm feeling a bit down." Wang waved his hand, revealing a row of skill slots before everyone. The first 5 were empty, seemingly waiting to be filled with skills, while the last 4 were sealed by locked-looking icons, dim and lifeless. I just happened to hear Lu's classmate playing around over there, and I couldn't help but be a bit surprised. I wonder what kind of talent Lu has awakened to get him so excited. How many skill slots did you get? Could you let us all have a look? As Wang spoke, he looked rather smug under the envious gazes of his classmates, then turned to glare defiantly at Lu. Lu was amused by Wang's half-baked, pretentious, and slightly sarcastic remark, but before he could say anything, Chen's face flushed red. Wang, cut it out. What's the point of showing off a rare grade talent here? Everyone knows Lu is. None of your damn business, bottom of the class loser. Wang spat, then pretended to have a sudden realization and slapped his forehead. Oh. I almost forgot you're the rarest of all, a broken grade talent. TSK. How pitiful. You don't actually have just one skill slot, do you? Wang launched his skill with a sarcastic tone, attempting to break Lu's defenses. In this world, everyone possesses a maximum of 9 skills, because humans have a total of 9 skill slots unless you're not human anymore. Before a talent is activated, all skill slots remain locked. Once a talent is activated, it can be summoned, unlocking the skill slot corresponding to its rank. Talent ranks are divided into 6 tiers: broken grade, white common, blue advanced, rare grade, legendary grade, and red mythical. White tier talents unlock 3 skill slots, blue tier unlocks 4, and so on. The highest tier red mythic talents can unlock up to 7 skill slots. As for the remaining unopened skill slots, all is not lost. In the dungeon world, there are many magical items capable of unlocking skill slots, though their difficulty to obtain and their price are. A special mention must be made of broken grade talents. To date, they have only appeared twice. Excluding Lu's case, historically recorded broken grade talents have only been able to unlock a single skill slot. Lu blinked. He'd been so preoccupied with the matter of Wind Spirit Moonshadow that he hadn't paid any attention to skill slots. He wasn't even sure how many he had. Enough! Zhao slammed his fist on the table and stood up, speaking to Wang in a measured tone. You've gone too far. Wang instinctively flinched. He really couldn't afford to cross this class monitor. But letting Lu off the hook like this was clearly unacceptable. After all, the grudge had been brewing for a long time. So he pointed at Lu. If you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. We have a live-action drill tomorrow afternoon. Do you dare come up on stage and face me? If you lose, you'll withdraw from the adventurer exam immediately and give your spot to someone else. The adventurer exam wasn't something you could just sign up for. Each class had a limited number of spots. Lu, who ranked first in the grade, naturally held one of those spots. That was why Xiao had tried to talk him out of it. She knew this proud and arrogant young man would never let this opportunity slip by. But her words fell on deaf ears. Lu was the kind of person who would keep charging headlong into a brick wall. Fine, I'll do it, but Lu's tone shifted. Why should I fight you, someone I've already beaten? If you win, you'll make a name for yourself. If you lose, it doesn't matter. If I lose, I'm out of the assessment. If I win, it's just expected. What's in it for me? Before his talent awakened, Wan was no match for Lu in either practical drills or theoretical exams. Getting crushed in theory was one thing, but Wang's physical fitness scores were clearly higher than Lu's. Yet in actual combat, the tables were turned. Not a single victory in 3 years. But times had changed. He, Wang, had now awakened a rare grade talent. After returning home today, he could also learn the skills his family had carefully prepared for him. His chances of winning had naturally increased significantly. If not a sure thing, then certainly a sure bet. In short, the skies had cleared, the rain had stopped, and Wang felt he was back on top. Wang was momentarily at a loss for words. Putting himself in Lu's shoes, he knew Lu wouldn't agree. To provoke Lu into accepting the challenge, Wang steeled himself. Fine. If that's how you want it, so be it. If I lose to you in tomorrow's sparring match, I'll give you a D-grade skill book. If you lose, you'll kneel down, kowtow to me in apology, and withdraw from the adventurer exam. How does that sound? Wang said, glaring defiantly at Lu. What do you say? This is a D-rank skill book, you know. With your circumstances, you'd probably never get your hands on one in your entire life. Just what I needed. This guy is just too adorable. Lu wanted nothing more than to hug Wang and give him a couple of kisses, but his tone remained just as infuriating. That's not necessarily true. If I win, I'll have it, 1ti. Lu shrugged, his tone shifting. So, I accept those terms. His eyes crinkled with amusement as he nodded at Wang in agreement. Just when I was worried about not having any skills, someone delivered one right to my doorstep. Everyone saw that he was the one who offered it. It has nothing to do with me. Old Seven Chen hesitated, his concern plain to see. I'll be the witness, Zhao said coolly, fixing Wang with a warning glare. I hope you keep your word. Wang's expression darkened slightly. Clenching his teeth, he said, of course. Then he glared at Lu and snorted, I hope you'll still be smiling tomorrow. After school, Chen was still deeply worried. Old Seven, you shouldn't have agreed to that deal with that jerk Wang. With his background, his family must have already prepared some backup skills for him. When the time comes, a rare grade talent will face off against a broken grade talent, someone with skills against someone without. What do you have to compete with them? Lu waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. I'll step in. I'll make him realize that the boss is always the boss. As an academic star, Lu understood a fundamental truth: simply learning a skill doesn't guarantee strength. Without proper skill combinations, the potential of a talent is limited. Moreover, there are only so many skill slots, so adventurers must be extremely cautious when learning skills. No one fills up their skill slots right from the start. Except for that guy between the dumb A and the dumb C. Some skills have no potential, they may seem powerful early on but are useless later. Even if such skills have a high rank, you must choose them with caution. Then there are skills that require long-term cultivation, it's hard to see results in the short term. Just like how a doghead needs to stack its Q, it's tough to get through the transition period. And if you pick the wrong skill? Well, sorry, but the items needed to reset your skills might be a bit pricey. That's why well-off families will pre-select skills for their children based on their innate potential. At the very least, they'll have the necessary skills ready for the early transition phase. Newly learned skills aren't something you can master overnight either. At least until Wang fully masters a skill, Lu has nothing to fear. Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, Chen sighed and said, forget it. If we lose, we lose. At worst, he won't become that so-called adventurer. He can just stick with me and learn to cook. Then we'll build up Chen's restaurant together and open chain stores all over the country. So what if he is an adventurer? If he is so good, let us see if he can go without eating our food. Lu broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this and immediately quickened his pace, trying to shake off this guy who was hell-bent on dragging him into a restaurant partnership. Waving goodbye to Chen on the bus, Lu turned and walked into the narrow alley. Winding his way through the pitch-black alley, it felt as if he had entered another world. The high-rises vanished entirely, replaced by low brick and tile houses. The clean, neat asphalt roads turned into potholed paths paved with broken blue stone slabs, kicking up a bit of dust whenever the wind blew. Lu walked straight to a courtyard and knocked on the old door. Sis, I'm back. Open the door. Coming. The sound of rustling came from inside the courtyard, accompanied by occasional coughs, growing closer and closer. Creak. The courtyard gate swung open, revealing a slightly pale but pretty face. Wani ushered Lu inside and instinctively reached for his heavy backpack, but Lu stopped her with a wave of his hand. Oh, come on, how many times have I told you? Don't treat me like a kid, I can handle it myself. Lu sounded a little annoyed. But you're not in the best of health, why are you carrying such a heavy backpack? Alright, I get it. Dinner is still being prepared, you should go rest first. Wani's arched eyebrows and eyes curved into a gentle smile. In the past, Lu would have set down his backpack to help in the kitchen, but today his mind was preoccupied with his talent. He simply nodded and added, be careful, though. Don't push yourself with any heavy lifting, just call me if you need help. I know. I'm the older sister, after all. Wani playfully tapped Lu on the forehead. Once inside his room, Lu looked at his talent again. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Broken Grade. Attributes. Are you telling me this is a broken grade talent? Even though he'd already seen it once, Lou was still a bit excited. Perhaps because of the dimensional transfer, Wind Spirit Moon Shadow had transformed from a game mod into a type of enhancement talent. But isn't this talent way overpowered? A single talent split into 3 modules, with several enhancement effects under each module. Setting aside the gibberish character enhancements and the inventory enhancements that have no obvious impact on combat power, let us just look at the skill enhancements alone. Other people's enhancement talents look like this. Movement casting rare grade. Skill cast bars are not interrupted while moving. But Lou's is. Instant cast, bypasses the cast bar and releases the skill immediately. Unlimited upgrade, increases skill rank without restriction. No cooldown, casting a skill does not trigger a cooldown. Any one of these 3, taken individually, is more than enough to outclass so-called rare grade talents. Lou had no knowledge of talents above legendary grade, as they weren't covered in the textbooks. Talents are an extremely private matter. Even if you know what tier a talent belongs to, it's hard to know its exact effects. Lou's only knowledge comes from publicly available tutorials. Even so, he believes that none of his talents are inferior to any legendary grade talent. And yet, such god-tier abilities are actually classified as the lowest tier broken grade? Lou's little head was filled with a huge question mark. But then it dawned on him. Perhaps everyone had misunderstood one crucial thing. It's true that a broken grade talent represents the broken grade. But broken grade doesn't mean it's weak. Because broken grade talents have only appeared twice, and the first person to possess one was so underwhelming that everyone subconsciously assumed a broken grade talent was weaker than even a white grade talent. But in reality, a talent's strength has nothing to do with whether it's broken grade or not. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow is indeed a broken grade talent. But that is only because its abilities are incomplete, like that jumbled mess of character enhancements. It doesn't stop it from utterly crushing those so-called powerful talents. Once he grasped this crucial point, Lou gradually understood everything. The talent bar floating in the air dissolved into a glow. Lou opened the inventory space, the so-called inventory bar. Just as the talent description stated, the inventory capacity had changed to, and the weight limit had become a dash, signifying none. Upon completing the talent awakening, this inventory space appeared alongside the talents. Unlike skill slots, the initial inventory space was fair. Everyone started with 20 slots, capable of holding 20 different items with in-game attributes. A single slot could stack up to 999 of the same item. Items without in-game attributes cannot be placed in the inventory. Therefore, Lou was unable to test the so-called auto-loot feature for dropped items, as he had no in-game items. The weight limit is related to individual physical constitution. Those with higher physical stats can naturally carry more weight. This weight limit actually represents the maximum weight you can carry without affecting your movement speed. It is not the absolute limit of what you can carry. In theory, you can add items to the inventory as long as it isn't full, but once you exceed the weight limit, your mobility will be affected. Simply put, the inventory merely provides a space to store items. It does not alter the impact that an item's actual weight has on you. It wouldn't be surprising if carrying too much were to crush you, causing serious injury or even death. But Lou is different. His talent removes the weight restriction for him. Theoretically, no matter how much he packs into his inventory, it won't affect him. Of course, whether this holds true in practice remains to be seen once he acquires in-game items. After examining the inventory, Lou turned his attention to the skill slots, which were of particular interest to him. The importance of skill slots goes without saying. Having one fewer skill slot than others means your margin for error and your combat potential will fall far short of theirs. This is why higher tier talents are so highly sought after. Although it's possible to unlock additional skill slots with items, the cost isn't something everyone can afford. Lou felt a bit anxious. Based on his earlier speculation, the broken grade talent shouldn't be tied to strength levels, so his skill slots shouldn't be limited to just one. He slowly pulled open the skill slot panel. After just one glance, Lou froze. Skill slot, empty, 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 locked, 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 locked. 12:16. Zhao leaned against the balcony railing, watching the bustling street below with an impassive expression. The dim yellow light from outside illuminated her flickering eyes and flawless profile, making her look like a celestial being who had descended to Earth, cut off from the world. "Second young lady, I've looked into all the information you requested." A dignified and serene woman walked up behind Zhao and spoke softly to her. Wang's mother is merely an ordinary village woman who never awakened her talent, and none of his ancestors ever displayed such abilities either. His father, however, is quite capable. His name is Wang Hu, and he is currently a squad leader in the Qinghe Adventurers Guild. Although Wang Hu's talent is not particularly high, it's only blue tier. His ability is of the explosive variety. It allows him to temporarily boost his physical attributes, making him quite formidable in combat. Based on this, Wang's talent should be similar to Wang Hu's an explosive type talent in the enhancement category. For the past year, Wang Hu has been preparing for his son's talent awakening. By now, he should have 4 D rank skill books, 1 C rank skill book, and a fine quality katana, all acquired from the auction house, Dungeon C731, and within the Qinghe Adventurers Guild. The skills are. The woman recited the information she had gathered one by one. Zhao nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Wu." "You're too kind, second young lady." "It's my duty," Aunt Wu replied respectfully, then asked, "But has this man named Wang offended you, young lady? Should we have someone deal with him?" Though Aunt Wu spoke casually, the implication was chilling. "No need." Zhao frowned. "You needn't concern yourself with this matter any further. You may go." "Yes." Auntie Wu bowed her head and slowly withdrew. Zhao propped her chin on one hand, gazing quietly at the night sky. A gentle breeze ruffled her hair, and her thoughts drifted back to 3 years ago. "Second young lady, the entrance exam results are in. You ranked second. The first place is a boy named Lu. I hear this boy named Lu had been at the top of his class for 3 consecutive years before transferring here." A photograph of a boy with a radiant smile full of youthful vigor caught the young girl's eye. She raised an eyebrow and tapped the photo with a hint of defiance. "Aunt Wu, I want to be in the same class as him. I'll see just what this kid is capable of." Xiao was also staring blankly at the night sky. She took a long dusty short sword from her drawer and gently stroked it through its scabbard. It was as if she were recalling something. The more she thought of that stubborn boy, the closer he seemed to the figure in her heart. Those words, "A true man born under heaven cannot remain long in the shadow of others," seemed to echo endlessly in her heart. After a long while, she set down the dagger and sighed, murmuring a quiet complaint, "They're all such troublemakers." As if she had made up her mind, she felt a weight lift from her shoulders. She picked up the pen beside her and began grading the homework. In the Lu family's small courtyard, the sister and brother sat together at a table. On the stone octagonal table were 2 dishes and a soup. Pan-fried tofu, shredded potatoes, and tomato and egg drop soup. The food was steaming hot, and the aroma filled the air. Lu served his sister, who had been busy all afternoon, a bowl of rice heaped high. "Here, sister, eat." Wani's gentle smile held a hint of resignation as she gave her brother a playful scolding look. "How could I possibly eat that much?" Lu didn't seem to mind. He served himself a full bowl of rice as well. "Eat more. You're so weak precisely because you don't eat enough. If you eat just a little more each day, over time, you'll naturally be able to eat more." As he spoke, Lu had already started wolfing down his food. Wadi rolled her eyes at him and placed a piece of tofu into Lu's bowl. "You should eat more." Lu shoveled down a few mouthfuls to satisfy his hunger, then slowed his pace. "I awakened my talent today." He spoke up on his own, then looked at his sister's expression. Wani's hand paused mid-move as she picked up a piece of food. Sensing the subtext, she pursed her lips, said nothing, but her smile gradually faded. Lu continued, "I'll be graduating next month. Then I can apply to become an adventurer and go to the dungeon to make money. Once I've made a fortune, I'll find someone to cure your condition completely, and then we'll go to the city to buy a big house." Clatter. Wani set down her bowl and chopsticks, cutting Lu off. "Xiao Qi, promise me, okay? Don't become an adventurer. Wani's tone carried a hint of pleading. My illness doesn't need treatment, I'll just take care of myself and. As she spoke, Wani began coughing uncontrollably, her face flushing with an unnatural redness. Sis. Lu immediately put down her chopsticks, supported Wani, and gently patted her back. Wani caught her breath, gasped a couple of times, then grabbed Lu's hand and said in a trembling voice, Have you forgotten how Mom and Dad left us? Are you going to leave me now, too? Lu furrowed her brows, turned her hand to grasp her sister's cold little hand, and said firmly, No, I won't. I won't leave you. Then don't go become an adventurer. Her usually gentle sister spoke with unwavering resolve. Lu fell silent, but finally nodded and said, Okay. Wani finally smiled again and ruffled Lu's hair. Let us eat. Okay. Only when facing Wani did Lu show such a compliant side. Having received a positive response, Wani felt reassured and, unusually, began chatting with Lu about everyday matters. Things like where groceries were a few cents cheaper than before, how she sold her embroidery for several dozen yuan today, or hearing that a certain market was buying floral arrangements and planning to check it out in a couple of days. Trivial matters like that. Lu listened intently, eating his meal while occasionally chiming in with a few words or asking for more details. The two of them polished off the entire spread, with the vast majority of it ending up in Lu's stomach. Wani had only taken a few bites before stopping, watching Lu with a beaming smile as he devoured the remaining food. Watching her sister's back as she hummed and busied herself washing dishes in the kitchen, Lu thought of that glaring, crimson medical report and clenched her fists, silently vowing to herself. I'm sorry, sister. I lied to you. I have to become an adventurer. How else can I earn enough money? How else can I heal your increasingly frail body? Lu's eyes grew intense as the desire to grow stronger surged through him once more. And the first step toward that strength was acquiring skills. The crescent moon slowly rose high in the sky, its bright light spilling over the tattered punching bag in the corner of the courtyard. One could faintly make out the marks left by repeated strikes. Those stains, a mixture of sweat and blood, seemed to bear witness to the boy's countless years of struggle and effort. News of Lu's upcoming duel with Wang soon spread like wildfire. One was a genius who had held the top spot in his grade for 3 consecutive years, yet possessed only the lowest tier broken grade talent. The other, though slightly behind in grades, came from a wealthy family and had awakened a top-tier rare grade talent, a rank that would hold its own even among the best in the entire province. Add in the difference in skills. There was simply no comparison between the two. The latter's advantage over the former was overwhelming. The crowd's discussions centered on just how strong Wang would be after his awakening, what kind of skills Wang would learn, and how many moves Lu could last against Wang. No way. Someone's actually betting on Lu to pull off a comeback? A few dyed-haired teens sat in a corner of the campus placing bets. The small-eyed, blonde-haired boy pointed at the purple-haired boy who placed the bet and burst out laughing. Everyone was betting on how many moves Lu could last, but no one expected such a weirdo to bet on him winning. The purple-haired boy cringed slightly but stubbornly retorted, Why can't he pull off a comeback? After all, he is the top student in the grade. That was back then. Another red-haired boy patted the purple-haired boy on the shoulder, his eyes filled with sympathy. The boost in combat power from different levels of talent is worlds apart. Not to mention, Wang can learn skills, while Lu, even if he could, he only has one skill slot. What a waste! The red-haired boy shook his head and sighed, seeming to feel a bit sorry for his buddy's wallet. At their age, they obviously couldn't bet much, but the cost of a pack of cigarettes could still sting for a long time. The purple-haired boy didn't see it that way. How could a skill he just learned possibly show its full power? Besides, talents come in different types. What if Wang's talent doesn't directly boost his combat power? You're wrong about that. The blonde boy chuckled and said mysteriously, Insider info, someone heard Wang brag that his talent boosts physical stats, a classic combat talent. Otherwise, how dare he bet a skill book on a duel with Lu? Huh? Really? The purple-haired boy couldn't accept the reality. Of course it's true, why would I lie to you? But let us be clear, once you buy it, there's no turning back. They all think you're a sure loser, Chen sighed, standing beside Lu. Lu closed his combat theory book, which was covered in notes, and tilted his head to look at Chen. What about you? Good guy, what do you think? What do I think? I'm obviously not going to sit here and watch this. Chen said irritably. I'd love for you to win, but the odds just aren't in your favor. Lu's lips curled slightly. Don't worry. Not only will I win, but I'll win in spectacular fashion. Chen rolled his eyes, completely speechless at this blindly confident guy. Wang was dressed exceptionally sharp today. He had someone style his hair into a sleek center part, paired with gray-white overalls and a black turtleneck. As soon as he sat down in the classroom, several girls stole glances at him, which made him feel incredibly smug. Today was the day. He was going to crush Lu with his overwhelming strength and make a spectacular comeback. He was going to show Lu that all those flashy tricks were useless. What really mattered was having the raw talent. He was going to let the whole school know that he who won was the man who ruled Ronqing High School. Zhao was watching too, though she wasn't looking at Wang. She was curious, at a time like this, why was Lu still so calm? How could he even have the composure to pull out his textbook and review his lessons? The combat instructor was a burly man in his early 30s. The moment he entered the classroom, his gaze swept over the confident Wang and the composed Lu. Clearly, word had already reached him of the whole class, follow me to the training ground. We're having a practical session today. The students buzzed with discussion. Many looked excited, seemingly eager to witness something. The practical training instructor frowned and barked, quiet down. Other classes are still in session. What's all the noise about? The classroom instantly fell silent. The instructor nodded in satisfaction at the commanding effect he'd achieved. Lu rubbed his ears and looked at the teacher, somewhat speechless. Teacher, has anyone ever told you that your voice is actually the loudest one here? What? No one has said that? Well, then I won't say anything either. Following the loud-voiced teacher to the training ground, everyone lined up as instructed and began with the usual warm-up routine. Once the warm-up was over, at the combat instructor's command, the students paired up and began sparring drills. The drill area was the ring, right under the instructor's watchful eye. After 3 years, everyone knew each other's true abilities inside out. The drills were often just a formality. If the combat instructor wasn't too strict, he'd usually turn a blind eye and let them pass. Soon it was time for the main event of the day, Wang versus Lu. Just before the match began, the combat instructor, who had been sitting to the side with half-closed eyes, looking as if he were about to fall asleep, suddenly stood up. With a stern expression, he said to Wang, "No weapons allowed. No lethal or heavy strikes. If you intentionally break the rules, I have the authority to expel you." Wang agreed wholeheartedly. In his view, there was no need to worry. Defeating Lu, who possessed a broken great talent, would be a breeze, wouldn't it? Lu rolled his eyes. Who did this guy think he was looking down on? On the stage, the two stood facing each other. Wang glared at Lu defiantly and said, "So? Have you figured out the pose you'll use when you're on your knees begging for mercy?" Lu ignored him and asked the instructor standing nearby, "Can we begin?" "Let us get started," the combat instructor waved his hand. Wang was about to throw out a few more taunts when he saw Lu crouch low and charge forward. That familiar stance sent a shiver down his spine. "Holy shit," he exclaimed, quickly raising his hands to block. Crack! After just 2 exchanges, Wang found himself pinned to the mat by Lu, who had locked his joints, leaving him completely immobilized. Combat instructor. Chen. Zhao. The entire class. Wow! Everyone had imagined all sorts of scenarios, but not a single one of them had predicted this. The combat instructor looked completely baffled. Not a single move? The whole class looked bewildered. Not a single move? Did they even learn anything? Wang looked utterly frustrated. I didn't even get to use a single move, damn it. Seeing that Wang was rolling his eyes from the joint lock but still refusing to admit defeat, the combat instructor quickly pulled the two apart and declared a winner. I hadn't even exerted myself yet, and you were already down. Lu clapped his hands, his expression solemn. In the world of martial arts, nothing is indestructible, only speed cannot be broken. Whether it's a duel or not doesn't matter. Wherever I, Lu, step onto the stage, that's my personal showcase. Lu's cool demeanor didn't elicit screams from the girls, instead, quite a few boys booed. Wang was so furious his face turned red, and he shouted, I refuse to accept this. Lu ambushed me. I let my guard down. I wasn't ready yet when he charged at me. The combat instructor's expression darkened. Nonsense. Do you plan to tell enemies you're not ready every time you enter a dungeon from now on? Wang was at a loss for words. The crowd below was also buzzing with discussion. Everyone agreed that Wang had indeed been careless. He hadn't activated his talents or cast a single skill before going down. Lu waved his hand, saying magnanimously, it's fine. I'll give you another chance to prove yourself. Wang was overjoyed. You said it. But Lu drawled. But what? Wang blurted out. You'll have to up the stakes. Lu rubbed his nose. You've already lost a D-grade skill book to me. Wang's expression shifted, and finally, gritting his teeth, he said, fine, I'll put up another D-grade skill book. If I lose, I'll give you 2. If you lose, the last match doesn't count, and you can't tell anyone about it. This little guy who cares so much about saving face is just too adorable. Lu found it somewhat amusing and nodded in agreement. So, after a brief rest, the two of them stood on opposite sides of the stage again under the combat instructor's arrangement. Below the stage, the students were all discussing the match, feeling that Wang still had the better chance of winning. Only Chen clenched his teeth, mustered his courage, and shouted, Go, old 7, drawing quite a few glances. Lu heard the shout, turned his head, and gave him a thumbs up. Zhao's lips curled into a smile. Things were starting to get interesting. This time, Wang had learned his lesson. Before Lu could even speak, he let out a roar. A flash of purple light enveloped him, his muscles bulging as his face turned crimson. Teacher, let us begin. Combat instructor, you're already like this, how could I possibly say no? Lu watched as Wang, now looking at least a size larger than before, charged toward him. He remained completely unfazed, even feeling a bit amused. It seemed he still hadn't figured out where he'd gone wrong. Wang slammed a powerful punch at Lu, but Lu dodged it with ease. Lu darted behind Wang and delivered a roundhouse kick that struck Wang's lower back. But Wang didn't budge an inch. He reached back to grab Lu's calf. Lu used the momentum to step back, dodging Wang's grasping hand, and wore a pensive expression. It seemed Wang's ability significantly enhanced his physical prowess. Setting strength aside, his stamina had improved vastly. It was now difficult to break through his defenses with just punches and kicks. But who said he had to go head-to-head with him? Lu's footwork was agile and his movements fluid. Wang, now under the influence of his ability, seemed clumsy and couldn't land a single hit. Instead, Lu kept landing kicks and punches here and there, even knocking one of Wang's shoulder straps off. The damage wasn't high, but the humiliation was immense. Wang was so enraged he started howling like a rabid baboon in heat. During this time, Wang did attempt to use his skills, but the moment the skill's aura flickered to life, the lightning-fast Lu countered with 2 slaps that left Wang's head ringing, naturally cutting short the skill he'd just been charging. That's the downside of not mastering your skills, they're way too easy to interrupt. The students watching were stunned. Such flashy, fluid gameplay they'd never in a million years believe it came from a teenager their own age. Lu had never shown this kind of skill before, had he? Sharp positioning, precise dodging, locking onto the opponent's weak points, interrupting enemy skill casts. Mastering even a single one of Lu's techniques would elevate your combat skills by at least a whole level. If Lu knew what they were thinking, he'd probably laugh himself silly. Back in the day, when this Lu guy played Devil May Cry, he could chain enemies in mid-air so they wouldn't even hit the ground, right? This stuff is just basic fundamentals. Everyone was watching intently when suddenly someone sighed, it's a shame Lu's power is still a bit too weak. Many nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Indeed, if Lu's physical prowess were just a bit higher and he could break through defenses, this fight would have ended long ago. Zhao heard this remark too, but she shook her head dismissively. Do you really think Lu's damage is limited to just that? It's not that he can't break through the defense, it's that he can't stop. If this drags on and he runs out of stamina, Lu is finished. On the ring, Wang only needed a single punch, yet Lu had to dodge and weave to avoid a direct clash, which naturally took a massive toll on his stamina. People began discussing how long Lu could hold out. Chen clenched his fists as well. Now it all came down to whether Lu's stamina would hold out or if Wang's natural talent would prevail. Who would last longer? As if Lu wasn't the least bit flustered, his breathing remained steady. On the other hand, Wang's eyes had turned red, and he was gasping for air with his neck bulging, though it was unclear whether he was frantic or simply exhausted. Before long, Wang collapsed like a deflated balloon, his body slumping as he went limp and knelt on the ground. Lu silently calculated that the guy had lasted about 15 minutes, which was actually quite impressive. But he still couldn't hold a candle to yours truly, Lu. Still, since you're the big spender who gave me 2 skill books, I'll spare you some face. Seeing that Wang couldn't even crawl to his feet, Lu decided to give him a hand. But as Wang watched Lu stroll over with a smirk, he nearly had a stroke. With his talent activated, he was a peerless powerhouse, raging against the heavens and the earth, yet he'd run into Lu, who was as slippery as an eel, wriggling and darting everywhere. All that strength, and nowhere to use it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, especially when he heard people in the audience whispering that he was all show and no substance, that even with a rare grade talent, he couldn't beat someone with a broken grade talent. Wang's blood boiled. He let out a low growl, mustered his last ounce of strength, and launched a diving straight punch at the completely defenseless Lu below. Watch out! The sparring instructor was startled and shouted immediately, but it was too late to intervene. They were too close. Mainly because Lu's sense of rhythm was too perfect, it was like art, and even the instructor, lost in the moment, couldn't react in time. In the blink of an eye, Lu's hair stood on end as he caught Wang's fist at the last possible moment. A surge of force washed over him, and he instinctively applied the Tai Chi principle of generating the two extremes, using the technique of deflecting 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces. Receive, deflect, counter. Under Lu's push and twist, Wang's punch lost its aim. Instead, Lu harnessed that very force to execute a beautiful shoulder throw, sending Wang crashing to the ground, flat on his back. Lu was furious. With expert grappling techniques, he pinned Wang down and barked, "Do you admit defeat?" Hearing no response, he checked and found that the guy had already passed out. When Lu released Wang, clapped his hands, and stood up, he noticed that everyone's jaws had dropped to the floor. 3 years later, Lu had made a name for himself once again. Unlike last time, when he gained fame for his broken grade talent, this time he was famous for defeating Wang, who possessed a rare grade talent and 2 skills with ease, relying solely on his own strength and without using his talent. Wang was carried away in an ambulance by Wang Hu, who had rushed over as soon as he heard the news. What a total humiliation! Many people with mediocre talents looked at Lu, and hope was reignited in their hearts. It seemed as though their white grade talents weren't so hopeless after all. After all, if Lu could defeat a rare grade talent without even using his own talent, then wouldn't I have a chance to go toe-to-toe with a legendary grade prodigy if I used my white grade talent? Meanwhile, Lu himself was sitting in the classroom, the center of everyone's attention. Chen was staring him down from every angle, as if trying to find a flower on his face. Unable to stand the scrutiny, Lu quickly used his textbook to block Chen's gaze and muttered, "Enough! I've never been into men. It won't do you any good to keep looking at me with those lecherous eyes." Old 7. Chen had long since become immune to his verbal jabs. He chuckled, "You're something else, kid. Back then, from the audience, I saw that guy Wang glowing purple all over, it literally made me break out in a cold sweat. But you just kept circling him, and he didn't manage to land a single hit on you." Chen looked even more excited than if he'd won the match himself. He chattered on non-stop, his eyes sparkling, gesturing wildly with his hands and feet. He didn't notice at all that as the classroom gradually fell silent, a menacing figure had already appeared behind him. Ahem! Lu gave him a look, signaling him to watch his back. But to his surprise, the usually sharp-witted Chen just looked at him in confusion. "Old 7, what is wrong with your eyes? Are you having a seizure or something?" Lu? Well, he asked beyond help. He quickly grabbed his book to block the view and pretended to study. Chen didn't seem to mind at all that Lu was ignoring him and continued. "Old 7, you have no idea how cool that final shoulder throw of yours was. Wow!" Everyone there was completely blown away. "I never thought you could pull off a comeback like that in a situation like that. It was just..." As he reached the end of his sentence, Chen suddenly stumbled, seemingly at a loss for words to describe it. "Unbelievable, right?" a voice suddenly chimed in from behind him. Right. Chen clapped his hands and laughed. "That's the perfect word." "Just how brilliant," the voice continued, a hint of a chilling edge in its tone. Chen jolted awake, finally snapping out of it, and stiffly turned around. Homeroom teacher, hello." Xiao crossed her arms, tilted her head, and looked at Chen, who looked as if the wind had been knocked out of him, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on her pretty face. "You haven't told me how brilliant it is yet." "Brilliant." Brilliant beyond words, a string of brilliant remarks, full of wit and humor, a flood of brilliant ideas, a masterful stroke of the pen, Chen blurted out in a panic, rattling off several idioms in a row. Lu, being the unkind one, buried her head, shrugging her shoulders and covering her mouth to stifle a giggle, only to be called out by the homeroom teacher the very next second. "Enough! Lu, come to my office for a moment." "Why is it always me?" Lu felt frustrated inside, but could only obediently reply, "Yes." "As for you," Xiao turned to look at Chen, who had just breathed a sigh of relief. "Before the end of class, come up with 100 compound words using the character wonderful and bring them to my office." "Ha?" Chen's face instantly turned sour. The class erupted into laughter, and the classroom was instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. "Everyone, get back to your self-study work and keep it down." Xiao dropped that final command and strode out of the classroom. In the office, Lu stood beside Xiao's desk, hands clasped behind his back, looking meek, innocent, and pitiful. Xiao ignored his act, picked up her pink mug, took a sip of tea, and only then glanced at Lu. "You beat Wang so badly he ended up in the hospital." Lu looked at Xiao's unconcerned expression and couldn't figure out what she was getting at, so he could only offer a feeble explanation. "You might not believe this, but it was his own fault for using too much force." Xiao rolled her eyes at him and said, "I'm not here to hold you accountable. The details of the incident have already been reported to the dean's office by the combat instructor. If the dean's office isn't pursuing the matter, why should I get involved?" Oh, Lu glanced at Xiao. "Then why did you call me here?" Xiao pulled an inventory out of her drawer. "Before Wang's dad left, he asked me to give you something and pass on a message. We Wang family members always keep our word and accept the consequences of our bets. Today, that brat Wan was simply outmatched. Let him face you again in the next adventure or assessment competition." Lu's eyes lit up, and he immediately fixed his gaze on the inventory. "Uncle Wang really is a generous guy." He chuckled, "Oh my, I'm so embarrassed. He just left like that, but still left me a gift." As he spoke, his hand reached out to take it. "You're really too kind. Why don't I swing by after school and bring him a basket of eggs? These are free-range eggs from our own chickens, you know." "Wang. Just say thank you." Xiao shoved the inventory into his hands and said irritably, "I advise you not to go hanging around under his nose for no reason. I'm not responsible if you get beaten up." Lu shrank his neck, "Then I'll pass. Maybe next time." "Next time you'll beat him up and send him to the hospital? That would really be a disaster." Xiao was at a loss for words with this cheeky guy, but remembering why she called him over, she composed herself and asked Lu, "How many skill slots have you unlocked?" As mentioned before, the number of skill slots for other talent grades is pretty much set in stone. Only broken grade talents are a bit special, so Xiao wasn't sure how many Lu actually had. Lu blinked a few times, realizing that his mind-blowing skill slot really wasn't something to flaunt. It was better to keep a low profile. So he held up 2 fingers. Well, I said double digits, don't blame me if you misinterpreted it. 2. Xiao breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least it wasn't just 1. She said earnestly to Lu, you know your own situation. If you truly want to become an adventurer, I advise you to think carefully when choosing your skills. After all, you don't have many skill slots to begin with. If you fill them all with D-rated skills, you'll have absolutely no room for growth in the future. Do you understand what I'm saying? Lu nodded vigorously. Right, I really don't have many skill slots. Only 12 usable ones. That's definitely too few. I can't even keep up with the cooldowns. Ah. I almost forgot my skills don't have cooldowns. Then it's no problem. Seeing that he seemed to have taken her advice to heart, Xiao relaxed. She formed her delicate fingers into a lotus hand, propped her chin on her thumb, massaged her temples with her middle finger, and said with a frown, Get lost, get lost. Just looking at you annoys me. Lu chuckled, stood at attention, and saluted with a straight back, I am. Back in the classroom, Chen was still slumped over his desk, writing with a gloomy expression. Lu leaned in to take a look. It read. Wonderful, marvelous, enchanting, a miracle cure, completely baffling. Let us meow together, meow, meow, meow. Lu? What the hell is this meow business? You're a real piece of work, aren't you? Lu, wait a moment. After school that afternoon, Lu and Chen were walking toward the school gate with their backpacks when someone called out to them. He turned around to see that it was Zhao. She was dressed in snow-white clothes, her black hair tied up in a princess braid, giving her an exceptionally noble and elegant appearance. Lu rubbed his nose in confusion. Oh, it's you, Zhao. Is something wrong? Can we talk in private? Zhao asked calmly. Chen caught on immediately and said, I've got something to do, so I'm heading out. I won't wait for you, old 7. With that, he gave Lu a series of winks and quickly walked away. Just get to the point. Lu cut straight to the chase. Zhao was indeed beautiful even in Lu's eyes, accustomed as he was to beauty filters and dark magic, she ranked among the top few. But he wasn't some love-struck fool, and with his broken grade-level talent weighing heavily on his mind, he had no interest in romantic entanglements. So over the past 3 years, though they'd been in the same class, they'd barely exchanged a word. The fact that she'd come to see him today meant there must be a reason. You've already received the skill book Wang promised to give you, right? Zhao asked. Though phrased as a question, her tone carried an air of certainty. Lu raised an eyebrow. How do you know that? Zhao didn't answer. After a brief pause, he said, There is a skill book in there that's very important to me. Can I trade it for something from you? As he spoke, Zhao flipped his wrist and pulled out a skill book resembling a manual from his inventory. Lu took a closer look, charged slash. Since Zhao had granted access, Lu could easily see the book's attributes. Charged slash, rating, D. By building up power, unleash a powerful slash if the target is defeated by charged slash, it permanently increases the user's power. A growth-type skill. Lu's pupils contracted, and his heart skipped a beat. So-called growth-type skills are like Doghead SQ, Little Mage's passive, or Big Bug SR. They permanently enhance the skill's power once certain conditions are met. These skills can accompany an adventurer throughout their entire career, making them a love-hate relationship for all adventurers. Because before they've fully developed, the damage of growth-type skills is undoubtedly weaker compared to skills of the same rank, or while the damage might not be low, their skill mechanics or activation conditions have flaws that are harder to meet than other skills. Where there are advantages, there must be disadvantages such as the way of the world, and it is inevitable. Take this charged slash, for example. Its power is decent, but it requires the user to charge for an extended period before it can be executed. In the heat of battle, with swords and blades flashing all around, who is going to give you the chance to charge? So, basically, you only have a chance to use it on your very first move. However, the skill scaling mechanic requires you to use it to finish off a target. Unless you've grown strong enough to deliver a one-hit kill, or you have a dedicated team to control the monster and let you land the finishing blow, this skill is as useless as a chicken rib. It's tasteless to eat, yet a pity to throw away. Moreover, as your strength increases, monsters that are relatively weak compared to U1T provide significant growth for your skill. In fact, due to the vast disparity in strength, you might even experience zero growth. This also prevents powerful players from, once they've reached a certain level, each equipping a growth skill to farm low-level dungeons for damage stacking. What exactly is a growth skill? Of course, it's only a growth skill if it evolves alongside you. But regardless, no adventurer would ever pass up a growth skill that suits them. After all, a fully developed growth skill holds limitless potential. Lu's expression was a bit peculiar. To others, the skill might seem rather useless. But it fit perfectly with the combat style he had already demonstrated. In the eyes of others, he was the type to constantly roam, seeking opportunities, wearing down his enemy's stamina and health, and finally delivering a single, decisive strike to secure victory. Lu didn't need to attack frequently. He could dodge damage through positioning, build up momentum, and then strike at the enemy's vital points. In other words, this skill book was tailor-made for Lu. What was this woman up to? Lu narrowed his eyes. But would he really pass up a chance to grab something right in front of him? Obviously not. So he agreed without hesitation, sure. Let us swap. Lu took the inventory out of his backpack, opened it, and handed it to Zhao. Take a look. Which one do you need? Zhao casually pulled one out. This one. Steel bone. I'm missing a defensive skill. Here, take it. Lu took the charged slash with a strange expression, his lips twitching involuntarily. You clearly just read the name out loud a moment ago. And you said it was super important to you. Like I believe that. Up until then, Lu hadn't even opened the inventory, so naturally he had no idea what skills were inside. It seemed Uncle Wang wasn't quite as straightforward as he imagined. 2 skill books, 1 steel bone, 1 parry. Both were pure defensive skills, but Lu's fighting style leaned toward agile evasion. If he learned these 2 skills, I wouldn't say they're not very useful, but they're absolutely useless. Of course, that's just how it looks to others. If you ask Lu whether he'll learn them, of course he will. Free skills, why wouldn't he learn them? Leaving 12 skill slots empty is no fun. Looking at it this way, Zhao's motives seem even more suspicious. It's as if she already knew Lu's predicament and came over specifically to help him out. Could it be that she's after my body? Lu shuddered, his gaze toward Zhao brimming with suspicion. Zhao, of course, had no idea what was going through Lu's mind. Having achieved her goal, she was clearly in a good mood, the corners of her mouth curving upward. She gently smoothed her hair, which had been tousled by the wind, and the allure of her lowered gaze nearly left Lu speechless. Very well, then. Farewell for now, Lu. Zhao gave a slight nod as she bid Lu goodbye. Okay. Goodbye, Zhao. Lu watched Zhao's retreating figure, feeling that this enigmatic girl was extremely dangerous. He had absolutely no idea what her next move would be. A full-fledged time traveler, am actually being led by the nose. How terrifying. I'll have to keep my distance from her from now on. Lu glanced at the 2 skill manuals in his hands. He'd already read the first one, charged slash, given to him by Zhao. He hadn't even looked at the second one yet, parry, given to him by Uncle Wang. Since he'd already opened them both, he might as well take a look at what this parry was really made of. Parry, rating, D. Effectively blocks 1 enemy attack, reducing a certain amount of damage. Is that it? Lu curled his lip. What a letdown. Maybe it's just that comparison makes everything else look bad. With charged slash setting such a high standard, looking back at this parry is just. Lu gave it a quick glance. The damage reduction effect was mediocre, but the cooldown was pretty short, almost non-existent. It was a pretty standard skill. But since he had Wind Spirit Moon Shadow in his arsenal, the skill's biggest advantage was rendered moot. Still, something is better than nothing. Lu decided to give it a quick try anyway. After all, he had plenty of skill slots left, so there was plenty of room for error. A quick note here. Casting skills isn't free, there's a minimum cost. You can adjust this cost yourself. As long as it exceeds the minimum threshold, the skill will cast successfully. The higher the cost, the greater the skill's power. Additionally, the higher the skill's rating, the higher the minimum cost. That's why early game adventurers don't typically learn B-rated or higher skills right away. Even if they did, they struggle to meet the casting requirements, making them ineffective in combat. Generally, combat-type skills consume stamina such as swordsmanship, knife techniques, and spear techniques, while special abilities consume mental energy such as spells, talismans, and illusions. Consequently, physical training and mental meditation have been included by the relevant authorities as compulsory courses in the compulsory education curriculum, and they are also part of the physical fitness assessment. At the same time, after learning a skill, practicing it will also improve your corresponding attributes. Thud. Thud. Thud thud thud. The Lu family courtyard. The sandbag hanging from the tree was sent soaring high with each strike. Beneath the tree, Lu stood bare-chested, drenched in sweat. His muscles rippled rhythmically as he channeled his entire body's strength into every punch. Sweat trickled down the contours of his muscles, soaking the lower half of his pants. He possessed the perfect physique, the kind that looks slim in clothes but reveals impressive muscle definition when stripped down. Drawing on his past life experience and combining it with the training methods taught at school, Lu was tirelessly working out every part of his body. Day in and day out, for 10 years. This was why Lu's reaction speed far surpassed that of others his age. How others train, taking supplements, soaking in baths, taking tonics, and doing just enough exercise to activate the supplement's effects. Lu's training, combat drills, weight training, jump training, reaction drills, and eating heartily. Early-stage cultivators haven't yet reached a rank high enough to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. To raise their rank, they have no choice but to diligently obtain sufficient energy from food or cultivation resources. In fact, when it comes to cultivation, Lu's talent for meditation far surpasses his talent for physical training. Perhaps due to his reincarnation, Lu's spiritual attribute in the entrance assessment was more than double that of his peers. But meditation cultivation is simply too expensive. A single bottle of spiritual essence to aid cultivation, even the lowest grade, costs 30,000 silver dollars. With Lu's financial situation, he simply can't afford it. Without spiritual essence, relying solely on his own meditation, his cultivation progress was painfully slow. To put it this way, during the first assessment in his freshman year, Lu's spiritual attribute was 23 first in the class, far surpassing the 17 points of Zhao, who came in second. But after learning the meditation technique, in just one short week, Zhao's spiritual attribute reached 39, while Lu's was still only 28. That's the power of money. While physical training is also influenced by money, it can be partially made up for through rigorous exercise. Meditation, however, is a different story. You can meditate for a maximum of 4 hours a day. Going over that limit does more harm than good. To put it bluntly, being a mage is definitely not something a poor person can afford. Shao Qi, dinner's ready. Wanni's voice came through the kitchen door. Got it. Lu replied, stopping what he was doing. Steam rose from his body, and wisps of white smoke were actually billowing from the top of his head. Wanni came out carrying the dishes, and Lu grinned as he stepped closer. Let me see what delicious treats you've cooked up today, sis. Go wash up. You're covered in sweat, you're filthy. Wanni shot him a disapproving glance and scolded him playfully. Although Wanni opposed his becoming an adventurer, she didn't object to him exercising. The reason she opposed him becoming an adventurer was that the profession was extremely dangerous. One misstep, and he might not even return with his remains. Since she had been frail since childhood and had suffered a great deal, she naturally supported Lu's physical training. I know. Lu reached out to grab a chicken nugget from the plate, but Wanni swatted his hand away. Under his sister's stern gaze, Lu obediently went to fetch water to wash up. By the time Lou was done, the table was already set with a spread of dishes, and the rice had been served. Lou looked surprised. "Wow, sis, what's the occasion today? Why did you make so much good food?" On the table were braised chicken chunks, shredded pork with green peppers, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and Krishnkarp and tofu soup. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and a soup. This far exceeded their usual standard of meals. Wani wore a gentle smile. "Aunt Lou introduced me to a good job. I made over 200 yuan today." "Aunt Lou?" Lou frowned, looking displeased. "I told you to keep your distance from her. She doesn't mean any harm," Wani said, twirling her chopsticks. "You know exactly what's going on. Just eat your meal." Lou suddenly found the food in her bowl unappetizing. It wasn't tea that Aunt Lou was particularly bad, but she had one truly objectionable hobby. She loved playing matchmaker. Wani had just turned 21 this year, and Aunt Lou naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. She'd already started arranging potential suitors for Wani. As for her sister's appearance, there was simply nothing to fault. Within a 10-mile radius, Lou couldn't find a single girl who could compare to her sister. As for her personality, graceful and dignified, gentle and virtuous, kind and considerate, hard-working and thrifty, with a refined and delicate nature, every single word used to praise a woman's virtues fits her perfectly. In a past life, a treasure like her would have had suitors lining up to break down the door. Everyone would have been scrambling to win her over. But she is frail and sickly, and she hasn't awakened any special talents. Her family is poor. She is an orphan with a younger brother to support. Under these circumstances, she is naturally not in high demand on the marriage market. Aunt Lou had introduced several young men to Wani, but in Lou's eyes, they were all complete misfits. Lou couldn't stand them, yet Aunt Lou kept trying to set them up. No wonder Lou had such a poor impression of her. Besides, Lou harbored special feelings toward this half-sister of his. Lou was adopted. 18 years ago, shortly after arriving in this world, Lou was abandoned by the roadside and happened to be found by Lou's father as he passed by. And so, at just 3 years old, Wani gained a younger brother. When they were young, Lou's parents often joked about it, claiming they'd picked up a child bride for their daughter. Wani would frequently use this as leverage to make Lou play house with her. Until the year Lou turned 12, when Lou's parents left for the dungeon and never returned. Wani, who had just turned 15, was forced to drop out of school and take on the responsibility of the entire Lou household. Though outwardly strong, Wani had no idea how many times she had hidden under her covers and wept in the dead of night. Lou watched it all silently. From then on, no one ever mentioned the arranged marriage again, and the sister and brother grew even closer. Lou had once thought of helping his sister shoulder the burden, but he couldn't persuade her. Though she seemed gentle, she was actually a woman of her own mind. Once she told Lou to focus solely on his studies while she earned money to support the family. That was how it remained, no matter how hard or exhausting it was. She never complained a single word. If Lou disobeyed her, Wani wouldn't say a word. She would simply sit alone in her room, wiping away her tears. That was the only time it happened, but it broke Lou's heart, and he never dared to disobey his sister again. Perhaps sensing her younger brother's feelings, Sister Lou wore a gentle smile as she kept serving him food. It was as if she were trying to comfort her troubled younger brother. After dinner, Lou helped his sister clean up and returned to his room. Pulling out the 2 skill books from his inventory, Lou's gaze hardened. "I can't put this off any longer. To protect my sister, I must grow stronger immediately." The skills in his hands vanished into 2 streaks of white light. 2 new icons appeared in Lou's empty skill slot. Skill slot. Charged / rating D. Rank rising. No need to count 9 white 5-pointed stars. By building up momentum, unleash a powerful slash. If the target is defeated by charged /, their momentum will be permanently increased. Current momentum cap is 100 points. Properties, none. Cost, 30 stamina minimum. Cool down. Parry, rating, D. Rank, rising. Effectively blocks 1 enemy attack, reducing a certain amount of damage. Traits, none. Cost, 5 stamina minimum. Cool down. Skill rank is indicated by stars. White stars mean none, and when white stars are filled to become black stars, it indicates a rank increase of 1 level. A newly learned skill starts at rank 09 white stars, while a max level skill is rank 99 black stars. For every 3 stars a skill gains, the user can randomly acquire a unique trait. Therefore, even identical skills can vary significantly in form and damage output depending on the traits acquired. It is said that these traits aren't entirely random. They're influenced by the user's attributes, habits, and even their weapon. But none of that mattered to Lu. He looked at the glowing upgrade button next to the skill and pressed it without hesitation. I, Lu, have earned every bit of my skill on my own. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, upgrade. Charged slash, rating, D. Rank, up. By building up momentum, unleash a powerful slash. If the target is defeated by the charged slash, their momentum will be permanently increased. The current momentum cap is 1000 points. Traits, Armor Break, Rapid Charge, Critical Hit. Cost, 10 stamina minimum. Cool down. Parry, rating, D. Rank, rising. 9 stars. Effectively blocks one enemy attack, reducing a certain amount of damage. Properties, Force Deflection, Stance Maintenance, Skill Switch. Cost, 1 stamina minimum. Cool down. Armor Penetration, when a successful attack hits the target, reduces the enemy's armor defense by 10%. Rapid Charge, charge speed increased by 20%. Critical Strike, inflicts a finishing blow on targets with health below 5%. Force Absorption, when blocking an overwhelming attack, 20% of the damage is transferred. Stance Maintenance, maintaining the blocking stance continues to reduce damage from subsequent attacks for 4 seconds. Skill Switch, while casting another skill, you can cancel the cast animation to block, refunding 50% of the cost. Lu stared at the skill slot, speechless. Once the skill reached max level, it was like a completely different beast. It had undergone a total transformation. The minimum resource cost had been drastically reduced. And this reduction came without any decrease in the skill's power. That means a skill that originally required 50 stamina to deal 10 damage now only needs 20 stamina to deal the same amount. The results speak for themselves. But that is secondary. The key lies in the newly added traits, which have practically transformed the skill's overall power. Lu finally understood why the teacher had always emphasized in class the importance of raising skills to the highest possible rank. A high rank D grade skill might not necessarily be inferior to a low rank C grade skill. So that's how it is. However, for most people, the effort required to max out a skill is simply staggering. Leveling a D rank skill from level 0 to level 3 requires a person to train day and night for a week. Going from level 3 to level 6 takes over half a year, and after level 6, each subsequent rank takes several years. Moreover, as the skill's rank increases, the difficulty of advancing through the ranks also rises. With that much effort, it's clearly more beneficial to learn several high-level skills to boost your combat power. That is why, when conditions allow, most people only level their skills to 6 stars to unlock 2 traits, rather than grinding to max level. Additionally, each time you unlock a new trait, it provides a certain degree of enhancement to the previous traits. For example, the armor penetration trait started at just 4%. When you unlocked Rapid Charge, the armor penetration effect increased to 6%, and after Critical Strike was introduced, armor penetration jumped from 4% to 10%, while charge speed increased from 10% to 20%. It's clear that the benefits of these traits become more pronounced as the game progresses. But that's not the main point. The key point is, the up indicator next to the skill rank hasn't disappeared. This means Lu can still increase the skill rank. Could it really be possible to upgrade indefinitely? Lu felt a bit uneasy and decided to test it out with the Yi Parry skill. If something went wrong, at least he still had Charge Slash, so his combat effectiveness would be somewhat guaranteed. His finger trembled slightly as he tapped the up symbol next to Parry. The next second, the skill slot seemed to stutter for a moment. The original Parry icon slowly faded away. A brand new icon appeared. The original icon showed a figure raising both hands to block a sword slashing down from above. Now, all that remained were two clashing weapons. Auto block, rating, C. Rank, up. 0 stars. When activated, automatically blocks attacks. A successful block reduces damage by 50%. A failed block mitigates a portion of damage based on the block's completion rate. Traits: force absorption, stance maintenance, skill switch. Cost: 100 stamina fixed. Cool down. Wolu couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. This wasn't just an upgrade. It was a complete transformation. The rating had jumped from D to C, yet all his ranks had been reset to 0. But strangely, all his traits had been preserved. Lu's eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean that if he upgrades a skill from the lowest rating to the highest S rating, he could have as many as 21 traits? To test this theory, he didn't hesitate to max out the skill again. Auto block, rating, C. Rank, increased. 9 stars. When activated, automatically blocks attacks. A successful block reduces damage by 50%. A failed block mitigates a portion of damage based on the block's completion rate. Traits: force absorption, stance maintenance, skill switch. Cost: 100 stamina fixed. Cool down. The up symbol is still there, meaning it can still be upgraded. Lu sighed. Clearly, he hadn't managed to exploit that loophole. Re-upgrading didn't unlock any new traits. However, all the previous traits did see an upgrade. Damage transfer from damage absorption went from 20% to 35%. Stance maintenance duration increased to 8 seconds, and the stamina cost for skill switching went from 50% to 80%. It seems that the rank increase does have an effect on the traits. Another issue. This upgrade didn't change the skill's cost at all. It's still 100 stamina. Although that is still within Lu's limits, it might not be if he upgrades again. After hesitating for a while, Lu decided to skip further upgrades and see what changes occur when the skill reaches B rank. His gaze shifted to another skill. Charged slash. Soon, a brand new skill icon appeared before him, a silhouette in the act of drawing a sword. Draw sword, rating, C. Rank, increased. 0 stars. After charging, draw the weapon from its sheath to deal both sword energy and physical damage to the enemy. If the target is defeated by draw sword, it permanently increases their sword intent. The current sword intent cap is 5,000 points. Properties: armor penetration, rapid charge, critical strike. Cost: 300 stamina minimum. Cool down. Lu furrowed his brow as he studied the skill description over and over. To be honest, he was a bit dissatisfied. Although it was obvious that the power had significantly increased after advancing from charged slash to drawing sword, a major drawback had also emerged. He didn't have a sword, let alone a scabbard. This meant he seemed unable to cast this skill. Not to mention that the cost had skyrocketed from 10 stamina to 300. This practically meant that even with a weapon, Lu could only cast it once. Lu thought it over and decided to max out the skill anyway. Watching the cost drop from 300 to 80, Lu breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't dare to upgrade it any further. The special effects changed as well. The armor penetration reduction went from 10% to 25%. Rapid charge was renamed Rapid Intent, and its effect changed from increasing charge speed by 20% to increasing intent speed by 50%. Critical strike changed from killing targets with less than 5% health to killing targets with less than 10% health. Closing the skill slot, Lu began pondering another matter. Where was he going to get a weapon? And it had to be a sword. The next day, Lu arrived at school, and his classmates were surprised to see a weapon in his hand. It was a wooden sword, about 1.5 feet long, including the hilt and scabbard. It resembled a child's toy sword. Chen stared at it for a while, then could only give him a thumbs up, praising his childlike spirit. Lu didn't care, he had already tested it in secret. As long as it was a sword, held in his hand with the scabbard attached, the skill icon would light up normally. It didn't matter if it was a wooden sword or not, he wasn't concerned with how powerful it was. As long as he could use it. Enemies couldn't even touch the blade. Had you ever seen a sword aura nearly 10 meters long? A max level C rank skill wasn't something to be taken lightly. So this toy sword became his prized possession. No matter where he went, he never parted with it. He'd often stop in his tracks while walking to strike a cool sword drawing pose. He looked like a teenager in the throes of adolescent delusions, and even Chen couldn't help but keep his distance. Of course, Lu wasn't just doing it to look cool. He was simply searching for a feeling. The feeling that he could draw his sword effortlessly, no matter the location or posture. Time flies, and the years pass in a flash. Before they knew it, the adventurer exam was approaching. A total of 8 students from Lu's class were taking the exam. Besides Lu, of course, there was Zhao, the top student. Then there were Wang, Xiaopeng, Li Bin, and others. Speaking of Wang, I can't help but say a few more words. After spending 3 days in the hospital, Wang was back. Lu felt a bit regretful he hadn't yet found the chance to visit this patron at the hospital, the one who'd given him 2 skill books. It was also a bit of a shame that Wang missed out on the treat of tasting the free-range eggs Lu raised at home. After Wang returned, the look in his eyes toward Lu had changed. It was no longer that expression of contempt tinged with a hint of jealousy. But there was still a hint of defiance in his expression. This defiance grew more apparent as time went on. Lu guessed it was probably because his skill training was looking quite promising, giving him a sense of confidence. However, Lu wasn't the least bit flustered. In fact, he was even looking forward to it. Who knows, maybe the gear he was currently missing would just drop from this patron. This assessment is extremely important. It will essentially determine the extent of your achievements in life. So I expect everyone to give it their absolute best. Xiao gathered everyone together. Her pretty face was filled with seriousness and dedication as she went over the details one by one. The exam will be held at the Sea City Arena. We'll notify you in advance to meet at the school, and we'll take a long-distance bus there together. We've gone over the exam format countless times before. It's conducted in a simulated dungeon environment, and proctors will monitor your status in real time through a barrier. If you face a life-threatening situation such as critical injuries that you can't resolve on your own, the proctors will naturally intervene. However, that also means you've failed the assessment. Xiao tapped the small blackboard in front of her, emphasizing her words with added gravity. However, don't let this give you any false sense of security. Don't assume the proctors will bail you out and keep pushing forward recklessly when danger strikes. Every year, there are idiots who foolishly get killed by monsters. Proctors aren't omnipotent. There will always be times when they can't intervene in time. Don't gamble with your lives. Xiao scanned the room, his gaze lingering briefly on Lu, then said, "Got it?" "Got it," everyone chorused in unison. Also, there are no restrictions on how you form teams, Xiao said. You're free to team up however you like, whether it's 4 people or 8. Either way, the points earned from killing monsters will be evenly distributed among everyone in the team. As long as you reach 3,000 points, you'll pass the assessment. The more people in your group, the easier it will be, but the fewer points each of you will get. Conversely, the fewer people in your group, the higher the risk, but the more points you'll earn for killing monsters. But no matter what, remember this. Xiao said solemnly. Do not attempt to take the exam alone. Under no circumstances should you try to take the exam alone. Of the 10,000 people who have confidently believed they could pass the exam on their own, perhaps only one has actually succeeded. The rest either died or lost their eligibility to become adventurers. Xiao explained the rules, regulations, and procedures of the exam in detail, placing particular emphasis on the absolute no-go zones and the most common reasons for failure. After speaking at length, Xiao sat back in his chair, leaned against the backrest, and let out a sigh. All right, that's all I can do for you. I've covered everything I needed to, and I've probably said more than I should have. All I can do now is wish each and every one of you success in passing the assessment. Thank you, Xiao. Lu took the lead in thanking the homeroom teacher, and the others followed suit. Without a doubt, as the homeroom teacher of the class, Xiao had indeed fulfilled every duty she could. Leaving the office, the quick-witted Xiaopeng spoke up first. Why don't we form a team together? We're all in the same class, we know each other well, and it'll be easier to look out for one another. I think that's a good idea. Li Bin thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. I think it's a good idea too. The others all agreed one after another. Only Zhao acted as if she hadn't heard a thing, walking straight out without paying any attention to Zhao Peng calling after her. Zhao Peng looked a bit awkward and turned to Wang. Bro Liang, what about you? Want to team up? You can team up with me, but I have one condition. Wang crossed his arms and snorted. I want to be the captain. Everyone has to follow my orders. Though Wang said everyone, his gaze was fixed squarely on Lu. Zhao Peng, Li Bin, and the others exchanged glances, but they agreed anyway. Among them, Wang was the most talented and skilled, so it made sense for him to be the team leader. As long as he didn't target me, it was fine. If Wang wasn't targeting them, he'd naturally target someone else. And that someone else was Lu, of course. Lu found the whole thing pointless. He shrugged and was about to turn away when Wang called out to him. Lu, where are you going? Aren't you joining our team? Lu waved his hand. No thanks. Have fun. Lu, don't think you can act all high and mighty just because you beat me. Wang shouted, I'm a completely different person now. Oh. Lu's indifferent attitude made Wang grind his teeth in frustration. Bro Liang, what should we do now? Li Bin asked. Ignore him. Who do you want to team up with a broken grade talent like him? In the end, he'll just slink back here begging me. Wang glared fiercely at Lu's retreating back and said bitterly. Every time the adventurer assessment is held, it consumes a massive amount of resources. Even with the entire nation's resources, it can only be held once a year in the provincial capital. Missing this opportunity means waiting another year. This assessment, organized by the school, was free of charge and included room and board. After all, they were nurturing the nation's future. However, each school had a very limited number of spots, reserved only for a select few outstanding students. Moreover, if you failed this assessment, you'd have to pay out of your own pocket to register. The fee wasn't exorbitant, about 180,000 yuan. That didn't include accommodation or meal costs. So for kids from ordinary families, this is basically their only chance to take the adventurer exam. No one would take such an important opportunity lightly. Everyone is scrambling to find teammates. If you can find someone in your class, go for it. If not, look within your school. If that doesn't work, even students from other schools are an option. In any case, do whatever it takes to connect with someone you can team up with. This is another important aspect of the adventurer exam. It teaches everyone the value of teamwork. A single person's strength is very limited, especially inside a dungeon. Every creature you encounter is likely to be hostile and attack you. In such a situation, to survive and clear the dungeon, you need not only personal strength but also the ability to unite with other adventurers around you. No infighting. And at such a tense, crucial moment, what is Lu doing? He is striking a pose on an abandoned patch of land by the school playground. That jerk. Everyone else is as anxious as ants on a hot pan, but he is not the least bit worried. He even has the nerve to wander around. Wandering around is bad enough, but he didn't even bring me along. It's driving me crazy. Chen cursed under his breath as he climbed the dozen-meter-high staircase, panting heavily from the exertion. Just as he reached the top step, he saw Lu standing with his back to him, striking a sword-drawing pose. An air of teenage angst emanated from him. This wasteland was originally set aside for the school to build a cafeteria, but unfortunately, it remained just that, a wasteland. Apart from Lu, there wasn't a soul in sight, not even a few weeds. No wonder Chen had spotted him at a glance. Just as Chen was about to call out to Lu, he noticed that the sword tucked at Lu's waist had changed. It seemed as though a 30-watt light bulb had been installed, and it began to flash with a white light. As the light reached its peak, Lu slowly gripped the hilt. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped sword aura, over 20 meters long, swiftly sliced through the air and vanished into the clear blue sky. Chen's mouth formed an O, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lu's sword sat firmly in its sheath, as if nothing had just happened. Chen rubbed his eyes, almost convinced he'd hallucinated the whole thing. Huh? Hey, buddy, what are you doing here? Lu spun around in surprise to find Chen staring at him with a contorted face and a blank expression. Just, that wooden sword, Chen stammered in shock, gesturing wildly at Lu as he tried to confirm what he'd seen. You must still be half asleep. Lu didn't bat an eye. It's obviously a hallucination. Really? Chen began to doubt himself as well. As real as a steamer basket. Lu patted the wooden sword at his waist. If it were that powerful, would it have ended up in my hands? I guess you're right. Chen scratched his head, still baffled. Alright, stop fretting about it. Go ahead and feel it, it's just an ordinary wooden sword. Lu took the toy sword hanging from his waist and handed it to Chen. Just so you know, if you break it, you'll have to pay me back. Chen's hand was trembling slightly as he took the sword, but when he drew it twice at thin air, absolutely nothing happened. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Lu was starting to regret it too. He'd been a bit too flashy. He shouldn't have been messing around at school. The main thing was that since acquiring this skill, aside from testing it out in a secluded corner when he bought the wooden sword, he hadn't had a chance to properly experiment with his abilities. Having a divine skill but being unable to use it was even more frustrating than walking in silk robes at night. Lu certainly wouldn't dare use it in his own backyard. Damaging the environment was one thing, but the main issue was that Wani couldn't find out. Otherwise, how could his older sister not figure out what he was up to? He certainly couldn't use it on the street either. Even if he didn't scare the kids, trampling the flowers and plants wouldn't be good either. Lu molded over and decided to test the full power of his skill in this wasteland where practically no one ever came. To avoid making a commotion, Lu even aimed his attack at the sky. Everything was going according to Lu's plan, but then Chen suddenly showed up out of nowhere. Still, Lu managed to get the data she needed. First, the key difference between draw sword and charged slash is this. Charged slash requires reaching a minimum charge level before it can be released, and as the charge increases, accumulating more stamina, so does its power. Drawing the sword is different. It requires the physical action of drawing the sword. As long as the sword is drawn, the technique can be released, and the accumulation of intent occurs naturally during this process. Of course, to achieve maximum power, one must deliberately focus on building up that intent. Only when the sword intent is accumulated to its limit can the most intense sword energy be unleashed. At the same time, the energy cost increases significantly. Lu estimated that the minimum stamina cost was 80, so the maximum should be around 400. The difference in power was at least tenfold. Back in the classroom, looking at Chen, who still seemed a bit dazed, Lu felt a twinge of guilt. It wasn't that he intended to deceive Chen. But when it came to his own safety, he naturally couldn't afford to be careless. After all, he couldn't explain why a perfectly normal, charged slash could unleash a massive sword aura spanning over 20 meters when he used it. What? You say this is a natural talent? How dare a broken grade talent be so overpowered? It was precisely for this reason that, after much deliberation, Lu decided to go solo for the adventurer exam. If it were just about racking up points, Lu was confident that no monster could survive his 20+ meter long sword aura. Within the range of that sword aura, justice reigns supreme. The exam was scheduled for Saturday afternoon. Lu and his group would assemble and depart on Saturday morning, spend the night in City C after the exam, and take a long-distance bus back early the next morning. Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was the weekend. If it had been a weekday, he wouldn't have known how to explain it to Wani. Since it was the weekend, he could simply say he was going to hang out with Chen and help him with his homework. His usually gentle older sister wouldn't ask any questions. Besides, with Chen covering for him, it was a surefire plan. Sis, I'm going out with a good friend, don't wait up for me tonight, I'll be at his place. Lu eagerly gathered his things and called out to his sister, who was embroidering in the courtyard. Wani paused her work, turned her pretty face toward him, and raised her eyebrows in a glance. Chen's chubby figure peeked halfway through the doorway, smiling somewhat shyly. When he saw Wani looking his way, he seemed a bit flustered, not knowing where to put his hands or feet. "Sis, hello, sis," he stammered in greeting. "How run, come in and sit down. What are you doing standing at the door?" Wani smiled gently, inviting Chen inside. "No, thanks. We're about to head out, right, good guy?" Lu walked over to the doorway and nudged Chen. Right. We agreed to go to the World Expo today." Chen nodded his head like a chick pecking at grain. "All right, then be careful on the way. Watch out for traffic." Wani offered a few words of caution, then turned to Lu and said, "Do you have enough money? If not, I can give you some more." "No need. We're just going to look around. We won't spend any money. We've got our transit cards for the bus." Lu waved his hand. "All right, I've got to go now, sis. We're running out of time." "Okay, go ahead then." Having successfully passed this hurdle, Lu grabbed Chen's arm and headed out, his heart finally settling. Chen patted his chest and wiped the sweat from his brow. For some reason, he always felt under immense pressure when facing Lu's gentle older sister. Perhaps that was just the authority of an older sister. While embroidering, Wani accidentally pricked herself. Wincing in pain, she put her slender finger in her mouth and sucked on it a few times, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. She couldn't shake the feeling that Lu has been hiding something from me lately. Never mind, maybe I'm just overthinking it. When they reached the meeting point, Chen stopped in his tracks. "Old 7, good luck. I believe you'll definitely succeed." Chen clenched his fist earnestly and raised it in a victory salute. Lu was a little touched. This guy could actually be pretty reliable sometimes. If it really doesn't work out, just drop out right away and come back to learn cooking from me. We'll build Chen's restaurant into a powerhouse together. Chen launched into a tirade. Lu rolled his eyes. "Reliable my ass. Give me back my moment of inspiration, you jerk. What are you dawdling for? We're waiting for you." Xiao shouted at Lu from a distance, hands on her hips. Everyone else was lined up, craning their necks in anticipation, just waiting for him to show up so they could set off. Don't panic. The protagonist always makes an entrance at the critical moment. Lu jogged forward, adjusted the gear strapped to his waist, and said calmly, "Don't make me beat you up at a moment like this." Xiao clenched her fists. Lu shrank his neck and quickly slipped into the line. Xiao held the roll call sheet and called out each name in turn. After double-checking the head count, she waved her delicate hand, "Get on the bus and let us go." Lu and the others were riding in the second bus, which carried a total of 15 students from 2 classes. Compared to the others, the seating was relatively spacious, and the atmosphere was more relaxed. A few students sat huddled together, chatting about all sorts of random topics. Only Lu's spot felt a bit tense. That's because he was sitting in a 2-seater, right next to Xiao. At that moment, he sat stiffly, staring straight ahead at the few stubborn strands of hair clinging to the driver's balding head. Well-behaved. JPG. Although he didn't look at Xiao's expression, he could clearly feel her gaze as tangible as solid matter pinned on him. Why isn't Xiao sitting with the teacher from class 2? What is she doing here with me? Lu groaned inwardly. He had originally rushed to claim a prime spot, the window seat with the least jostling and the most comfort, intending to enjoy the scenery outside the window for the entire trip. Instead, a wave of fragrance swept over him as the stunning Xiao sat down right next to him. Leaning against the window to admire the scenery, with a beauty by his side. It should have been the perfect combination of 2 delightful things. Yet why did Lu feel so tortured? "Lu," Xiao called softly. "Here." Lu sat up straight. "Do you remember what I told you?" Xiao asked. Xiao's earnest teachings are always etched in my heart. Lu's eyes were blank, but his reply was flawless. After 3 years together, Xiao knew this guy inside and out. The more respectful and serious Lu appeared on the surface, the more cynical he actually was. She didn't bother arguing with him anymore and simply lectured him directly. Under no circumstances should you attempt the assessment alone. Under no circumstances should you attempt the assessment alone. Under no circumstances should you attempt the assessment alone. She emphasized this important point 3 times before finally asking, Lou, have you formed a team? Lou blinked and said with a straight face, I have. Going solo counts as a team, too. Then where are your teammates? Xiao pressed. Tell me. If she hadn't known that this troublemaker hadn't bothered to find anyone to team up with these past few days, she wouldn't be so worried. You know them all, Xiao. Lou didn't want to spell it out. They're people I know inside and out. Xiao's chest heaved a few times as she suppressed her frustration and said in a low voice, take my advice, while there is still time, find a team and join it. Or else you'll have to drop out of the assessment. Drop out? There was no way he was dropping out. Lou agreed wholeheartedly, but inside she was already scheming about how to get through this. She knew that if she didn't find a few teammates to show Xiao would definitely force her to withdraw from the assessment. Suddenly, Lou caught a glimpse of someone out of the corner of her eye, and an idea immediately came to mind. Zhao was sitting alone at a window seat. To move freely during today's assessment, she wore loose-fitting athletic clothes. Her lustrous black hair was pulled up into a princess bun, revealing her long, fair neck, a simple yet stunning look. She turned her body to gaze out the window, leisurely taking in the scenery. An aura of admire from afar, but do not approach emanated from her. Most of the other students stole glances at her but didn't dare to approach. Lou plopped down next to Zhao. Zhao, do me a favor. Zhao turned her head to find Lou staring intently at her. I promised to swap skills with you last time, doesn't that mean you owe me a favor? Lou said shamelessly. Zhao's lips twitched. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Lou clapped her hands. Do you want to join my team? Zhao asked bluntly. Lou hadn't expected the girl to be so direct. Let me make one thing clear, Zhao said, lowering her gaze. My goal isn't just to pass the assessment. The minimum goal is to rank in the top 10 nationwide based on assessment points. So have you thought through the dangers you'll face if you join us? Who do you think you're looking down on? Lou scowled. Who is afraid of a little danger? Then he leaned close to Zhao's ear. I've got a proposal for you. Zhao felt somewhat uncomfortable with Lu's sudden proximity, yet surprisingly, she didn't feel any aversion. Only her crystal-clear earlobes suddenly flushed crimson. I won't join your team, but I just want you to cover for me. Lou lowered her voice to a whisper, speaking softly into the girl's ear. Zhao had been a bit at a loss, but after hearing Lu's words clearly, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. After a moment of silence, Zhao nodded to show she understood. Lou let out a long sigh and said happily, Thanks, Zhao. I'll treat you to a meal some other time. Zhao turned her face away, her voice crisp and clear, no need. Just consider it paying you back for a favor. She didn't even have the courage to challenge the top 10 in the country in the end, they really were from two different worlds. Lou scratched his head. This girl was so hot and cold, pretty strange. He pursed his lips, having no interest in analyzing her psychological journey. Feeling quite pleased with himself, he returned to Xiao's side and reported to his beloved homeroom teacher that he had completed the mission. Xiao, of course, had noticed the whispered conversation between the young man and woman. Though he didn't know exactly what they said, he had a feeling the matter wasn't quite that simple. Still, since Zhao had already nodded in acknowledgement, Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The rest of the journey passed without incident. Lou looked around, taking in the scenery on both sides of the road, his mood naturally cheerful. Lou, you stop right there. As they got off the bus to head to the registration desk, Wang finally couldn't hold back any longer. He waited and waited, but Lou had never once bowed to him. He hadn't heard that Lou had found a group either, and with registration about to begin, he was naturally starting to panic. He only wanted to show Lou up, to give him a hard time. But he never intended to harm Lou. What if Lou really did act on impulse and took the exam alone because of this? Wang didn't dare to think about it. Lu turned around and watched the furious Wang walking toward him, furrowing his brow. Even if you're the big spender, this kind of nagging is getting a bit annoying. Join our team. Wang couldn't bring himself to speak softly to Lu after a long pause. He managed to squeeze out half a sentence. Lu was baffled. Why would I join your team? I already have my own team. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? As soon as Wang heard this, all his worry and fear turned into pure rage. And here I was worrying that something might happen to you, only to find out you'd already found a team on your own. It's one thing not to join our team, but you didn't even tell me clearly. Lu looked at him in disbelief. Didn't I turn you down ages ago? And what business is it of yours whether I join a team or not? Seeing his expression, Wang's anger flared even more. He snorted, all the better. Then let us have our two teams compete and see whose score is higher. What's the bet? Lu said coolly, and Wang's momentum faltered. Bet. All you ever think about is betting. Wang turned and walked away. What's the bet? Lu, feeling a bit reluctant, called out after Wang. Wang walked even faster. He was a little afraid of this guy, not that he couldn't handle losing, but he never really felt confident he could beat him in the first place, and hearing him ask that made him even less sure. Lu might be a real pain in the neck, but he was definitely the kind of guy who could pull off miracles. Entering alone? Are you sure? The staff member at the registration desk looked at the teenager in front of him and repeated the question. He'd been working here for nearly 5 years, but this was the first time he'd ever encountered a solo entrant. He took a careful look at this bold, headstrong youngster, neat, cropped hair, clear, well-defined features, a handsome, refined face, a tall, slender build. He certainly looked like a sunny, handsome young man. It was just a shame that his brain wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. The staff member shook his head inwardly and sighed, but he still carefully registered him in the system and handed him a wristband-like device with the code 09527 on it. This is your proof of participation in the assessment, and it's also a tracking device. Don't lose it under any circumstances, otherwise, your life is in danger. Lu nodded and slipped the wristband on. Stepping out of the hall, he found Zhao waiting outside. Since she agreed to cover for Lu, she was being very diligent about it. Lu waved at her and walked over with a big smile. Shueching, is this Lu from your class? Before Lu could say a word, a flippant voice drifted over. It came from a bespectacled man with blonde hair who looked somewhat refined. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm Tang Yu from Huancheng No. 1 High School. The bespectacled man, or rather, Tang Yu, smiled broadly and bowed his hands in greeting. Lu raised an eyebrow. There was something about this guy that made him feel uneasy. Still, out of politeness, he offered a curt, hello. Tang Yu turned to Zhao and said, Shueching, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to bring someone along. Surely at ISNT him? I heard he's a broken grade talent among the legendary grades. ISNT bringing him along a bit. The subtext of Tang Yu's words was clear. Lu, I look down on you. Exactly, Shueching. You're aiming for the national assessment rankings. Bringing along someone who'll hold us back isn't exactly a good idea. Another girl added, frowning. Only then did Lu realize that the three people standing with Zhao were likely her teammates. Besides this man and woman, there was a burly teenager standing behind them like a bodyguard, his expression stern and silent. Lu didn't care, she was used to it. After all, it wasn't her face that would be getting hurt. Zhao looked displeased and was about to speak when Lu beat into it. No, don't get the wrong idea. I wouldn't dare hold you back from climbing the rankings. Lu shrugged and turned to Zhao. Thanks for your help with this. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Watching Lu's carefree retreating figure, Tang Yu had a mouthful of words but couldn't bring himself to say a single one. He could only mutter under his breath, didn't he say he was going to join our team? A wave of irritation welled up inside Zhao. She shot him a cold glance. This is between him and me. It's none of your business. With that, Zhao turned and walked away. Tang Yu's face turned red with embarrassment, and he hurried after her. Shueching, I was just looking out for you. With his broken grade talent, he is never going to be on the same level as us. Zhao paused in her tracks, her voice as cold as winter. Say that again. My business is none of your concern. And don't call me Shueching. You're not worthy. Tang Yue's face darkened completely, but he couldn't vent his anger at Zhao. Instead, he silently seethed with resentment toward Lu. The exam venue was set in a massive arena. It was Lu's first time seeing a structure of such massive scale, comparable to the bird's nest of his past life. Tens of thousands of examinees who had signed up for the exam lined up in orderly rows on the grounds and entered the light gate directly ahead in sequence. That was the examination hall created by the sages using a barrier to simulate a dungeon. The reason the assessment was so highly valued was also closely tied to the enormous resources required to maintain the examination hall. Every monster inside was identical to those found in a dungeon, yet they were not real creatures, merely projections of monsters. Defeating monsters within the barrier also had a chance to yield items, equipment, and materials, but these were not dropped by the monsters themselves. Instead, they were items pre-loaded into a prize pool by staff members, serving as rewards for candidates who performed exceptionally well. Of course, the items obtained from the prize pool are not predetermined. There is a significant element of luck involved, and it also depends on the evaluation of the monster kills. In addition, different barrier scenarios may occasionally feature special placed items. This is related to the difficulty of the scenario. The more complex the scenario, the higher the chance of these items appearing. Xiao sat in the outer viewing area with the other instructors, his eyes fixed on the real-time footage projected onto the massive screen ahead, trying to spot his student among the sea of heads. Lu wasn't standing with the others. After a quick rest following lunch, he was now full of energy and vitality. 09527. As the staff member called out his number, he immediately raised his hand and stepped forward, right here. This time, the staff member was a woman who still possessed a certain charm. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and furrowed her brow slightly. 09527, are you sure you want to enter alone? Yes. Then please sign here. The woman pointed to a paper form. Lu took a closer look. Disclaimer. Lu. He thought to himself, oh boy, but still scrawled his name across the paper in a flourish. The woman tucked the form away, cast a slightly regretful glance at Lu, pointed to the light gate, and said, go on in. Lu stood tall, chest out, hand resting on the wooden sword hanging at his waist, and stepped through the light gate. Each team entered a unique scene after passing through the light gate. The environments varied, some by the water, some in the desert, some in the forest, and so on. What environment you ended up in was entirely a matter of luck. Once the assessment officially begins, the conditions of each arena will be displayed on the screens outside. At the same time, waves of monsters will be continuously released into the arenas. Each wave of monsters will be slightly stronger than the last. After defeating a wave, there is a 1-minute rest period. Candidates must evade monster attacks and slay them within the complex environments, aiming to achieve the highest possible score within the allotted time. The assessment lasts a full 150 minutes. In this high-intensity battle, it is undoubtedly the most severe test of every candidate's physical and mental endurance. This is precisely why Xiao has repeatedly emphasized that you must never attempt to go solo. When your stamina is depleted and your skills are on cooldown, at least you'll have teammates to provide some cover. If you enter the dungeon alone, you'll face nothing but a relentless onslaught of monsters. Of course, if you're lucky, you might find potions to replenish your supplies among monster drops or within the environment. You'd better hope your luck holds out. The people on the grounds have gradually entered the Gate of Light, leaving the vast plaza looking somewhat empty. After Zhao and his 3 companions entered the Gate of Light, they had already changed into new gear. Zhao held a staff over 2 meters long and wore a cloak, instantly exuding the aura of a mysterious mage. Tang Yu, meanwhile, donned a set of leather armor and carried a rapier. His attire clearly marked him as a dexterity-based attacker. The other girl, holding a spellbook and wearing a wizard's hat, stood at the rear. At the very front was the exceptionally burly, taciturn youth. He had no other equipment. He simply pulled out a shield nearly as tall as a person and held it before him. Their battlefield was an endless grassland terrain with both advantages and disadvantages. First, they didn't have to worry about being ambushed by enemies lurking in dark corners, but the monsters would undoubtedly swarm them in every round, leaving them no time to catch their breath. The numbers directly above their heads began a countdown. Everyone's expressions grew serious. They knew the assessment was about to begin. In contrast, Wang's luck was far worse. They had entered a swamp. This meant their mobility was severely limited. Not only did they have to watch out for monster attacks, but they also had to pay close attention to the ground beneath their feet. One slip into the swamp, and they'd be virtually eliminated. What do we do, Liang? Li Bin's innate abilities were relatively weaker, and facing such bad luck right off the bat had him panicking a bit. Put. Wang ran his hand over the katana Wang who had prepared for him, spat, and shot Li Bin a disdainful glance. Just kill them, what's there to be afraid of? But listen up, everyone. In each round, kill all but one minor monster, Wang said. Ha? Why? Li Bin was a bit confused. When people are panicked and lack a clear plan, their rationality tends to fade. Zhao Peng, standing nearby, suddenly had a lightbulb moment. His eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands. I get it. You're the best, brother Liang. As long as we don't wipe them all out, leave one minor monster alive, the next wave won't spawn, and we'll have plenty of time to rest and regroup. Got it? Anyway, we just need to rack up 3,000 points. We're not competing for provincial or national rankings, so why rush through the kills? As Wang spoke, he basked in the admiring glances of his companions with righteous pride, not the slightest bit embarrassed. He made no mention of the fact that this method had actually been taught to him by his old man. How could he have thought of such a loophole on his own? Just as they were talking, the countdown above their heads finally hit 0. Not far away, rows of green-skinned monsters with the build of 8-year-old children and green faces and fangs appeared in their field of vision. It's goblins, a girl cried out. This classic monster, which had appeared countless times in books, made its first appearance before the group. The goblins were short and lightweight, yet they moved with ease through the swamp, charging rapidly toward the group. Attack! Wang ordered. Several members with ranged skills launched the first assault. As lights of different hues flared in their hands, a bolt of lightning and a fireball rained down on the goblins. The lightning was noticeably faster than the fireball. Upon striking the mob, it instantly split apart, transforming into streaks of electricity that leapt from one monster to another, causing the goblins to tremble violently and spew white smoke from their mouths. Next, the fireballs exploded among them, instantly reducing many goblins to charred husks. Chain lightning and exploding fireball. 2 C-rank skills, no less. Wang glanced sideways at Li Bin and Zhao Peng, whose faces had turned slightly pale from the heavy mana drain, and his confidence soared. The screen outside the exam hall had lit up again. The large screen was divided into dozens of smaller screens, each displaying footage from a different exam room. The images on the screen switched every 30 seconds, and within about 10 minutes, the situation in every exam room would be shown in full. When it was a particular team's turn to be featured, the wristwatches worn by all team members would vibrate, prompting them to perform well and showcase an impressive exam to the viewers outside. Beside it was a real-time updated scoreboard. The top 3 teams with outstanding performances would receive special close-up live coverage below the rankings. The candidates this year aren't very good. A male teacher sat next to Xiao, who seemed a bit distracted, constantly commenting on everyone's performance. They're already using C-grade skills this early on. They don't know how to conserve their stamina at all. They'll probably be eliminated as soon as the next wave of monsters appears. This one's even funnier, he's actually running around in a panic, scared by the monsters. People's joys and sorrows don't always align. Xiao just found him noisy. She was a bit restless, constantly thinking about that silly kid with the broken grade talent. Yen, look at Team 72. That idiot actually went into the dungeon alone. The male teacher chuckled, pointing at the screen and laughing. Xiao instinctively followed his gaze. Her face went pale instantly, and she stood up, gripping the railing in front of her. Lu! Xiao shouted through gritted teeth. Lu's luck wasn't much better either. His arena was an endless forest. Right at the start, he nearly got ambushed by a goblin that darted right under his feet. If he hadn't activated the auto-block skill the moment the match began. You don't know until you try it, but once you do, it's a real eye-opener. Auto-block is indeed a god-tier skill. Once activated, it consumes 100 stamina and remains active for the entire duration without needing to be recast. However, the 100 stamina points Lu spent won't be restored. Here's an example. Lu's stamina is 800 after activating auto-block, it becomes 700. 100 stamina points are permanently tied up by this skill and won't be restored unless Lu deactivates it. But this fixed cost of 100 points is well worth it. Not to mention the various abilities granted by its passive effects. Simply put, it not only amplifies Lu's perception by several-fold but also instills countless muscle memories of blocking techniques, making Lu feel it's well worth the cost. When an attack approaches, Lu often detects it before it even gets close without even thinking. His body automatically raises his weapon to block the assault. Phew! Lu exhaled deeply, kicking the charging goblin flying with a single blow. These monsters were essentially as harmless as children and posed little real threat. The main things to watch out for were the weapons in their hands and their reckless, all-out attacks. Lu didn't immediately unleash his sword drawing technique. Mainly, he needed to conserve his stamina to deal with the monsters that would follow. The current monsters weren't worth revealing his true strength so early on and wasting his damage output. Besides, if he cleared monsters too efficiently and accidentally ranked too high, he might get featured in a live stream, exposing his secret to the public. If that caused a sensation, it would be difficult to keep it hidden from his sister. Lu's plan was to play it safe at first, avoiding the use of sword draw to clear monsters unless absolutely necessary. He would wait until the very end, after the stream had ended, to make a final push for points. After all, the ranking rewards were quite tempting for Lu, who was penniless. So he didn't even use his sword. It would have been a waste anyway. What kind of damage do you expect from a toy sword? The weapon he's using now is a nunchaku he pulled from his sleeve. 2 sections of steel pipe he'd snagged from a construction site, welded together with a chain. That's all it took to make this simple yet brutal weapon. In fact, his history of playing with nunchaku dates back to his previous life. 10 years would be an understatement. His skill was nothing short of masterful. Many people assume it's just a performance prop, but they couldn't be more wrong. The nunchaku is a weapon that combines both strength and flexibility. It can be hard or soft, used for offense or defense. In his past life, it had already been proven that using nunchaku could generate hundreds of pounds of force, easily shattering a punching bag. In a world where everyone practices martial arts, its power is naturally even greater. At least Lu didn't think a goblin's head was any harder than a punching bag. As Lu smashed the last goblin's head to pieces, sending it vanishing in a burst of white light, the first round officially ended. Lu took a couple of shallow breaths, then his eyes narrowed in surprise when he noticed 2 types of fruit both very familiar to him had fallen beneath several large trees. Cooling Luojing fruit. Restores 120 stamina over 60 seconds upon use. Ripe wild grapes. Restores 120 spirit over 60 seconds upon use. Lu rubbed his nose. It seemed this forest wasn't all bad after all. Although the chance of being ambushed by monsters had increased, striking tree trunks actually had a chance to drop consumables. What a score! With the divine skill, auto-block, at his disposal, Lu wasn't afraid of ambushes at all. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Lu finished picking up the consumables on the ground, the second wave of monsters appeared before him. Long claws, agile movements, menacing fangs, and chilling screams. It's a cat demon. Lu executed a series of leaping steps, his legs crisscrossing back and forth as he swirled his nunchucks, creating a whistling wind. Unable to contain their frenzied rage, the 2 cat demons, one on the left, one on the right, simultaneously pounced on Lu. 2 quick smacks. The 2 cat demons were sent flying backward, their spines shattered by the nunchucks. Their bodies curled into tight balls not because they were limp and boneless, but because they had literally lost all skeletal support, collapsing into piles of sludge. Before long, they died from internal bleeding, turning into white light and vanishing. Lu hummed Zhou J's tune as he wielded his nunchucks, a teenage rebellious spirit roaring inside him. All of you, turn into light. Hung hung ha shi. As one cat demon after another turned into white light, his score began to rise bit by bit. Unlike the others, since he was soloing the assessment, he had no one to split the points with. As a result, his score actually increased just as quickly as most teams. Soon, all 20 cat demons were eliminated. Lu cleared the battlefield and luckily picked up a few stamina-restoring consumables. In the next wave, minotaurs appeared in the forest. Lu chuckled. Against clumsy fools like these, they wouldn't even be able to land a hit on him. Let Lu out immediately. Xiao rushed into the competition control room and shouted urgently. The staff member who stopped her said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but the competition has already begun. Unless a contestant voluntarily withdraws or faces a life-threatening situation, we cannot intervene. I'm his homeroom teacher, I'll make the decision for him." Xiao was growing anxious. She glanced at Lu's score, which was still climbing, and grew even more frantic. In her eyes, that one Tia score representing honor, it was a countdown to Lu's life. "I'm sorry," the staff member stood firm on his duty. "Please trust our monitoring teachers, they're all highly professional." "What is going on?" A security guard approached as well. Xiao slumped dejectedly to the ground, clutching her head with both hands and closing her eyes in anguish. Once again, she was watching this happen right before her eyes. Two equally young, innocent faces slowly overlapped in her mind. "When I grow up, I want to be an awesome adventurer just like my big sister. I'm definitely going to be an adventurer, not even Jesus could stop me." At that moment, Xiao hated her own helplessness with a burning intensity. There was nothing she could do to stop it. All she could do was pray that Lu would return safely. The 5-meter-tall minotaur collapsed with a thunderous crash before Zhao. She frowned as she watched Tang Yu showing off in front of her, her expression growing increasingly icy. "How about that? Pretty impressive, right? This is my innate talent, bloodlust. When I deal damage to an enemy, I draw on their life force to restore my own stamina, so I can use my skills without holding back." Tang Yu twirled the slender sword in his hand and tilted his head back to show off to everyone. "Bro, you're the best." Another girl was clearly a bit of a starstruck fan. She was totally into Tang Yu's act, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Shinran, heal Zhang. Get ready for the next wave." Zhao coldly interrupted their interaction. Oh, the starstruck girl pouted, and a beam of golden light shot from her spellbook toward the burly Zhang Hang. In no time, all the wounds on Zhang Hang's body vanished. He silently raised his shield, signaling that he was fully recovered. Boom! As a bolt of lightning struck down, a rare-grade goblin far more muscular than the others appeared before them, wielding a sharp scimitar. Thunder Goblin! Zhao's grip on her staff tightened involuntarily. So soon, an elite monster has already appeared. On the big screen, Lu's score continued to rise. Xiao bit her lip, her eyes fixed intently on the screen. Her heart was filled with conflicting emotions. Seeing Lu's score climb rapidly, she was deeply worried, fearing he might overexert himself and be unable to keep going. But whenever Lu's score growth slowed, she grew even more anxious, constantly wondering if he had exhausted his stamina and was no longer able to slay monsters. If she looked away, she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild, worrying that the next moment, that boy who looked so much like her younger brother would be carried out, covered in blood. All she could do was clench her fists and repeat a prayer in her heart, "God, please protect him." An hour had already passed. If he could hold on for another hour and a half, he'd be out. She silently cheered Lu on in her heart. Xiao didn't care at all whether Lu could pass the trial. She only prayed that he would return safely. But the very next moment, Lu's score stopped changing. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 5 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye. But the score for Team 72, representing Lu, hadn't budged an inch. Xiao's heart sank slowly. She was so tense she could barely breathe. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning struck down, forming a screen of thunder. Lu rolled awkwardly to the side, dodging the massive area of effect attack. Looking at the charred marks on the ground where the lightning had struck, Lu couldn't help but whistle in awe. The purple-skinned goblin, wielding a curved blade, slowly approached him. With just a slight swing of its blade, several bolts of lightning rained down from the sky toward Lu. This was the true horror of the elite monster, the Thunder Goblin. After 10 waves of various monster swarm tactics, the first elite monster finally appeared before Lu. He was immediately at its mercy. As everyone knows, metal conducts electricity. Facing the Thunder Goblin's attack, Lu immediately threw the nunchucks he was holding. Even though he wasn't hit, the hand gripping the metal staff was instantly paralyzed. After a few minutes of struggle, sensation finally began to return to Lu's palm. He clenched his fist, regained his composure, and began to strategize. There's absolutely no way to close the distance. Facing such a relentless barrage of lightning and with no one else drawing fire, Lu simply couldn't get even an inch closer to the Thunder Goblin. Every time he advanced a few meters, he had to back off to dodge the lightning. Is this never ending? Lu gritted his teeth. He had grown utterly sick of these lightning bolts with their high frequency, paralyzing effect, wide range, and substantial damage. He slowly lowered his hand, letting it dangle limply over the sword hilt. This couldn't go on any longer. If he kept tangling with it, he'd only drain his stamina further. The wooden sword began to glow with a faint white light. Lu crouched and charged forward. Squeak! The purple-skinned goblin let out a smug shriek and pointed his blade. Several bolts of lightning struck down toward Lu. This time, Lu didn't dodge. Instead, he gripped the hilt tightly. I'll see which is faster within 7 steps, your lightning or my sword energy. Whoosh! A 10-meter-long streak of pale blue sword energy appeared out of thin air. Even the lightning striking from the sky paled in comparison. Lu was panting heavily. His wooden sword had already been sheathed, though he didn't know when. Lightning streaked across the sky and scattered across the ground, yet it didn't cause Lu a single scratch. Because the master who unleashed them could no longer swing his blade. Gah! The Thunder Goblin stared blankly at his curved blade, now severed in two. A trickle of purple-green blood seeped from his forehead, his face etched with utter disbelief. How could a human who had been scrambling for his life under his lightning barrage suddenly pull off such a stunning sword strike and take him out in an instant? His eyes gradually went blank. A sword mark appeared on his body, slicing him cleanly in two. Before any blood could spatter, he vanished completely in a flash of white light. Clink! An item dropped to the ground. Lu's spirit's sword. An item drop. Lu quickly picked it up and gave it a quick glance. It was SC rank skill book, Thunderous Assault. With no time to study the skill's details, he placed it in his inventory and pulled out a cooling luojing fruit, popping it into his mouth. For the next 360 seconds, his stamina would regenerate at a rate of 2 points per second. The 60 seconds flew by. Lu had barely adjusted his stance when the next wave of enemies spawned right before his eyes. Venomous cat demons. With purplish black fur, jagged green claws, and glowing yellow eyes brimming with bloodlust and cruelty. The venomous cat demon is an advanced version of the cat demon, a cunning elite monster. It's incredibly fast. As it moved, Lu could only see a blur. Whoosh! Whoosh! Using the surrounding tree trunks as cover, the venomous cat demon transformed into a black shadow, circling Lu rapidly. It was searching for Lu's opening. Unfortunately, every time an opening seemed to appear, Lu would shift his stance, causing the vulnerability to vanish into thin air. Lu sighed, knowing he couldn't conserve his stamina any longer. This cat demon's claws and fangs were laced with a potent venom. A single drop of blood was enough to be fatal. Its potency rivaled that of the half-step dizziness poison. Without any purification skills at his disposal, Lu dared not engage it in close combat. A faint white glow flickered once more on the wooden sword. The venomous cat demon perched on a tree, tilting its head to study the youth who had suddenly frozen in place. Cruel and cunning as it was somewhat puzzled. Earlier, even before it had launched an attack, this human had sensed its path of attack and adjusted his stance in time to counter it. Why had he suddenly gone completely still now? Was this a trick? It pondered for a moment, but was ultimately overpowered by its bloodthirsty instincts. Never mind, it would strike first and see what happened. So it leaped high into the air, lunging toward the boy's back and neck. Then, it saw a dazzling crescent moon. The venomous cat demon dissolved into a white light mid-air. Lu walked over to the tree and picked up a few fruits that had likely fallen due to the blast. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He was clearly in a good mood. He had discovered yet another way to use auto-block. It turned out that after sensing an attack, one could not only cancel a skill cast to block, but also cancel the blocking stance to use another skill instead. Perhaps this was the true essence of the trait, the real purpose of skill switching. You can't fully grasp the true essence of a skill just by reading its description. Xiao felt a mix of emotions. Just a moment ago, she had been frantic with worry. Lu's score had suddenly surged, instantly overtaking dozens of teams ahead of him. She had just breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he must have overcome that difficult stretch. But the very next moment, his score skyrocketed again. He had burst into the top 10 of the provincial rankings. Xiao was momentarily stunned. That carefree, grinning teenager who seemed so unconcerned just moments ago. She found herself at a loss to understand him. Roar! The crimson-skinned Minotaur leader, wielding a massive axe as thick as a door, made a dramatic entrance, letting out a thunderous roar right from the start. War roar! The deafening soundwave instantly knocked two frontline players off their feet, dealing continuous damage to everyone present. The weaker members of the team were even knocked into a daze. Quick! Draw his fire! Wang, seeing the situation was going south, shouted loudly, ignoring the blood trickling from his ears. A short boy gritted his teeth and charged forward, dagger in hand. Clink! The feeble attack struck the Minotaur leader's steel armor, failing to break through. Fortunately, he had succeeded in drawing the Minotaur leader's attention, and it swiveled its head to swing its massive axe at the short boy. Boom! The short boy managed to dodge the attack, but the boulder behind him was smashed to pieces. He swallowed hard, his eyes staring blankly at the axe, and, terrified, quickly backed away from the Minotaur leader. Oh no! Wang shouted in alarm, immediately shaking the two still reeling from the blow awake. Zhao Pang, Li Bin, wake up! They were the only two ranged damage dealers in their party. Quick, cast your skills on the Minotaur chieftain to interrupt its charge. Wang bellowed. Still looking a bit dazed, as if asking themselves, who am I? Where am I? The two followed Wang's pointing finger and looked ahead. The Minotaur leader was crouching low, repeatedly stomping the ground with one foot, his body glowing red, poised to charge. The two jolted awake in an instant, fully alert. The short boy, who had been locked onto by the Minotaur, was absolutely terrified, doing everything in his power to try to break free from the Minotaur leader's target lock. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a bolt of lightning successfully interrupted the Minotaur leader's charged skill. A puff of black smoke rose from the Minotaur leader's head, and it stumbled. The short boy's legs gave way, and he nearly plopped down on his butt, his face a mix of frustration and relief at having narrowly escaped disaster. I almost forgot, once the Minotaur chieftain locks onto a target, you can't stray more than 5 yards away from him, or else you'll trigger his barbaric charge. This is the consequence of not paying attention in class and not taking notes when the teacher explains things. But the Minotaur leader had already lost aggro on him. Staring with its massive bull-like eyes, it fixed its gaze on the trembling Li Bin. Watching the Minotaur leader stride toward them with a thunderous rumble, wielding its massive axe. Wang gritted his teeth, and a rare-grade glow erupted from his body once more. Come on! I'm not afraid of you. His eyes reddened as he raised his katana and charged toward the Minotaur leader. From 5 meters away, he used the momentum of his run to leap high into the air and swung his blade at the Minotaur leader. Mountain-shattering strike! After a fierce battle, the Minotaur leader was covered in blood and crashed to the ground, his body slowly dissolving into nothingness amidst a burst of white light. Everyone was panting heavily. Wang checked his score. 3,097. Relieved, he shouted to the group behind him, "We got enough points. No need to push yourselves any further. For the next elite monster, everyone take a separate one. Keep it under control. As long as we survive the last half hour, we won." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and some, overcome with excitement, even cheered prematurely. Yay! Wang felt drained after using his talent. He hadn't expected the trial to be this difficult. It far exceeded his expectations. At that moment, he couldn't help but think of Lu. That careless bastard who never takes anything seriously. Will that guy really pass the assessment? At the thought, he shook his head again. Humph. Who cares? He chose not to team up with me. If he fails, he's got it coming. Xiao glanced at the clock. There was only half an hour left. Lu's points had already surged past 20,000. He always managed to keep his score steady for ages, but whenever others pulled ahead and he was on the verge of falling off the provincial leaderboard, he suddenly explode, sending his score skyrocketing. Every time the camera cut to his perspective, all you could see was him struggling to fend off monsters, clanging away at them with a crappy nunchaku. That thing, which wasn't even worth calling equipment, naturally couldn't break through the elite monster's defenses. But as soon as the camera cut away, if anyone looked away for even a split second, his score would jump up dramatically, instantly closing the gap with the others and securing his spot firmly in the top 10 of the provincial rankings. It felt like... It was as if he were manipulating his score. Yes. That's exactly it. Xiao recalled the first time she met this kid. It was his first time scoring first in the entire grade out of a possible 1,000 points. He scored 998. Xiao asked him how he managed such an outstanding result. It's simple, you know. Just skip one fill-in-the-blank question. What? Why skip one? Getting a perfect score would make me too proud. Lu answered with such nonchalance. From that moment on, Xiao knew that this seemingly well-behaved kid would definitely be the biggest challenge of her teaching career. Thud. 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 Lu was radiating heat as he leaned against a tree trunk, watching the massive steel beast closing in step by step. He glanced at the timer. 28 minutes remaining. That's enough, he muttered to himself. He stuffed another handful of cooling luojing berries into his mouth. The duration of the buff that continuously restored 2 stamina per second had reached 1,800 seconds. This meant he no longer needed to lure monsters to destroy the surrounding trees so he could pick up the fallen fruit. The competition was nearing its end. The final 30 minutes would not be broadcast live. From the organizer's perspective, everyone's skill level had been sufficiently demonstrated over the first 2 hours. The last 30 minutes were merely a test of the contestants' endurance. To conserve resources, the live stream would be cut off 30 minutes early. Therefore, Lu no longer needed to deliberately hold back. So, bring it on. The wooden sword at Lu's waist once again glowed with a faint white light. Team Zhao was taking a breather. The starstruck girl gritted her teeth as she cast a healing spell to treat Zhang Heng's injuries and restore his stamina. Tang Yu, who had boasted about being able to cast skills endlessly, was also wiping the sweat pouring from his forehead with a handkerchief. Zhao was in slightly better shape. Her talent and skills were the best among the group right now. She was just a bit mentally drained, frowning as she drank from a bottle of recovery potion. Their team's score was currently 37,000. They had a chance to break 40,000 before the event ended. But based on past trends, to make it into the top 10 on the national rankings, they need at least 45,000 points. With that thought, she shot a glance at Tang Yu. That guy. He is still holding back a trump card. Humph. Look at Team 72. Outside the arena, in the stands, someone suddenly let out an uncontrollable gasp. What is going on? This doesn't seem right. My God. And it's a solo team. Xiao had been a bit distracted, but when she suddenly heard someone mention the number 72, her keen senses kicked in. She immediately stood up and looked at the screen. It wasn't just her. Seeing Team 72's score skyrocket so suddenly, almost everyone in the crowd instinctively stood up. Team number 72 member ID 09527 total points 47,620. Xiao was speechless. Just 5 minutes ago, this guy had barely topped 20,000 points. How could he have jumped to 47,000 just while she was daydreaming for a moment? This score propelled him straight from 10th place on the provincial leaderboard into the top 4 on the national leaderboard. Across the entire Dragon Nation, only 3 candidates currently had higher scores than him. And the gaps were all very narrow. Why do all eligible candidates strive so desperately to make it onto the provincial and national leaderboards? It's not just a symbol of honor and status. Once you're on the provincial leaderboard, you officially come to the attention of the relevant authorities, and resources from all sectors will be directed your way. Every rise in rank means a significant improvement in the candidate's benefits and treatment across the board. Not to mention the generous rewards tied to the rankings. The national rankings are the focal point of the entire Dragon Nation. So, given these circumstances, when a dark horse suddenly emerges from the results everyone fought tooth and nail to achieve, charging up the rankings with unstoppable momentum, it's no wonder everyone is moved. Oh no! Why did they have to cut the stream right at this critical moment? Countless people were beating their chests in frustration, their hearts in knots. Everyone wanted to know exactly why this candidate, ID 09527, had suddenly seen their score skyrocket uncontrollably. Xiao wanted to know too, but she wasn't in a hurry. She had plenty of time to deal with this mischievous fellow. Maybe he deliberately chose this moment, when the stream was off, to make his move. Xiao narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, as if she had already cleverly seen through everything. Lu, what secrets do you really have? Just a moment later, Lu's score changed again. 51,360. After the 15th wave, every monster killed would add several thousand points. While other teams split the points among several members, Lu was doing it all alone, so such a sharp increase wasn't surprising. But what was strange was this: they were all test participants. Why was a monster that a whole team struggled to kill for ages as fragile as paper when Lu faced it? 1 every minute? That's basically an instant kill. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath, collectively making an indispensable contribution to global warming. It's very likely he has some kind of rare item with a 30-minute time limit. Someone speculated under their breath, that's why he waited until the last half hour to use such a crucial item. It could also be some kind of skill or natural talent. Only half an hour? That really doesn't last very long. Xiao glanced at the crowd engaged in heated discussion but said nothing. Only she knew that, given Lu's family circumstances, even ordinary gear was a luxury, let alone any rare grade items. Besides, items like this, reusable and capable of instantly killing monsters, were practically non-existent even among the 4 great families, weren't they? So why would someone keep such a precious item for a critical moment if they weren't going to use it? And why hand it over to a newcomer for an assessment? As for talents and skills, a broken grade talent. And his only skills were 2 derated ones he scraped together from Wang's dad. How powerful could he possibly be? Regardless, he turned all the impossibilities into miracles that only he could achieve. That's Lu for you. She recalled how he once pinned some idiot who unlocked a rare grade talent to the ground and beaten him senseless. Xiao smiled faintly, a different gleam appearing in his eyes. I underestimated you, Lu. You really can do it. Oh ho ho ho. The Ice Queen emerged amidst a sea of frost and snow, flaunting her presence with abandon. The moment she arrived, the very landscape around her shifted. Hail mixed with snow raged through the forest, instantly cloaking the earth in a layer of frost. She wore a crown upon her head, her blue hair shimmered with a crystalline luster. Her slender figure was wrapped in a sable fur coat, and she stood in a pair of 10-centimeter crystal heels, her noble and aloof aura instantly reaching its peak. But she merely raised an eyebrow to glance at Lu, and a massive sword aura instantly engulfed her. Lu had been gathering her energy all this time, and the moment the monster appeared, she unleashed a fully charged sword draw. If damage numbers were visible, an orange-yellow 999 would have popped up above the monster's head, signifying an instant kill. So far, not a single monster had ever survived a full power sword draw. It didn't even have time to turn into a white light and vanish. It simply melted away within the sword's aura. The Ice Queen was no exception. Having just appeared, she was reduced in the blink of an eye to a single staff lying forlornly on the ground. She dropped gear. Lu's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed forward to pick up the staff. The Ice Queen's support. Base spell damage increased by 576. Skill attacks deal additional ice damage. Cooldown of Frost Series skills reduced by 10%. Lu sucked in a sharp breath. It was actually a rare grade weapon. Equipment tiers are divided into 5 ranks: common, fine, rare grade, legendary grade, and mythic. Determining them is very simple. Look at the stats. Common equipment has only 1 stat, fine has 2, rare grade has 3, and so on. In addition to these ranks, there are also sets that differ from the standard classification. When worn individually, set pieces have very ordinary stats, sometimes even inferior to standard fine grade gear, but the more pieces of a set you collect, the stronger the stats become. Sets are very easy to identify, they display unique resonance properties, and when placed next to each other, they emit a green resonance glow. That is what a set is. A single rare grade item with slightly better stats is already worth millions. Legendary grade gear is worth a fortune. As for mythic gear, well, that is truly mythical. At least, Lu has never heard of anyone possessing it. If an adventurer were to ever obtain mythic gear, it would undoubtedly go down in history. As for sets, quite a few people have managed to collect them. In any case, with just this one weapon, Lu has struck it rich. He placed the gear in his inventory for safekeeping. Lu took a brief rest, then turned his gaze to the next spawning boss. The wooden sword in his hand once again emitted a faint white glow, which gradually grew stronger. 80,950. 10 minutes left until the assessment ended. Lu's score had reached an absurdly high number. Everyone was stunned. They watched in disbelief as he shot from 4th place on the national leaderboard to 3rd, then a moment later to 2nd. Until he claimed the unshakable top spot. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. Now everyone was convinced that Lu must possess some kind of item or ability capable of instantly killing single monsters. As the last elite monster crashed to the ground, Zhao let out a sigh of relief and checked her team's current score on her wristwatch. 46,085. It's in the bag. Zhao felt a little more at ease and glanced at Tang Yu, who was now toning down his intense aura. She had finally managed to get him to give it his all by agreeing to attend the banquet he was hosting. Although Tang Yu had initially suggested a candlelit dinner, her insistence had turned it into a victory banquet. Zhao finally witnessed Tang Yu's hidden trump card. Or rather, it was something Tang Yu had deliberately flaunted before everyone. AC grade, 6-star, Scarlet Flame battle technique. A rare skill that consumes both stamina and spirit. Once activated, it consumes a fixed amount of stamina and spirit, transforming his entire body into a crimson inferno. In this state, Tang Yu's attributes were greatly enhanced. He moved as fast as lightning, and the attacks from his rapier could effortlessly pierce through the thick armor of the steel behemoth. It was precisely because of this that they were able to stage a comeback at the final, critical moment, scoring 46,000 points. But the more he thought about it, the more Zhao despised this teenager who had used this as leverage. Knowing how important this assessment was to her, he deliberately took advantage of her vulnerability. A cold smile curled at the corner of Zhao's lips. There was less than a minute left before the assessment ended. The starstruck girl was already circling around Tang Yu, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Zhang Heng sat silently against a rock, his body riddled with gruesome wounds the starstruck girl chose to ignore. He didn't utter a word, nearly stroking his shield as he pulled out a bottle of sub-grade potion and downed it. Here. Zhao walked up to Zhang Heng and handed him a bottle of special healing potion. Zhao had observed everyone's performance closely. Compared to Tang Yu, who had deliberately slacked off, and the star-struck girl who had been circling him the whole time, Zhang Heng, who worked hard in obscurity without complaint, was far more to her liking. Zhang Heng silently accepted the potion. after using it, his wounds healed at a visible pace. Once his condition improved, his stamina recovered much faster. Zhang Heng braced himself and stood up, looked down at the girl, and thanked Zhao in a hoarse voice. Zhao waved it off nonchalantly, leaning on her staff as she waited for the countdown to end. As the assessment time ended, the elite monsters which had been snarling and lashing out moments before were teleported away by an invisible force, letting out growls of resentment. At the same time, the light gates that had been closed earlier opened one by one in each team's testing area. The first to emerge from the light gate was, without a doubt, Team 001, followed by 002, 003. Most of the candidates still in the testing area wore smiles and looked excited. Teams that had successfully endured the entire testing period had generally met the 3,000-point requirement. Those who failed the test had already been teleported out of the testing area by the proctors via their wristbands. Some unlucky souls might still be lying in the emergency room receiving urgent medical care. Worse still, some had already been teleported out as corpses. But these were, after all, the exception. Wang strode out of the light gate with his head held high, followed by 5 classmates, each beaming with joy. Their final score was 3,684. While not outstanding, this was undoubtedly a very solid result compared to those who barely scraped by the passing mark. Though he hadn't met the requirements for the provincial rankings, Wang was already satisfied. After all, he came from an ordinary family, and his teammates were all of average ability. Compared to those decked out in top-tier gear and aiming for the provincial or national rankings, they were naturally no match. The first thing he did upon exiting wasn't to celebrate passing the exam with the others. Instead, he scanned the exam rankings for Lu's name. He had already memorized Lu's ID number, 09527. Naturally, he paid special attention to this arch-rival. Using that number, he started searching for Lu's ranking from the bottom up, starting with teams scoring 3,000 points. He looked for a long time, but even when the scores reached 10,000, he still couldn't find Lu's number. Wang breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt a faint sense of disappointment. He'd finally beaten him this time, hadn't he? But what was this feeling of disappointment? Bro Liang, look at the top of the leaderboard. Our province's test site has produced a total beast. Zhao Peng suddenly exclaimed in shock. Wang looked over at the sound of his voice, and his head went boom. There, at the very top of the leaderboard, it clearly displayed. Number 1 team, number 72 member ID, 09527 total points, 99,999. Wang. He didn't even have the energy to curse, he just gaped, completely speechless. ID 09527, solo assessment. Number 1 on the leaderboard. Is this Lu? He'd even blown the score display out of the water. Perhaps no one had ever imagined a test taker could amass over 100,000 points on their own. The score cap had always been 5 digits. Under normal circumstances, it was absolutely impossible for a team to exceed 100,000 points. Even with the ability to instantly kill monsters, one must consider the respawn intervals between rounds and the total duration of the exam, not to mention the division of points among a team of at least 3 people. But all of that was shattered by the rising star, Lu. The appearance of his score on the leaderboard sent shockwaves not just through the local testing center, but among candidates across every province in the country. Everyone was discussing how he had managed it, or whether there had been some anomaly, whether the score was incorrect. In another room, a dozen or so sci-fi style projection devices were arranged around a massive conference table. The head of the testing center stood respectfully to one side. A dozen or so projections of people, cast by the devices, stood silently around the central screen. The screen was on a loop, showing Lu drawing his sword, unleashing sword energy, and instantly defeating various elite monsters. It must be that wooden sword in his hand, one of the projections spoke up first. Look at how he performs when using other weapons or fighting unarmed. It's impressive, but not exactly extraordinary. Only when he holds that wooden sword does he unleash such staggering damage. Another projection countered, not necessarily. It could be a skill limited to a specific weapon type. It only works when he uses a sword. We've all reviewed this candidate's file. Rather than him acquiring such a rare great skill, I'm more inclined to believe he accidentally obtained an item similar to a consumable. A female voice chimed in. Enough. The projection at the center of the group tapped the table lightly with an index finger. I didn't gather you all here to discuss how he did it, but rather, regarding his astonishing results. Whether or not they should be counted. After all, his actions have set a historic precedent. If it were a natural talent or skill, that would be one thing, but his actions clearly involve an excessive reliance on items. If we rush into a detailed investigation, it would undermine the rules we've established over the past century. But if we announce the results without a thorough investigation, many will likely feel aggrieved, causing unrest. Moreover, once we acknowledge this, future assessments will become even harder to manage. After all, he is not the only one with this kind of artifact. Among those present here, which family doesn't possess something like this? If we use such artifacts for future evaluations, how can we claim fairness and impartiality? Won't the national and provincial rankings become a laughingstock? A laughingstock? Haven't they been one for ages? A projection sitting with his legs crossed snorted derisively. Everyone turned to look at him. The speaker was a disheveled middle-aged man, slumped casually in his chair with a lit cigarette hanging from his lips. The other projections couldn't help but frown at the sight of him. What's the matter? Is it only your clan that's allowed to set fires? Are we common folk not even allowed to light a lamp? Speaking of equipment and artifacts, ask yourselves, when your clan's young members take the exams, isn't every single one of them fully equipped? Even in their daily training, don't they all use the best gear, master the most suitable skills, and take potions to accelerate their cultivation? Which ordinary commoner has those resources? Why don't you ever consider so-called fairness in those situations? Why do you get so worked up when your exam results get beaten by others? Jumping in to accuse them of breaking the rules? The middle-aged man wore a look of utter contempt, clearly disgusted by these so-called clan factions. How can you lump these things together? An elderly man frowned slightly. Mr. Zhou, please stop making a fuss here. I'm not making a fuss. The middle-aged man gave a cold laugh. I know exactly what you're up to. Under the guise of an investigation, what do you intend to do? What can you actually do? As someone who has been through it firsthand, how could I not know? The middle-aged man deliberately emphasized the words first-hand experience. In past assessments, the videos weren't fully made public precisely to protect the examinees. I'll say this now, if you intend to conduct this so-called investigation on him, then excuse me, but from now on, the state will have to conduct an investigation into the top 10 on the national rankings for every single assessment. At these words, the crowd's expressions darkened. Those who made it into the top 10 were, without exception, the elite of their respective major clans. How could they possibly allow the relevant authorities to meddle in an investigation? What's the matter? No one is saying a word, are they? The middle-aged man stood up and scanned the room. Since no one is speaking, I'll speak for you. Whether it's skills, talent, or even items, that's all down to their own ability. At the very least, these are things they earn through their own merit. If even that doesn't count, then all of you who relied on your family's power to pass the assessment, I'll have your scores invalidated. Let us vote. The middle-aged man sat back down. What I've said. Who is in favor? Who is opposed? The projections exchanged glances, realizing the relevant authorities were determined to protect candidate number 09527. The elder at the head of the group fell silent for a moment before replying, I abstain. I abstain as well. I abstain. The middle-aged man watched the family factions abstain one after another and smiled with satisfaction. No one opposes it, right? Then let us adjourn. What's the point of keeping this going? Only after all the projections had vanished did the head of the examination hall let out a long sigh and wipe the sweat from his brow. He rubbed his bald head and muttered to himself, Lord Zhou really does speak his mind. I have no idea why the higher-ups sent him to oversee the adventurer assessments. The scores on the leaderboard shifted once more. The 99,999 points representing a perfect score faded briefly before transforming into a brand new number. 100,560. 100,560. The crowd erupted in an uproar. A simple action, yet one of immense significance. Not only had it shattered the original scoring cap, but it also signaled the examination office's declaration to the nation. We reviewed it. This candidate is legitimate, and we recognize his score. Zhao noticed the change as well. She furrowed her brow slightly, wondering to herself who this 09527 could possibly be. I'll have Aunt Wu look into this thoroughly when I get back. This unexpected dark horse had overshadowed their scores, which should have left the rest of the candidates far behind, relegating them to second place in the provincial rankings and ninth nationally. It also slightly disrupted Zhao's original plans. Tang Yu, in particular, wore a grim expression, seething with hatred for this upstart who had stolen his thunder. The victory banquet was off. He hadn't secured the top spot on the provincial rankings as promised to Zhao. All his previous efforts had been in vain. He played his long-hidden trump card just for this chance to get close to her, only to have it ruined by this bastard who'd come out of nowhere. And what was the center of everyone's discussion doing at that very moment? He was begging for mercy. Xiao, I was wrong. I really was wrong this time. Lu's wails were so pitiful they drew stares from everyone around. Xiao, who had one hand clamped tightly around Lu's ear, wore a cold smirk on his face. Without a word, he dragged Lu out. Ever since Lu's kill count hit 99,999, he knew killing any more was pointless. He also knew he'd probably gone too far this time. It had started as a whim. He just wanted to rack up a few more kills to boost his national ranking. Instead, he maxed out his score. Sure enough, the moment he stepped through the light gate with his autoblock still active, he felt a gaze filled with killing intent pierce through him like a physical blade. Lu looked up to see his homeroom teacher staring him down, beckoning him over. Lu's legs went weak on the spot. Not even the most ferocious monsters during the assessment had ever made him feel this terrified. Since the light gates opened in sequence according to team numbers, Xiao easily spotted Lu. Unlike the other onlookers who mostly reacted with surprise, astonishment, curiosity, or confusion upon seeing the chart-topping player, Xiao's emotions were a mix of love and hate. She was proud of her student for achieving such a stunning result, yet she was also furious that he had kept things from her and stubbornly refused to listen to her advice. Especially when she thought of how worried and anxious she had been for him. Her anger flared even more. With that thought, Xiao gave Lu's ear a hard twist. Ah! Lu let out a perfectly cooperate scream. Xiao, go easy on me. Lu begged repeatedly, his expression wildly exaggerated. Xiao was both exasperated and amused. Didn't she know exactly how much force she'd used? His expression was way too fake. But after this little diversion, she did feel a bit calmer. Go out and wait for the others to gather first. I'll deal with you later. Xiao released her grip with a stern face, menacingly indicating that she wasn't done yet and would settle the score with him later. Lu grimaced as he rubbed his ear, then scurried around Xiao. Hey! Xiao, calm down. I got such excellent grades as my homeroom teacher, shouldn't you be happy for me? Homeroom teacher, you actually remember I'm your homeroom teacher? Better left unsaid the moment the topic came up. Xiao's anger flared again. Why didn't you listen to what your homeroom teacher said? And you even teamed up with someone to deceive your homeroom teacher? Lu, you've got some nerve. Seeing the writing on the wall, Lu took off running. Xiao, I'm off to the assembly. Bye. Lu, stop right there. Lu pretended not to hear, ducked his head, and vanished into the crowd in a flash. Outside the gymnasium, the teachers had unfurled a banner, gathering the Rongqing middle school candidates together. A hint of excitement was visible on their faces as they chattered excitedly about their performance during the assessment. Any student standing here at this moment had undoubtedly passed the assessment. Lu and his group of 8 were among them. Unlike the others, Zhao remained as aloof as ever, like a snow lotus on Mount Tianshan, pure and pristine, cut off from the world, her thoughts a mystery to all. Lu, on the other hand, looked sleepy and indifferent to everything around him. As for how he performed on the exam or how many points he scored, I've got no time to argue with you guys about that. Anyway, I'm first, you guys can do whatever. Wang stole a glance at Lu from within the crowd, his feelings a tangled mix. Originally determined to compete with Lu, he had an epiphany the moment he discovered that 09527 was actually ranked first on the national list. All his ambitions vanished instantly. So, all this time, I'd been treating him as my arch-rival, the one to compete against, while he hadn't even taken me seriously. He was just going through the motions. Wang even felt a tiny bit of pride. I'm the guy who has actually fought on the same stage as the number one on the national rankings. Faced with my attacks, even the national number one had to show some fear and dodge. And as of now, I'm the only one among all my classmates who knows that Lu is actually the legendary 09527. Everyone else is still in the dark. As Wang thought this, he instantly felt superior, regained his confidence, and even began to look at others with a hint of contempt. So what if you're Zhao? Do you even know who 09527 is? So what if you have 30,000 points? Do you know who 09527 is? So what if you made it onto the provincial leaderboard? Do you know who 09527 is? Excuse me, which one of you is Lu? A middle-aged man with a beer belly and black-rimmed glasses walked over and asked. The students noticed the examiner badge on his uniform and pointed to Lu, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed. There he is. Thank you. The middle-aged man wore a friendly smile as he politely thanked the students and walked over to Lu. Lu, could you please come with me? We need to discuss the assessment in detail. Lu's previously drowsy mind snapped into focus, and he perked up. Sure, let us go. He immediately guessed why the examiner had called him over. What else could it be besides presenting him with a reward? I wonder what kind of reward the top scorer on both lists will receive. Lu speculated to himself as he followed the evaluator into the arena. As soon as he left, someone immediately asked, "What do you think the evaluator wants with Lu?" No idea. Could it be that he broke something and has to pay for it? Maybe they found an error in his points and need to adjust his score? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Anyway, it can't possibly be to present him with an award, right? Zhao's team is so strong, and yet no staff members went to her either. Li Bin offered a concluding remark. Right, that's exactly what I think too. Everyone nodded in agreement. Wang watched their discussion with a cold gaze and let out a dismissive snort. Humph, the wisdom of mortals. Although I've already figured it out in my heart, I won't tell you unless I choose to. Although Zhao hadn't disclosed her exact score or ranking and even found it somewhat embarrassing that she placed second on the provincial leaderboard, the fact that several of her teammates were local celebrities meant the news quickly spread through the gossiping student body. Once everyone figured out her team's lineup, it was obvious she was aiming for the provincial or even national leaderboard. And Lu? He had nothing to his name, and his natural talent wasn't much to speak of. Everyone instinctively assumed that even if he passed, his score wouldn't be very high, and it was highly unlikely he'd be in the same league as Zhao. Just as those words had barely left their lips, another examiner walked over. This time, it was a woman dressed in a neat and sharp manner. Excuse me, which one of you is Zhao? Li Bin. The crowd. Hearing those all too familiar words, everyone fell silent. They followed the middle-aged man into a luxurious room. He plopped down into the chair behind the desk, causing it to groan under the weight. Please, have a seat. The man gestured with a wave of his hand, inviting Lu to take a seat. I'm sure, given student Lu's intelligence, you've already guessed the reason I've come to see you. Watching Lu sit on the sofa, the middle-aged man spoke with a smile. Well, I won't keep you in suspense. That's right, I'm here to present you with your prize. To protect the candidates on the list, examiners are not allowed to disclose their real identities lightly. Even when results are made public, only candidate numbers are mentioned. if anyone dared to leak candidate information without authorization, the relevant authorities would show them exactly what it means when they say heaven's net is wide but never misses. That's why prize presentations are conducted privately. Our authority here is limited to presenting you with the provincial level award. As for the national level prize, it will be mailed to you later along with the corresponding medal by a special envoy. May I ask if you'd like the prize sent to your home address or your school? School, Lou replied without hesitation. He wouldn't dare choose to have it sent home. That would be like an old man hanging himself asking for trouble. Alright, let us verify your shipping address. The middle-aged man picked up a fountain pen and began writing on a piece of paper, cross-checking the details with Lou. Alright, next, please select your provincial ranking rewards. The middle-aged man put away his pen, gave the information another careful look, and after confirming everything was correct, picked up a booklet and handed it to Lou. This is the prize pool. Since you ranked first in the province, you have priority selection rights. You may choose 3 items from the prize pool as your provincial ranking rewards. Lou remained calm and collected. He took the pen the man handed him, opened the booklet, and began examining it carefully. The first page was almost entirely filled with cultivation items. Spiritual essence, which Lou had once only dared to dream of touching, was listed in this booklet by the gene. Right at the top was an absurd figure, 50 gene. This left Lou, who came from a poor family, utterly stunned. After all, a single bottle of this high-grade spiritual essence weighed just 2 liang and cost 80,000 yuan. These 50 gene were cultivation items worth at least 20 million yuan. There were also body-tempering pills, vitality potions, purple dragon sandalwood, and a whole series of cultivation items some Lou had heard of, others he never even imagined. To ensure candidates understood the item's functions, each entry included a description, usage instructions, and an illustration. Lou's eyes were truly opened. The second page featured various consumable items. Items to heal injuries, replenish stamina, boost spirit, and even extend lifespan. Lou's spirits soared as he searched for anything that might help his sister. Unfortunately, this page was intended solely for adventurers. Ordinary people had no use for them. The third page was for equipment. The fourth page was for skills. Everything listed here had undergone rigorous evaluation. Their value was roughly comparable, though their uses varied. Candidates could choose different items based on their specific needs. Lou was completely absorbed, poring over it for over 2 hours. The older man didn't rush him, smiling as he waited patiently for him to make his selection. Finally, Lou let out a long breath, closed the booklet, and made his choice. Write a 2,000-word self-criticism and hand it in when you get back. After delivering that final command, Xiao cleared his throat, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, and took a few sips. Lou kept his head down, his face grim, and obediently agreed. As soon as he stepped out of the arena, he was snatched up by his homeroom teacher, who had been waiting there the whole time. What followed was a half-hour-long tirade. By the end of it, if his stomach hadn't come to his rescue with a very timely growl, Xiao probably would have kept scolding him for another half hour. Glancing at the sky outside the window, Xiao suddenly said, "Let us go. Let us grab a bite to eat. It's on me. Consider it a celebration for your success." Lou didn't want to be scolded any further, so he obediently agreed. Originally, the Adventurer Assessment Office had arranged for the students to stay at a guesthouse that included meals, but Xiao had gotten so carried away with his scolding that they missed mealtime. Besides, he genuinely wanted to celebrate Lou's success, so he took him to a restaurant outside. It was a restaurant of moderate size with a decent enough atmosphere. Fortunately, neither of them was picky. Sitting across from each other, Xiao picked up the menu and ordered a whole table full of dishes with great enthusiasm. At first, Lou had wondered if they could possibly finish it all, but as soon as the dishes hit the table, he realized this wasn't just for him. Xiao called out, "Let us eat," and Lou, feeling no need to hold back, joined in. The two of them practically devoured the food in unison. Both teacher and student were ravenous, scrambling for every bite and refusing to give an inch. The scene was oddly surreal, yet strangely harmonious. By the time Lou rubbed his round belly and returned to his room, it was nearly 9 o'clock. The one good thing about this accommodation was that everyone had their own private room, complete with a bathroom. Although the rooms weren't large, barely enough space for a single bed, a wardrobe, and a dressing table. They were only about 10 square meters. But since it was provided for free, Lou, who was getting a free ride, naturally had no complaints. Lou sat on the stool by the vanity, facing the bed, and began taking stock of today's haul. First up were the rewards from the assessment. There is a chance that monsters will drop items directly when slain. Though that chance is truly pitiful. Lou's luck was off the charts. He actually got a C-grade skill book and a rare grade weapon. This was likely due to his clean, swift takedowns of the monsters. It's common knowledge that the longer a battle drags on, the worse the drops get. Add to that the unique drops from the forest area. Lou's haul is as follows. Consumables. Cooling Luojing fruit, 12. Restores 120 stamina over 60 seconds. Ripe wild grapes, 49. Restores 120 spirit over 60 seconds upon use. Materials. Cat Demon Claw 7. Goblin Hand Bone 3. Minotaur Horn 4. Steel Colossus Fragment 1. Fiery Feather 1. Equipment. Ice Queen's Embrace, Staff. Attributes, NA. Skills. Thunderous Assault, rating, C. When activated, normal attacks and skill damage deal additional lightning damage and inflict a paralyzing effect. Can be combined with Storm Power, Fiery War Dance, and Waterflow Secret Art to form Elemental Battle Arts. As for the reward for ranking first in the provincial leaderboard, Lou ultimately chose Cultivation Items. Bodhi Seeds, 30. First use increases meditation speed by 10%. Reduces meditation interference by 50% and increases meditation efficiency by 200%. Advanced Spiritual Elixir, 50 gene. Significantly increases maximum spirit. Long-term use permanently increases spirit regeneration speed. Equipment. Witch's Murmur, Earrings. Increases max mana by 10%. Increases max stamina by 10%. When actively cast, removes all debuffs from the user and restores 50% of lost health 600-second cooldown. Needless to say, consumables are essential. Any dungeon requires supplies, even for Lou. If he didn't have enough cooling Luojing berries to sustain him, he wouldn't be able to unleash his sword energy so recklessly. Unfortunately, the consumables he currently possesses are still of the lowest grade, with far too low a recovery efficiency. However, given his own stats, using consumables of this tier for replenishment is just about right. As for materials, Lou could choose to sell them to merchants who specialize in buying and selling materials. After all, it's unlikely he'd keep them to craft items himself. The staff is also up for sale. First, Lou's current stats lean toward a melee combat style. Second, let alone frost-type skills, he doesn't even have any unique skills. All his skills are from the martial arts series. Naturally, he won't be considering equipping a staff anytime soon. Earrings are gear Lou specifically chooses to address his own weaknesses. His main issue right now is low stats, which lead to insufficient stamina and an inability to sustain skill usage. He also lacks a way to deal with status effects. With these earrings, he'll gain the ability to restore his own resources and remove status effects once every 10 minutes, which is excellent. The only problem is that he'll have to get his ears pierced. I wonder if his sister will have any objections. It's worth noting that you can't equip duplicate items on the same slot even if you wear 8 pairs of earrings or 10 rings, only the piece with the best stats will take effect. As for the skill, Thunderous Assault, now that Lou has Auto Block and Draw Sword, one offensive and one defensive skill, he wasn't in such a rush to learn a new one. He wanted to map out his future path before committing to another skill. But this, Thunderous Slaughter, is no ordinary skill. It's a combination skill even more unique than dual element skills. As mentioned earlier, skills are generally classified based on their resource consumption. Stamina-consuming combat skills and spirit-consuming special skills. Skills that consume both stamina and spirit are called dual element skills. Basically, these three types cover all skills. Combination skills, however, are different. They aren't classified by resource consumption instead, they're set apart from ordinary skills as a distinct category. Their sole defining feature is that they're composed of multiple skills. Take this thunderous assault skill, for example. Once Lu collects the other three skills, storm power, fiery battle dance, and waterflow secret art, he can combine all four into elemental battle art. A single elemental battle art skill allows you to freely switch back and forth between the effects of storm power, fiery battle dance, waterflow secret art, and thunderous assault, with no resource cost and no cooldown. It's like learning four skills using just one skill slot, yet it only counts as one skill in terms of resource consumption. This is the true appeal of combination skills. Of course, with advantages come drawbacks. The most obvious example, if Lu only had 3 skill slots, he'd be left sighing in frustration, unable to do anything about it, even if he'd obtained all 4 of these combination skills. So Lu didn't hesitate to learn thunderous assault, as the saying goes, take a chance, and you might turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Lu was betting on his luck to collect the remaining 3 skill manuals. With this skill, it also partially compensates for Lu's lack of attack power when he doesn't cast sword draw. Finally, regarding cultivation items. After much deliberation, Lu decided to address his weak point and focus on improving his spiritual cultivation. Mr. Lu once said, "The amount of water a barrel can hold depends on its shortest plank." With Wind Spirit Moon Shadow at his disposal, Lu naturally wasn't content to be just a frontline melee warrior. Even as a warrior, he was going to be a well-rounded one. Early the next morning, the Rongqing Middle School bus arrived. Everyone gathered at the entrance of the guest house, ready to depart. Zhao glanced at Lu, who was proudly showing off his steamed buns, with a somewhat complicated look in her eyes. She already knew that Lu had been called away by staff members twice yesterday, once before and once after the event. This meant the guy had made it onto the provincial rankings as well. She just didn't know his exact ranking. Even so, she found it hard to believe. She knew Lu's social circle well. She simply couldn't think of anyone who could have helped him break into the provincial rankings, especially since she had detailed records of all the top competitors. She knew exactly who was who and who was teaming up with whom. After all, they were all her competitors. But regardless, anyone who made it onto the provincial rankings had to have some real talent. Zhao didn't doubt Lu's abilities after all, this guy had kept her in the shadows for 3 whole years. But she couldn't help but recall how Lu had asked her to team up yesterday. When she declared her goal of breaking into the top 10 on the national rankings, Lu had immediately played the underdog in front of her, only to turn around and make it onto the provincial rankings. Zhao couldn't help but pout, a hint of resentment in her expression. The moment that expression appeared on her normally icy face, the striking contrast left the boys secretly watching her completely spellbound. That look was just too cute. Zhao! The boys screamed inwardly, completely smitten. Zhao's expression was fleeting. She quickly returned to her aloof demeanor, leaving the boys feeling a bit disappointed. Zhao had no time to pay attention to their inner turmoil. She had only 2 things on her mind. First, who exactly was that dark horse, 09527, who had suddenly burst onto the scene? Second, who exactly had Lu teamed up with to storm the provincial rankings, and what was their exact ranking? Once she got back, she'd have Aunt Wu look into it and get every detail. Although the assessment office strictly forbids staff from leaking examinee information, you can't stop the examinees themselves from publicizing it. For scions of prominent families, if they achieve a decent ranking, they love nothing more than to broadcast their results to the whole world. The more outstanding and dazzling their performance, the greater the resources they receive, and the more people will back them. The more their family values them, the stronger the protection they receive. No need for the authorities to worry about them at all. And if an ordinary person happens to score well, they won't hide it either. It's their stepping stone to a higher level. Why would they hide it? If they were to tone down their brilliance, no one would take notice of them, no one would invest in them, and they wouldn't be matched with equally talented adventurers to tackle dungeons, earn ratings, and claim rewards, all of which would drastically slow their growth. Even if they started out with astonishing talent, they'd eventually be dragged down to the level of the masses. After all, even if the authorities do value you, they can only provide you with appropriate protection and resources. They can't possibly devote all their resources to your personal cultivation and advancement. Put simply, you still need to strive for it yourself. That's why, after evaluations, those with average results might keep quiet, but anyone with even slightly outstanding results will inevitably spread the word. Moreover, when you're constantly interacting within the same circle, it's difficult to keep things completely hidden. Take Wang, for example, or Xiao. Although Lu hadn't told anyone about his results, they were clearly noticed by those paying attention. It's just that Wang had his own ulterior motives and didn't go around trumpeting it. Xiao also kept it quiet to protect Lu. After all, his score was simply staggering. It was truly unprecedented in history. But as for the exact rankings of the other examinees, the major clans actually knew them all very well behind the scenes. Lu himself wouldn't go out of his way to draw attention to himself. His situation was rather unique. He couldn't afford to be high profile, because his achievements wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. To put it another way, while everyone else competed on their own merits, Lu was different. He cheated his way through the competition. So, of course, he had to keep it hidden. Besides, he didn't want to stand out too much in front of everyone. After all, he still had to keep it a secret from his older sister. If he acted too flashy and she found out, it wouldn't end well. Xiao was clearly in a great mood today, beaming with energy. After taking attendance, he waved his hand dramatically. "Everyone, get on the bus. Let us go home." The students cheered and rushed onto the bus. With 2 honks from the driver, the long-distance bus slowly pulled away. All 8 students in Lu's class had successfully passed the adventurer assessment, so naturally, they were all thrilled. After letting off steam all last night, they were still happy today, but everyone was able to keep their emotions in check. Small groups of friends sat together, chatting about the latest gossip. Some speculated on how the national top-ranked student had achieved such an insane score. Others discussed which family he might belong to. Still others claimed to know him personally. Only Wang sat in the back row, looking down on everything from his elevated vantage point. Listening to his classmates' whispers, he crossed his arms, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Know him? Of course you know him." "Humph." Lu had an MP3 player tucked in his pocket, headphones on his head, playing the latest hits, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window. Chen had slipped the MP3 player into his pocket before leaving, worried he'd get bored on the bus. On the way there, Lu had been so overwhelmed by Xiao that he hadn't had a chance to use it. Now, on the way back, he had successfully become an adventurer, bringing him one step closer to his goal. In high spirits, he pulled out the MP3 player, slipped the earbuds into his ears, and enjoyed this rare moment of peace during the journey. But before long, a familiar scent wafted toward him. He felt a light tug on his left ear as one earbud was pulled out. Xiao picked up the earbud and slipped it into her own ear. Listening to the catchy beat pulsing in her ears, she looked at Lu with a touch of surprise. She gave him a once-over. "Do you usually listen to this kind of music?" Lu looked completely innocent. "It's Chen's MP3 player, what's it got to do with me? Put on something quieter." Xiao didn't hold back. Her slender hand reached straight into Lu's pocket, grabbed the MP3 player, and started skipping through the tracks. She frowned and fiddled with it for a while before finally finding a song she was somewhat satisfied with and playing it. Lu listened to the whiny vocals all about breakups and love and was utterly speechless. Is this really the kind of thing a tough guy should be listening to? He might as well just plain meow like a cat. But Xiao completely ignored his protesting gaze. Lu had no choice but to submit to Xiao's authority. The car had already merged onto the highway. Listening to these lovey-dovey, soft-spoken songs was incredibly sleep-inducing. Before long, Lu's eyelids started to droop. Just as he was about to drift off, Xiao suddenly bellowed from the passenger seat, "Pull over." Lu jumped in fright and quickly turned to look at Xiao. Xiao was staring out the window with a serious expression. Lu turned to look. Outside the window, everything was shrouded in fog, and the distant scenery had become blurry. In the 18 years since he traveled through time, this was the first time Lou had seen fog in this world. He immediately realized they were in big trouble. Lou immediately shouted at the driver, "Sir, it's fogging up. Stop the car." The driver's head slowly turned, twisting an eerie 180 degrees, and a wide, crimson mouth split open to give him a sinister heh-heh grin. Instead of stopping, he slammed his foot on the gas pedal and sped into the fog. What people fear most is not death itself, but the unknown that lies beyond it. In this world, the fog represents yet another kind of unknown. People have no idea how it forms, when it appears, and even less do they know what bizarre dungeons and terrifying monsters lurk within the mist. About 300 years ago, humanity still relied primarily on technology and industrial development. Suddenly, mist began to appear randomly all over the world. It was like a bottomless abyss, devouring one life after another. Through the relentless exploration of our forebears, a bizarre truth was revealed to the world. Dungeons, revealed to the world for the first time. The reason these phenomena are called dungeons is that they truly resemble the dungeons in video games. Within a dungeon, ordinary objects without attributes lose their original power. Only items with specific properties can function effectively. But that is only part of the story. The most crucial aspect is that, since they are called dungeons, they inevitably contain levels and monsters guarding those levels. The most terrifying part is that if these dreadful dungeons aren't cleared within the allotted time, the monsters within will emerge into the outside world through the mist. To deal with these bizarre, unpredictable events, government agencies across the globe have established anomalous incident response teams in various regions, dedicated to conquering dungeons and eliminating the monsters that surge from the mist into the real world. This is the origin of the adventurer. Ever since people began constructing barriers on the outskirts of cities and at major transportation hubs over 200 years ago, the mist has gradually vanished from public view, leaving ordinary people to learn about it only through textbooks. Later, people gradually discovered that entering dungeons to defeat monsters and clear them not only boosted their own strength but also allowed them to bring powerful items from the dungeons back into the real world. Most importantly, an item known as the Awakening Crystal was discovered, one that could unlock a panel and awaken innate talents. And so, the era of the adventurer began. Xiao propped himself up on the seat with one hand, his foot planted on the driver's torso, as he frowned, examining something. This wasn't a real person at all, but a lifelike doll crafted from a soul. The only people in this world capable of such a thing are cultists. Xiao had already formed a preliminary theory about the whole incident. It was nothing more than a group of bored, idle scoundrels attempting to stage an accident to undermine the adventurer's overall strength. So they orchestrated this charade where the bus carrying the newly qualified adventurers accidentally drove into the mist. Lou was checking on the condition of his classmates, who had all fallen unconscious at some point, trying to wake them up. "Don't bother." Xiao tossed a black box into the aisle of the bus and kicked it dismissively. "It's a trap filled with soporific smoke. Since they failed their soul checks, they'll be unconscious for at least 4 hours." After speaking, Xiao looked at Lou with a strange expression. This guy hasn't even cleared a single dungeon yet, his soul hasn't even been elevated, and yet he is immune to soporific smoke. That's just too many secrets. Although Xiao had managed to bring the bus to a stop, it was too late. They were already completely engulfed by the fog. This meant they had entered another world, the dungeon world. Sure enough, the thick fog, which had been so dense you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, suddenly cleared. Lou realized that they, along with the bus, had appeared on the sandy beach of a deserted island. Even inside the bus, he could smell the salty scent carried by the sea breeze. There was no doubt about it, their current location was the entrance to the dungeon. Through the bus windows, they could already make out the monsters prowling the island. The monsters at the dungeon entrance tended to stay within fixed patrol routes and rarely wandered aimlessly. Therefore, this spot was considered a safe zone, and most adventurers would use the dungeon entrance as a rest camp while tackling the dungeon. Once inside the dungeon world, there were only 2 ways to get out: clear the dungeon, or use an escape item. Clearly, they didn't have the latter, and even if they did, it would be impossible to get the entire class out of the dungeon together. When Lou turned to look at Xiao, he noticed she had already changed her outfit. The once youthful and vibrant city woman had, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a formidable warrior clad in light armor. Especially when Lou saw the massive sword in Xiao's hand, one that stood as tall as a person he couldn't help but swallow hard. My goodness, that sword must weigh well over 100 pounds. How much strength would it take to wield it in battle? Thank goodness I hadn't really pushed Xiao to her limit earlier, otherwise, she might have torn me to pieces with her bare hands. It was only then that Lou realized Xiao was actually an adventurer too, and judging by her appearance, she was probably quite high-ranking. You stay here and watch over your classmates who haven't woken up yet. I'm going to clear the dungeon. Xiao shouldered the giant sword and stepped off the vehicle. Xiao, are you sure you can handle this? Lou ran to the door and shouted at Xiao. You little brat, who do you think you're looking down on? I, Xiao, am a moon rank level powerhouse. Xiao spoke with crisp, casual confidence. In truth, she had absolutely no certainty in her heart, but if she didn't go, was she supposed to rely on this bunch of students instead? Adventurers are also categorized by strength. Those who haven't cleared a dungeon and rely solely on their own training are, at best, only slightly stronger than ordinary people. They then take the adventurer exam based on their own strength. Those who pass are called reserves. Only by becoming a reserve can one obtain the qualification to enter a dungeon. After clearing a dungeon for the first time and undergoing its baptism, an adventurer's strength undergoes a comprehensive enhancement. This is not only reflected in physical attributes but also significantly strengthens the soul, even giving rise to preliminary abilities representing soul power, such as aura and perception. Such adventurers are completely distinct from ordinary people. Their strength is classified as the star rank tier. Above this, through continuous cultivation and self-strengthening, after breaking through a bottleneck, an adventurer undergoes a qualitative transformation. They can fly by overcoming gravity through sheer willpower alone, while their lifespan increases dramatically, reaching over 200 years. The exact lifespan is unknown, as the first person to break through to this rank has not yet passed away. Adventurers of this caliber are known as moon rank masters. Above the moon rank lies the sun rank, a tier held by fewer than 10 individuals worldwide. Those at this rank can truly be called human nuclear bombs. Every movement they make possesses the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and they can even alter the rules of the game to some extent, flexibly applying rigid game abilities. The adventurer assessment is one of their masterpieces. The Mist Dungeon is also known as the Initial Dungeon. That is, a dungeon that has never been cleared by anyone. This dungeon has a unique feature. As time passes, the monsters within the dungeon gradually grow stronger, until the dungeon is cleared for the first time. Once cleared for the first time, the mist retreats back into the dungeon, leaving only a gate that serves as its entrance. If it remains uncleared, the monsters within will eventually awaken sentience once they reach a certain strength, and the boss will even gain the ability to tear open the dungeon and enter the real world through the mist. The current difficulty classifications for dungeons are also determined by how early the initial dungeon was cleared. Easy level dungeon, a dungeon that was discovered and cleared by people shortly after the mist first formed. Normal level dungeon, a dungeon that had been formed for some time, with monsters significantly stronger, but still unable to break through the dungeon and enter the real world, cleared by people at this stage. Hard dungeon, monsters have gained a certain level of sentience and can enter the real world through the mist, but since the boss's power hasn't yet reached a level capable of confronting the real world, it cannot appear outside the dungeon. Dungeons cleared at this stage are classified as hard dungeons. Nightmare level dungeon, the boss has grown powerful enough to appear in the real world. These are the dungeons that are finally defeated through a joint effort by players and subsequently cleared. Even after the latter two types of dungeons are cleared, someone must remain stationed there long term to seal the monsters inside and prevent them from escaping. Before becoming a teacher, Xiao was also a genius adventurer with extraordinary potential. By her early 20s, she had already reached the pinnacle of star rank. However, her good fortune was short-lived. The death of her younger brother left her unable to accept reality, and she gradually sank into despair. So she bid farewell to her former teammates and went into seclusion, taking a teaching position at Ronqing Middle School. Without the training provided by dungeons, years of practice had only allowed her to barely break through star rank and enter the realm of moon rank. Her equipment and items remained unchanged, still the same set from her star rank days. She had thought she would never don them for battle again in this lifetime, yet here she was, facing this situation. The ranking system of dungeons actually corresponds to some extent with an adventurer's strength. Easy level dungeons can be cleared by reservists through teaming up, while star rank adventurers can clear them solo. For normal level dungeons, star rank adventurers need to form a party to clear them. For hard level dungeons, even moon rank adventurers must team up to conquer them. As for the highest tier nightmare level dungeons, they truly are an adventurer's nightmare. Before the emergence of sun rank adventurers, the nation had to mobilize its full might to deal with them. Even now, it takes a large number of moon rank adventurers working alongside several sun rank adventurers to handle it, and a single misstep can result in casualties. As mentioned earlier, the appearance of the mist is actually unpredictable. People can only use barriers to prevent it from appearing in densely populated areas. Those cultists naturally lack the ability to create the mist. Otherwise, they would have taken over the world long ago. Their true ability lies in sealing already discovered initial level dungeons, then transporting them to suitable locations to break the seal, thereby summoning the mist. As for what level of dungeon the mist they summon actually is, no one except those who sealed it has any way of knowing. But based on their typical behavior, Xiao could make a few educated guesses. It certainly wouldn't be a newly formed simple tier dungeon that would be nothing but a handout for newbies. It's highly likely to be a normal tier dungeon. Only a dungeon of this difficulty could cause massive casualties among the reserves, achieving their goal of creating chaos and striking a blow against the adventurer faction. As for dungeons of higher tiers, the requirements for the sealer's strength might be a bit too high. Why go to such great lengths to target a group of students who just finished their exams? If they're using a cannon to swat a fly, then Xiao might as well give up and just wait to die. And even if it is a common tier dungeon, she wondered if she could clear it alone. She had her doubts. After all, it had been 6 years since she last set foot in a dungeon. Although her strength had improved, her equipment, items, and skills remained unchanged. Compared to a standard moon rank adventurer, she was indeed a step behind. After sweeping the beach and clearing out all the surrounding monsters, Xiao furrowed her brow. She felt a bit strained. Fortunately, the area around the trainees had been cleared, so there was no immediate danger. She could now focus on conquering the dungeon. Clearing a dungeon was simple, just defeat the boss guarding the final chamber. However, the number of monsters you killed determined your final evaluation and rewards. When in a party, evaluations varied based on each member's actual contribution. So under normal circumstances, adventurers would do their best to kill as many monsters as possible to improve their rating. But this was clearly not a normal situation. Xiao just wanted to charge straight at the boss, clear the dungeon in a few hits, and lead the group of young boys and girls out. So she headed straight for the center of the island, and every monster she encountered along the way vanished into a flash of white light under her sword. After she passed, Lu, clutching his toy sword, peeked out furtively from behind a rock. After being strengthened by the dungeon, an adventurer's perception is greatly enhanced. So Lu didn't dare follow too closely, he could only hide behind the rock from a distance and watch in secret. After watching for a while, Lu's brow furrowed. Although Xiao made dispatching monsters look effortless, her efficiency was far too low. If she were to get surrounded by a horde of monsters, the outcome would be anyone's guess. Besides, the monsters in this outer area were merely common ones, the elite and boss monsters hadn't even appeared yet. Not to mention the lord monsters, the true bosses that stood above them all. It's worth noting that a monster's level isn't determined by its strength. Monsters without special abilities, whose power relies entirely on their base stats, are considered common monsters. These monsters generally exhibit combat capabilities such as high speed, high attack power, and high durability. Elite monsters, however, are different. They possess at least one special ability. If you have a detection skill, you'll notice their attributes often include special descriptors such as Master of Lightning, Summoner of Ice and Snow, or venomous abilities Lu had already encountered during his adventurer assessment. Bosses are even more formidable. In addition to special abilities, they possess skill-like capabilities, employing specific techniques and diverse combat tactics. As for Lord monsters, their defining characteristics include higher stats, more powerful special abilities, a wider and more comprehensive range of skills, and even the ability to wear various pieces of equipment and use items. Furthermore, there is a significant difference in the loot they drop upon being defeated. Even though a normal level monster on hard difficulty far surpasses a Lord level monster on easy difficulty in strength, only Lord level monsters drop legendary grade or higher items, while normal level monsters do not. They simply cannot be lumped together. However, one thing is certain: within the same dungeon, a monster S level is the sole determinant of its strength. If Shao is this inefficient at dispatching normal level monsters, then once higher level monsters appear. Lu thought it over and decided he would have to step in himself. Sigh, this homeroom teacher really is a handful. Lu shook his head and sighed. Drawing sword technique, rating, C. Rank, rising. 9 stars. After charging, draw the weapon from its sheath to deal a dual attack of sword energy and physical damage to the enemy. If the target is defeated by sword draw, it permanently increases their sword intent. The current sword intent cap is 5,000 points. Traits: armor penetration, rapid charge, critical strike. Cost: 80 stamina minimum. Cooldown. Feature details. Armor penetration, upon successfully hitting the target, reduces the enemy's armor defense by 25%. Rapid charge, increases charge speed by 50%. Critical strike, inflicts a finishing blow on targets with health below 10%. These are the attributes of Draw Sword prior to the assessment. After a series of fierce battles in the Adventurer Assessment Tournament, its sword intent cap has quietly reached 6,730. Clearly, the higher the level and strength of the monsters you execute, the greater the boost to sword intent. The higher the sword intent attribute, the more powerful the skill becomes. This is what makes growth skills so insane. Originally, compared to regular skills, growth skills had certain drawbacks, such as high resource costs and low early game damage. But Lu was essentially cheating. He has taken the originally D-rated, power build-up / and turned it into a max star C-rated, draw sword. What does this mean? It's like a level 1 Lee Sin learning a max level Q. He'd be clearing minions one by one with a single Q. Even if he is up against Riven or Nocturne, he'd dare to go toe-to-toe with them in a trading battle. Lu's actual improvement is even greater than that. That's why he could ignore the gear disparity and completely crush the other candidates. No one could believe that a candidate who wasn't even an adventurer could possess a 9-star skill. Reaching 6 stars in a skill is already a sign of extraordinary talent, the cream of the crop among adventurers. Even many high-rank adventurers don't have a single 6-star skill, right? This is the terrifying aspect of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow talent. Just a single minor sub-branch of enhancement could completely outclass the talents of so many people. That's why Lu didn't dare show his abilities to anyone. On this eerie, spooky little island, skeletal soldiers with bleached bones roamed everywhere. Wielding tattered weapons, they wandered aimlessly within their domain. Whoosh! A surge of sword energy engulfed a row of skeleton soldiers. Bathed in such a concentrated blast of sword energy, the skeletons' already decaying bodies teetered on the brink of collapse, and their mangled limbs fell to the ground. They turned their swaying heads toward the source of the attack, ghostly flames flickering in their eye sockets, and charged forward with a creaking sound, weapons in hand. Lu looked at the limbless skeletons and raised an eyebrow. Oh? Even a sword energy attack with minimal energy consumption couldn't kill these ordinary monsters? Looks like this dungeon's difficulty is indeed no joke. So, he drew his sword once more. Whoosh! Another sword energy swept through. This time, the skeleton soldiers couldn't hold on any longer. The ghostly flames in their eyes went out, their torsos collapsed, scattering across the ground, and finally dissipated into streaks of white glow. Sword intent, 6,730 7026. Lu's whole body trembled slightly. Is this what leveling up feels like? It's wonderful. Of course, the concept of killing monsters to level up doesn't exist in this world. Improvements in strength usually require rigorous training. Lu was just showing off his growth skill. Of course, as a veteran player, Lu knew full well that he shouldn't get cocky before he fully developed his character. Besides, even his weakest sword Chi couldn't one-shot a regular monster right now. What right did he have to be arrogant? He could be cocky later, once he could one-shot a cannon cart with a single Q. Oh, wait. Actually, he should wait until he could one-shot a boss or even a lord-level monster before getting cocky. While Lu was happily lost in these thoughts, he began calculating his resource consumption. One sword energy cost 80 stamina. At his current level, he could only cast 12 sword energies in a row before being completely drained. Although stamina would regenerate steadily, and he still had plenty of cooling Luojing fruits left to restore it. He wanted to avoid any unexpected situations. It was best to save 4 sword energies for emergencies. That meant even with this group of ordinary monsters, she'd have to stop and rest to recover after every 4 waves. Compared to Lu, who was comfortably farming on the sidelines, Xiao was clearly struggling much more. No matter how many ordinary monsters there were, as long as Xiao charged out of their attack range, these dim-witted creatures would lose their aggro and retreat on their own. But ever since she encountered the boss-level Lich, things have changed. This monster, which possesses massive damage reduction against physical attacks, isn't just fast, it can fly through the air and has the ability to cast spells from a distance. It will chase Xiao and attack her to the ends of the earth. It's manageable when there aren't many of them, but once their numbers swell, Xiao will have no choice but to meet her end here. So Xiao had no choice but to patiently clear out the boss monsters. But these creatures were incredibly cunning. Sensing the tide was turning against them, they actually knew to dive into the mob of minions, using the minions to wear down Xiao's strength. Every now and then, they hide off to the side, firing sneak attacks and pulling dirty tricks. This infuriated Xiao to no end. With her hot temper, she was already grinding her teeth in rage. She unleashed her few AoE skills without regard for the cost. Scorching Blaze Slash. A blinding light surrounded Xiao's greatsword as she brought it down with a fierce, heavy swing. Raging flames swept through everything, engulfing everything in sight. Finally, the monsters were completely wiped out. Even the treacherous Lich had its soul-bound form shattered by this sudden strike, leaving only a tattered rag drifting slowly from the sky before finally vanishing into a white light. Xiao planted her sword in the ground, panting heavily, her gaze beginning to waver with hesitation. In truth, she did have an escape item. But this bound item was clearly meant for her use alone. She thought of the students on the bus, and that jerk who always drove her up the wall. She gritted her teeth and pressed on. Because of her, her younger brother had already lost his life. Was she really going to let her own incompetence and inaction shatter several families today? Was she going to let that gentle, frail Miss Lu lose her younger brother just like she had? No. She would never allow it. Xiao's gaze hardened once more. A true adventurer never ventures forth solely for their own sake. Their honor stems from the world's recognition of them. It is a monument to heroism built brick by brick with the flesh and blood of countless predecessors who came before. Although Xiao had become an ordinary high school teacher, the spirit of adventure ingrained in her very bones told her this was the moment she must dedicate everything she had. On the other side, inside the bus at the dungeon entrance, Zhao, still unconscious, twitched his eyelids. As if sensing something, he gently furrowed his delicate brows. At the center of Skeleton Island stood a spire soaring into the clouds. The eye of hell blazing at the tower's peak seemed to take in everything on the island. Dark clouds perpetually shrouded the area, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The surrounding withered tree branches resembled struggling, wailing ghosts, their limbs reaching out menacingly. Illuminated by the occasional flashes of lightning, the scene was truly spine-chilling. Gloomy, eerie, foreboding, terrifying. Inside the tower, a humanoid creature, entirely shrouded in a cloak, sat alone upon a throne built of white bones. Its face was completely obscured by drifting black mist, revealing only a pair of terrifying eyes glowing with a faint blue light. Tap, tap, tap. Its fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrests, while the other hand propped up its head as if deep in thought. Before it stood a terrifying, man-sized magic mirror, vividly displaying the scene of Xiao and Lu slaying monsters. Clearly, this boss had developed self-awareness. Sauron was the name it had given itself. Not long ago, while it was still wandering aimlessly through the tower, thoughts began to constantly surface in its mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Its subconscious told it that it was the Lich King, the master of this island, commanding countless terrifying undead creatures. So it gave itself a name and christened the spire that served as its domain Isengard. It began searching for the meaning of its existence. It tried to communicate with the other monsters around it, but eventually realized that while they obeyed its commands unconditionally, they lacked the sentience it possessed. Monotonous, mechanical. Sauron still hadn't figured out exactly what was going on. Yet it distinctly felt that as time slowly passed, its power grew ever stronger, and its thinking gradually became more refined. It firmly believed that as long as this continued, it would eventually uncover the truth, and the monsters around it would become intelligent just like itself. But the good times didn't last long. A strange square object suddenly intruded into its domain. Two living beings descended from it and began frantically slaughtering its subordinates. Although Sauron had no emotions to speak of and felt no anger over this, an instinctive aversion made it resist these creatures, which seemed to be called humans. They appeared to have come to kill it. To turn it into a lifeless, unfeeling corpse lying on the ground. No! It could not allow such a thing to happen. Sauron had only just gained self-awareness, learned to think, and become capable of observing the world around it. It did not want anyone to come and destroy all of this. And so, for the first time, an emotion stirred within him. Yet, it seemed he was still unable to leave this spire. It appeared some force was restraining him, telling him his power was not yet sufficient. Sauron tilted his head and decided to dispatch the subordinates who had loyally guarded him on the lower floors of the spire to eliminate those two humans currently slaying the monsters on the island. The further Xiao advanced, the more she sensed something was amiss. This dungeon seemed to have surpassed the limits of an ordinary dungeon. Yet it fell just short of being a difficult dungeon. Otherwise, Xiao would have collapsed long ago. After clearing the third wave of monsters that surged forward, she downed a bottle of composite recovery potion. Her stamina slowly recovered, and her wounds gradually healed. The closer she got to the center of the island, the stronger the monsters became. Through the faint mist, Xiao could already make out a towering, tower-like structure. She knew that was where the boss was. And her goal was to enter that place, fight her way through, and finally slay the dungeon's boss. Ordinary monsters were now few and far between. Xiao was now facing nothing but elite monsters at the very least. These monsters were far more troublesome than before, and there was even a hint of teamwork among them. It might sound hard to believe. Xiao felt as though the monsters were tugging at her. This sensation left her both amused and exasperated, while her heart grew increasingly heavy. She had originally planned to charge straight through, drop right in front of the boss, and treat it to a swing of her great sword. But given the current situation, she might have no choice but to play it safe and steady if she wanted any chance of reaching the boss. Just as she was thinking this, Xiao suddenly realized that the wave of monsters ahead was charging straight toward her. This wave consisted of elite skeleton warriors mixed with a boss-level lich. Startled, she took a few deep breaths and braced herself for battle. Mountain-shattering, earth-splitting slash. Believing in striking first, Xiao opened with a fully charged, ultra-wide-range skill. This berated martial art had clearly been maxed out for damage. Xiao leapt high into the air and struck down with a single blow. The earth shook violently as the pitch-black rocky ground of Skeleton Island cracked open into countless fissures, from which surges of flames erupted. Due to the skill's high resource cost and the difficulty of mastering it, Xiao hadn't upgraded its rank yet. It currently held a mere 3 stars and had just unlocked its first trait. That trait is invincibility. While casting this skill, as long as Xiao completes the charge, the skill is difficult to interrupt, and the damage she takes is partially reduced by the invincibility effect. The skeleton generals were caught in the shockwave, which was even more violent than an earthquake, and then scorched by the searing flames, gradually turning into charred, crumbled bones before vanishing. However, several liches took advantage of their ability to fly. Aside from a few unlucky ones who were killed before they could take off, most of the liches emerged unscathed. Xiao winced at the thought of these creatures' ability to resist physical attacks. She pulled an enchantment scroll from her bag, imbued her weapon with a thunder attribute, and then soared into the air, charging straight toward the liches. The liches unleashed beams of magic and projectiles, but Xiao swatted them all away with her greatsword. She quickly closed in on the first lich. Whirling slash. The greatsword, crackling with electricity, traced an arc through the air and slammed down on the lich. The lich, struck by the blow, was paralyzed by lightning and immediately fell screaming toward the ground. With a clang, Xiao parried a bone spike aimed at her face, though her arm was still grazed by other attacks. A faint black mist rose from her wounds. This was the lich's cursed power, which would weaken the victim's stats, making their movements sluggish and feeble. What a pain! Xiao frowned, and a burst of golden light erupted from her body. The black mist representing the cursed power was instantly blown away by the golden light. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao unleashed another area of effect attack imbued with the flame attribute. Scorching blaze slash. A massive pillar of fire engulfed several lich that Han Ti managed to scatter in time. Zhao slowly opened her eyes. Rubbing her head, she stood up from her seat. Her head felt as if it had been struck by something. She thought to herself. Her classmates were all slumped over their desks like dead pigs. Zhao gave them a quick check. She found they were all still breathing. She breathed a sigh of relief, only then noticing a small, pitch-black box lying on the floor. It looked like some kind of strange device. Zhao touched the pendant around her neck, which was glowing faintly, and a look of realization flashed across her eyes. The scene outside the window made her frown involuntarily. Quick-witted as she was, she immediately realized she was currently inside a dungeon. Androids. Zhao stared at the driver's body and coldly uttered those 4 words. She had already guessed that the current situation was the result of an assassination attempt orchestrated by certain individuals. They wanted her to die in an accident. Glancing around, Zhao was surprised to discover something. Both the homeroom teacher and Lu had vanished. They weren't unconscious? Zhao found it somewhat unbelievable, but she quickly accepted reality. It wasn't unheard of for an adventurer to teach. It was just that adventurers who taught usually worked at universities. It was indeed quite rare for one to teach at a high school. As for Lu, Zhao simply regarded him as a monster. It was best not to judge him by ordinary standards. Looking at the open car door, Zhao had already guessed their plan. It was just that. They were thinking far too simplistically. Zhao shook her head in exasperation. If a mere dungeon were enough to take Zhao's life, that would be a gross underestimation of her. Since she dared to make her move, she must have made thorough preparations. Draw sword. Draw sword. Draw sword. Sword intent, 18,940 20,600. With the increase in sword intent, Lu's draw sword damage had more than doubled compared to the previous match. Now, a single casual strike, whether against a skeleton soldier or a ghost, was a one-hit kill. And because of this, his monster clearing speed had also greatly improved. Increased sword intent, faster clearing efficiency, faster sword intent, increase even faster clearing efficiency. In this cycle, the surrounding monsters were essentially wiped out by him. So he followed the trail Xiao had left behind, slowly making his way forward, all the while stacking sword intent as he went. Every time he saw the sword intent value beneath his draw sword skyrocket, he couldn't help but let a slight smile curve his lips. The joy of a dog-headed man stacking QS is something most people can't even begin to understand. Once I've mastered my divine technique, a single draw sword will one-shot the boss, divine artifacts will drop all over the place, and I'll be showered with admiring glances. Lu daydreamed blissfully. But as he advanced, the number of regular monsters gradually decreased, and elite monsters began to appear in clusters. His clearing efficiency was once again affected. Elite monsters were far superior to regular ones in both defense and health, not to mention the various special traits they possessed. Traits like strong, swift, and agile. These traits might seem ordinary on their own, but they significantly impacted Lu's experience of unleashing his ultimate. Lu narrowed his eyes and carefully pulled a cooling Luojing fruit from his inventory, popping it into his mouth. Well then, I won. Hold back. Boom! A bolt of thunder crashed down from the sky, and as the thunder surged through Lu's body, he looked like the god of thunder himself. Thunderous assault. Charged, draw sword. Boom! Xiao was knocked off her feet by the sudden attack, plummeting like a kite with a broken string and landing diagonally in the bushes, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiao coughed up a mouthful of blood, wiped the corner of her mouth, and looked utterly bedraggled. She had thought the previous incident was just a fluke, but little did she know that was only the beginning. Wave after wave of monsters surged forward, giving her no chance to rest. That alone would have been bad enough, but she could still grit her teeth and hold on. But then, a brand new boss monster appeared on the battlefield. Gargoyle. This monster possessed boundless brute strength. Its body was made of solid stone, making it incredibly hard. Not only could it fly and run, but its eyes could also emit a slowing beam that reduced Xiao's speed. Combined with the Lich's harassment from the side, Xiao was injured before she even realized it. If I were a mage, I'd turn all of you into a fruit platter. Xiao was so disgusted she completely forgot her manners and blurted out a curse. This is absolutely disgusting. This dungeon is extremely unfriendly to melee-type adventurers. The boss-level Lich is immune to certain physical attacks. The other boss monster, the Gargoyle, is as hard as a steel plate and is basically immune to physical damage. The Lich stood nearby, casting control spells and ranged magic with such ease. Just as Xiao closed in, she spotted a colossally strong gargoyle crouching nearby. It sent her flying back with a single punch. It was her own fault for using her ultimate too early. It was still on cooldown, otherwise she'd have given these bastards a taste of their own medicine. But the monsters didn't care what she was thinking. The stone golem took heavy, rumbling strides as it charged toward Xiao. Several liches cackled behind it, plotting their next wave of attacks. Xiao felt a wave of discouragement wash over her. She was clearly already in a stalemate. And yet, she hadn't even seen the boss's face yet. But she couldn't give up. This was a mission she had staked everything on. Boom! The gargoyle's massive fist slammed into the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. Following the rule that where there is smoke, there is no damage, Xiao narrowly dodged the brutal attack at the last possible moment. She finally found her opening, darted past the gargoyle, and charged toward the liches. The heavy greatsword was slung behind her back, radiating an astonishing aura. The liches scattered in all directions, but the one she had targeted seemed transfixed by her overwhelming presence. It couldn't even move in time. Boom! With a single strike, the greatsword sliced viciously through the lich, which screamed and vanished into a flash of white light. Success! Xiao's heart leapt with joy. One less threat. Things were finally looking up. But the next moment, she felt a tight grip around her ankles and instinctively looked down. Two hideous bone claws had burst from the ground, clamping down on her feet with a death grip. Xiao's pupils contracted. Before she could react, there came a series of crack sounds. A cage formed from hand bones trapped her inside, leaving her completely immobilized. The remaining liches cackled triumphantly in the sky, while the gargoyle approached with a rumbling sound. Xiao's heart sank slowly. Her previously joyful expression froze, turning to sheer terror. She couldn't believe it. These monsters had actually set a trap for her. But Xiao refused to give up. She mustered all her strength to struggle within the cage, causing the bone bars to creak and crack under her strain. It was no use. She still hadn't broken free before the gargoyle arrived. It's over. Xiao looked at the gargoyle's hands raised high above her head and gave a bitter smile. She had failed after all. Whoosh! In the next instant, a sapphire blue sword aura struck the gargoyle with lightning speed. The gargoyle offered almost no resistance, disintegrating into a pile of rubble amidst the raging sword aura, sparks still crackling from its remains. Xiao stared blankly as the gargoyle's remains turned into a flash of white light. A teasing voice, tinged with a hint of exasperated concern, rang in his ears. Xiao, why did you charge in all by yourself? How could I possibly miss the start of the fight? Xiao turned his head to look. The boyish gentle smile was as radiant as the morning sun. From the moment Lu saw that army composed entirely of elite monsters charging straight toward him, he sensed something was wrong. Things got even more absurd when a group consisting entirely of bosses appeared. It was as if an invisible hand were manipulating the monsters' movements from behind the scenes. Fortunately, Lu's skills were incredibly powerful. After activating Thunderous Assault, his damage output more than doubled. Plus, the lightning element naturally held an advantage over undead creatures. With a single slash of his sword, the elite monsters were obliterated before they even had a chance to struggle. Boss monsters? That just required a bit more charging power. After clearing the monsters on his side, Lu immediately followed Xiao's trail to rush toward her. With the situation having changed, Lu dared not delay. It was fortunate that he reacted quickly and arrived in time, otherwise, Xiao would have. But precisely because of this, Lu witnessed and etched into his memory the sight of Xiao giving her all to save them. Not only was he silently moved, but he also gained even greater respect for this homeroom teacher, who was usually sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Seeing Lu, who looked like a god descended from the heavens, Xiao was completely stunned. For some reason, her eyes welled up, and she nearly shed tears. Lu swiftly executed two sword-drawing techniques, unleashing two streams of sword energy that wiped out all the flying lich in the air. When he turned back, he saw Xiao looking as if she were about to cry. Seeing the usually domineering homeroom teacher display such a vulnerable expression for the first time, he couldn't help but chuckle. Spreading his arms wide, he struck a cocky pose a la Gao Qixing, walked up to Xiao, and said with a smile, "Don't cry, Xiao. Want a hug? Xiao. Bastard. Give me back my moment of emotion." She clenched her fist into a hammer and smashed it hard against Lu's head. "Who told you to follow me? Don't you value your life?" Ouch. Lu clutched his head, looking aggrieved. "Xiao, I just saved your life, you know. Even if you're repaying kindness with ingratitude, it doesn't have to be this fast, does it?" Xiao's face darkened as she hoisted her massive sword and strode forward, completely ignoring Lu's words. "Xiao, wait for me." Lu chased after her with a grinning face. In truth, Xiao was inwardly stunned as well. Although she knew that for this brat to have achieved such astonishing results in the assessment and secured first place on the national rankings, there must be some truly remarkable secret behind it. But no matter what, she never imagined that Lu, who wasn't even a full-fledged adventurer, could perform so remarkably in such a dangerous dungeon. Perhaps some people are truly born to be adventurers? Xiao let out a deep sigh, her gaze toward Lu tinged with a touch of complexity. Lu seemed oblivious, still acting like a clown in front of her, but Xiao no longer viewed him as she would a student. Soon, they encountered another wave of monsters. This wave was clearly not as terrifying as the previous one. Most were ordinary monsters, with a few elites and bosses mixed in. Lu grabbed Xiao's hand and said with a grin, "When there's work to be done, the disciple takes the lead. You rest, Xiao, just leave these little monsters to me." Xiao watched as Lu pounded his chest, her heart warming at the sight. She knew that even though this brat was usually all smiles and jokes, he was still someone she could rely on when it really mattered. She had just gone through a grueling battle, was physically exhausted, and her injuries hadn't healed yet, so she let Lu take the lead. Lu stood with a serious expression before the massive wave of monsters, positioning himself just outside their aggro range. He placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword and began to gather his power. After so much practice, Lu clearly had a thorough understanding of their movements. A faint white glow flickered on the sword's scabbard. Whoosh! An unstoppable surge of sword energy swept out, instantly engulfing the monsters before them. Before Xiao could even react, the monsters had already vanished into a flash of white light, and Lu's sword was back in its sheath. Xiao! When Lu had just saved her, she hadn't looked closely, but now, taking a closer look, she couldn't help but be stunned once again. Even when she looked intently, she still couldn't make out how Lu had executed the move. Was this really the kind of damage a student who had just passed the exam could deal? She had never believed those who claimed Lu's scores were all thanks to items. But seeing this now, she couldn't help but start to doubt it herself. Whose skills are this absurd right off the bat? It's impossible, even with talent bonuses. If Lu really is this good, doesn't that make her, a moon-rank adventurer, look pretty useless? Lu! Xiao called out to Lu, staring at the wooden sword in his hand. She fought the urge to come over and examine it herself, furrowing her brow as she asked, "How many more times can you unleash that sword energy?" Lu was a bit taken aback by her question. He quickly calculated his remaining stamina and replied cautiously, "If I conserve it, I can probably use it about 10 more times." Only 10 left? Xiao looked utterly dismayed. How much have you wasted along the way? Stop using it right now. Something this important should be saved for a critical moment. Lu? I know you've misunderstood, but what on earth were you thinking? Xiao launched into a lecture at Lu while pulling out a few bottles of recovery potions to restore her own health. She recalled how Lu had just fired off 3 sword auras in quick succession to save her. Clearly, after using a single sword aura to defeat the gargoyle, she could have handled the remaining liches on her own, yet he wasted such precious sword auras. Xiao was grinding her teeth in frustration at Lu's wasteful behavior. But after a moment's thought, she felt a bit more at ease. After all, given Lu's current strength, how could he have made it this far without relying on items? At least there were 10 uses left for Xiao. That meant a 20% increase in the chances of clearing the dungeon. Add that to her original 30% chance of success. Round it up, and this is practically a sure win. Xiao regained his confidence, regrouped, and led the way, swinging his greatsword. This dimly lit island was rugged and rocky, littered with black, charred boulders, and suffused with a sense of deathly stillness. Zhao followed the trail of battle all the way to the island's center, with every monster along the way wiped out. Although the monsters vanished once killed, the destruction caused by the skills remained. The further she went, the more astonished she became. She never would have imagined that her homeroom teacher, who usually taught her in such a by-the-book manner, was actually such a masterful fighter. At that moment, she stood beside a massive boulder, scrutinizing the astonishing scale of the destruction. Crisscrossing fissures ran through the entire reef. The mirror-smooth cut surfaces were even more spine-chilling. The key was the staggering number of them. She could see one almost every few steps. This meant that person seemed capable of unleashing such astonishing power with attacks that were practically off the cuff. Otherwise, why would they be so dense, so haphazard, and careless? Did his skills not have cooldowns? Were they just like basic attacks? After traveling several more miles, Zhao Qingxue looked down at the deep crater on the ground. Hot white steam was still rising from the center of the crater. It looked as though a fire attribute skill had been used there not long ago. However, the power seemed somewhat less than the exaggerated destructive force from before. It was as if 2 people had launched the attack. Someone other than Xiao? It couldn't possibly be Lu, could it? Zhao rubbed her forehead, decided not to dwell on it, and hurried to catch up with the others. Rongqing, the administrative building of the relevant authorities. What? A fog has appeared on National Highway G673? It's been going on for 3 hours already? Why are you only telling me about something this important now? What the hell have you all been doing? The bearded man slammed his fist on the desk, stood up, and roared. The subordinates below wiped the sweat from their brows, grimacing as they endured their boss's storm of criticism, feeling helpless inside. We just found out too. That location is remote to begin with, situated at the border between 2 cities. Surveillance is sparse, and few people pass through there normally. If it weren't for Rongqing High School reporting that one of their school buses had gone missing there, we probably wouldn't have even noticed it yet. What's the situation on the ground? We've already sent a reconnaissance team. According to the adventurer on site, it's likely a missed dungeon of common rank or higher. Then what are you standing around for? Get a team together to take it down. The Special Operations Division sounded the alarm, and everyone sprang into action. In the conference room, a burly man leaned on the table and surveyed the room. The team members seated around him wore solemn expressions. That's the situation. Does everyone understand? Understood. If you understand, get ready to move out. Due to the urgency of the situation, the meeting from assembly to conclusion lasted a mere 5 minutes. Hey! Captain Lee is still as decisive as ever. The conference room door suddenly swung open, and a man in leather pants with a mohawk led a group of people in single file. The man wore a smirk as he eyed the people in the room. When he spotted a female member of the Special Operations team, his eyes lit up. Hey! A new recruit, that's quite a rarity. A man in a suit wiped the sweat from his brow and walked from the doorway to the center of the two groups with a forced smile. Captain Lee, this is the raid team assembled by the Adventurers Guild. No need for small talk. Captain Lee is an old acquaintance of ours, isn't that right? The Mohican-haired man was carefree and laid back, forming a stark contrast to the stern expression on Captain Lee's square face. Have you gone over the briefing materials yet? Captain Lee ignored the Mohican's provocation and fired a question back. Who do you want to read through that mountain of stuff? The Mohican licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. All I need to know is that there's a hard-level initial dungeon waiting for me to clear. The rewards for clearing a first-run dungeon are undoubtedly much higher than those for a regular dungeon. The first-run bonus alone is enough to make a fortune. Zhao Chongxiu, you're being irresponsible toward your team. Captain Lee frowned and said sternly. True powerhouses don't need to worry about such trivial matters. The man with the mohawk snorted derisively, spreading his hands wide. Every member of our team is moon rank, why should we waste time on this? Seeing the looks of agreement on his teammates' faces, Captain Lee didn't bother arguing further. He simply said indifferently, then let us get going. Captain Lee, why don't we have a little competition? Zhao Chongxiu, irritated by his showboating, shouted, let us see which of our two teams can clear this dungeon first. Captain Lee paused as he stepped out of the conference room. He didn't respond, but walked straight out, followed by his teammates one by one. As they walked down the long corridor, the new girl, who was quite lively, finally couldn't contain herself and asked the person in front of her, Brother Long, who was that guy? He is so arrogant. Especially the way he was looking at us just now, so lecherous. It's disgusting. The man called Brother Long frowned slightly. That's the deputy leader of the Crescent Moon Adventurers. He has been at odds with our Special Operations Division for a long time. The girl, with her short hair and combat gear, looked youthful, fresh, and lively. She pouted. Then why didn't Captain Lee agree to have a showdown with him? As she spoke, she made a sweeping gesture with her hand across her chest. Give him a good slap in the face and teach him a lesson. Brother Long shot her a helpless look. Don't let Captain Lee hear you say that, or he'll make you copy the team rules 100 times. Was our Special Operations team formed just so you could go around picking fights? The girl stuck out her tongue playfully, then covered her mouth and fell silent. In front of the spire, Xiao and Lu exchanged glances. Ever since clearing that wave of minor monsters, their path had been almost completely unobstructed, as if someone were diverting the monsters to let them reach the spot. An empty city strategy? Or a trap to lure them in? A howling gale swept into the eerie, foreboding forest nearby, with dead branches and trunks clattering against one another, producing a series of strange, terrifying sounds. Lu shivered and hesitantly asked Xiao, do you hear any strange noises? It seems like there is. Don't say anything yet. Xiao pricked up his ears to listen. The sound, at first faint and indistinct, gradually grew clearer. Xiao. Teacher, you, wait for me. The words were spoken in a wailing, pleading tone, sending a chill down one's spine in this eerie setting. Lu shuddered. Xiao, did you provoke some kind of evil spirit? Xiao rolled his eyes at him and pointed in the direction of the sound. It's coming from over there. Come on, let us go check it out. They walked about 100 paces. The sound grew even clearer. As they rounded a massive boulder, the view suddenly opened up. Lu saw a white figure staggering toward them. He shuddered in fear, thinking he'd stumbled upon a ghost. Seeing his cowardly reaction, Xiao couldn't help but slap him on the back. What are you trembling for? That's Xiao. Zhao. Oh, that's fine then. Lu let out a sigh of relief. Zhao also spotted the two ahead and quickened her pace. Before long, she reached Xiao and Lu, her voice trembling with tears. Teacher Xiao. Although Xiao was puzzled as to why Zhao had suddenly woken up and come running after them, seeing her like this, her maternal instincts kicked in. She hurried forward, wrapped her arms around Zhao, and comforted her. It's okay, don't be afraid. We're here. Sniff. Reassured, Zhao felt as if the pent-up frustration inside her had found an outlet, and she could no longer hold back. Lu looked on with a peculiar expression, finding it quite amusing to see the usually icy and aloof Zhao sobbing uncontrollably in Xiao's arms. Although Zhao was quick-witted and independent, she was, after all, just a young woman who had recently come of age. Naturally, she was a bit intimidated by the whole ghosts and monsters business. Mainly because she was all alone, and the atmosphere around her was setting the mood perfectly. It felt a bit like walking into a haunted house alone. Even if you know it's fake, you still can't help but be afraid. She had followed them all the way. Things had been fine at first, but the closer they got to the spire, the more eerie and terrifying the surroundings became, and Zhao grew increasingly frightened. The more frightened she became, the more she wanted to catch up with Xiao as soon as possible, so she quickened her pace. As it happened, Lu and the others had made their way there without a hitch and had already arrived at the foot of the spire. So, despite chasing them the whole way, she hadn't caught up. What was even more terrifying was that halfway through the path, all traces of a struggle had vanished. Zhao had absolutely no idea which way to go to catch up. Stuck in this limbo, whether she stopped or turned back, Zhao was overcome with panic. She was terrified that if she turned around or stopped even for a moment, she would stumble upon a terrifying demon emerging from a shadowy corner. So she could only tremble as she steeled herself to keep moving forward, whispering Xiao's name as she went. She hoped Xiao could hear her voice, stop, and wait for her. Before she knew it, she began to cry, looking just as Lu had seen her earlier. Soon, an armed helicopter landed near the mist. The group met up with the adventurer in charge of reconnaissance at the scene. These adventurers' reconnaissance method relied on their unique abilities specializing in stealth and escape to quickly assess the situation upon entering the dungeon, then use escape items to return, bringing back data on the dungeon. Watch out, this mist isn't newly generated. It must have shifted here from somewhere else. The adventurer who had scouted the area warned, the dungeon's difficulty has surpassed the normal level and reached the hard level. The mist isn't static when no one is inside the dungeon, it spontaneously shifts and suddenly appears elsewhere. If it weren't a difficult level mist dungeon, I wouldn't be here. Zhao Chongxiu impatiently cut the adventurer off, pointing at the mist and shouting, Crescent Moon Squad, charge! With that, he transformed first, pulled equipment from his inventory, equipped it, and charged out wielding a greatsword. The Crescent members following behind were also fully armed and vanished into the mist alongside Zhao Chongxiu. Because they had signed a team collaboration contract with one another, they easily entered the same dungeon space together. Although the dungeon spaces within the same dungeon are nearly identical, they are all independent of one another. Each team that enters the dungeon enters a brand new, separate dungeon space to tackle it, completely isolated from others. Aside from the fact that players entering the dungeon at the same time would end up in the same dungeon space, the best way to tackle a dungeon as a team was to sign a team contract. This way, as long as one member of the team entered the dungeon, the others nearby would be pulled into the dungeon simultaneously. Otherwise, it was easy for a group that entered together to end up in different dungeon spaces simply because one person was a split second too late. This was also why Xiao and the others hadn't stayed put to wait for rescue. Once you're inside the dungeon, you can't count on anyone else. Team leader Li shook his head slightly, then turned to the adventurer and said, Thank you for your efforts. Please give us a detailed account of the situation inside. Reportedly, the reason the mist was discovered was because one of the buses sent by Rongqing Middle School to transport teachers and students participating in the adventurer exam had gone missing in this area. There were still 8 students, 1 teacher, and a driver inside. Unfortunately, given the difficulty of this dungeon, their chances of survival were slim. After a brief rest, Lu and his 2 companions set off again. Once Zhao had composed himself, he returned to his usual demeanor and pulled out a number of healing potions from his inventory, distributing them evenly among Lu and Xiao. Lu's eyes lit up. He instantly forgot Zhao's earlier embarrassment and gazed at her longingly. He was practically on the verge of shouting, "Rich lady, I'm hungry." Zhao, however, ignored him and pressed herself close to Xiao. In her eyes, only this powerful warrior clad in full armor and wielding a heavy sword, capable of obliterating monsters with a single strike, could give her a sense of security. The group arrived at the spire and, seeing the wide-open entrance, entered without further hesitation. After all, this was the only path. If they didn't go in, how could they clear the level? However, Lu still put his wits to work, carrying a large boulder as he entered. Every few steps, he would stop the group, toss the rock ahead to check for traps or mechanisms, and ensure it was safe. Xiao was rolling her eyes at the sight. But she couldn't think of a better way to do it. After all, when she adventured with others before, there had been teammates specifically assigned to scouting, so she never had to worry about such things. Those people had actually studied reconnaissance skills, and their natural talents complemented those skills, so they were naturally much more professional. Actually, the school had taught some basic reconnaissance and detection methods. Unfortunately, first, the reality of the situation didn't allow for it, and second, they didn't have any specialized tools. So they could only resort to this clumsy method. We're already on the 9th floor. Are we not at the end yet? Lu huffed and puffed as he hauled the rock up the steps, exhausted and complaining all the while. Fearing the rock might not be heavy enough to trigger any traps, Lu had chosen one that weighed at least 30 Jin. He'd been tossing it along the way, but hadn't found a single trap. Levels 1 through 8 were all empty. Zhao shot him a disdainful look. Just toss it. No way. Lu shook his head like a metronome, declaring with conviction, "You don't get it. This is a psychological battle between me and the boss. It's betting on when I'll drop the rock, and I'm betting on when it'll set the trap." Zhao. What am I supposed to say? Keep holding on to it then. Stop gambling, we're at the end. Xiao casually flicked Lu on the head and pointed to the far end of the 9th floor hall. In that dim corner, a monster shrouded in black mist and draped in a cloak resembling the Grim Reaper sat upright on a throne made of bleached bones. That aura, it was obvious at a glance that this was the target of their journey. The boss, the Lich King. Lu. The boss had spotted them long ago. Now, he slowly floated upward, uttering gibberish as if narrating a story. Unfortunately, before he could finish, a rock hurtled straight toward his face. It was Lu. His face stung from the impact, and in a fit of rage, he hurled the rock right back. Unfortunately, it was blocked by the boss's shield from a distance and clattered to the ground. The Lich King seemed to realize from this gesture that there was no room for negotiation. He clenched his hand, and his scepter appeared. The next moment, a barrage of beams as dense as a storm came crashing down on them. Fall back. Xiao raised his greatsword, shielding both of them behind him with one hand. Scorching blaze slash. Xiao unleashed his ultimate. A single swing unleashed a towering wall of flames, engulfing all incoming attacks as he charged straight at the boss. The fierce battle soon unfolded within the grand hall. The Lich King hovered high in the air, his hands slightly spread apart, the scepter automatically suspended before him. Countless beams and magic orbs materialized out of thin air behind him, firing toward Xiao. Xiao, wielding a massive sword with both hands, parried left and dodged right, striving to close in on the Lich King. Occasional attacks were blocked and deflected by the Lich King's incredibly thick shield. It seemed Xiao was already at a disadvantage, completely overwhelmed by the Lich King. Frost Storm. Zhao was puzzled. Why wasn't teacher Xiao displaying the same astonishing power she had shown before to take down the Lich King in just a few hits? But she didn't hesitate. She drew her staff, which stood a head taller than her, and cast a sustained attack spell. She had mastered this C-rank skill to 6 stars. As long as she didn't interrupt it, she could continuously deal frost damage to the enemy. At the same time, the frostbite effect slowed the enemy's movements and interrupted their charged attacks. This gave her time to stand her ground and unleash her damage. Not only was the damage terrifying, but it also came with a built-in soft control effect. Although Zhao's attack was blocked by a shield, the control effect took hold successfully. For a moment, the Lich King's offensive slowed significantly, and the beams and magic orbs he fired became sporadic. Xiao caught a breath, slashed through the oncoming attack with a single sword strike, then turned and roared at Lu. "Draw your sword! Draw your sword!" Xiao shouted. Zhao was a bit confused. Draw your sword? Who was teacher Xiao telling to draw their sword? Lu? She turned her head and saw that Lu, who had been ready all along, had already placed her hand on the hilt of her wooden sword. The familiar glow slowly illuminated. Just then, the Lich King Soren let out a cackling laugh. Through the eye of hell, he had already seen both of their moves clearly. He had sent out so many minions precisely to uncover everyone's true capabilities. Although the human who appeared later was not what he had expected, based on her timid demeanor, he clearly did not take her seriously. Naturally, he had already anticipated any attacks that might pose a threat to him. Seeing Lua's signature move, he simply extended a finger and gave a light tap in her direction. A jet of black mist instantly struck Lu, who hadn't had time to dodge. Lu! Xiao's eyes widened in fury, but he was instantly immobilized by a spell that bound him in place. Lu paused for a moment, patted his chest, and checked himself up and down. Not a single scratch. What is going on? Is this Lich King pulling a feint? Creak! A strange sound rang out. Lu looked down, quickly pulled the wooden sword from his waist, and hurled it away. Before it even hit the ground, the wooden sword turned into a pile of ashes, scattering across the floor. Even the Lich King himself hadn't anticipated this outcome. His curse spell could indeed prevent the target from using their items, but it wasn't powerful enough to actually destroy equipment. But this was even better. This man's threat to him clearly stemmed from that weapon. His own strength was actually slightly weaker than that whiny guy in white who'd been crying all the way here. Without his weapon, this human clearly had no power to resist. It's over. Xiao's mind went blank. Without the sword energy to sustain him, Lu was instantly reduced to his true form. Now he had to rely on himself. She let out a loud shout, broke free from her restraints, and charged forward, raising her greatsword. Mountain-shattering, earth-splitting slash. Xiao leapt high into the air. Relying on her invincibility effect, she took several of the Lich King's minor spells head-on. Her giant sword, wrapped in lightning enchanted with lightning damage, carried boundless might as it forced its way through the Lich King's spell barrier and slammed into his thick shield. Boom! The Lich King's magical shield took the heavy blow. Its glow began to flicker, and ripples spread across its surface like ripples on water. Boom! Sauron unleashed a burst of magic, sending a powerful shockwave that knocked Xiao, who had just closed in on him, flying backward. Xiao was sent flying over 10 meters away. She spun mid-air to break her fall, landing with her right leg bent and her left knee on the ground, right beside Lu and Zhao. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and was about to shout at Lu to get away from this dangerous spot when she heard him ask Zhao. "Zhao, do you have any spare weapons? The kind that come with a sheath. A sword would be perfect." Weapons? In a sheath? A sword? At a time like this, Lu was still concerned about the type and configuration of his gear? Zhao was a bit baffled, but he answered honestly, "No, I don't use swords." Lu slapped his thigh in despair. Such a golden opportunity. He'd been hoping to ride the coattails of a rich, beautiful girl, and he'd missed his chance. Well, then I'll just have to. Hearing this, Xiao, standing nearby, felt a jolt of shock. Could it be? She gritted her teeth, made a snap decision, and chose to trust Lu. Catch! Xiao's soft shout interrupted Lu's train of thought. Lu looked up to see a sheathed dagger being tossed his way. Recitative of the solitary dagger. Base physical damage increased by 869. Skill attack range increased by 20%. When combined with Aria of the Aspirant, triggers the following effect. Duet, 10% chance to recast the skill without cost when casting. The Aspirant's Aria, Scabbard. Base defense increased by 354. When blocking, reduces damage taken by 10%. When combined with the solitary 1s recitative, triggers the following effect. March, the longer the battle lasts, the higher your stats increase, up to a maximum of 10%. Wo Lu looked at Xiao with utter astonishment. A set. Those stats. They're insane. Just a moment ago, he was lamenting that he hadn't managed to latch onto the rich, beautiful girl's coattails, but now he ended up wrapping his arms around the wealthy lady's slender waist. Lu gazed at Xiao in a daze at this very moment. His homeroom teacher was utterly captivating in his eyes. Look! How elegant Xiao's stance is as she charges toward the boss. Oh! She is attacking. She missed. She is flying back. Ha! Wait, no! My beloved Xiao is getting beaten up. Lu was furious. His eyebrows shot up, and his gaze toward the Lich King was filled with murderous intent. The dagger he just acquired began to charge, and a faint white light shone once more. At that moment, Zhao was also a bit bewildered. This wasn't quite the script she imagined. It was supposed to be Big Shot Xiao leading them on a rampage, taking down the boss in no time flat. How did it end up like this? She looked at Xiao with a puzzled expression. Teacher Xiao, where is your basic attack? Hurry up and use your basic attack. Stop using skills. If you use another skill, the boss is going to kill you. After the Lich King Soren had eliminated the only item that posed a threat to him, he let his guard down. Cackling maniacally, he began to play with Xiao, who was charging headlong at him. It was the first time he felt this happy since gaining sentience. After all, hanging out with a bunch of mindless creatures was truly no fun. There was also the language barrier. Otherwise, it would have loved to converse with this human. Ideally, it would persuade her to surrender and become its subordinate. Just as it was reveling in its joy, alarm bells suddenly rang in its mind. No sooner had it snapped back to attention than a massive wave of sword energy crashed into its shield. The purplish-black, semi-transparent barrier began to flicker wildly, like a faulty light bulb. Terrified, Soren hurriedly increased his magical output, managing to hold the shield together. Oh! Lu was riding high on the excitement of his new gear, only to have his first fully charged sword energy strike blocked by the monster. This was a bit of a blow to his pride, and he snorted coldly. Thunderous Assault, activate! Boom! A bolt of thunder appeared out of nowhere and struck Lu. He looked like a transformed scion, his body crackling with blue lightning, his hair standing on end, his eyes blazing with intensity, as he gripped his short sword once more. There is nothing a single, draw sword, from me, Lu, can handle. If there is, then I'll just use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. Zhao's neck froze. Lu was standing right beside her. So after the first slash of sword energy was unleashed, her mouth never closed again. Her mind went blank. Even the frost storm she'd been continuously casting came to a halt. She knew she'd been wrong. Completely wrong. Damn it! Zhao Chongxiu hacked down a skeleton general with a single swing, cursing and spitting as he did so. The endless sea of skeletons seemed poised to swallow them whole. Ever since they set foot on the island, those monsters which had previously lacked any sense of reason had been surging toward them like madmen. Even evading them was a pipe dream. It was as if someone had already enraged the monsters the moment they stepped into the monsters' aggro range. Every single one of them attacked in unison. Was this the terror of the initial dungeon? Team leader Zhao. My stamina is giving out. A team member, his face pale, cried out in distress to Zhao Chongxiu. Even after taking a priceless rapid recovery potion, his stamina still hadn't recovered. After all, every single hit had landed on the shield he was holding up. Number 5, don't hold back. Let us clear this wave together and give the guys a breather. Zhao Chongxiu's eyes flashed with determination as he barked the order. Got it. The man known as Number 5 replied crisply, and the two began to channel their energy. Thunderous Crescent Slash. Tiger Roar, Dragon Chant Wave. The 2B-rated AoE skills instantly swept away most of the surrounding mobs. The other team members breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly downed recovery potions. they took the time to pick off the remaining stragglers as well. Team leader Zhao, I didn't expect this dungeon to be this hard. I wonder how the Special Forces team is doing. Them? If we're struggling this much, how much better off could they be? They probably retreated to the entrance to regroup by now. Zhao Chongxiu snorted, glancing at the spire growing clearer in the distance, and gave his sword a sharp shake. The first clear, it's definitely mine. On the other side, Captain Li, also surrounded by a sea of skeletons, was faring slightly better than the members of the Crescent Moon Adventurers Guild. They huddled together, forming 3 rows to create a defensive formation. The 2 outer rows took turns stepping forward to attack or defend, while those in the center filled in the gaps and covered any weaknesses. In this steady manner, they advanced inch by inch. Captain Li, spear in hand, gazed intently ahead, his gaze piercing through the thick swarm of monsters to rest upon the spire. This wasn't his first time tackling a beginner-level dungeon. Naturally, he knew quite a few secrets unknown to others. Once a dungeon reached the difficult level, the challenge of clearing it would increase exponentially, because the monsters began to possess sentience. Not only that, but while each dungeon space was independent for adventurers, it wasn't for the monsters. Their memories were shared. They would pass on their memories to monsters in other dungeon spaces. For example, if the first person to enter the dungeon used certain skills or employed specific attack patterns, the monsters in all subsequent dungeon areas will know it all. This means that once you fail to clear a section, subsequent attempts become increasingly difficult. These monsters are so ferocious they've clearly been provoked by the adventurers who came before. I wonder what the hell that Zhao Gai and his crew did. After unleashing 3 consecutive charged, draw sword, attacks, Lu felt completely drained. He quickly pulled out a bottle of Zhao's special recovery potion and downed it. His stamina surged immediately, recovering 50 points per second. That is 25 times the effect of the cooling luojing fruit in his bag. The only downside was that it lasted only 10 seconds. 3 massive sword auras crisscrossed and slammed into the Lich King, Soren. How could he possibly withstand that head-on? After all, just that one sword aura moments ago had nearly extinguished his mana shield. Although the space on the 9th floor of the spire wasn't small, it was still largely sealed off by these sword auras, each over 20 meters long. With nowhere to hide, Soren had no choice but to unleash his ultimate move. He bellowed a spell. Out of everyone's sight, at the very top of the spire, the fiercely burning eye of hell suddenly widened its pupils and turned toward the base, firing a jet-black beam of light at Soren. Lich King Soren was enveloped by this jet-black beam, as if he deactivated an invincibility effect. The sword energy that shot toward him was instantly deflected by the beam. Amidst a thunderous roar, a corner of the spire collapsed under the impact of the sword energy. Xiao approached Lu with a grave expression. Her armor was damaged, and she looked somewhat disheveled. She didn't even have time to ask Lu exactly what had happened with her sword energy. She simply grabbed the 2 of them and began pulling them back. Watch out! This boss has entered Berserk mode. During Berserk mode, the boss's skills and stats are greatly enhanced, though it will eventually fall into a weakened state after a certain period. Generally, bosses only enter Berserk mode when their health is critically low. But this time was different. Sauron had no choice. If he didn't activate it, he would be instantly killed. Then what are we waiting for? Let us run. Lu blinked, sheathed her weapon, and took off running. Zhao was momentarily stunned, then followed Xiao as they charged down the tower. By the time the Lich King Soren had finished transforming, the vast hall was empty, with only him left behind. Soren? What happened to the epic battle we were supposed to have? Don't run away. It was no longer shrouded in black mist. The spectral, ghostly form that had been hidden beneath its cloak had vanished. It had drawn upon the power of hell to reform its physical body, transforming into a mighty demon whose arms could carry a horse and whose fists could support a man. If it came down to a head-on clash, it dared say that its dozen or so six-pack abs alone could crush Lu and the others to death. Unfortunately, Xiao sensed the change and shouted berserk, and Lu ran faster than a rabbit. It didn't even get a chance to show off. Realizing what had happened, Soren roared in anger and set off in pursuit of Lu and his group. When he reached the base of the tower, Soren hesitated slightly. Once he left the spire, he'd lose its protection, no more endless magic or the aid of the Eye of Hell. By then, even his current demonic form would be like a stream without a source. Plus, there was always a mysterious voice urging him not to leave the spire. He'd always listened to that voice before. But now, was he supposed to let Lou and the others go? Obviously, it couldn't he do that. Imagine if someone burst into your home, beat you up for no reason, and then ran off. Wouldn't you be furious? You'd be so angry you'd cry. You'd grab a kitchen knife and go all out. That was exactly how Soren felt right now. So it bravely charged out. And then, it was game over. Outside the tower, Lou greeted it with a fully charged, draw sword. Thunderous assault, plus max charge, draw sword. And luckily, it triggered the dagger set S combo effect, duet. Two massive 40-meter-long sword auras formed an X, slamming Soren against the tower wall and grinding him into it. But it wasn't over yet. With a recovery potion hanging from his mouth, Lou's dagger quickly glowed once more. 2, 3, 4. Zhao Chongxiu, who was still locked in a fierce battle in another dungeon space, suddenly froze and looked up. His teammates, too, sensed the changes in the dungeon. After a long moment, he cursed under his breath and resumed hacking at the monsters. Damn it, they actually beat us to it. Did they succeed? Team leader Li frowned as well. He hadn't expected that after just half a month apart, this guy's strength had improved so rapidly. The new girl on the team pouted, how annoying. Those guys actually got the first clear. As she spoke, she struck with even greater ferocity, blasting the flying lich into a burst of white light. The first time, whether for a dungeon, a person, or anything else, is always crucial. Once a dungeon is cleared for the first time, it loses its potential for growth. All the mist returns to its source, ceases to move, and becomes merely a tool to aid adventurers in their development. Reservists who clear a dungeon for the first time will, after being baptized by the dungeon's power, break through the limits of ordinary human ability and officially become star-rank adventurers. That first time is the mark of leaving behind one's greenhorn days and stepping into maturity. Lou, having unleashed his final sword aura, stood before the spire, slightly out of breath. At this moment, aside from the teachers and students who had entered the dungeon, all the remaining monsters, the dungeon's environment, and everything within it were frozen in place by an invisible force, like specimens trapped in amber. Xiao paced over to the deep pit carved into the spire's wall. Looking at the massive hole Lou had blasted open, he wore a puzzled expression. Huh? Not a single drop item? No drops after killing a boss? This is the first time I've ever seen that. Lou, is your luck just that bad, or does your sword energy have a destructive property? It can even destroy loot? Lich King Soren didn't even have time to utter his last words before he was reduced to ashes under the relentless barrage of sword energy. The spot where he had stood moments before was now completely empty, as if nothing had ever been there. Lou's heart skipped a beat. He scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. I don't know. Maybe I'm just unlucky. After all, I even fell into a dungeon while riding in a car. Zhao. Xiao. Who are you taking a dig at here? Of course, it wasn't a matter of Lou's luck. He knew full well that his innate ability had kicked in the moment he entered the dungeon. Everywhere his gaze fell, the dropped items were auto-looted. He didn't even need to look, he knew those piles of materials, items, and gear were all safely stashed in his inventory. But should he just go ahead and pull them out right now? Was that appropriate? Obviously not. One is a rich woman, the other a moon-rank powerhouse. Would they really bother haggling over gains and losses with a noob like me who just passed the adventurer certification? Obviously not. So playing it cool and getting through this is the smart move. Their movement had been restricted by an invisible force to a tiny space, with everything outside that space becoming a backdrop. The avatars of the entire group appeared directly above the backdrop. Time for the evaluation. The evaluations are calculated from lowest to highest. First up are the students who made zero contributions and stayed behind on the bus. Seeing their avatars showing them sound asleep, Lu felt quite relieved. Li Bin, kills, 0 contribution, 0 operation coefficient, 0. Overall rating, E. Wang, kills, 0 contribution, 0 operation coefficient, 0. Overall rating, E. Zhao Peng, kills, 0 contribution, 0 skill rating, 0. Overall rating, E. Next up is the rich lady. Zhao, kills, 0 contribution, 9 skill rating, 5. Overall rating, D. Although the rich lady didn't kill a single monster, she provided the team with a large supply of healing potions, making an indelible contribution. She also provided some crowd control during the final boss fight, alleviating pressure on her teammates, which earned her a D rating in the dungeon evaluation. She was barely given a D, which is slightly better than the lowest possible E rating. Next up is the class representative. Xiao, kills, 531 contribution, 21 skill rating, 80. Overall rating, B. Xiao's dedication is undeniable. While Lu was quietly farming for levels, Xiao single-handedly shouldered the heavy burden of clearing the dungeon. Although limited by his skill level, he couldn't turn the tide, he was always giving it his all. AB rating is well deserved. Last on the list is naturally Lu Benqi, who defeated the boss and cleared the dungeon. Lu, kills, 8,927 contribution, 70 skill rating, 15. Overall rating, S. Whoa! Xiao, having been charging to the front lines to kill enemies the whole time, hadn't seen Lu's performance from the rear. But judging by these staggering numbers, he could roughly guess what this kid who was now scratching his head and grinning sheepishly in front of him had actually done. Skill coefficient, 15. What does that even mean? The lower the skill coefficient, the more you're just coasting. Generally, anything below 10 means you're just coasting to victory, below 50 means you're just a slacker playing casually. Only scores of 60 or higher indicate you've actually put in serious effort. Xiao's skill rating of 80 means he truly gave it his all. Anyone performing better than that has likely tapped into their inner power and maxed out their skills. If someone could achieve a skill rating of 80 or higher just once out of 100 runs, they'd be considered a god-tier player. But Lu, with a skill rating of just 15, still managed to force his evaluation up to S. How strong does that show his raw power is? Overpowering the dungeon without relying on skill? If this weren't real life, Xiao would suspect this kid was on some kind of performance-enhancing drug. But that wasn't all. The results screen paused for a moment, then displayed a new line of text indicating a bonus. Challenge beyond your level. Your team's overall strength is far below the dungeon's difficulty, so all members' ratings are raised by 1 level. In the next instant, the E ratings of the unconscious teammates all turned into DS, and Zhao's D turned into a C. Xiao Ba Lu SS+. Xiao's eyes widened. It was the first time she'd ever seen a rating higher than S. Or rather, she'd never even heard of it. Not only that, but the information on the summary panel kept scrolling. Achievement, first clear of the dungeon. This is the first time this dungeon has been cleared. All team members' ratings have been raised by 1 level. Xiao. Unconscious classmate, DC Zhao, CB Xiao, AS Lu, S+SS. Such mixed feelings. Xiao was a bit dazed. Had she really achieved her first ever S rank rating just like that? Or rather, had she actually achieved it under these circumstances? Not to mention Xiao, even Zhao and Lu, despite having little experience, could tell that the way the ratings were skyrocketing felt off. It didn't look like the kind of screen you'd see after a normal clear. Still, it should end here, Xiao thought, breathing a sigh of relief. Today alone had shattered her understanding of this world multiple times. Her worldview was starting to crumble a bit. However, fate had no intention of letting her off that easily. Because while the others' ratings had frozen on the summary screen, Lu's rating was still scrolling. Gleaming gold text appeared line by line. Achievement, off-the-charts damage. The damage you dealt to monsters far exceeded their endurance limits. Achievement, critical hit. You dealt a finishing blow to the boss. Achievement, King of Destruction. You altered over 10% of the dungeon map's terrain. Achievement, caught off guard. You forced the boss into berserk mode while it was completely unprepared. Lu, SSSSS+. Finally, Lu's rating also froze amidst the golden text. Evaluation complete. Amid the stunned, numb expressions of Xiao and Zhao, the settlement panel transformed into beams of golden light that shot into everyone's bodies. Xiao showed little reaction, but Zhao and Lu before her closed their eyes tightly and floated in midair. She wasn't surprised at all. She knew. The dungeon baptism has begun. The first clear baptism, also known as the dungeon baptism. It refers to the process by which reservists, after clearing a dungeon for the first time, absorb the dungeon's power to shatter human limits and achieve superhuman prowess. It happens once, and only once. Through extensive testing, people discovered that the first clear baptism also follows certain rules. The higher the rating from the first clear, the greater the boost gained during the baptism, the stronger one's original strength, the greater the improvement. For example, the human limit for attributes is 100. If player A trains their attributes to 80 and receives the dungeon baptism with a D rating, their strength will increase to 96 after the baptism, a 20% boost. Of course, they can continue training afterward to surpass the previous limit of 100, reaching 120, or even higher. Additionally, the difficulty of the first dungeon cleared has no direct correlation with the baptism rating. However, as a novice adventurer, if you can clear a dungeon at normal difficulty or higher, your rating will never be too low. Through repeated experimentation, players have deduced the attribute boost percentages for different ratings during the baptism. E, 10% D, 20% C, 40% B, 60% A, 80% S, 100%. As for S and above? Sorry, Xiao hasn't heard of that. Although passing the baptism alone is enough to break through the threshold of the extraordinary, and you can improve your stats through your own efforts afterward, the better your stats are before clearing the dungeon, the higher your evaluation will be, and naturally, this gives you a head start, putting you far ahead of others. For example, if a B-rated player boosts their stats to 100 and receives an S rating, then after the baptism, their stats will be more than double those of an A-rated player. Whether it's future cultivation or dungeon runs, it all comes down to raw power. As the saying goes, a fast start leads to a fast finish. A twofold lead creates a gap that is practically insurmountable, leaving others in the dust, unable to catch up. But a high rating isn't easy to achieve. Those who can clear a dungeon for the first time with a B rating or higher are elite adventurers cultivated by major factions through immense effort. Back then, even though Xiao prided herself on her remarkable talent and possessed a legendary grade talent, she barely managed to achieve a B rating. Her commoner's status ultimately held her back. Even so, it made her subsequent adventurer career almost entirely smooth sailing, with no major obstacles in her path. Had her brother's death not been such a crushing blow, she might well have risen to the rank of an adventurer guild leader by now. But now, as Xiao looked at Zhao, the corner of her eye twitched. Comparison is the root of all pain. Her B rank came far too easily. She barely lifted a finger the whole time, yet received the same rating as her first clear. Back when they went to clear that dungeon, the group spent over half a month preparing and worked their butts off just to scrape by with a B rank. Zhao, on the other hand, had no preparation, faced a sudden dungeon, contributed almost negligible damage throughout, and still managed to get a B rank. Come to think of it, those guys lying in the car had it even better. They didn't do a thing, just slept through it, and the dungeon baptism was complete, plus they snagged a C-grade dungeon reward for free. But now she was even more curious, just how much would an SSS plus level baptism boost Lu's strength? Although he had only barely scraped into the top tier during the school's physical fitness test before, his rating this time was incredibly high. It instantly raised Xiao's expectations by 5 notches. An S-rank baptism can boost your existing stats by 100%. An SSS plus rank. It's really hard to imagine. Here is something worth clarifying. The stats boosted by a baptism are comprehensive. Since adventurers don't have a traditional stat panel, this might be hard to grasp. Let me give an example. If we divide an adventurer's strength into 6 categories: strength, agility, intelligence, endurance, perception, and willpower. These 6 aspects collectively determine an adventurer's combat effectiveness. So, with an S-rank baptism, all your attributes will double from their original levels. Therefore, your actual strength increase far exceeds 100%. Even the lowest tier E rank is enough to significantly boost your true combat power. It's like being reborn compared to before. Zhao was the first to open her eyes, slowly landing on the ground. After undergoing the dungeon baptism, although her appearance remained unchanged, her already bright, sparkling eyes became even more piercing and radiant, exuding immense charm. A normal baptism does not cause one's power to spiral out of control, because the enhancement is comprehensive. As strength increases, so does one's ability to control it. Thus, absurd scenarios like accidentally stomping a hole in the ground or taking a step forward only to be flung away do not occur. The information in her mind continued, reminding her that she could choose one of the following rewards as an additional bonus for her completion rating. After clearing a dungeon, the rewards for each rating vary drastically. For C rank and below, the rewards are generally random dungeon materials. For B rank and above, in addition to materials, players can choose one reward from a skill chest, equipment chest, or resource chest. However, B rank rewards come in a black iron chest, a rank in a silver chest, and S rank in a gold chest. Xiao had never seen a rating higher than S, so naturally she didn't know, but Xiao had heard from others. Above gold, there are 2 more types of chests, platinum and diamond. Only these 2 types of chests can yield items of legendary grade or higher. Of course, the highest rating she ever heard of was SS's for anything above that. It wasn't just her. She suspected there were very few people in the entire world who had ever seen them. Skill or equipment chests, as the name suggests, are chests that yield skills or equipment of the corresponding tier, while resource chests contain cultivation resources, consumables, and items with special functions. Zhao didn't have much to worry about. She didn't even bother with chests of this tier. She casually tapped a skill chest and, without even glancing at what it contained, tossed it into her inventory. Xiao looked utterly dejected, holding a rare grade shield in her hand. This was what she pulled from the golden chest. Just by looking at her expression, it was clear the stats weren't great. Although equipment is categorized into common, fine, and rare grade. Even within the same tier, there are still significant differences between items. First, there are variations in base stats. Even with the same equipment, someone else might deal 100 or so more damage than you. Second, there are requirements for the user. Clearly, a reserve soldier would never be able to lift the greatsword in Xiao's hands to fight. So even with equipment of the same grade, the people it suits will differ. It's not hard to tell from Xiao's playstyle that her combat approach leans toward the berserker type. Never mind whether the shield's stats are good or not. Even if they're decent, it just doesn't feel right in her hands. Just as she was thinking about trading this thing in for something more suitable, a flash of golden light nearly blinded her. It turned out to be Lu, who had just woken up, rubbing his hands together as he opened his own treasure chest. Legendary grade. Legendary grade. This burst of light left not only Xiao, but even Zhao, who was struggling to maintain her ice queen demeanor nearby, staring in disbelief. Although platinum and diamond grade chests have a chance to yield items of legendary grade or higher, that's still just a chance. You didn't actually hit the jackpot on your very first try, did you? Inferno Judge, heavy armor. Base defense increased by 1382. Immune to damage when HP is below 5%. When actively cast, summons a demonic flame to possess the user, granting a 20% attack boost, 30% speed boost, and 15% damage reduction for 60 seconds. 60-second cooldown. Blazing Judgment, enemies killed while the demon flame possession effect is active grant permanent stat bonuses to the Infernal Judge. Lu. Whoa, this gear, these stats, this vibe. This feels damn familiar. It's exactly like a growth type skill. Lu rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't seeing things. He went over the gear's stats again, word by word. It was definitely right. How could an item just like a scaling skill pop up out of nowhere? Xiao saw his strange expression and thought he was just being modest. She walked over and smacked him right on the forehead. Hurry up and put that gear away. What, you want to see me get jealous? Xiao, Lu hesitated, then spoke up. Xiao glared at him. Spit it out already. How is equipment classified? Lu hesitated slightly. Common, fine, rare grade, legendary grade, mythic classified by stats. Aside from that, there's a separate category for sets. Xiao glanced sideways at Lu without a second thought. What's the matter? Top of the class, and you can't even remember this? How have I been teaching you all this time? Lu simply pulled up the gear stats. Take a look, Xiao. Having gone through thick and thin together, Lu still had complete faith in Xiao's character. As for Zhao, although Lu didn't know much about this campus beauty, after going through all these ups and downs, he had already come to trust her reliability. Xiao was a bit dumbfounded at first glance. Even with her experience, she had never seen equipment like this before. Zhao chimed in from the side. This is growth type equipment. It's considered the rarest category among all grades. The look she gave Lu was a bit complicated. How could this guy be so lucky? Equipment of fine quality or higher has a certain chance of featuring attributes that enhance the stats of slain targets. We collectively refer to this type of equipment as growth gear. Their attributes can grow by devouring the stats of the slain. They're incredibly powerful, but extremely rare. Even a single rare grade growth item is rarer than ordinary legendary grade equipment. Not to mention your legendary grade growth equipment. This is something any faction would covet. Whoa, Xiao sucked in a sharp breath. It was only after hearing Zhao's explanation that she realized such equipment even existed. Hurry up and put it away. Don't show it off in front of others. Otherwise, not even the school could protect you, she said sternly to Lu. Zhao, standing nearby, nodded in agreement with Xiao's assessment. Oh, Lu stowed the gear away, muttering discontentedly, why does it have to be a set of armor? A weapon would been so much better. Hearing this, Xiao's face darkened, and her fists clenched. Zhao was also at a loss for words, thinking that Lu really had a thick skin. It was as if he'd gotten to know him all over again. Actually, Lu's dissatisfaction had a reason in his eyes. This thing was completely useless. This heavy armor was a full bodysuit. Once equipped, it covered every part of him from head to toe. Some might say, isn't that a good thing? One piece of gear is worth a whole set. It even comes with built-in stat growth. It's practically a heavy armor set for the ages, destined to be passed down through the ages. But who is Lu? With his natural talent and abilities, will he ever lack good gear in the future? Obviously not. So this set of heavy armor becomes a bit of a hindrance. Because a single piece of gear occupies the head, torso, and all four limbs, these crucial positions. It's hard for an ordinary adventurer to collect gear for all these slots, and even if they did, the combined stats would likely fall short of this set. But Lu is different. Judging by the current situation, he'll probably have a never-ending supply of top-tier gear in the future. But with this heavy armor equipped, even if Lu gets better gear later, he won't have anywhere to put it. Plus, because of how rare it is, he can't even find a fair price to sell it for. There's a saying, it has a market, but no price. It's clearly worth a fortune, yet he can't easily sell it off. Keeping it for himself feels a bit painful, though. If it were you, wouldn't you find it a bit of a burden? Lu, having stowed away the gear, isn't done yet. He still has a treasure chest to open. The SSS Plus rating granted him 3 chances to open a diamond chest. This time, he doesn't plan to open any gear. The first time he got this stuff, it felt a bit unsettling. Skills? He didn't need skills right now. Lu's skills could be upgraded infinitely, so there was no need to swap them out. Besides, he only needed a few specific skills. Lu didn't believe his luck could be that good that his wishes would come true just like that. So he set his sights on the resource chests. Whether it was high-level recovery potions, cultivation resources, or even various rare items, these were exactly what he lacked most right now. Lu went all in. He opened 2 chests in a row. Superior Full Recovery Potion, 99. Upon use, instantly restores 30% of all stats. 30-second cooldown. Xianming Essence. When equipped and used for cultivation, increases stamina and spirit regeneration by 30%. Long-term use slowly improves soul quality. Great stuff! Lu's eyes lit up. No need to elaborate on the recovery potions, they provide a percentage-based full recovery. Although they have a cooldown, these items become increasingly rare as the game progresses. A reserve unit might only recover 100 or so points of stamina or spirit, but for a Sun rank powerhouse, it could restore hundreds of thousands of points of depleted resources. The second item was even more crucial, it directly accelerated cultivation speed. It could also improve soul quality. As mentioned before, the reason the dungeon baptism is so important is that it also enhances an adventurer's soul quality. The higher the soul quality, the more extraordinary one's abilities become, even without the boost of skills or talents. For example, superhuman perception, telekinesis, or an overwhelming aura of authority. Lu didn't hesitate to fasten it around his neck. The moment the Shenming essence touched Lu's chest, a thread of icy cold Shenming energy seeped through his skin. Lu shuddered and nearly yanked it off to throw it away. But when he thought of how wearing it long-term could improve his soul quality, he gritted his teeth and endured it. It might not be much, but every little bit helps. The dungeon space collapsed with a thunderous crash as the final countdown ended, like a mirror world shattering into pieces as the mirror itself broke. Lu and the others stood in the middle of the road, not far from the bus they had ridden earlier. With the dungeon's conclusion, they had returned to the spot where they originally entered the mist. Lu boarded the bus and found that some of his classmates had already woken up, though their eyes still betrayed a hint of confusion. They didn't understand what had happened. The mist had completely retreated into the dungeon's main portal, a portal that differed from the one used for the adventurer assessment. It was a kaleidoscopic ring of light, with a pitch-black void at its center, as if it had swallowed even the light itself. Xiao was talking to officials from the relevant department who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Zhao plopped down next to Lu. "You're the number one on the national rankings, right?" 09527. Although it was a guess, the clever and quick-witted Zhao was once again certain of the answer. Ahem. Lu covered his mouth with his hand and pretended to cough, then whispered into Zhao's ear, keep a low profile, keep a low profile." Zhao wrinkled his cute little nose, then said earnestly, "I'll catch up to you soon." On the other side, the two teams that had just cleared the dungeon bumped into each other. "Wasn't this the dungeon you were the first to clear?" Team leader Li was a bit confused. He'd actually come out a step ahead of Zhao Chongxiu. "Are you here to show off, team leader Li? Weren't you the one who cleared it first?" Zhao Chongxiu's veins bulged with anger as he gritted his teeth. "No, we just came out too. If it wasn't you guys and it wasn't us, does that mean there's a third team still inside?" At those words, both men froze, staring at each other in disbelief. It seemed there really was. So much has happened today, everyone has worked hard. To celebrate everyone successfully passing the trial, the school has decided to give you all 2 days off to rest up and prepare for your new life as adventurers. The long-awaited bus slowly pulled up at the school gates. Xiao stood on the bus, waved his hand, and announced the news of the break. The crowd was still immersed in thoughts like, "How did I just complete my initiation? There are a lot more materials in my inventory. What just happened?" Upon hearing this, the students who had been lost in such confusion instantly cast aside their doubts and cheered with abandon. Only Lu curled his lip. "You made us sacrifice 2 days of rest to take the exam, then give us 2 days off to make up for it. And you expect us to be grateful to the point of tears. It's a shame you aren't running a company. You really know how to squeeze people dry." After the homeroom teacher finished giving instructions, he dismissed the class, and the students began to leave one by one. Zhao glanced at Lu, said nothing, and quietly got into a luxury sedan. Xiao walked up to Lu and whispered, "Come find me on the playground during self-study tonight." With that, she turned and walked away in long strides. High schools in this world do have evening classes, though they're no longer held every night. They're only held on weekends, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. The rest of the time is free to arrange as one pleases for cultivation or whatever. Xiao had a lot on her plate today: students returning from break, evaluations, and a series of follow-up matters to report to the school administration. Just thinking about how to help Lu keep his abilities hidden made her head buzz. Her temples were throbbing faintly. Lu, too, looked completely puzzled. What's going on? They said we were on break, so why do they want me back at school tonight? Makeup classes? Watching Xiao's receding figure, Lu scratched his forehead, utterly baffled. Lu scanned the area but didn't see Chun there to greet him upon his triumphant return, which didn't surprise him. He figured the guy was probably at home, grimacing and racking his brain over the homework the teacher had assigned. Without Lu's guidance, he'd probably be pulling his hair out by now. Lu's main concern wasn't Chen at the moment. He was eager to get home and check on his sister. Although he was returning half a day later than planned, surely nothing had blown up in his face yet? Of course, nothing had blown up in his face. However, Wani, who had prepared a table full of dishes expecting her brother to come home for lunch, naturally couldn't resist lecturing Lu. Faced with his sister's fierce interrogation, Lu could only tuck his neck in like a quail, pleading softly for mercy, then trying to amuse her with his antics, hoping to cute his way out of trouble. Wani wasn't really angry about it, she was just a little worried. Even though she knew her brother was an adult, how could she help but worry about him? After Lu's round of jokes and antics, the pent-up emotions in her heart dissipated. Lu watched Wani's smile return and breathed a sigh of relief. Given his sister's current condition, until a definitive cure was found, the only thing he could do was help her live each day carefree and happy. If her emotions were stirred, her physical condition could very well take a nosedive. Unfortunately, given Lu's family's current financial situation, they couldn't even afford a comprehensive, detailed examination. So, to this day, they still weren't entirely sure what was wrong with Wani. The only silver lining was that it wasn't cancer. A single penny can bring even the mightiest heroes to their knees. Humph. It's all those quacks' fault. They insist that with current technology, it's difficult to treat this condition and that we must resort to unconventional methods. As for what constitutes an unconventional method? That's definitely something related to adventurers. Whether or not one has unlocked their talents is a crucial dividing line. Those who have unlocked their talents can carry and use equipment and items, and cast skills. Those who haven't unlocked their talents, however, cannot do any of these things. Nor can they benefit from the healing or buff effects provided by skills and items. Yet when it comes to the damage inflicted by skills and items, they suffer every bit as much. That's why people often say that those with talents and those without live in two completely different worlds. It's also why Lu chose to awaken her talent back then, even though she knew she was a broken grade. Wani dropped out of school early to shoulder the heavy burden of supporting her family, so she lost her chance to awaken her talent. The healing skills of ordinary adventurers, or standard recovery items, are ineffective on her. Only a Sun rank level powerhouse, someone who has grasped the relevant rules, can break through this barrier and heal an ordinary person. The same applies to items, only those possessing rule level properties can affect ordinary people. Acquiring such items or enlisting the help of figures of that caliber is no longer a matter that money can solve. Or rather, it is impossible for an ordinary person to achieve. Only by becoming an adventurer can one grasp that sliver of hope. This is the very reason for Lu's persistence. Time flies. The afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. Lu didn't go anywhere, he stayed home, content to keep his sister company. After all, the students who passed the adventurer exam would be on break for the next 2 days, so he had plenty of time to sort through his gains. He could always go to the Adventurer Guild tomorrow to register his information and pack up his unused materials to sell. After dinner, Lu picked up his backpack and said goodbye to Wani. At this hour, it was time for him to go to school. Once outside, Lu found a buffet and ate his fill, polishing off a portion big enough for 5 competitive eaters all by himself. After his transformation, his strength had skyrocketed, but his appetite had grown exponentially as well. He couldn't indulge like that at home, but out in public, he let himself go. As Lu rubbed his stomach and walked out of the restaurant, he glanced at the owner's expression. Clearly, he had already made it onto the owner's blacklist. After all, the sign hanging at the entrance read clearly, "Small Business. Adventurers, please do not enter." But what does being an adventurer have to do with me, a reservist? I haven't even registered yet. Righteous.jpg. All he could do was sigh. As his strength grew, ordinary food was indeed becoming less and less effective for him. His current strength was still at the star rank level. Once he reached the later stages of moon rank or sun rank, eating this kind of food wouldn't even provide enough energy to offset his own consumption. By then, however, specially processed rations would naturally be provided to them. Besides, unless they were engaged in high-intensity combat, these powerful individuals could directly tap into the power of heaven and earth to replenish their energy. There was no need for them to obsess over ordinary food. For them, eating was simply a way to enjoy life. By the time Lou arrived at the sports field, it was already past 9 o'clock at night. The field was deserted, not a single soul was in sight, as all students who hadn't been granted leave were attending self-study sessions. "Come up here." Xiao's voice echoed down from the top of the bleachers. Lou walked along the corridor to her side. He could smell the scent of alcohol from a distance, which surprised him. Xiao was known for her strict self-discipline. She never touched a drop of alcohol or a cigarette. Not to mention that this was still working hours. Xiao was dressed in loose, casual clothes, one leg propped high on the seat in front of her. Several cases of alcohol were stacked beneath her feet, and a pile of empty cans lay scattered beside her. A hint of a blush tinged her pretty cheeks. Her almond-shaped eyes were slightly narrowed, and her usually high, sharp eyebrows had softened. At that moment, she looked lazy and alluring, as if she'd shed a heavy burden and was completely at ease. Lou looked at this uncharacteristic Xiao and suddenly felt a bit at a loss. "What are you staring at? Sit down." Xiao patted the spot beside her and gave Lou a gentle scolding. Her tone was the same as always. Lou let out a sigh of relief and quickly sat down next to her. Unlike before, he didn't use his peripheral vision to admire Xiao's figure. Instead, he wore a serious expression, his gaze fixed straight ahead, as if there were some captivating scene in the void. Since breaking through to the star rank realm, Lu's soul power had advanced by leaps and bounds. At his current level of strength, he was acutely aware of others' gazes. And since Xiao's strength had already reached the moon rank level, how could she possibly fail to notice someone else leering? So, Xiao was actually fully aware of Lu's little antics earlier. She just chose not to make a fuss about it. Was Xiao supposed to say to everyone who was sneaking glances at her, "Stop looking, I know what you're doing"? Ignorance is bliss, after all. But now Lu knew. Faced with the homeroom teacher's imposing presence, how could he dare to act so brazenly? Xiao shot him a sidelong glance. What? Never seen Xiao drink before? Xiao had never referred to herself as Xiao in front of Lu before. This was the first time. It also showed that she was indeed in a very good mood right now. "I've never seen you drink," Lu muttered, flipping his hand to pull the sheathed short sword from his inventory. "Xiao, this is the sword you lent me before. Now it's back where it belongs." Lu returned the sword. After all, he wasn't a shameless person. A set-level weapon with such powerful stats, this was undoubtedly an adventurer's second life. No matter how reluctant or attached he was to it, he had to return it. It was a matter of principle. Among friends, you might borrow a lighter or some other small trinket, and it wouldn't matter if you didn't return it. But no matter how close the relationship, you couldn't borrow someone's arm or leg and then not give it back, could you? Lu watched as Xiao held the dagger and ran his fingers over it, his expression distant. The words he'd been about to say, suggesting they trade gear for the dagger, stopped at his lips. He wasn't the type to lack tact. This dagger clearly held a story for Xiao. A gentleman doesn't take what another holds dear. He'd head to the auction house tomorrow to see if there were any suitable weapons. If all else failed, that toy sword wouldn't be entirely out of the question. There was no doubt that a suitable weapon could boost combat effectiveness, especially for someone like Lu, whose skills were tied to specific weapons. He began to ponder ways to acquire other weapons. "This dagger was once a gift I prepared for my younger brother. Xiao's voice sounded a bit downcast as she stared at the dagger, speaking as if confiding in someone yet also muttering to herself. My younger brother is 6 years my junior. He isn't very talented, he has only white tier. But he has the same stubborn, competitive streak as you. He works hard, strives to improve, and fights with all his might. Perhaps I was just too dazzling back then. I could effortlessly achieve goals that others could only reach by giving their all. My parents were proud of me, and they constantly instilled in my brother the idea that he should learn from me. Xiao took a long, hard swig of wine and sank into memories of the past. But no matter how hard he tried, my brother could never catch up to me. Every time I felt sorry for him, he'd just shake his head and smile, saying, I'm not tired. I'm going to become an adventurer just as great as my sister. So I made a promise with him, if he passed the trials and became an adventurer, I'd give him this dagger. At this point in the story, the ending was obvious. Lu wanted to comfort Xiao, but before she could speak, Xiao shoved a can into Lu's hand. Let us drink together. Lu didn't refuse. She pulled the tab and clinked her can against Xiao's. Later, I came here and became a teacher, a homeroom teacher. Xiao drained the can in one gulp. A fair amount of liquid trickled from the corner of her mouth, running down her slender neck and soaking her clothes. She tossed the empty can aside, then bent down to pick up another one from the ground. Actually, my goal was simple from the start. It was to prevent countless students like my younger brother from repeating the same mistakes. Without exceptional talent, no matter how hard you try, your future achievements will always be limited. As she spoke, a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. That is the fate of an adventurer. It's been predetermined from the very beginning. Lu remained silent. Indeed, if his broken grade talent had been Wind Spirit Moon Shadow instead of matching that of the unlucky soul recorded in history, he probably wouldn't have fared much better than Xiao's younger brother. Even if he somehow passed the adventurer exam, his path ahead would inevitably have grown narrower and narrower. With only one skill slot, a poor family background, and a broken grade talent to boot. Just thinking about it was enough to make one despair. Perhaps, viewed from this angle, Xiao had been right to try so hard to stop him from becoming an adventurer. But you're different. Xiao's tone shifted, and he fixed Lu with an intense gaze. Although, even now, I still haven't figured out how you managed to do all this. But it doesn't matter anymore. You've made me realize my own mistakes. Maybe fate isn't so unfair to adventurers after all. Even if your talent is lacking, even if it's broken grade, you can still carve out a place for yourself. Lu? You must be really drunk to be saying that. I shouldn't wallow in self-pity or blame fate. Nor should I blame everything on my lack of talent. A blush spread across Xiao's face. I've decided as soon as you guys graduate this year, I'm quitting my job. I'm going to continue my journey as an adventurer. I'm going to explore the far-off horizons of the adventurer's world for my little brother's sake. Lu looked completely baffled. What is going on? Did I somehow cause the homeroom teacher to quit? But I didn't do anything. Before he could process it, Xiao shoved the short sword into his arms. I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have figured this out in my whole life. As a thank you, I'll give you this sword. Lu had intended to try and talk Xiao out of it, to stop her from making a decision she'd regret on a whim. After all, everyone's physical constitution is different. Just because Lu could do something didn't mean others could. But with the dagger in his arms, his face instantly lit up with joy. Oh, right, whatever Xiao says goes. She is fulfilling her little brother's dying wish. Why on earth would I interfere? Xiao looked at the beaming Lu, and for a moment, his figure seemed to merge with that of her related younger brother. Sis. I'm an adventurer now. I can fight alongside you. The two sat in the school bleachers and chatted for a long time. As his homeroom teacher and as his sister, Xiao took great care to advise Lu on many details. She told him not to rush into venturing into dungeons. He had just undergone the baptism of a dungeon. He should first digest what he had learned, find suitable teammates, and then proceed with dungeon expeditions. He could even postpone this until after he had been admitted to the academy. College for ordinary people is naturally different from college for adventurers. Before entering college, everyone starts on the same footing, learning the same knowledge and doing the same assignments. Once in college, ordinary people simply attend regular schools and study conventional majors, such as finance, electronics, architecture, and so on. The Adventurer Academy, however, specializes in dungeon clearing techniques and offers far more hands-on training. This hands-on training is no longer the small-scale exercises of high school. Instead, under the guidance of instructors, students venture into dungeons for practical experience. Through this process, they gradually discover their own path. They learn what type of adventurer they are best suited to be, then study and master the corresponding skills. Finally, based on their abilities, they find a suitable team, train together, complement each other as strengths, build rapport, and form an adventuring party. Only at this stage do they enter the phase of truly independent dungeon exploration. Before this, rushing into a dungeon without proper preparation is tantamount to being irresponsible with one's own life. Lu also knew how lucky he'd been to clear the difficult level dungeon before. But listening to Xiao's detailed description, he realized there were so many intricacies involved. Not all dungeons can be cleared simply by charging in and hacking away. Many dungeons contain not only traps but also mazes and puzzle-solving challenges. Some monsters excel at stealth or escape, while others can only be defeated with specific attacks. Without a specialist to gather the necessary intelligence and strategize for each stage, you might not even see the monsters, and even if you do, you won't be able to do anything about them. Lu was a bit torn. His unique innate abilities made him ill-suited for teaming up with others. But based on Xiao's explanation, even with his 12 skill slots, he might not be able to learn all the skills a full team would need. It seemed forming his own crew was inevitable. By the end of their conversation, Xiao was clearly a bit tipsy. He leaned against Lu's shoulder, wrapped his arms around Lu's neck, and started rambling. Lu felt a bit helpless too. Man, out of 3 cases of wine, he'd only managed to drink 2 bottles. Xiao had downed the rest in one go. Clearly, Lu's performance since the adventurer assessment had indeed shattered the massive boulder that had been weighing on Xiao's heart for so long. Though he hadn't done it on purpose. What would you do if a stunningly beautiful woman, completely drunk, was leaning against you? Lu chose to just go with the flow. He carried the homeroom teacher back to her dorm in a princess carry, carefully avoiding the busy paths along the way and taking a shortcut through the back alleys to make sure no one would spot them. Otherwise, they'd be all over the campus news the next day. Watching Xiao sprawled out in her pink bed in a rather suggestive sleeping position, Lu gave her a hard stare before closing the door and leaving. As if she'd heard the door shut, Xiao's eyelids fluttered, and she rolled over to go back to sleep. The so-called Adventurers Guild. It is a vast collective that emerged from the spontaneous organization of adventurers. Initially, its purpose was to provide mutual assistance and minimize the negative impact of the mist dungeons on the world. Today, it has evolved into a neutral organization with a global presence. Adventurers can register at the guild to exchange information, or sell materials, items, and equipment. They can post messages at the guild to find teammates or the items they need. They can also accept quests assigned by the guild, which acts as a third-party guarantor. Adventure parties are formed right here at the Adventurers Guild, and their primary task is to accept requests from clients to collect materials from designated dungeons. Don't underestimate the materials dropped in these dungeons. Whether you're brewing potions, enhancing equipment, or crafting items from blueprints, you'll need all sorts of rare materials, some of which are virtually priceless. Basically, every city of Tier 2 or higher has a branch of the Adventurers Guild. Larger cities even have a branch in each of the 4 cardinal directions. For example, right now, Lu is standing at the entrance of the Adventurers Guild in the West District of Rongqing. Early this morning, he bid farewell to Wani and headed out to go to school. He hopped on a bus and rode for over an hour before arriving here. As he pushed open the door and stepped inside, a young woman with a smile greeted him. "May I ask what business brings you here, sir?" "I'd like to register my adventurer information and sell some materials," Lu replied. He had already organized the items he intended to sell before arriving. Alright, please follow me over here to complete the registration process. The registration process was straightforward: verify his adventurer credentials, fill out a form, and pass a simple strength test, that was all. Lou recited the long string of numbers that had been given to him after passing the adventurer exam, along with his real name information, and easily passed the verification. The registration process was a bit more complicated. In addition to the usual contact information and home address, it covered many other aspects, including the adventurer's location, affiliated guild, and relevant skill certifications. As a newbie, Lou demonstrated a studious attitude by asking questions whenever he didn't understand something, and the young lady showed no sign of impatience, smiling as she explained everything to him. In the end, Lou skipped most of the optional fields, filling out only a few of the required ones, and completed the second step. The ability assessment certainly wasn't as simple and crude as having you throw a few combinations of punches inside the adventurer's guild, or using a weightlifting machine or a boxing bag to measure your strength. In fact, the testing method was similar to the assessments Lou had taken in school. It involved a sophisticated device, somewhat resembling a CT scanner placed vertically. Standing on it for a quick scan displayed his current physical strength, mental strength, stamina, and mental resilience. However, it was far more precise than the school's equipment, which could only display values in hundreds. Here, the data was accurate down to the single digit. These figures essentially determine what rank a person has reached. There wasn't much showboating or humiliation involved after all. His abilities spoke for themselves, and no one looked down on Lou just because he dressed plainly. Beep. As the scanning beam moved from top to bottom, the indicator light below beeped once and turned green. Alright, Mr. Lou, you may step down now. The staff member handed Lou a sheet of A4 paper bearing the adventurer's guild's certification of his abilities, stamped with an official seal. Certified, Lou. Physical strength, 381. Mental strength, 571. Max stamina, 3965. Max mental endurance, 2031. Overall rating, mid-star rank. Lou held the evaluation sheet, his expression a mix of joy and disappointment. That feeling of being able to split the heavens with a single punch had indeed been a delusion. In reality, his true strength hadn't even reached the late star rank. But compared to before, it had already multiplied several times over. Lou's initial overall stats hadn't even reached the maximum values of an ordinary person. They were far below that. Now, however, he had leaped into the mid-stage of star rank. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a meteoric rise. Ha! Lou? Are you here to register at the Adventurer's Guild too? Lou froze, then turned to see Zhao Peng enthusiastically greeting him, with Li Bin right behind him. After teaming up for the adventurer assessment, the two classmates, both in the mage category, had clearly grown closer, and had agreed to come to the Adventurer's Guild together to register. Hey! What a coincidence! Lou waved casually. With only one adventurer guild in the entire West District, it wasn't really surprising to run into a classmate who had passed the assessment and come to register. Lou, have you finished your assessment already? Let me see. Li Bin had sharp eyes and spotted the 4 characters strength assessment at a glance. He hurried over to Lou and peered at his assessment sheet. Then his eyes widened. Mid-star rank? How is that possible? After all, even though the equipment at school was much more rudimentary, the numbers it produced were still fairly accurate. Li Bin clearly remembered that Lou's previous school records had only shown overall physical fitness, 83. The school's equipment couldn't display more detailed information. Max stamina, 800. Max mental stamina, 200. Those were the numbers. How could he have skyrocketed like this in just half a month? Even if they all somehow passed the dungeon baptism together out of the blue, the gap shouldn't be this huge. When Lou cleared the hard difficulty dungeon, they were still sound asleep in the car. These classmates were essentially riding Lou's coattails. They'd been lifted up along with him. But without the person involved speaking up, no one knew the details. They simply pieced together a rough picture based on Xiao's few words and the changes they noticed in themselves. Some big shot carried them to an easy win. But if it's an easy win for everyone, why did you, Lou, win so thoroughly? Never mind that your stamina has nearly quintupled your spirit is even more outrageous. It started at 10 times the original. Is that reasonable? Is that fair? Of course it's fair and reasonable. Lou's mental strength didn't skyrocket to over 2,000 right off the bat. In fact, his mental strength after the baptism was probably just over 1,000. After returning home, he immediately used the reward he earned for ranking first in the provincial leaderboard to treat himself to a lavish night out. In just 4 short hours of meditation, his maximum mental capacity doubled. Of course, this can't be entirely attributed to the cultivation items that aided his meditation. It was mainly the result of Lou's years of diligent, consistent effort finally paying off. Coupled with his soul strength, which was already significantly higher than average, the dungeon baptism gave him a massive leap forward. This translated into a substantial boost in his spirit strength as well. More crucially, the boulder of human limitations that had been holding him back had vanished. The upward trajectory of his spirit cultivation naturally became unstoppable. However, after this round of cultivation, the potential he had previously tapped into has been completely exhausted. It'll be a real challenge to achieve such rapid mental growth again. Upon seeing this evaluation form, Zhao Peng was also shocked, but his emotional intelligence far surpassed Li Bin's. He quickly caught on, and seeing Li Bin still wearing an expression of disbelief, he hurried over, patted him on the shoulder, and gave him a knowing look. "This is Lou's secret. What are you doing butting in from over there? Let us go, time to register." Zhao Peng dragged the dazed Li Bin along with another young lady toward the registration desk. Before leaving, he addressed Lou with a touch of respect. "We're off to register. See you later, Lou." "Okay, bye." Watching the two of them walk away with an attitude completely different from before, Lou shrugged, feeling a secret sense of satisfaction. He turned to look at the young lady beside him. "Is there anything else I need to do now?" "No, Mr. Lou. Your information has been updated. Here is your adventurer ID card. Please keep it safe." The young lady handed Lou a magnetic card featuring his handsome photo and his adventurer ID number. "Okay, thanks." Lou tucked the card away. This card served as proof of Lou's adventurer status and would be linked to his account. From now on, all earnings he received from the Adventurers Guild would be transferred to his personal account via this card. "Is there anything else I can help you with?" The young woman smiled, her expression as refreshing as a spring breeze. "I still need to sell some materials." "Sure, please come this way. Cat demon claws, goblin hand bones, Tauran horns, steel colossus fragments, flames of fire feathers, skeleton blade shards, bone crystals, lich essences." Lou pulled them out one after another. The staff at the purchasing counter were busy sweating buckets, sorting the materials by category, appraising their quality, and finally quoting prices. Lou's skills were truly unmatched. He could take down minor monsters one after another in a matter of seconds. Although the drops from individual monsters were very rare, the sheer volume was overwhelming. All told, there were over 100 materials equivalent to what other adventurers would accumulate after several dungeon runs. The clerk's calculator clicked away furiously, and it took quite a while before he gave Lou a response. "Esteemed adventurer, here is the breakdown of the materials you've sold. Please verify that everything is correct." The display clearly showed the types, quantities, and unit prices of the materials Lou had pulled out, all displayed crystal clear. Lou gave it a quick scan, found no errors or omissions, and then looked at the total amount. 169,371 yuan. Nearly 170,000 yuan. Lou sucked in a sharp breath. This haul was equivalent to his sister working non-stop for 2 years without eating, drinking, or sleeping. And this was just the income from materials alone. It didn't even include the equipment and items he acquired. Adventurer really is the most profitable profession bar none. After a moment's thought, Lou pulled out the staff he obtained during the adventurer assessment and the cloak he looted after slaying the Lich King. "Do you guys buy equipment?" "Champion of the Ice Queen, staff. Stats omitted. Wrath of the Lich King, Cloak. Base defense plus 371. Reduces skill damage taken by 160. Consumes 50 spirit per second to generate a magic boost, increasing the power of your dark type skills by 20% and reducing their cooldown by 5%. This cloak is certainly powerful. It's just that Lu really has no use for it. He had no choice but to reluctantly offer it to someone in need, trading it for a pittance to ease his regret. Hello, this is the equipment buyback counter. But for such high quality gear as you've brought in, I'd personally recommend listing it at the auction house. It'd be more profitable. After a quick glance, the staff member smiled and told Lu. Is that so? Lu muttered, then asked, where's the auction house? Naturally, the auction house wouldn't be located near the Adventurers Guild. In fact, the auction houses in Dragon Kingdom were institutions supported by the relevant authorities, emphasizing fairness, equity, and transparency. However, only treasure-level items made it onto the auction house's listings, and those who frequented it were naturally either wealthy or of high social standing. Lu, who had once struggled to make ends meet, naturally had no opportunity to come into contact with such places. Stepping out of the taxi, Lu took in the luxurious building before him. The exterior was adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes, glistening with colorful glass tiles, while the interior was resplendent with gold and grandeur. A sign hung above the entrance, Ronching Auction House. This confirmed that Lu had come to the right place. It was his first time in such a magnificent establishment, and he almost hesitated to step inside. But then he thought to himself, why be nervous? He was now someone who could afford a taxi. Besides, he'd spent dozens of yuan to come all the way from West City. Wouldn't it be a waste not to go inside and take a look? So he strode confidently through the door. Welcome. The hostess, dressed in a cheongsam, gave a slight bow in respect. As a man of integrity, Lu certainly didn't take the opportunity to sneak a peek at the snow-white cleavage peeking out from her neckline. Well, he was looking right out in the open. Lu suddenly felt an urge to turn around and walk out. Of course, he didn't want to leave because he was scared or anything like that. He simply wanted to hear these cute young ladies give him another sweet welcome. But in the end, he couldn't bring himself to do something so tacky. He walked up to the reception desk and asked the staff member, "What do I need to do to sell an item here?" "Hello, sir. Are you looking to sell a regular item or a dungeon item? If it's a regular item, you'll need to provide the relevant item appraisal credentials." The young man in a suit and tie explained the process to Lu in fluent Mandarin. "I'm selling dungeon items." "Alright, please present your adventurer ID so we can register you." Lu handed him the card and watched as he began the process with practiced ease. Before long, he respectfully handed the card back to Lu with both hands. "Hello, Mr. Lu, registration is complete. Please take the elevator on the right to the third floor, appraisal room 302. A professional appraiser is already there waiting to assist you." Upon arriving at appraisal room 302, Lu was amazed by the scale of the auction house. Lu's physical constitution far exceeded that of an ordinary person, and his eyesight had greatly improved. With a single glance, he noticed that the farthest corner room was numbered 398. That meant there were at least 98 appraisal rooms in this circular space on this floor. He pushed open the door. Inside the luxurious, spacious room was a partition cubicle. Through the glass window separating the two areas, he could see the appraiser sitting inside. The man was a well-dressed, polite fellow with a small mustache. Upon seeing someone enter, he stood up and greeted Lu through the glass. "Hello, Mr. Lu, I am your dedicated appraiser, ID 0971. It's a pleasure to serve you." That script must have been picked up from telemarketing. Lu thought to himself, but on the surface, he nodded impassively. "Let us get started. Please present the items you wish to consign, Mr. Lu. I will appraise them based on current auction market trends." Lu pulled out his gear and displayed its stats as instructed. After the appraiser finished inspecting it, he immediately began typing away furiously on his computer. "Sir, based on the stat you've shown me, our purchase price is 3 million and 5 million for this cloak. 2 pieces of gear, 8 million. Lu's legs trembled. Even in 2 lifetimes, he had never possessed that much money. Seeing that Lou remained silent for a long time, the appraiser assumed he was dissatisfied with the price and immediately said, "Sir, the stats on these two pieces of gear are restricted. They require frost or darkness skills to unlock their full bonuses. Attributes of this type generally fetch lower prices across all categories, and your staff's base stats are rather low, making it suitable only for star rank adventurers. If you're not satisfied with this purchase price, you can also choose to consign the items." Lou snapped back to reality. Consign? How is that different from selling? It works like this, sir. The appraiser explained. When you sell, you're directly selling the item to our auction house, which then handles the sale to the public. If, for example, the price of this type of item suddenly drops significantly, or if the asking price is too high and it remains unsold. If you're selling, you won't have to worry about any of that. So basically, if the item's price goes up and I make a profit, it's none of my business. Lou curled his lip. Talking up the benefits without mentioning the downsides, what a ripoff. If you choose consignment, you set the reserve price yourself, and the auction house will list it for public auction. The auction house will take a 5% service fee from the sale proceeds, and of course, there will also be a storage fee during the consignment period. If the reserve price you set doesn't match the market value, you'll be responsible for any resulting losses or if the item fails to sell. The appraiser paused for a moment before continuing. The final selling price is usually slightly lower than the market value that's normal, since we at the auction house bear all the subsequent risks. Lou waved his hand. All right, I get it. Just sell it. He had no interest in haggling over this. After all, this was just the proceeds from a single dungeon run and his adventurer assessment. Rather than wasting energy trying to maximize his profits, he'd rather spend that time improving himself, running more dungeons, and acquiring better gear. All right. Please sign here. The appraiser handed him a 2-part contract through the opening beneath the glass window. The gist of it was that Lou was selling these 2 pieces of equipment to the auction house for 8 million, blah blah blah. After verifying the details, Lou made a sweeping stroke of his pen and signed his name. He muttered to himself, with this, he was now a man worth 8 million. Once the signing was complete, a tray rose up beside the table, and Lou placed the equipment on it as instructed. As the equipment vanished in a flash of light, the battered cell phone in Lou's pocket vibrated slightly. He pulled it out and saw a text message notifying him that the Rongqing auction house had transferred exactly 8 million yuan to his account. With money in his pocket, Lou instantly felt a surge of confidence, and a desire to spend began to stir within him. So he turned to the appraiser and asked, "Where can I go to buy things here?" The appraiser smiled and said, "The auction is held regularly every month. The next one is on the 8th of next month. If you're just looking to buy some standard adventurer gear, you can check out the exchange on the 5th floor." Lou thought it over, nodded, and left, deciding to check out the 5th floor. The moment Lou stepped out of the elevator onto the 5th floor, he almost thought he'd come to the wrong place. Elegant, melodious music filled the air. Small groups of people were seated at round tables, while at the central bar, a server skillfully mixed cocktails. For a moment, Lou thought he had walked into a high-end bar. A young woman in a tailored blazer approached him. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Lou stammered, I'd like to buy something." The young woman smiled slightly, realizing this was Lou's first visit, and gestured with an open hand, "This way, please." She led Lou to an unoccupied round table and pressed a button on the surface. A device resembling a tablet rose up from the table. You can browse the items you need on this screen and make purchases using your adventurer credentials. Oh, and the drinks here are on the house. Only then did Lou realize he hadn't come to the wrong place after all, and he was amazed by the surroundings. He had originally thought it would be like a market, with everyone displaying their goods neatly categorized for people to choose from. But he hadn't expected it to be more like online shopping, except that it could only be done in this specific venue. Lou thanked the young lady, sat down on the sofa, and began studying the screen in front of him. Tapping on it brought up a purchase interface. The interface displayed 4 main sections: consignment, for sale, orders, and designated transactions. Tapping the question mark icon next to each section brought up relevant explanations. Lou took a careful look. The difference between consignment and selling had been explained before, so there is no need to repeat it here. The only difference was that previously he'd been a seller, but now he was a buyer. The orders section was for bulk purchases of specific items. Transactions could be conducted here. The designated trade zone allows you to specify a trading partner and negotiate terms in advance. Once the conditions are met under the auction house's supervision, the transaction is automatically completed. Lou tapped into the for sale zone. All purchasable items were categorized into 4 major groups: skills, equipment, materials, and supplies. The skills section was further divided into 5 tiers: A, B, C, D, and E. Lou was a bit curious as to why there were no S-grade skills, but after thinking about it, it made sense. S-grade skills are too rare grade, it would be strange to see them in a common marketplace. In addition to tiers, there are also classifications by type. They are categorized by purpose: combat skills, special skills, support skills, scouting skills, and healing skills. He clicked on equipment. He found that the lowest tier equipment was still fine grade, while the best only reached rare grade. Prices vary wildly depending on the gear's stats. The best stat fine grade gear is even more expensive than some rare grade gear with worse stats. Lou didn't see any sets for sale. Either they weren't available, or they were snapped up the moment they appeared. Gear is also categorized: weapons are divided into melee and ranged, while armor is divided into light, leather, cloth, and heavy. There were also other accessories, such as rings, earrings, pendants, and necklaces. Of course, gear for these slots was pitifully scarce, and the prices were exorbitant. Lou skipped right over the materials section. Given his current circumstances, there was nowhere he needed materials. The final category, supplies, turned out to be the largest. The items within were numerous and complex, with some categories so broad that their specific uses were hard to pinpoint. Lou gave it a quick glance and saw 5 categories: cultivation, supplies, enchantments, scrolls, and miscellaneous. Cultivation consists of common cultivation items. Supplies include items for restoring stamina and spirit, healing injuries, filling one's stomach, and some with special functions, such as invisibility potions, speed potions, strength potions, and eagle eye potions, among others. Enchantments are items that grant special effects to equipment, such as holy water for holy attributes, the evil eye for dark attributes, and phoenix feathers for fire attributes. Scrolls are even more interesting. Blank scrolls produce different effects depending on the rules recorded on them, something Lou had learned in school. Party contracts, for instance, are created by recording rules onto scrolls. Common scrolls fall into 4 categories: contract scrolls, skill scrolls which allow you to pre-record skills on a scroll for instant casting, storage scrolls used to store supplies, even non-dungeon items without properties can be stored, and summoning teleportation scrolls, simply put, return scrolls. However, these are luxuries only the wealthy can afford. Even Lou, with a net worth of 8 million, could only look on and drool. The others category refers to items that don't fit neatly into any of these classifications. We'll discuss those in detail later. Stepping out of the auction house, Lou glanced back at the gilded skyscraper behind him, his expression somewhat desolate. Before entering, Lou had over 100,000 in his pocket and was brimming with confidence. But upon leaving, he had only a few dozen dollars left, barely enough for the subway fare. 8,116,000. Lou had spent every last penny. Setting aside some standard cultivation items such as body tempering aids like the body tempering pills, the Thunderbolt pills to enhance reaction speed, and the muscle strengthening and bone forging ointment to boost physical strength. Lou also bought a large quantity of energy pills, of food designed to replenish energy and stave off hunger. Though no bigger than a pea, they provided hundreds of times more energy than so-called compressed biscuits. Tasty and filling. Just a bit flavorless. And a bit pricey. Then there were the recovery items. Intermediate stamina potion. Restores 2,400 stamina over 60 seconds upon use. Intermediate mental recovery potion. Restores 2,400 mental over 60 seconds upon use. Intermediate healing potion. Heals wounds below the severe level and restores 5,000 HP over 60 seconds upon use. Each set contains 99 units, and Lou bought 5 sets of each. Finally, he stumbled upon another skill. Enhanced training, rating, E. Possessing this skill increases training effectiveness by 10% passive ability. Although it's just an E-rated skill with no offensive power and a rather modest effect, merely a 10% boost to training effectiveness, it presumably applies to both physical and mental attributes. Many cultivation items far surpass it. It also takes up a skill slot. But Lou bought it without hesitation. Because it was the first passive skill Lou had ever discovered. What does that mean? A passive skill means you don't have to actively cast it, the effect is always active. Which means it. No resource cost. The reason Lou's main skills are still stuck at C rank is precisely because he fears that if he uses his innate ability to upgrade them indefinitely, the resource cost will become too high, and he won't be able to cast them. But with a passive skill, there is no such worry. He planned to max it out as soon as he got back. He was determined to see just where the limit of this infinite upgrading lay. Wani felt that Lou was a bit distracted today. Whenever she spoke to him, she could sense his casual, half-hearted responses. She pouted, about to get angry, but the thought crossed her mind, and her anger faded. She went out to buy groceries today and heard many people talking about the adventurer exams. Presumably, this year's adventurer exams had already concluded, and those beaming parents naturally became the envy of everyone. Lou must have heard about it too, and he was probably feeling down right now. After all, she was the one who had forced him to give up his dream of becoming an adventurer. Thinking of this, Wani felt a pang of guilt, and the look she gave Lou grew even gentler. She served him several helpings of food in a row. Shao Chi, eat up. This stir-fried cabbage is especially delicious today. These green peppers with shredded pork aren't bad either. Shao Chi, hurry up and eat. Lou looked at the mountain of food in his bowl, a question mark floating above his head. Today, what has gotten into my sister? I wouldn't dare say it, and I wouldn't dare ask. Feeling guilty, Lou could only keep his head down and shovel food into his mouth, bite after bite. While his sister hummed a tune as she washed dishes in the kitchen, Lou frowned as he looked at the sandbag and wooden dummy that had accompanied him for years. He trained with weights for a full 3 hours today, yet not a single drop of sweat had broken out. Relying solely on this equipment was no longer enough for his daily training after his baptism. In other words, he couldn't train at home anymore, otherwise, he'd immediately expose his identity as an adventurer. Lou thought for a moment. It seemed there were plenty of training grounds opening up around the school, which should be able to meet his needs for the time being. It was just the cost that gave him a headache. He began lamenting once again how quickly he'd spent his 8 million credits. It felt like he hadn't bought anything, so how did it all disappear? Back in his room, Lou first learned his new skill and upgraded it to 9 stars. Enhanced training, rating, E. Rank, increased. 9 stars. Upon acquiring this skill, training effectiveness increases by 55% passive ability. Traits, iron bones, unbreakable will, diligence rewarded. Cost. Cool down. Traits explained. Iron bones, your stamina and defense increase by 30%. Unbreakable will, your spirit and resistance to status effects increase by 30%. Diligence pays off, your training speed is further increased by 50%, and this applies to skill cultivation. Lou raised an eyebrow. Even for an E-rank skill, reaching max level clearly represents a qualitative leap. The first 2 traits are pretty solid, but the last one is a bit awkward. It merely boosts training speed, and besides, skill cultivation. Lou didn't seem to have any use for it at all. Since it was a passive effect that took effect immediately, Lou couldn't really feel the difference. He couldn't test it properly right now, so Lou skipped this step and continued leveling up. Enhanced training, rating, E, training manual, rating, D. Training manual, rating, D, training essence, rating, C. Cultivation essence, rating, C, true cultivation essence, rating, B. When Lou stopped frantically clicking, he couldn't help but freeze in place. The skill that had once been rated E had undergone a complete transformation. Unparalleled genius, rating, SS. Rank, increased. 9 stars. Upon acquiring this skill, all cultivation effects are increased by 5000%. The chance of being interrupted is reduced by 50%. The probability of entering enlightenment is increased by 50%, and the rewards from enlightenment are increased by 50%. Passive ability. Traits: Iron Hard Body, Unbreakable Will, Heaven Rewards Diligence. Cost: Cool Down. Traits explained. Iron Hard Body, your stamina and defense are increased by 500%. Unbreakable Will, your spirit and resistance to status effects are increased by 500%. Diligence pays off, your cultivation speed is further increased by 1000%, and this applies to skill cultivation as well. This was the first time he had ever realized that there were SS rank skills above S rank skills. It was also the first time he had ever seen status effect resistance stacked to over 100%. Stacking status resistance to 100% is essentially equivalent to being immune to status effects. Unless the opponent has a stat that ignores resistance, even the most powerful status effects won't affect you in the slightest. Most crucially, behind the SS-rated skill, there was actually an arrow symbol indicating it could be upgraded further. Lua's hand trembled with excitement as he tapped the skill panel again. The skill then changed to Child of the Tao, SSS rank. Rank: Rising. 0 stars. Upon acquiring this skill, all cultivation effects are increased by 10,000%. The chance of being interrupted is reduced by 80%. The probability of entering enlightenment is increased by 80%. The rewards from enlightenment are increased by 80%, and the power of all skills is increased by 50%. Passive ability. Traits: Iron Bones, Unbreakable Will, Heaven Rewards Diligence. Cost: Cool Down. Traits explained. Iron Bones, your stamina and defense are increased by 800%. Unbreakable Will, your spirit and resistance to abnormal statuses are increased by 800%. Diligence pays off, your cultivation speed is further increased by 2000%, and this applies to skill cultivation as well. The skill interface has completely changed. Every single character is radiating brilliant golden light. An SSS-rated skill. I'd bet that after all these years, this is one of a kind, the only one in the entire world. Lua's mind was in complete chaos. He gathered his thoughts. So, in addition to the well-known SAPT ratings, there are also SS and SSS ratings above S rank. What's more, once a skill reaches SSS rank, its nature undergoes a complete transformation. For example, before SSS rank, while skill attributes were already outrageous, they were still extensions and expansions of the original, enhanced training system. But at the SSS level, a completely game-changing effect was added: all skill power increased by 50%. What does that even mean? To put it another way, this single effect alone rounded up is equivalent to a character with all dark attribute skills wearing 2 pieces of Lich King's Wrath. And that's just the 0-star version. What if it were upgraded to 9 stars? Lu gave it a try, and then he was completely blown away. Child of the Tao, rating, SSS. Rank: Rising. 9 stars. Upon acquiring the skill, all cultivation effects are increased by 15,000%. The chance of being interrupted is reduced by 100%. The probability of entering enlightenment is increased by 100%. The rewards from enlightenment are increased by 100%. All skill power is increased by 100%. Passive ability. Traits: Iron Bones, Unbreakable Will, Heaven Rewards Diligence. Cost: Cool Down. Traits explained. Iron Bones, your stamina and defense are increased by 1000%. Unbreakable Will, your spirit and resistance to status effects are increased by 1000%. Heaven Rewards Diligence, your cultivation speed is further increased by 5000%, and this applies to skill cultivation as well. Lua's temple began to throb. Even as a hardcore gamer, seeing a skill panel like this felt insane. And the most crucial part, it could actually be upgraded? That meant infinite upgrades. Lu was starting to get scared. If he upgraded it further, would Earth Online catch him red-handed on the spot? After all, he had actually activated it. After mulling it over for a while, he decided to give it a try. Try it and die. This time, Lu was truly dumbfounded. He watched with his own eyes as the golden skill panel, after he clicked upgrade, seemed to freeze. The golden glow stopped flickering, and in the next instant, the entire Son of Heaven skill interface crashed and collapsed, vanishing without a trace. If that were all, Lu wouldn't be too upset at most. He'd feel a twinge of regret over the tens of thousands he'd spent on that skill. But along with the skill, the entire skill slot had also collapsed. Now he was really in deep trouble. Lu felt utterly devastated. Skill slots, sword draw, auto block, thunderous assault, empty, locked. 11:15. Looking at his suddenly missing skill slot, Lu was kicking himself. He vigorously slapped the hand he'd just used to select the skill. Serves you right for being so clumsy. Ha! After slapping himself, he suddenly felt something was off. Given the force he'd just used, hitting his own hand even if it didn't hurt that much shouldn't have left him feeling nothing at all. So he increased the force and slapped his right hand again. Smack! The loud sound echoed distinctly in the silent room. Lu, however, wore a look of pure delight. He raised his palm and slapped himself across the face again. Smack! 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 A series of slaps finally roused Wani next door. She was in poor health and a light sleeper. Shao-Chi, what are you doing? Her confused voice drifted through the wall. Nothing, just swatting mosquitoes. Lu suppressed his excitement and replied softly. Swatting mosquitoes? Have there been mosquitoes these past few days? Wani muttered to herself, didn't think much of it, and said casually, go back to sleep. I'll buy some mosquito coils tomorrow. Okay, go back to sleep, sis. Lu pinched his thigh, his face beaming with excitement. How could he possibly feel even a hint of sleepiness now? After all that, he was finally certain of one thing. Although his SSS skill had vanished, its effects remained intact. He'd hit himself so hard, yet the sensation that came back felt as though he'd been gently caressed by a lover's small hand. No way. This was 10 times the defense. Maybe even more than that. Lu recalled that he had already attempted to upgrade the skill. If the upgrade had actually succeeded. A skill surpassing the SSS rating? Had the skill slot not disappeared, but merely been hidden? Or perhaps, had it truly become a part of him? Lu fell deep in thought. In truth, he had always been skeptical of these so-called talents and skills. After all of this had been bestowed upon him by the dungeon, not truly derived from his own power. The only power that truly belonged to him was the physical and mental strength he had accumulated through day in, day out training. But the strength he could wield relying solely on those two things was extremely limited. If one day the skill slot vanished and his talents were gone, wouldn't he fall back to rock bottom, becoming a useless trash with nothing but stats but no combat power? Just like a high-level character in a game with legendary gear, once you strip them of their equipment, they're completely useless. As the saying goes, with legendary gear, no one can beat you. Without legendary gear, no one can beat you. This was the lingering worry that had always been lurking in Lu's mind. But now, he saw a new possibility. If he could elevate a skill beyond the SSS rating, might he break free from the constraints of the skill slot and truly make it a part of himself? Lu wasn't sure this hypothesis still needed to be tested. For now, the most important thing for him was to hurry up and begin his meditation practice. He wanted to test how this super SSS rated skill would change his cultivation. After calming his mind, Lu sat cross-legged on the bed. Following the meditation method taught at school, he began to clear his mind and regulate his breathing. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, inhale, exhale. Lu's spirit coalesced in his mind like a pool of water. In the past, cultivation involved striving to condense more water droplets and merge them into the pool. However, without the support of cultivation aiding potions, it took 2 or 3 meditation sessions just to condense a single droplet. After taking the potion, wisps of water vapor would form throughout this vast sea of consciousness. All he had to do was capture these wisps of vapor, and they could be effortlessly transformed into droplets and merged into the pool. During this process, one's spiritual strength naturally increases as the pool grows. But now, the situation is different. The pool has expanded to more than 10 times its previous size. It could now be called a pond. As Lu began his cultivation, a whirlwind appeared out of nowhere, instantly sweeping up the mist that had been drifting everywhere due to the cultivation-aiding substances. The next second, a trickling stream appeared out of thin air and flowed into the pond. Lu opened his eyes, his face filled with astonishment. Is this what it feels like to be a genius? The cultivation aids that used to last him an entire day had already been exhausted just as he began. The power of a super SSS rank skill really isn't just hype. Lu gritted his teeth and pulled out a full bottle of advanced spiritual essence. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He downed it in one go. He closed his eyes to cultivate. Countless wisps of water vapor formed within his spiritual sea the moment they appeared. They were swept into the whirlwind. Streams of water flowed into the pond, causing ripples to spread across its surface, and its depth began to increase at a rate almost visible to the naked eye. But Lu had no time to pay attention to any of this. This time, he meditated a little longer. His mind gradually emptied, and it seemed as though he heard a wondrous sound ringing in his ears. Like celestial music entering his ears, it was deafening and resounding, causing Lu to feel as if he'd been struck by a bolt of enlightenment. It cleared the fog before his eyes, revealing a scene of infinite beauty. Amazing! I feel as though I understand everything. Lu was utterly entranced, lost in the experience. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a crevice, never to return. The maximum duration for meditation practice 4 hours had slipped by unnoticed. Lu slowly opened his eyes. This time, his eyes were bright and lively, seeming to contain a hazy aura of the Tao, as if they held the great truths of the world. He looked pensive. Enlightenment. A state that ordinary people seek in vain, yet he had entered it so effortlessly. And it had lasted nearly 4 hours. If other adventurers found out, they'd be green with envy. Of course, Lu, who understood the importance of keeping a low profile, would never let anyone know the full extent of his secret. So he reached behind him, picked up a small piece of eraser the size of a thumb lying on the table, and flicked it with his finger. Clack! In the dimly lit room, in a corner near the inner wall, a tiny spider, lying quietly on a web, suddenly tumbled to the floor. Its 8 legs twitched feebly once, then went still. Humph! You knew too much. Lu was clearly very satisfied with his current accuracy stat. The corners of his mouth curled upward. The higher the accuracy, the better his control over his own body and the more precise his grasp on the world around him. After 4 hours of cultivation, the enhancement of his spirit was secondary. The main benefit was the profound transformation brought about by his sudden enlightenment. He was now far more sensitive to everything around him. This wasn't merely reflected in his mastery of every minute joint in his body, but also in a wondrous sensation arising from within that everything was under his control. Of course, for him at this stage, this sensation was still merely an illusion. But as he continues to strengthen himself, if this ability reaches its peak, he'll be like a figure from mythology, able to split into 1,000 forms, be reborn from a single drop of blood, calculate the mysteries of heaven with a flick of his fingers, and determine life and death with a single glance. Enough daydreaming, Lu thought, wiping the corner of his mouth. Time to sleep. Having emptied his wallet, Lu finally settled down. He spent a wonderful day of vacation practicing in secret, hiding outside. The next day, he happily arrived at school with his backpack. But the moment he stepped through the classroom door, his cheerful expression froze. Thanks to his increasingly powerful perception, in just an instant, he had taken in the entire scene of the classroom and immediately fixed his gaze on his best friend, Chen. He had intended to show off his recent achievements with him. Instead, he found Chen with a black eye and a bandage wrapped around his head. Lu's expression immediately darkened. He walked silently over to Chen, his tone as casual as ever. Hey, how Ren, while I was away, you didn't get beaten up by your dad just because you couldn't finish your homework, did you? Seeing Lu approach, Chen forced a smile. Old 7, you're here. I haven't even congratulated you on passing the assessment yet. I knew you'd pull it off. That's not what you said back then. Lou teased. Who was the one so eager to drag me into opening a restaurant? Why the sudden change of heart now? I'm just helping you plan a backup, you know. Just in case, right? Chen forced a smile. The bruise around his left eye looked especially ridiculous. His eyes were small to begin with, but now they were reduced to mere slits. Lou didn't laugh. He paused for a moment, then suddenly dropped his casual expression and asked, "Who did this?" Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, "No one hit me. I just tripped and fell by accident." You fell? Lou pointed at his left eye. How does falling give you a black eye? Chen pressed Lou's hand down and said, looking away, "Old 7, don't ask." Lou said nothing. He slowly set down his backpack. Not long after joining this class, he was identified as having a broken grade talent. Upon hearing that news, he instantly went from being someone everyone fawned over and looked up to into a laughingstock for the entire school and even the entire province. His originally dazzling performance was seen by others as nothing more than a flash in the pan. No one knew or cared just how much pressure he was under at the time. At that time, only Chen had stepped forward to talk to him, completely unconcerned with what others thought. That's why he became his friend. His only true friend over the past 3 years. The Chen standing before him now was silent, timid, and meek. A world apart from the talkative, easygoing chubby guy he remembered. Lou felt a surge of nameless anger burning inside him. He turned and walked out of the classroom. Xiao was in his office, frowning as he graded assignments. "Excuse me." Lou glanced around to make sure no one else was in the office, called out, and walked in. "You're not in morning study hall. What are you doing here?" Xiao recognized Lou's voice immediately and asked without looking up. "Do you know about Chen getting beaten up?" About this, Xiao paused with her pen in hand and sighed. She knew Lou would never just ignore the matter. It was a schoolyard altercation. The person who hit him has already apologized and covered Chen's medical expenses. So the school just wants to sweep this under the rug. Xiao. He beat Chen up like that, and that's just it? Lou couldn't believe those words were coming from Xiao's mouth. If apologies were enough, what would the police be for? Even if we just talk about medical expenses, who is going to make up for the emotional trauma Chen suffered? If justice isn't served, what good is so-called fairness? Even after living 2 lifetimes, Lou still couldn't understand this decision. It wasn't so much that he couldn't understand it as that he couldn't forgive it. Xiao looked at Lou, his expression somewhat serious. "You don't understand. Ending this matter here is actually the best choice. Chen's family is of modest means. His parents are just owners of an ordinary restaurant, but the person he crossed has powerful connections. A single careless remark from that person could put the Chen family's restaurant out of business. As his friend, even if you can help him once or twice, do you really think you can help him for the rest of his life?" This, Lou thought, was the helplessness of an ordinary person. No power, no status. All stability is nothing but a mirage, fleeting as a passing cloud. Lou clenched his teeth and said nothing. "I advise you not to act on impulse." Xiao offered a solemn warning. "You may be an adventurer now. But your sister isn't." In the end, Xiao still didn't tell Lou who exactly had injured Chen. Because she knew that, given Lou's temperament, once he found out who was behind it, the matter would never end. Lou understood Xiao's reasoning, but he didn't agree with her perspective. Before his reincarnation, Lou had suffered greatly from school BL during his school days and detested it with a passion. Not only were the school and teachers unaware of it, but even when they knew what was happening, they often turned a blind eye. Even if the situation escalated, the best they could do was punish both sides equally and then sweep the matter under the rug. He never expected that after his reincarnation, although he had distanced himself from school BL for various reasons, her friend had become a victim of it. Lou found this unacceptable. In truth, she didn't necessarily want to take any specific action against the other party. But she couldn't condone the school's approach of sweeping things under the rug. That would only embolden them, making them even more brazen. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and Wang walked straight up to Lu, who was lost in thought. "Lu, come with me for a moment." His tone toward Lu was still as stiff as ever. But that defiant, unruly look from before was gone. Lu stood up and followed him out. The two walked to the area near the boys' restroom. Wang leaned his hands on the corridor railing, pretending to gaze at the scenery, but suddenly blurted out, "You know about Chen getting beaten up, right? Did you do it?" Lu narrowed his eyes, radiating an invisible aura of authority. Wang jumped in surprise. "No way. I'm not that kind of person." "I know." Lu's imposing presence faded as quickly as it had appeared. He waved his hand dismissively. "Even though you usually look down on people and act all arrogant, I know you're a good classmate. You wouldn't do something like that." "Well, thanks a lot for that." Wang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, a look of exasperation on his face. "Don't change the subject. Let us get down to business," Lu said sternly. "Who the hell is changing the subject?" Wang was speechless, but he didn't feel like arguing with Lu over it. After more than 2 years of sparring, he'd never once gotten the better of Lu in a verbal exchange. And in a real-life showdown, forget about it. He couldn't beat him before, and in the future. In the future, he'd definitely avoid fighting him. He cut straight to the point. "I know who did it. In fact, I witnessed the entire thing from start to finish." Ding dong. Lu and Wang returned to the classroom as the bell rang. Throughout the entire class, Lu's mind was completely elsewhere. Wang had already recounted the entire incident to him in full detail. The cause of the incident was actually somewhat related to him. After the adventurer assessment, Xiao gave them all a break and then submitted the list of those who passed to the school administration. The next day, the school posted the list on the bulletin board, celebrating the impressive results Rongqing High School had achieved in the adventurer assessment. Out of the 60 or so students who took the exam, nearly 50 had passed. The pass rate was a staggering 80%. The school publicized this extensively and even organized a special motivational assembly, using the senior class's brilliant results to encourage the juniors and sophomores to work hard. Of course, their intentions were good. But someone actually noticed that Lu had passed the exam too. So some people took issue with it and began spreading negativity. Comments like, "It's better to be lazy than to study hard," or "No amount of effort beats luck." Everyone at the school knew that Lu had a broken grade talent. His family was poor, and most people who knew him were aware of that as well. So no one could figure out how someone from such a poor background with such a poor talent could have passed the adventurer exam. Never mind that he had previously defeated Wang, who possessed an awakened rare grade talent. Anyone with eyes could see he'd taken a shortcut, even though everyone acknowledged his superior practical combat skills. But that doesn't mean he'd actually be able to demonstrate higher combat prowess than others during the adventurer exam. Ultimately, combat technique accounts for only a small portion of an adventurer's strength. It mainly comes down to skills, talent, and equipment. If a person's physical prowess is rated at 10, then through technique alone, they can at best perfectly utilize the 10 to deal 10 points of damage. But when combined with talents, skills, and gear, they can potentially unleash 100 or even more damage. In the adventurer assessment, as long as there are no serious mistakes in teamwork, it's impossible for a situation to arise where skills can't be cast at all. With monsters swarming right at you and teammates coordinating, there is no way a skill would be cast but fail to hit a monster. The reason Wang lost to Lu boils down to the fact that Lu's agility and mastery of the pace far surpassed his own. Lu could effortlessly dodge Wang's attacks and interrupt his skills. This issue simply doesn't exist in the adventurer assessment. For Wang, fighting Lu meant he was only able to demonstrate 5 to 10% of his true potential. But in the adventurer assessment, with teamwork, he was able to demonstrate at least 80% of his ability, maybe even more. That's why he passed the assessment. And Lu? What does he have to rely on? His broken grade talent? Or the toy wooden sword he keeps tucked at his waist every day? So rumors that Lu had been riding someone's coattails and coasting to victory spread like wildfire, instantly sweeping across the entire school. This was the spark that set off Chen's beating. It happened that very afternoon, the day the rankings were posted. After learning that Lu had passed the assessment, Chen was even happier than if he'd passed himself. Overcome with emotion, he decided to head over to the bulletin board to take a good look at how the school was praising them, so he could read it back to Lu in person. As it turned out, he stumbled upon a group of people loudly discussing and slandering Lu. They claimed that Lu only passed because he'd been blessed by the heavens, that it was pure luck, and that there might even be some shady dealings involved. The comments grew increasingly vile. Chen wasn't having it. Chen had 100% faith in his own brother. Setting aside the fact that the sword energy he'd seen that day might have been an optical illusion, just looking at Lu's South daily diligence and drive, Chen was convinced Lu had earned his spot through sheer merit. Chen's grades were poor, he didn't like studying, and he couldn't even understand what the teachers were saying. He had no idea just how difficult the adventurer exam really was. Anyway, no matter how hard it was, it had nothing to do with him. But he believed in Lu from the bottom of his heart. Have you ever seen how hard Lu works? Do you know how Lu has lived these past 2.5 years? What gives you the right to talk about him like that? Chen got into a heated argument with those guys. Coincidentally, every one of them was a troublemaker in his own class, the kind of kids who were arrogant and domineering at school, so much so that even the teachers would tremble at the sight of them. How could anyone dare to contradict him? Besides, the only reason they were slandering Lu was pure jealousy. We're all equally untalented, so why are you, Lu, consistently ranked first in the grade? Why are you, Lu, allowed to take the adventurer exam? How did you, Lu, manage to scrape by sucking up to someone? My dad is XXX. I'm this awesome, and I don't even get a chance to go. Just as Chen was about to argue his case, the ringleader of the school bullies shouted, "Beat him up!" At his command, several bullies immediately surrounded Chen and started beating him mercilessly. Seeing this, the others didn't dare to intervene, they could only stand by and watch from a distance. Fortunately, Wang happened to be passing by. He immediately recognized the victim as Chen, a classmate of his. Even though he usually looked down on this troublemaker, he couldn't stand by and let others bully a fellow student. So he shouted loudly, putting a stop to their violence. The school bully had sharp eyes and recognized Wang immediately. He knew Wang had passed the adventurer exam and possessed a rare grade talent along with several skills. He wasn't someone to mess with. So he reluctantly stopped, but before walking away, he spat at Chen and said, "You think you're so tough, don't you? That Lu guy thinks he is tough too. If you've got the guts, tell him to come find me. I'll show him what's what." Actually, Wang wasn't just passing by chance. He'd heard from others about the school's celebration for making the rankings and had rushed back specifically for it. Wang didn't come for any other reason, he simply wanted to hear people praising him. After all, thanks to his efforts, his class had a 100% pass rate. Otherwise, why would he have come all the way to school when he could have been resting at home? To bail Chen out of a tight spot? But it turned out Lu had stolen the spotlight again. He wandered around several times, and every conversation was about how Lu had passed the adventurer exam. As he listened to them question and disparage Lu, Wang remained completely unmoved, he even felt a bit amused. They had absolutely no idea who the Lu they were talking about really was. He cleared the adventurer exam solo, shattered the historical score record, and even raised the scoring cap. Of course, he hadn't expected Chen, who usually conspired with Lu, to be so bold, actually going head to head with the school bully. Good thing he'd been hanging around here often enough, otherwise, it wouldn't have ended with just minor injuries. Naturally, the incident blew up into a major scandal. Not only did the school find out, but Chen's parents were also made aware of it. Seeing their son beaten up like that at school, how could they possibly sit idly by? Chen's father, usually a quiet and unassuming man, rarely lashed out at the school, demanding an explanation. He had lived his entire life without causing trouble, running his business honestly, and had always taught his son to stay out of trouble. He didn't ask him to become a success, he only wanted him to grow up safe and sound, come of age, return home to take over his restaurant, and live a peaceful, happy life with the family. But even such a simple wish couldn't be fulfilled. Seeing Chen, still bruised and battered despite the school nurse's bandages, crying bitterly in distress, Chen's mother wept uncontrollably by his side. No matter how mild-mannered Chen's father was, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. Meanwhile, the school had rounded up all the perpetrators. One look, and wow! This was serious. They were all the ringleaders of his own class. Even the dean of students felt a chill run down his spine. Especially that slacker Su Jiahao, the ringleader. His family even had connections in the city. Otherwise, with his behavior, how could he have grown up this far without a scratch? It was all thanks to his well-connected father covering for him. This time was no exception. When the school called his parents, the man simply said indifferently, "I know. You guys handle it." He couldn't even be bothered to show up. Did the school dare to handle it on their own? Obviously not. So, after much persuasion, they finally managed to get these school bullies to reluctantly agree to apologize and pay compensation. Watching these good-for-nothings offer a half-hearted apology to his son before turning and walking away, there was no sincerity whatsoever. Mr. Chen certainly wasn't going to let it slide. But before he could lose his temper, the school principal pulled him outside, and the two of them whispered to each other for quite a while. When Mr. Chen returned, his demeanor was far more dejected than before. He looked much older all over. He stared at his son for a long time, then finally whispered just a few words. "Let us go home." Those 4 simple words seemed to drain every ounce of strength from Mr. Chen. He looked as if he'd lost his backbone. Mrs. Chen fell silent, and the light in Chen's eyes faded. As a witness to the entire incident, Wang stood nearby, having seen everything unfold. He, too, found it hard to stay calm. But aside from feeling sympathy for Chen, there was nothing he could do. His own father, Wang Hu, had also warned him not to get involved. "Don't meddle in this matter." Wang found it hard to comprehend this strange situation. This wasn't the world he had imagined. Nor was it what he wanted. Wang's heart was shaken like never before. The once innocent and carefree teenager matured significantly in an instant. At that moment, he thought of someone. Lu. If it were him, what would he do? So when Lu returned, Wang told him everything. What should he do? Lu was thinking the same thing. Then he smiled. What was there to hesitate about? Since the school couldn't provide a satisfactory answer to this matter, then he would resolve it using the student's own methods. If he hesitated over something this trivial, would he be living up to Chen Pang's trust in him? Would he be living up to his identity as a time traveler? Would he be living up to his wind spirit moon shadow talent? After school, Lu casually said to Chen, who hadn't spoken all day, "Meet at the school wasteland. Bring your own sunflower seeds, fruit, drinks, and a stool." The moment Chen heard this, he knew exactly what Lu was up to. He panicked a little and grabbed Lu's arm, saying, forget it. This little scratch is nothing." When he saw Lu go out with Wang that morning, he knew there was no way to keep this a secret. So he'd been worrying about it all morning. It wasn't about whether Lu was going to settle the score or whether he could win the fight. The problem was that either way, it was a problem. If he lost, he'd end up getting beaten to a pulp just like him, covered in injuries, and if Lu's older sister saw him like that, she'd worry herself to death. If he won, the forces backing those bastards would come looking for trouble, dragging Lu into this for no reason at all. It wasn't worth it for his sake. He was just an ordinary person, while Lu had already become an adventurer. From now on, they were destined to live in 2 different worlds. How could he drag Lu down because of his own problems? Lu pressed down on Chen's hand, his eyes burning with intensity. "Fat Chen, do you still believe in the light?" Chen froze. Fat Chen, that was a nickname he hadn't heard in ages. Back then, Lu and he had just become close friends, spending every day studying and training relentlessly. He had said to Lu, "Old 7, with one of us having a broken grade talent and the other a white talent, and both coming from ordinary families, we don't need to work this hard, do we?" We'll never pass the adventurer exam anyway, so why bother trying so hard? Lu turned back and smiled. Fat Chen, do you believe in the light? Chen waved his hand dismissively. I'll believe it if you can keep coming in first in your age group. Later, Lu slammed his report card down on the table, shrugged, and said casually, Believe me now? Chen's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. He looked at Lu, his lips trembling slightly, and whispered, I believe you. I don't believe in the light, I believe in you. Lu. You wouldn't believe it, that fat guy was spouting all this high and mighty nonsense at me. It was hilarious. I started with a slap right across his face. It totally stunned him. He just stood there frozen, not knowing what to do. Su Jiahao was still bragging about his heroic exploits. A few sycophants stood nearby, beaming as they added details to his story. Those who hadn't participated in the brawl looked a bit regretful and frustrated, as if they were kicking themselves for missing out. Everyone wore a different expression. Some were excited, some proud, some smug. But there was one emotion missing from every single one of them. And that was regret. Hey, Su! A voice called out from behind them. Su Jiahao and his crew turned around, paused for a moment, then laughed. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Wang. What? Are you here to avenge that fatso? As he spoke, Su Jiahao bent down, stuck out his face, and said with a smirk, Go ahead, hit me. Originally, he'd been a bit wary of Wang, especially when Wang had stepped forward to accuse him of assault. But now, he wasn't afraid at all. Because his family had already spoken to Wang's father. In other words, Wang was now in his grasp. Wang lowered his gaze to the ground in front of him, struggling to control his emotions. It wasn't out of fear, but rather a deep fear that he might act on impulse and lash out. He took a deep breath and said in a low, heavy voice, Lu asked me to pass on a message to you. Tell your people to bring plenty of backup. He is waiting for you on that vacant lot behind the school playground. You have 1 hour. If you don't show up, the consequences are on you. There was only one vacant lot behind the school playground. It was the one they mentioned earlier, the plot designated for the cafeteria that had never seen construction. Lu was waiting right there. He pulled a stool out of nowhere and sat down, crossing his legs and looking completely nonchalant. Chen watched him from a distance behind him, a worried look on his face. Lu had told him that if things really came to blows, he wouldn't be able to look out for him, so he should stay far away. If he got too close, getting blood splattered all over his face would be a real problem. Chen saw how serious Lu looked as he said this. Even though he knew Lu was joking, he still took it somewhat seriously. Right now, he was extremely anxious and deeply conflicted. On one hand, he didn't want Lu to make a big deal out of this again. On the other hand, he secretly wanted Lu to help him get revenge. Su Jiahao and his group of about 20 marched in a grand procession toward the school playground. Quite a few nosy onlookers were sneaking along behind them, planning to be part of the crowd and watch the spectacle unfold. As the top dog at Rongqing Middle School, Su Jiahao immediately caught on the moment he heard those words. Lu was challenging him to a fight. How could he let him get so cocky? Didn't he know who was really in charge at Rongqing High School? He quickly rallied his men and rushed toward the school playground. As he walked, he kept mulling it over. Since this was a fight within the school grounds, outsiders naturally couldn't get involved. Does he think the school security guards are just sitting around doing nothing? If it's just people from Rongqing High, wouldn't everyone have to give him some face? So there couldn't be many people on Lu's side who could actually join in. He hastily rounded up about 20 guys. That should be more than enough. Su Jiahao wasn't really afraid of Lu, he was more worried that Wang would get involved. But it turned out Wang was just standing there with his hands behind his back, not even following along. If Wang doesn't get involved, no matter how good a fighter you are, Lu, can you really take down all 20 of my guys? Even if you had 10 people, do you really think every single one of them could take on 2 or 3 opponents at once? Su Jiahao didn't believe it for a second. Lu is just a broken grade talent, so what if he made it as an adventurer? Does that mean he can pin me to the ground and grind me into the dirt? When they arrived at the scene, Su Jiahao was stunned. In such a vast area, he saw only two people. Lu was sitting on a bench with his back to them, crossing his legs and tilting his head, seemingly lost in thought. There was also a chubby figure hiding far off in the distance, with a bandage wrapped around his head. Su Jiahao snorted derisively. He expected quite a spectacle. And this is it? Lu, so you're the one standing up for that fatso, huh? Fatso, stop hiding. Come out here. Let us have a little chat. We didn't get to finish last time. Exactly. Wasn't he that fatso acting all tough last time? Why is he hiding so far away this time? Su Jiahao shouted from a distance, while the people around him cheered him on. Shen heard the commotion too. His legs trembled, and he gritted his teeth, but he never took a single step forward. Lu had heard the commotion behind him long ago. Now he stood up, stretched, kicked the chair aside, and turned to glance sideways at the people in front of him. Su Jiahao was right at the front. He had dyed his hair blonde, with two piercings in his left ear adorned with studs. Dressed in a trendy leather jacket and jeans, he exuded a full-on gangster vibe. No matter how Lu looked at him, he couldn't find a single trace of a student in him. You're Su Jiahao? Lu asked. That's right, it's your grandpa. Su Jiahao said arrogantly. I heard you wanted to beat me up, so here I am, coming right to you. Lu took off his shirt, baring his muscular upper body, and spread his arms slightly. Stop beating around the bush. You wanted to fight me, didn't you? Come on. I'm standing right here, ready for you to hit me. Su Jiahao froze. Is this for real? Is this guy crazy? The others froze as well. Asking someone to beat him up? Is he out of his mind? For a moment, the scene fell deathly silent, broken only by the howling wind. What are you all standing there for? Come on, hit me. Lu patted his chest, striking a pose that said, I've got the azure dragon on my left, the white tiger on my right, an ox at my waist, and a dragoness head on my chest. I'll kill anyone who stands in my way, even a Buddha. Su Jiahao reacted quickly, spitting on the ground. Damn it! Are you trying to scare me? Guys, let us go. Beat him up. With that, he led the charge. The others swarmed forward as well. Although Su Jiahao led the charge, he was shrewd enough to slow his pace, ending up at the back of the pack. The one at the very front turned out to be a short man with a sharp, monkey-like face and a sinister grin. He kicked straight at Lu. Then he froze. Lu didn't budge an inch. He stood as steady as a rock. Lu didn't fight back. Instead, he stood with his hands on his hips and sneered, Come on, use some strength. Didn't you eat today? The man flew into a rage. He was naturally short, and being mocked, especially being called weak, was what he hated most. Now that Lu had taunted him like that, he felt his pride was at stake. He mustered all his strength and launched another flying kick at Lu. Lu remained motionless, while the short man ended up falling flat on his back. By this time, the others had also rushed up to Lu. A mob of them lashed out with fists and feet, striking Lu haphazardly in a chaotic frenzy. Lu stood as firm as a rock. He barely shielded his lower body, leaving the rest of himself open to their attacks. He was like a rock standing tall in a raging torrent, letting the water crash against him while remaining utterly unmoved. After his dungeon baptism, Lu's physical constitution had long since surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. To him, these menace attacks were as powerless as a child's shove. Not to mention the added boost from a super SSS-rated skill. With his defense increased tenfold or more standing there and letting them hit him, Lu didn't even feel a thing. It wasn't even as satisfying as slapping himself in the face. So, while taking the blows, he taunted them with every word. Your fists are as weak as a woman's. Put some power into it. You must be running on empty, eat more and build up your strength. Look at you, ugly as a demon, and your fists pack less punch than your face. Everyone was livid, and they attacked Lu with all their might. Get out of the way, let me handle this. Su Jiahao picked up the chair Lu had tossed aside and swung it straight at Lu's forehead. Crack! The chair shattered into pieces on the floor. Lu was unscathed, not even a scratch on his scalp. Su Jiahao froze, and so did everyone else. Is this guy even human? Lu tilted his head and said calmly to Su Jiahao, "You damaged public property. Remember to pay for it later." That single sentence sent Su Jiahao stumbling back several steps. Coming to his senses, Su Jiahao gritted his teeth and shouted, "Hit him hard. I'll take full responsibility if anything happens." The others began beating him even more fiercely. Chen, watching from a distance, fought down his inner fear and prepared to step in to help. But even as Lu was being beaten by so many people, he still had the presence of mind to turn his face toward Chen and make a "don't come over" gesture. He shook his head at Chen and silently mouthed, "Just stay there and watch." Chen froze for a moment. He didn't know whether to pull his foot back after he'd already taken a step forward. The onlookers watching from a distance, just like him, were also stunned by the scene. More than 20 people were surrounding Lu and beating him. Lu, however, said, "Haven't tea you guys eaten yet? Put some effort into it." This scene stunned everyone watching the spectacle, and some who had long been fed up with Su Jiahao's bullying took advantage of the moment to sneak down and report the incident to the teachers. To be honest, when it came to brawls, this group was actually quite experienced. They struck with brutal ferocity. They were experts at using their elbows and knees to target vital areas like the lower back, groin, and neck. Hits to these spots might not be fatal, but they could leave a person gasping for breath for quite some time. But today, by sheer bad luck, they'd run into a monster like Lu. He didn't even throw a single punch. He simply shielded his little chi in his face, leaving the rest of his body open to their attacks. Yet, even when targeting the body's most vulnerable spots, they couldn't break through his defense. In a fit of rage, some even tried to trip Lu to the ground. They tried pulling his hair, choking him, and striking his knees. Nothing worked. Lu just stood there, not budging an inch. Instead, the one who grabbed his hair was sent flying a good distance by a single slap from Lu. He merely said calmly, "Blood may flow, heads may be severed, but my hairstyle must not be ruined." If you don't even understand that, how have you managed to survive this long? In such an intense fight, how long could this bunch of thugs possibly last? After just over 10 minutes, they were gasping for breath and couldn't keep it up. It was their leader, Su Jiahao, whose expression shifted between anger and frustration, yet he hadn't expended much energy. Lu stood there for a moment, but no one came forward to attack him. Instead, they stared at him as if he were a monster. He brushed off his pants, which had been dirted by the crowd, and said casually, "What? Is that all you've got? Can't take it anymore? Aren't you supposed to be tough? These days, if you're out here trying to make it, having clout and connections is worth nothing. Can you fight? Can you beat me? Ha?" Lu scanned the room, his gaze settling on Su Jiahao's face. "You've all had your fill, haven't you? So now it's my turn, right?" As he spoke, he slowly walked toward Su Jiahao. Su Jiahao's expression changed, and he screamed in panic, "Stop him! Quick!" But Lu exuded an overwhelming aura that intimidated everyone. They were too terrified to move. Even Su Jiahao himself didn't have the courage to turn and run. He could only stand there, his legs trembling, his expression frantic as he shouted, "Don't come any closer! Do you know who my dad is? Just try to touch me. I'll make you." Before he could finish, Lu slapped him across the face. 2 of Su Jiahao's teeth flew out instantly. He was knocked to his knees. Then Lu delivered a roundhouse kick to Su Jiahao's back, instantly knocking him to the ground. Lu looked down at Su Jiahao, who was struggling frantically at his feet, mumbling incoherently, and asked gently, "Have you had enough?" The area fell deathly silent. No one dared to answer. Su Jiahao was clearly not ready to concede. He was still struggling desperately. Seeing this, a few people gritted their teeth and were about to rush forward to rescue him, but a single glance from Lu was enough to send them all scrambling back several steps. After undergoing the dungeoness trials, Lu's soul power already far surpassing that of others seemed even more unfathomable. The oppressive pressure radiating from his gaze was almost tangible, forcing everyone to step back to avoid its intensity. Lu lifted his leg, and Su Jiahao immediately tried to crawl to his feet. But Lu promptly stomped down on his back again. Su Jiahao's face flushed crimson. His body felt as though it were bearing the weight of an invisible mountain, being pressed down inch by inch until he was pressed flat against the ground. After this happened several times, Su Jiahao finally stopped moving. He lay sprawled on the ground, limbs splayed like a dead fish, gasping for breath, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. He simply couldn't fathom why Lu could be this strong. Why wasn't he the least bit afraid of the power behind him? Are you convinced now? Lu spoke the harshest words in the gentlest tone, his clear voice echoing throughout the entire venue. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, everyone who took part in beating up Chen is to go to the school podium and shout "I'm sorry, Chen" 100 times. Anyone who skips even one will get a private chat with me. And anyone who dares not show up? I'll keep chatting with them until they drop out. As he spoke, Lu swept his gaze over the crowd filled with resentment yet too afraid to speak out and said slowly, "I'm sure everyone here knows who I am. If you want to pick a fight with me, I'm always up for it. But if you lack martial honor, resort to underhanded tricks behind my back, or try to harm my friends or even my family." As he spoke, a short sword suddenly appeared in his hand. This time, there was no build-up of energy. An unstoppable surge of sword energy swept out. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, it slammed into the ruins on the wasteland. Boom! The sound was like thunder from the heavens, deafening enough to rouse half the school. Dust and debris swirled into the air. Amidst the deafening roar, the towering mound in the wasteland was cleaved in two, slowly splitting apart and sliding down. "Just like this place," Lu said calmly. Everyone's faces drained of color. They looked at him as if he were a monster, their eyes filled with fear. There was no trace of surprise or doubt left, their minds were completely blank. Lu sheathed his dagger, crouched down, and patted Su Jiahao on the cheek. Su had been so terrified he'd frozen in place. "No matter who comes after my friends or family in the future, you will be the first person I come after. Mark my words." As Lu finished speaking, he suddenly furrowed his brow, catching a whiff of a foul odor. Looking down, he realized there was a wet stain spreading beneath Su Jiahao's body. He took 2 steps back in disgust and waved his hand. "Get the hell out of here." Everyone felt as if they'd been granted a pardon, scrambling toward the playground. "You two, wait." Lu pointed at the last two, the one who yanked his hair earlier and the short guy who thrown the first punch. The 2 men shuddered and nearly dropped to their knees right then and there. "Take this guy away." Lu pointed at Su Jiahao, who couldn't even get to his feet, pinching his nose in disgust. The 2 men breathed a sigh of relief, quickly hoisted Su Jiahao onto their shoulders, and dragged him away without a moment's hesitation. With the dust settled, Lu turned to look at Chen, who was still staring in disbelief, and walked slowly toward him. "Does that make you feel better?" Chen was trembling with excitement, his eyes red-rimmed. "Last time I saw that sword energy, you told me it was an illusion? I knew it couldn't possibly be fake. But that doesn't matter anymore. Old 7. Chen shouted. "I don't want to learn how to cook anymore. I want to get stronger. I want to be like you, not get bullied by anyone." Lu looked at Chen and suddenly burst out laughing. "Why didn't you figure this out sooner? It's not too late now. Good luck." Lu gave Chen a thumbs up. Chen nodded firmly, a fierce flame igniting in his narrowed panda eyes. The 2 slipped away, avoiding the teachers who had come to check on the situation. "That jerk, he never gives me a moment's peace," Xiao grumbled under her breath. The wasteland's original terrain had undergone a complete transformation under Lu's single sword strike. The mountains of rocks, debris, and dirt that had once piled up had now collapsed with a thunderous crash, revealing a surface as smooth as a mirror. The teachers who had come to investigate were buzzing with discussion, finding it hard to believe that a student who hadn't even graduated yet could have pulled this off. Only Xiao could tell at a glance that this was Lu's doing. Who would have thought that this little rascal, who'd been secretly biding his time and leveling up ever since his awakening, would snap the moment his friend was hurt. Though Xiao didn't hold back with her words, she felt a bit relieved deep down. He was still the Lu she knew. His fearless, reckless personality hadn't changed a bit. The teachers also pieced together the truth bit by bit from the students who had witnessed the incident. They exchanged glances, all feeling quite exasperated. Normally, a school brawl like this is considered a very serious offense. At best, it would result in disciplinary action or probation, at worst, detention at the police station or expulsion. But this incident was a bit different. Because the one who caused such a commotion wasn't the one doing the hitting. It was the victim, the one who barely fought back the entire time. You might say, but he did strike back, didn't he? He hit Su Jiahao? Give me a break. When 20 of you are attacking a single person, it's self-defense. He simply neutralized Su Jiahao first, the leader of the pack. Look, after Su Jiahao was incapacitated, did Lu keep hitting him? So there's absolutely no way to describe Lu's actions as a mass brawl. Because there was no brawl to begin with. If anyone deserves blame, it's Su Jiahao and his gang of bullies. You might say he damaged school property and vandalized public assets, right? But the area he was dealing with was just a vacant lot. There wasn't a single valuable public asset to be found. Nothing but rocks and piles of dirt. In fact, if they ever actually planned to build something there, they should thank him for clearing the site. The only thing you could really fault him for is making a bit of a racket. But regardless, if word of this gets out, it'll have a huge impact on the school. It's not a big incident, but the nature of it is terrible. The dean of students pinched the bridge of his nose and said in a deep voice, "Put the word out, call an emergency meeting. All faculty must attend." Xiao sighed, knowing he'd have to clean up after that brat again. Meanwhile, what was our protagonist up to? He'd been stopped at the school gate. You might not believe it, but Lu, who'd snuck out, wasn't stopped by any teachers, classmates, or security guards. Instead, he was blocked by a young man in olive green uniform at the school entrance. "Are you Lu?" The young man had a crew cut, a stern expression, and stood with his back perfectly straight at all times, giving him an energetic air. He politely stopped Lu and asked. Lu immediately noticed the epaulets on the young man's shoulders. The 2 bars and 3 stars were a bit jarring to the eyes. "A colonel." Lu sucked in a sharp breath, and his gaze toward the man changed instantly. "A government official." "Yes, sir. What can I do for you?" Lu's eyes were filled with respect, and his tone had become much more formal. "There's an inventory at the office that requires your personal signature." The colonel's manner was very courteous. "Please get in the car with me." "Old 7, what's going on?" Chen looked from Lu to the young man in uniform, a bit baffled. Lu's mind worked like lightning. He immediately knew why the colonel had come, but he still couldn't help but be surprised. He never expected that a reward for ranking first on the national list would actually prompt the military to send someone. It was truly unexpected. "It's fine, you go ahead and head back. I've got some things I need to take care of." Lu waved him off. "All right, I'll be going then." Chen left without hesitation. Lu followed the colonel into an SUV. At a glance, Lu could tell this vehicle was no ordinary car. On the surface, it looked plain and unassuming, but the interior was actually quite luxurious, not to mention the signs of modifications. Though he was stunned, he didn't let it show. The colonel seemed like a man of few words. He didn't say much to Lu, merely stating, "Let us go," before silently starting the engine. Chen got home much later than usual today, but when his parents saw him with a bandage still wrapped around his head and his eyes swollen, they felt nothing but endless heartache and guilt. They couldn't bring themselves to say a single word of reproach. In the past, Chen had poor grades and didn't put much effort into his studies or martial arts training. Although his parents scolded him for lacking ambition, they didn't really take it to heart. As ordinary working-class people, they hadn't expected their son to achieve great things. They just hoped he'd get by in school for a few years and then dutifully take over their restaurant. But after this incident, Chen's parents began to hate themselves for that mindset. Their own lives had been ruined by that lack of ambition. Could their son really be destined to follow in their footsteps? But now that things had come to this, what power did they have to change anything? Although Chen's mother had gone out of her way to prepare a feast, the atmosphere at the dinner table remained somewhat somber. Chen's father ate in silence, while his mother kept serving him food, her eyes filled with concern. Chen ate heartily, polishing off a bowl of rice in just a few bites. Suddenly, he set his chopsticks down on the bowl and spoke up, "Dad, Mom. I want to become an adventurer." "What?" Hearing this, both Chen's father and mother looked at their son in shock. "I said, I don't want to be a chef anymore. I'm going to start training hard to become an adventurer." Chen's eyes shone brightly as he spoke to his parents solemnly, enunciating each word clearly. Seeing the renewed sparkle in their son's eyes, the two were at a loss. Mrs. Chen instinctively furrowed her brow, wanting to advise her son to be more down to earth and stick to his roots. Being an adventurer is too dangerous. But in the end, she didn't say it, afraid of dampening her son's newly found enthusiasm. Besides, this transformation in her son was exactly what she had hoped to see. Mr. Chen's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. He set down his bowl and chopsticks with a thud and exclaimed, "All right. Son, I support you. Go do what you want to do. Next year, I'll sign you up for the adventurer exam. If you don't pass next year, then the year after. If not then, the year after that. Your old man will sell everything he owns even if it means going broke to help you fulfill your dream." Chen's mother looked at his father in disbelief, as if she were truly seeing this usually taciturn, honest, and unassuming man for the first time today. At this critical moment, he actually showed such resolve. Chen nodded firmly, and the two exchanged a glance. It was as if they both saw a raging fire burning in each other's eyes. Lu had been in the car for nearly 2 hours when they finally pulled up in front of a military base. As the colonel pulled onto the highway, Lu realized something was wrong and groaned inwardly. He hadn't even told his sister beforehand. He was definitely in for a lecture this time. But worrying about it now was pointless. He could only grit his teeth and take things one step at a time. Lu pulled out his beat-up cell phone, came up with an excuse, and sent a text message to his sister. "Mr. Lu, please follow me." The colonel opened the car door and politely invited Lu to get out. "Okay." Feeling a sense of urgency, Lu didn't hesitate and climbed out of the car. Perhaps because the colonel was leading the way, the two made smooth progress and arrived directly at an administrative building. The colonel finally stopped in front of a private office and knocked on the door. "Reporting, General, student Lu has arrived." "General?" Lu was completely baffled. Was it really necessary to involve someone at the general's level just to present an award to a student who hadn't even graduated yet? Was that really necessary? Lu had always assumed that having the colonel present it to him personally was already a high honor. He never expected the colonel was just a messenger. "Come in." A booming, resonant voice called out from inside. The colonel pushed open the door and motioned for Lu to enter, but Lu's legs were trembling slightly. Even after living 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Lu had ever met someone of such high rank. The office wasn't large, and the decor was quite simple. Only the back wall was covered with a dense array of medals and certificates of honor. 2 flags stood beside the desk. One was the national flag, the other the military flag. Seated behind the desk was a vigorous-looking elderly man. He had a head of silver hair, cut in a simple crew cut. His face was clean-shaven, though faint traces of a full beard were still visible below his temples and on his chin. His square face exuded an air of solemn authority. He was a man of few words, his piercing eyes gleaming with intensity. When he saw Lu enter, he looked him up and down, a hint of approval in his eyes. "The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, not bad." "Huh? What does that mean?" Lu was puzzled. Could it be that this old man actually knew his adoptive father? Perhaps sensing Lu's confusion, the old man offered no explanation, merely saying, "My surname is Wang. If you don't mind, Lu, you can just call me Old Wang. If you ever need anything in the future, you can come here to find me." As long as it's not something that defies heaven and harms humanity, I still have a bit of influence to help you sort it out. Is this general really that kind? That approachable? Lou found it hard to believe. Even if his performance on the adventurer exam was truly extraordinary, surely it wasn't enough to warrant such a warm and friendly reception from a general-level figure? Lou remained silent, and General Wang continued. I'm sure you already know why I asked you to come here, so I won't beat around the bush. Let us get straight to the point. With that, General Wang took out a box. This is the reward for ranking first on the national exam. Then he produced a contract and a pen. This is the talent development program the military offers to students who make the national exam. You can take a look at it first. Lou took the contract from General Wang's hand and began to read it carefully. It outlined 3 main requirements. First, Lou must be admitted to the National Military Academy with outstanding scores on the college entrance exam. Second, after completing his studies, he must serve in the military for 3 years without conditions. Third, during this period, he must not disclose the contents of this contract to anyone outside the military. In exchange for these 3 conditions, he would receive the state's full support and training during his studies and military service. This includes, but is not limited to, supplies, equipment, training materials, and various tools. Furthermore, the merit system would be unlocked for him early, allowing him to accept missions from the relevant departments to earn merits, which he could then exchange for corresponding rewards. Lou raised an eyebrow and asked tentatively, Old Wang, I suppose it's no big deal if I don't sign this contract, right? Of course, he didn't actually address the general as Old Wang. Mainly because it felt awkward to him. Old Wang, it just didn't sound like a flattering term. General Wang waved his hand dismissively, completely unfazed. It's no big deal. These are just perks. As long as you don't publicize it, no one will come after you. However, my personal advice is that you should sign it. After all, given your circumstances, it'll be hard to go very far without a powerful backer. The logic made sense, but Lou had his own reasons for not signing. Although these 3 conditions weren't particularly onerous for him, in fact, meeting them would be a breeze. The secrets Lou carried made him unsuitable for an organization with such strict oversight. They'd turn his life inside out in a matter of days. You're quite right. Lou nodded respectfully. Then I'll pass on signing it. Old Wang looked a bit surprised, glanced at Lou again, then laughed. Young people have high aspirations, that's a good thing. I was just an old man talking too much. With that, he put the contract away and pushed the box toward Lou. Aren't you going to open it and see what's inside? Lou hadn't expected General Wang to be so accommodating. Hearing this, Lou didn't hesitate and opened the box right in front of General Wang. Inside were 2 gold medals, 2 certificates of honor, and a ring. The gold medals and certificates were for first place in the provincial and national rankings, respectively, nothing out of the ordinary. But the ring caught Lou off guard. It was an item. Dragon Kingdom Standard Storage Ring. 8 cubic meters dimensional storage space. The attributes were simple, just 1 line, but that single line nearly made Lou jump for joy on the spot. A storage ring. This was different from Lou's inventory bar. Although Lou's inventory bar had no capacity limit, he couldn't store ordinary items without specific entries, as had been mentioned before. But a storage ring is different. It doesn't count weight, only space, and has no requirements for what you store. As long as Lou can lift it and it doesn't exceed 8 cubic meters in size, anything can be stuffed inside. And as an item, it can be placed directly into an inventory slot. This enables nested storage. Now look at the name. Dragon Kingdom Standard Storage Ring. What does that mean? Mass production. As everyone knows, adventurers have at least 20 inventory slots, and each slot can hold up to 999 identical items. In other words, if the nation so desires, any adventurer can become a mobile arsenal, granary, library, processing plant. Just thinking about it sent a shiver down Lou's spine. The nation really is top tier. But that wasn't all. General Wang tapped the table with a smile and said, "Take a look at what's inside the ring." Lu did as he was told, and his jaw dropped. Crimson blood, mystic yellow amulet. Adds 10 inventory slots. Increases monster drop rate by 20%. Converts 5 designated inventory slots into hotbar slots. Each item placed in a hotbar slot grants additional attack and defense based on the item's grade. Attributes take effect automatically once the talisman is placed in an inventory slot unique. A talisman. And a legendary grade talisman at that. Talisman are different from other equipment, just look at the stats. You don't need to equip it, just place it in your inventory and it activates automatically. Although the effects don't stack, only one amulet can be active at a time. Gaining a few extra stats out of nowhere is absolutely amazing. Let us take a closer look at the detailed stats. The first one adds inventory slots. While this stat isn't particularly useful for Lu, his inventory is already infinite. But to others, it's a fantastic stat, it instantly doubles your inventory capacity. That's super powerful, right? The second stat is simple and straightforward, it boosts drop rates. No need to explain, those in the know get it. The third stat is even more worth mentioning. What is a hotbar? A hotbar lets you place items on it so you can use them directly without taking them out. For example, if you have a healing item in it, you don't need to take it out, you can replenish your health instantly. Or if you have gear in it, you can switch outfits with a single click, skipping the whole process of equipping items. Every adventurer loves the quick bar. But very few actually get to own one. Only a handful of items have the quick bar trait, like belts, amulets, or special spatial items. The last one is an absolute god tier trait. Items placed in the quick bar grant you additional stats. If Lu fills his quick bar with a bunch of legendary grade gear, his attack and defense will be maxed out, right? What's even more terrifying is that this effect isn't limited to just this specific quick bar. In other words, even if Lu gets other items that add quick bar slots in the future, he'll still enjoy this effect. Lu didn't even know what to say. This reward far exceeded his wildest expectations. At first, he assumed it would be similar to the provincial ranking rewards, just picking from a few options. Anything to say? General Wang asked with interest. Thank you, the country. Thank you, the relevant authorities. Thank you, Old Wang. Thank you, CCTV. Thank you, everyone in the livestream. Lu's lips were trembling, and he started rambling. You little rascal. Old Wang chuckled helplessly, then waved his hand. I don't have time for your nonsense. Take your reward and get out. Remember to do your best. The country will be watching you from behind. Yes. Lu snapped his heels together, stood ramrod straight, and saluted. Shao Xie. Escort him out. Old Wang called out, and the colonel from earlier pushed open the door. Mr. Lu, please follow me. After Lu had left, Old Wang leaned back in his chair, looking somewhat pensive, his gaze distant as if lost in recollection. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Report. Come in. This time, a woman in military uniform entered, holding a folder. She had short hair and wore glasses, giving her a neat and efficient appearance. General, this is the investigation report on Lu. Saying this, the woman in uniform handed the folder to the general. General Wang took the folder, casually opened a page, and began to review it. When he read that Wani had dropped out of school to work and support her younger brother's education, he furrowed his brow, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. Upon discovering that Lu had maintained excellent grades and consistently ranked first in her class, a hint of relief appeared on his face. Toward the end of the report, the text described how Lu had gotten into a confrontation with a school bully to defend a classmate. It also included background information on Su Jiahao and others. He remained silent, his fingers tapping repeatedly on Su Jiahao's photo. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. The woman in military uniform was perceptive, seeing that old Wang's expression hadn't changed. She asked cautiously, "General, do you want us to intervene?" Old Wang closed his eyes. "Handle this neatly." "Yes, sir." The colonel drove Lu to the entrance of the alley. Just as Lu got out of the car, the colonel called him back. "Here's my contact information. If you ever need to reach the general, you can contact me directly." Lu took the business card, still a bit dazed. It listed the colonel's name, contact information, unit, and rank. Name: Xia Wenbin. Phone number: 135X×X×X×X. 238th Army, Ministry of National Defense. Lu glanced at it, still feeling a bit dazed. He thought old Wang was just being polite. He never expected him to be serious. Now he was really starting to wonder if this general knew his adoptive parents. "Goodbye, Lu." Seeing that Lu had taken the card, Colonel San nodded and politely bid him farewell. Watching the SUV drive away, Lu tucked the card away and turned to head home. He was in a hurry to get back and explain everything to Wani. How did Haoren get beaten up so badly? He was perfectly fine just a couple of days ago. Wani stared at the photo on her phone, covering her mouth in shock. She then looked at Lu with concern. "You didn't get involved in the fight, did you?" "No way. I didn't even know about it at first." Lu shook his head vigorously. To keep his sister from worrying about his late return, he had no choice but to betray his best friend. He told her that Chen had been beaten up, and he'd gone to visit him after school. As he spoke, he pulled out the embarrassing photos he'd secretly taken of Chen after the beating. He'd originally planned to use them to tease Chen once he'd recovered, but he never expected they'd come in handy now. "That's good." Wani breathed a sigh of relief. She gave Lu a few words of advice, telling him not to get involved in such things and to report it to a teacher immediately if things went wrong. In her eyes, her younger brother seemed like he'd never grow up. No matter how capable he was, she always had to worry about him. Lu listened to Wani's nagging with a touch of resignation. The two of them sat around the dining table, eating food that had gone a bit cold, yet the scene remained warm and cozy. The next day, Lu arrived at school with his backpack. As soon as he walked through the school gates, he saw a line of people standing on the podium. They were all dressed up in their finest, decked out in flashy clothes, but their expressions were as sour as if they'd eaten something rotten, like a bunch of drenched chickens huddling together for warmth. It was nearly 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock was already morning reading time, so there shouldn't have been many students passing by the podium. However, word of yesterday's after-school incident had already spread among quite a few busybodies, and the news had gone viral. As a result, the area below the podium was quite lively. Though it wasn't exactly a sea of people, it was still a dense crowd. Everyone was willing to be a little late just to see them make fools of themselves. In the past, these people had been domineering and arrogant, bullying their classmates. Now that they were finally being put in their place, it was truly a sight to behold. Ding! When the time came, the students on stage seemed to hear a bugle call. They jolted awake and began shouting in unison, "Chen, we're sorry." At first, their voices were sparse, but soon they fell into perfect unison. As they shouted from above, some fearless students below kept count. Once, twice, 3 times. "Not loud enough, do it again." As soon as those words were spoken, the crowd burst into laughter. Those unfamiliar with the situation were still quietly asking the people next to them, "Who is Chen? I've never heard of him." Lu was at the very back of the crowd, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. "Su Jiahao didn't show up. Looks like he still hasn't learned his lesson." Lu. What am I supposed to say to you? Can't you just give it a rest? You're back and already causing trouble again. How long has it been since you handed in that 2,000-word self-criticism? Didn't you write enough? Xiao's chest heaved as she pointed at Lu and unleashed a torrent of abuse. Lu stood tall and proud, looking as though he was willing to admit his mistake but absolutely refused to change his ways. This infuriated Xiao. Yesterday at the meeting, she had fought tooth and nail, ignoring everyone's opposition, to defend Lu. Finally, after the dean of students stepped out to take a very important phone call and returned, the situation took a turn for the better. Her persistent efforts gradually won over the school administrators. In the end, the dean of students made the final call. The matter would be swept under the rug, Lu would not be held accountable, and the homeroom teacher would privately speak with those involved. Those who needed a warning would receive one, those who needed to reflect would do so. And while Lu wouldn't face formal disciplinary action, he certainly wouldn't escape a mild punishment as a stern warning. The specifics of carrying this out were left in the hands of Xiao, the homeroom teacher. Xiao had a love-hate relationship with this little rascal. Just thinking about how Lu wouldn't listen to a word of advice made Xiao's teeth itch. Especially his smug, self-righteous attitude today really got under her skin. It felt like all her efforts and worries from yesterday had gone to waste. Lu genuinely didn't think he'd done anything wrong. But seeing Xiao now fuming with rage, he couldn't help but shrink his neck and meekly say, "Xiao, I was wrong." "What did you do wrong?" "Everything." Saying that shows you still haven't realized your mistake. Stay right here and reflect on your actions. Xiao angrily tossed out the words, grabbed her textbook, and went out to teach her class. To avoid making Xiao even angrier, Lu stayed obediently in the office all morning and wasn't let out until school let out at noon. When he returned to the classroom, everyone had already left, not even Chen had stayed behind to wait for him. Humph. That ungrateful jerk. He didn't even wait for me. Lu muttered to himself, feeling like all the scolding he'd endured that morning had been for nothing. So unfaithful. As Lu was packing up his things, he caught a glimpse of a slender figure at the door and looked up. "Zhao, why haven't you left yet?" It was Zhao. She was leaning against the classroom door, tilting her head to study Lu. Today, Zhao was wearing a light-colored dress. Perhaps to prepare for her future life as an adventurer, she had cut her hair quite short, styling it into a jellyfish cut, a look that was all the rage at the moment. Combined with her naturally icy demeanor, she looked incredibly cool and badass. Zhao tilted her head, sizing Lu up from head to toe, making him feel completely uncomfortable. "Zhao, don't look at me like that, it's making me feel shy." Lu pretended to be embarrassed and covered his face with his hands. Zhao immediately rolled her eyes, then said, "The Su family has fallen." "Did you have something to do with this?" "The Su family? Which Su family? Collapsed? What the hell?" Lu froze for a moment, completely caught off guard. Zhao stared at him for a long while, unable to tell if he was playing dumb or not. Su Jiahao's grandfather was found to have formed a clique for personal gain. Su Jiahao's father was found guilty of embezzlement and bribery. Su Jiahao's uncle was caught evading taxes through his business operations. Overnight, all factions associated with the Su family have suffered a severe blow. "Can you guarantee this has nothing to do with you?" Zhao said coolly, his expression saying, "Don't try to fool me." "Lu? No way, is it really that bad? In such a huge family, can't they find a single decent person? No wonder they raised a scumbag like Su Jiahao. No wonder Su Jiahao didn't even show up for school today." Before Xiao dragged Lu into the office for a scolding, Lu had actually gone to Su Jiahao's class to look for him. He found out the kid hadn't even shown up. At first, Lu thought the guy was trying to outsmart him, playing dirty behind his back. He never expected that before the dirty tricks could even be played, the guy was already finished. Regardless, Lu felt a sense of relief. How could something this big possibly have anything to do with me? Am I even worthy of that? Lu spoke with righteous conviction, not believing for a second that he was involved. Could it really just be a coincidence? Zhao wrinkled her nose slightly. Looking at Lu's expression, she began to doubt her own judgment. Yesterday, after learning about Lu's fight with Su Jiahao, she had even planned to leverage the Zhao family's influence to help Lu settle the matter. But early this morning, she heard the shocking news from Aunt Wu. She immediately wondered if Lu, whose family background seemed so ordinary, might, like her, be hiding a surprising identity behind the scenes. To possess such power that he could bring down the Su family in one fell swoop. The reason she was so concerned about Lu's situation wasn't because she had developed feelings for him and wanted to help him out of that. It was mainly because Zhao herself had an important matter at hand that required Lu's assistance. Especially after witnessing Lu's capabilities, Zhao had an inexplicable confidence in him. If he were to step in, that dungeon would no longer be a problem. That was why she wanted to do him a favor. Yep, that's right, this had absolutely nothing to do with whether she had any feelings for Lu. Seeing that Lu flatly denied it, Zhao didn't press the issue and changed the subject. This Saturday, are you free? Lu couldn't figure out what she was up to, so he could only ponder, maybe not. Zhao. If anyone else had spoken to her in that tone, Zhao would have turned on her heel and walked away. Unfortunately, it was Lu. He had spent plenty of time and demonstrated ample skill to prove one thing. He wasn't imitation leather, he was the real deal. Zhao couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush. I'm hosting a party this Saturday. I'd like you to come. No need. Lu made it clear he was rejecting pointless socializing. But in the very next second, Zhao used just one sentence to make the man change his mind. If you're planning to go on a dungeon adventure anytime soon, I'd advise you to come. I've got a dungeon you absolutely can't miss, I'm sure it'll satisfy you. A dungeon he absolutely couldn't miss? Lu's ears perked up. Ever since he'd exhausted that Ultra SSS rated skill, he'd been watching in horror as the cultivation resources in his inventory dwindled rapidly, growing scarcer by the day. The resources consumed by a single meditation session of his were nearly equivalent to what others used in a month. His strength was indeed skyrocketing, and his mental attributes had already caught up with his physical stamina and were even starting to surpass it. The main issue was that he currently had no place to continue physical training, which meant his stamina wasn't growing nearly as fast as his mental attributes. As a melee fighter, his stamina was actually lower than his mental attributes. What kind of mess was this? And before long, his cultivation resources would be completely depleted. The only way to change this situation is to make money. Only by getting money can he rent a training room at the cultivation center. Only then can his body undergo the next stage of training. Only then can he continue to purchase more cultivation resources. So Lu's mind is now completely focused on making money. And what is the fastest way to make money? Running dungeons, of course. What kind of dungeon is it, and what does it have to do with the banquet? Zhao didn't spell it out, but after confirming Lu's willingness to participate, he simply left the time of the banquet and walked away. He certainly knows how to keep people in suspense. That afternoon, Lu finally learned from Chen why he hadn't waited for him at lunchtime. It was because he was leaving. It was quite sudden. That morning, Chen's parents had both come over. They closed their restaurant and made a special trip just to help Chen with the paperwork. Before the college entrance exams, a large number of students always seem to vanish from everyone's sight. To boost the school's college acceptance rate, teachers would tactfully advise students with little hope of getting into college not to waste any more time, but to go out and gain work experience as soon as possible. That way, you end your tedious and agonizing time at school early, the teachers have a few fewer headaches, and the school significantly improves its acceptance rate. It's a win-win-win situation. Unlike them, Chen took the initiative himself. He had always planned to get a diploma and then return home to take over the family business. He has just moved that timeline up a bit. The only difference is, he no longer plans to go home to learn how to cook. He intends to enroll in a training course, work hard for a year, and take the next adventurer exam next year. As mentioned before, you don't have to be a student to take the adventurer exam. As long as you pay the fee, you can sign up to take it. The only difference is that students selected to participate in the exam are exempt from the fee. Naturally, there are members of the general public who are dissatisfied with their current circumstances and are willing to take a chance to turn their lives around. Where there is demand, there is a market, and so various adventurer training institutions have sprung up. Xiao is actually a very responsible homeroom teacher. She has never given up on a single student in her class, not even someone like Chen, who consistently ranks at the bottom of the class and seems to have given up entirely. This time, she also advised Chen's parents to think it over carefully. But when she learned of Chen's true intentions, she was genuinely taken aback. This chubby kid, who usually cuts corners, slacks off, and tries to get by on a wing and a prayer, actually has such a grand ambition. As mentioned earlier, Chen's natural talent isn't particularly high. During his freshman entrance exam, his talent was rated at the white ordinary level. After 3 years of his persistent efforts, he barely reached the blue level, putting him on the same starting line as the vast majority of his classmates. But partly because he had no real interest in it to begin with, and partly out of consideration for Louis' feelings, he had never mentioned his talent to anyone outside the school. His overall physical fitness test scores barely scraped by the passing mark every time. Unlike Louis' deliberate underperformance, Chen genuinely couldn't score any higher. Given Chen's current circumstances, becoming an adventurer in a year's time is no less difficult than a high school underachiever aiming to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. But should she advise him to give up? Xiao hesitated for a moment. Louis' figure suddenly flashed through her mind, and before she knew it, she had agreed. Chen's sudden change must have something to do with that person. Or rather, it's undoubtedly connected to what happened yesterday. The beating he took earlier was the trigger. It seems I'm not the only one who has gradually been influenced by him. Xiao couldn't quite put her finger on how she felt, but as she looked at Chen's determined face, she found herself nodding in agreement. The paperwork was still in process. But the decision had already been made. Lu looked at Chen with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected this guy to actually follow through. He wasn't just talking the talk, he was walking the walk. Lu knew Chen well. On the surface, he seemed laid back and easygoing, with the unassuming, go-with-the-flow expression of someone who was not interested in the world. But deep down, he was stubborn to the core. His resolve was as unyielding as a lump of iron. Once he set his mind on something, no one could change it. He wouldn't listen to a word of advice. In that respect, he was very much like Lu, which was why the two of them clicked so well. Back in the day, his parents were determined to instill in him the idea that he should just get by for a few years and then return home to take over the family restaurant. Over time, Chen came to accept this view himself. After meeting Lu, he began to entertain further ambitions. So for the past 3 years, he has been relentlessly trying to convince Lu to join him in opening a restaurant. Lu refused in every way possible, but it was all for naught. No matter what Lu said, Chen stuck to one principle. Never give up, never give in. This speaks volumes about his tenacity. Hao Ren, you bastard, you're abandoning your brother and escaping this misery, aren't you? Though Lu cursed him with a laugh, his eyes were filled with reluctance. His best friend of the past 3 years was about to set off for distant lands in pursuit of his own dreams. No matter how reluctant he felt, all he could do was offer his blessings. Don't worry, I'll come back to see you often. Chen gave a mischievous grin and winked at Lu. With just over 2 months left until the college entrance exams, Chen could visit Lu anytime before he enrolled at Adventurer Academy. Whether the purpose was to visit Lu or to show off his newfound freedom, however, remained to be seen. Humph, go ahead and gloat. Lu snorted. After a few brief words, the two exchanged a glance, each lost in their own thoughts. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lu naturally knew that life after graduation wouldn't be as wonderful as he imagined. There's a saying that goes, as children, we long to grow up quickly. Once grown, we find ourselves constantly longing for our childhood. Chen clearly didn't understand the adult world yet. Having left campus, what kind of cruel and unforgiving reality was he about to face? Deep down, Chen actually felt a bit of reluctance. It wasn't just for Lu's sake. It was also for his alma mater, where he had lived and grown for 3 years, and for his teachers. But partings and reunions are simply the norm of human life. Chen, who has always been laid back and carefree, didn't get all sentimental. He quickly snapped back to his usual self. As always, he slung his arm around Lu's shoulder and said excitedly, "Come over for dinner tonight, my dad's cooking. I'll let you see the Chen family's ancestral recipes in action." Lu chuckled and nodded in agreement. "Sure, I'd love to broaden my horizons. Why don't we invite Sister Wani too? Let us have some fun together." Lu hesitated slightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to invite his sister out for dinner. It was just that the events of the past couple of days weren't something he wanted her to know about. Especially since he'd just told a lie about Chen getting beaten up and him going to check on him. And now he was suddenly saying Chen was going to treat him to a meal. Who would be in the mood to treat someone to a meal after getting beaten up? It just didn't make sense. What was even worse was that he was afraid Chen and the others might let something slip over dinner. They might spill the beans about his fight. Chen could be warned in advance, but Lu had no way to handle Chen's parents. Seeing him like this, Chen guessed what he was worried about. He laughed and let the matter drop. Lu, however, afraid Chen might misunderstand, took the initiative to explain the reason. Upon learning that Lu had lied about him getting beaten up, Chen's eyes widened instantly, and he started yelling that he wouldn't let Lu get away with it. The two of them played and wrestled for a while longer, only calming down when the bell rang for class. Sure enough, Chen didn't show up for school the next day. His disappearance was as quiet as a whisper, causing not a ripple. In fact, quite a few people had no idea just how much he had changed in those few short days. Only Lu would occasionally turn his head to look at that empty desk, lost in thought. It had to be said that Chen's father was quite the cook. At the dinner table, the whole family toasted Lu twice, thanking him for looking after Chen over the past 2 years. It made Lu feel a bit embarrassed. In reality, Chen had helped Lu out plenty of times too. There was really no question of one looking after the other. Chen treated him like a buddy, so naturally, he treated Chen like a brother. Chen's father seemed like the quiet type, he didn't say much. Chen's mother, on the other hand, was especially warm toward Lu, asking him plenty of questions and constantly serving him food. It even made Chen, sitting nearby, feel a bit jealous. He whispered to Lu that his mom treated him better than she did her own son. After dinner, Chen walked him to the bus stop, and the two waved goodbye. Lu watched him stand at the bus stop for a long time, until the bus rounded a corner and Chen was out of sight. He knew that, influenced by him, Chen had chosen a rather difficult path. But he couldn't do anything more to help him. It was a path Chen had chosen himself, and he was destined to walk it step by step on his own. Lu could only stand by and offer encouragement and support. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was Saturday night. A sleek black luxury car pulled up at the entrance of the alley. Lu, who had received a call, had been waiting nearby all along. The window rolled down, and Zhao leaned out. "Get in." Lu was taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhao to come pick him up in person. Even more surprising was that she actually drove. She had a driver's license. She was only 18. But he didn't hesitate. He climbed into the car. It was called a luxury car precisely because, even if you knew nothing about cars, a single glance was enough to tell it was something you couldn't afford. It was the first time in his life that Lu had sat in a car like this. The exterior was matte black, seemingly unremarkable, but the quality exuded a sense of the extraordinary. The interior was understated yet luxurious. It wasn't just about comfort. No matter how you sat, you felt completely at ease. A seductive fragrance filled the cabin, reminiscent of a high-end perfume. Sitting in the back seat, Lu took a deep breath and asked, puzzled, "What kind of car air freshener is this? It smells pretty good." Zhao said nothing, but slammed her foot on the gas pedal, accelerating sharply. "What are you doing?" "Ouch." Lu was pressed back into his seat by the powerful G-force and had no time to ask about the perfume. What he didn't notice was that Zhao, sitting in front of him, had a faint blush spreading across her beautiful face, and her earlobes, hidden beneath her hair, were a tempting shade of red. After a long moment, Zhao finally spoke slowly. "Today is my birthday." "Huh?" That single sentence scared Lu so much he almost jumped out of the car and ran away. "What do you mean? A birthday party? Why did you invite me to a birthday party? I'm not that big a shot, am I? Just so you know, I'm not bringing you a gift." Lu rubbed his temples. Zhao had only said one sentence, but he could already sense trouble brewing. "I don't need your gift." Zhao was driving, staring straight ahead. Her expression was hidden, but her tone made it clear she was a bit speechless. "You have to do me a favor." Just as Lu had expected, Zhao's tone shifted, and she made a request. She had originally planned to use the favor she owed for stepping in to stop Su Jiahao to trade for Lu's help this time. But unfortunately, before she even had a chance to step in, the Su family had already fallen. In fact, even before this incident occurred, she had been pondering how to get Lu to agree to help her. She just hadn't found the right moment. Now she couldn't wait any longer, so she decided to go all in and just charge ahead. Tell me what this is about first. Lu remained non-committal. There is someone at tonight's banquet whom I really hate, and he is going to come bother me. You know that person too. His name is Tang Yu. Zhao said. Tang Yu, Lu tilted his head and thought for a long time. Sorry, I don't really remember him. Zhao. Of course, Lu didn't really not remember him, his memory wasn't that bad. Especially after his baptism, he basically had a photographic memory. It was just that the moment he heard this cliché plot, he instinctively didn't want to get involved. How has he been bothering you? Still, a bit of gossip was worth listening to. Exactly the kind of bothering you're thinking of. Zhao sighed, unwilling to go into detail. I probably can't help you with this. Lu flatly refused. She is the kind of woman every gentleman would want to court. I can't help you with that. Lu's principle was simple: if you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. But if you do, I'll hunt you down, no matter how far you run. Although Tang Yu had had a minor run-in with him before, there had been a reason for it. Lu wasn't without a sense of forgiveness, he wasn't the type to deny someone a chance to make amends. This time, as long as Tang Yu didn't stick his neck out for Lu to strike, he choose to let him off the hook. No, you've misunderstood. Zhao's lips curled slightly into a smile, out of Lu's sight. Take him out? No. This is just the first step. Besides, knowing his temperament, from the moment you got into my car, it's already too late for you to back out. The doors are locked tight. Oh ho ho ho. Actually, this isn't entirely to help me, it's to help you. Because the original member for this dungeon run was actually him. If you want to enter the dungeon, you'll have to eliminate him. And don't worry about the rest, all you need to do is cooperate with me to get rid of him. Lu? I can't shake the feeling that I've been tricked. That's not what you told me when you first approached me. First of all, everyone needs to know this. Dungeons aren't open to all adventurers for free. Currently, virtually all known dungeons are controlled by major factions. To enter a dungeon and obtain various resources, paying a fee is a must. That's why Lu has never ventured into a dungeon on his own. He doesn't have the money. Originally, he had followed Xiao's advice and planned to use the Academy's resources for free after he enrolled. But man proposes, God disposes, a single skill book threw a wrench in all his plans. Now he is running out of cultivation resources. So when Zhao mentioned the dungeon, he agreed immediately. And now Zhao drops this on him. You and Tang Yu are actually competing for the spot. Don't worry. I'm rooting for you. Lu, at %. Percent expletive. But when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. To ask him to give up this opportunity, which Zhao had called absolutely unmissable, was clearly beyond his capacity. He'd just have to put up with it for now. The car slowly pulled into a luxurious estate. As soon as Lu got out, he spotted the person they'd just been talking about, Tang Yu. Seeing him step out of the car with Zhao, Tang Yu's smile gradually froze. Then, at a pace visible to the naked eye, his expression darkened. Xueqing, how did this guy end up with you? Tang Yu forced a smile and walked over. I've told you before, please don't call me Xueqing. You're not worthy. Thank you. Who I'm with has absolutely nothing to do with you. Zhao was as cold as ice, not even glancing at Tang Yu, yet her 37C mouth spat out words so bone-chilling they felt like a dagger piercing Tang Yu's heart. Lu, standing silently nearby, could almost hear the sound of blood hissing out. He couldn't help but look at the man with pity. Bro, you're such a fool. A lapdog doesn't get the house. Don't you even understand that? To Tang Yu, Lu's gaze was nothing short of blatant provocation. It was like a raging inferno, completely igniting the anger smoldering in Tang Yu's heart after his repeated setbacks. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze toward Lu. Mr. Lu, do you know what kind of place this is? No clue. Lu blinked his eyes. Zhao told me to come. Then do you know how distinguished the people inside are? No clue. Lu shook his head. Zhao told me to come. Then what gives you the right to? Because Zhao told me to come. Lu spread his hands innocently. Tang Yu felt like he had a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat, unable to spit it out. It was an unbearably uncomfortable sensation. Zhao called you here, my ass. Couldn't you come up with a different excuse? Watching him stand there, face flushed red, Lu shook his head slightly. He is still too young. His thoughts are written all over his face. Lu followed behind Zhao, strutting confidently into the banquet hall. His demeanor had a certain air of a small-time success and someone bullying others under the protection of a powerful figure. Xu Etching. A woman who looked like a high society lady came forward to greet them. Upon seeing Lu behind Zhao, she looked somewhat surprised. And who might this be? Auntie, this is Lu. Zhao's expression softened slightly upon seeing a relative. He nodded, making no mention of the whole Tang Yu business, and simply introduced Lu. Hello, Auntie. I'm Zhao's classmate. My name is Lu. Lu offered a polite greeting. The lady of high society glanced at Lu's attire, furrowing her brow slightly. In response to his greeting, she merely gave a cold nod. She then turned to Zhao and said, Wasn't Mr. Tang supposed to pick you up? Why isn't he here? Could he have missed you? Zhao replied indifferently, Don't worry about him. Oh, you. What exactly is wrong with Mr. Tang? Why do you treat him so coldly? The wealthy woman sighed and tried to reason with her. He is not bad looking, his talent and family background are top notch, and he is very attentive to you. Auntie, none of that matters. I'm not interested in that right now. Zhao, feeling a bit exasperated, cut the lady off. Lu, listening nearby, was stunned. At only 18, she was already facing a blind date arranged by her family. Perhaps this was just the world of the wealthy. TSK, TSK, TSK. The wealthy lady frowned, then called out loudly, Auntie Wu. Another woman dressed as a housekeeper approached and said respectfully, Auntie. Please take our guest downstairs to rest. The banquet is about to begin. I'll take Xu Etching to get ready. Without even glancing at Lu, the wealthy lady gave her instructions and, grabbing Zhao's arm, started to leave. Zhao shot Lu an apologetic glance, then turned and followed the lady out. Mr. Lu, please follow me. Auntie Wu nodded at Lu, gesturing for him to come along. Zhao was usually picked up by this woman after school, and Lu had occasionally run into her at the school gate. Though they'd never spoken, they weren't complete strangers. The two arrived at a lounge. Auntie Wu gave a few instructions to the staff, then turned to Lu and said, Mr. Lu, this is the lounge prepared for you. The banquet won't begin for a little while yet, so please rest here for a moment. Someone will come to escort you to your seat when the time comes. What class? A birthday party with such high-class flair. Lu nodded, suddenly feeling a bit curious about Zhao's family background. He didn't let it show, though. Once he'd seen Mrs. Wu off, he flopped onto the sofa in a slouch, muttering to himself, now that's comfortable. On the table were 2 plates of pastries and a fruit platter, with a steaming pot of tea beside them. Without a word, Lu dug right in. And you know what? It was actually pretty good. He'd barely taken 2 bites when he heard a knock at the door. Put. Cough, cough, cough. Startled, he nearly choked and spit it out, so he quickly poured himself a cup of hot tea and downed it in one gulp. Come in. Mumbled. Mr. Lu, Miss Xu Etching asked me to deliver this to you. Please take it. A servant pushed the door open and respectfully handed Lu a stack of documents. Alright, just put it on the table for now. Lou pulled out a sheet of paper, wiped his mouth with it, then wiped his hands. After the servant left, he finally had the chance to examine the stack of documents. The title was simple yet striking. Hard-level dungeon detailed guide to the Tower of Confusion. That single sentence immediately captured Lou's interest. He popped a pastry into his mouth and began reading the materials. As the title suggested, the entire document was about a hard-level dungeon called the Tower of Confusion. Although classified as hard mode, this dungeon was highly unusual. It could only be tackled by adventurers below moon rank. Furthermore, each person had only one chance to attempt it, and parties were limited to a maximum of 3 members. Anyone who didn't meet these requirements was barred from entering the dungeon. It was also a dungeon that, to date, no one had ever fully cleared. What did that mean? Unlike other dungeons, it was divided into distinct floors. Upon entering the dungeon, adventurers find themselves on the first floor of a tower. Here, a horde of minor enemies awaits them. After clearing these enemies, they can proceed to the second floor, and so on, up to the 10th floor. Beyond the 10th floor, the enemies are no longer standard or elite monsters. Instead, they face a boss. After defeating the boss, adventurers are presented with 2 options. Continue the challenge or complete the dungeon. Choosing to continue allows you to advance to higher floors, while choosing to finish the run will teleport you out of the tower to the completion screen. With each subsequent floor, the difficulty increases slightly, and completing the final kill will again present you with 2 choices. Currently, the highest floor reached in this tower is 86, and it still hasn't reached the top. No one knows exactly how many floors there are. The only thing that is certain is the rewards are truly generous. With every floor you conquer, the rewards increase accordingly. In addition to the standard equipment, skills, and items, you'll also encounter various special rare grade drops. For example, inventory expansion scrolls. For example, equipment enhancement scrolls. For example, Water of the River of Oblivion. Water of the River of Oblivion is also known as the Reset Potion. It has only one function. That is, upon use, it clears all skills currently learned by the adventurer, returning the skill slots to their initial state. As previously explained, a normal person has only 9 skill slots, so every single skill is crucial. An item capable of resetting skills is undoubtedly extremely valuable. Of course, Lou is an exception judging by his skill slots, he isn't even human. Not to mention that he can upgrade skills infinitely. But even if it's relatively less important to him, just dropping a few of these and selling them would still net a fortune. At this thought, Lou's eyes practically turned into symbols. Lou browsed through the documents while munching on pastries and fruit platters. After an unknown amount of time, he heard someone call from outside the door, "Mr. Lou, the banquet has begun. Please follow me to your seat." Lou reluctantly closed the file. The pastries and fruit on the table were scattered haphazardly. He'd already eaten most of them. He opened the door to find a young man dressed as a waiter standing outside. Upon seeing Lou emerge in his plain attire, a look of surprise clearly flashed across the young man's face. But he said nothing, merely gesturing politely, "Mr. Lou, this way, please." The banquet, which had seemed rather quiet just moments ago, was now teeming with people. Many were seated at their tables, chatting with one another, while waiters weaved through the crowd carrying trays of food. Everyone was dressed in their finest, giving the occasion a very grand air. The array of food on the tables was so dazzling that Lou was almost overwhelmed. He nearly shed a tear of envy from the corner of his mouth, feeling his own poverty. Elegant, melodious music began to play softly. This wasn't a recorded track, but a heartfelt performance by a live band on the stage up front. It sounded top-notch right from the start. Lou tilted his head, feigning appreciation, and nodded in acknowledgement of the band's skill. After the young waiter led him to a table in the front row, he excused himself. Lou turned around and realized there were only 5 people seated at that table. He recognized 3 of them. They were the very same 3 who had teamed up with Zhao earlier. Tang Yu, the burly young man, and the petite woman. The burly young man was dressed not much better than Lou. He sat silently in his seat, looking a bit stiff. The woman was dressed in a cheongsam, though her figure left something to be desired. It looked like she might topple over at any moment. Her eyes were practically glued to Tangyu, and she was completely absorbed in chatting with him. Tangyu, meanwhile, wore a tailcoat that accentuated his tall, slender frame, and a hint of makeup was visible on his face. After taking some time to compose himself, he had clearly regained control of his emotions and was now chatting animatedly with the petite woman, exuding charm and grace. The other two weren't in their age group. They looked at least 5 or 6 years older, and their attire and demeanor radiated an air of sophistication. They appeared to be a couple, sitting close together, whispering sweet nothings into each other's ears. Lou sat down next to the burly young man. Neither of them spoke. They merely exchanged a glance, and the burly young man gave him a slightly shy smile. Lou nodded back with a smile. Tangyu glanced at him, his expression unchanged, and made no move to engage him, instead continuing his conversation with the woman. Since Tangyu wasn't acknowledging Lou, Lou naturally didn't want to provoke him. He simply sat in his seat, staring at the delicious dishes on the table, lost in thought. As for the woman, she hadn't even noticed Lou's presence beside her. "Please keep it quiet, thank you." Zhao Sant walked up to the stage, signaled for the music to stop, and picked up the microphone. Everyone fell silent, their eyes turning toward the stage. "Thank you all so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my niece's birthday party." Auntie delivered her speech on stage, speaking eloquently, with grace and dignity, exuding an air of nobility. Lou tilted her head, looking a bit confused. For such an important moment, shouldn't her parents be the ones up there? After speaking for a while, her aunt concluded with, "And now, please welcome the star of this party, my beautiful, adorable, and exceptionally intelligent niece Zhao." Everyone burst into enthusiastic applause. Spotlights illuminated the stage as the star of the show, Zhao, made her grand entrance in a princess dress, instantly capturing everyone's attention. She looked exceptionally stunning, tall and slender, with a striking, ethereal beauty. Every movement exuded an innate elegance. Tangyu couldn't take his eyes off her, while the girl beside him noticed his expression and pouted indignantly. Only Lou glanced her way briefly before turning his attention back to the food. As his strength continued to grow, his appetite had reached a level where the term glutton no longer sufficed. Call him a food pit. To him, aside from his sister, nothing was more important than eating. Zhao took the microphone as the prolonged applause gradually died down. Everyone was eager to hear what this little princess had to say. "Thank you all for coming to my birthday party." "Thank you." Zhao gave a slight nod, uttered those cool, detached words, and then handed the microphone back to her aunt. The crowd. For a moment, everyone was completely taken aback. The atmosphere in the room grew rather awkward. Her aunt took the microphone with a stiff expression and shot Zhao a reproachful glance. That child, she hadn't read a single line of the script she was supposed to memorize. She quickly tried to smooth things over. "It seems our Shueching is a bit shy." She rattled off a whole string of words. "And now, I hereby declare the banquet officially open. Everyone, please enjoy this joyous occasion to the fullest." Lu Henti heard a word of what she said afterward. The moment he heard the banquet had begun, he could no longer contain the primal urge surging through him. He reached out with his eager hand toward the most eye-catching and dazzling king crab on the table. "Just as I thought, a cheapskate," Tangyu took in Lu's behavior, snorted with disdain, and muttered something under his breath. Lu heard it, of course, and knew he was talking about him, but he didn't care at all. Would you care about what a loser has to say? Especially a sycophantic loser. Tangyu was about to say a few more sarcastic remarks to Lu, but the next second, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he jumped to his feet. "Shueching, over here." As he spoke, he pulled out the chair beside him, gesturing for Zhao, who was walking over slowly, to sit there. "What a thick-skinned guy." Lu wiped his mouth. He'd been following Zhao earlier and had heard every word she said to Tangyu, yet this guy still didn't take it seriously, shamelessly calling her Shueching. Of course, that didn't stop Lu from showing off another giant lobster. He was digging in with both hands when suddenly a fragrant breeze wafted over, and someone appeared beside him. It was Zhao, having shed some of her cumbersome attire. She pulled out the chair next to Lu and sat down gracefully, slowly picking up her chopsticks. Every movement of hers stood in stark contrast to the boorish Lu beside her. Lu looked up. Sure enough, Tang Yue's face looked like it had just stepped out of a Sichuan opera. It was starting to shift and change. What are you doing sitting here? Shouldn't you be in the seat of honor? Lu wiped his mouth and asked Zhao curiously. She picked up a piece of translucent tofu with her chopsticks and popped it into her mouth, glancing at Lu. None of your business. Lu? As if I wanted to. If you weren't sitting next to me and messing with my concentration, I wouldn't even bother with you. Shueching, isn't that the guy named Lu or something? Why did you bring him here? The slightly starry-eyed girl sitting on Tang Yue's other side seemed to notice Lu only now, furrowing her brow as she asked Zhao. Li Xinnan, just mind your own business. You don't need to worry about my affairs. Zhao's words were particularly blunt. It seemed his last shred of goodwill toward this starry-eyed girl had been completely worn away during the last adventurer assessment. Li Xinnan's face flushed bright red, clearly stung by Zhao's blunt and harsh words. She glanced at Tang Yu. She found him completely unmoved. Her expression shifted, but she decided to swallow her anger. Zhao took a couple of bites, then shifted his gaze to another couple and said indifferently. If you want to get all lovey-dovey, go do it somewhere else. Don't ruin my appetite here. Little sister Shueching, that's not very nice of you. As your big brother, I came all this way to celebrate your birthday. How can you bear to speak to me like that? The man didn't seem upset. He spoke with a smile. From his words, Lu realized that this man was Zhao's brother. He just didn't know if he was her biological brother or something else. Forget the birthday celebration. Since we can't stand the sight of each other, it's best we just stay out of each other's way. As soon as those words left her mouth, the woman sitting next to her brother couldn't sit still either. Her eyebrows shot up in anger, and she was about to say something. But Zhao's brother grabbed her arm and whispered a few words in her ear. Only then did she press her lips together and remain silent. Zhao's behavior caught Lu's attention. He had never imagined anyone could handle social etiquette so thoroughly. At first, when she snapped at Tang Yu, Lu assumed it was because Tang Yu was a sycophant and Zhao had him under her thumb. But then he realized something was off. There were 6 people at the table besides her, and she'd already snapped at half of them. It seemed that this aloof classmate, who usually seemed so unapproachable, had a temper far more explosive than her appearance suggested. Zhao's older brother must have known her temperament well. He stood up and said softly, since my little sister dislikes her older brother so much, I suppose I'll just leave. Oh, by the way, I brought you a little gift. I've already given it to Aunt Wu. I hope you like it. Zhao didn't even look up, completely ignoring what he said. Seeing this, Zhao's older brother could only smile helplessly and led the girl away. Watching the two leave, Lu's expression was a bit peculiar. Brother Zhao always spoke in such a strange, old-fashioned way. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was some relic from centuries ago. His stilted, flowery speech gave people goosebumps. Once the two had gone, Zhao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and picked up his chopsticks to feed another bite of food into her cherry-red mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yu also stood up, his face beaming with a smile as he said, Shueching, today is your birthday. I've specially prepared a piece of equipment that suits you perfectly. Take a look and see if you like it. As he spoke, a flash of light appeared in his hand. He produced an exquisitely wrapped gift box and gently slid it open. It seemed he, too, possessed a storage-type item. Inside the box was a crystal-clear staff, its handle adorned with a bow, a truly exquisite piece. As Tang Yu presented the gift, he shot a rather contemptuous glance at Lu, who was still stuffing his face. It was as if he were saying, "You're nowhere near my level if you think you can take me on." I had someone make a special trip to the Snowland series of dungeons and went to great lengths to obtain this equipment from the Ice Queen. It's perfect for you. Go ahead and try it on. I don't need it. Please take it back. Zhao didn't even glance at it. He refused outright. The moment Lu got a clear look at the staff, he nearly spat out the orange juice he'd just taken a sip of. His expression was utterly bizarre. because that staff looked all too familiar to him. Not long ago, he'd been so obsessed with it he'd almost worn it to a patina, but later sold it to the auction house because he didn't need it. He remembered the price clearly, $3 million. The auction house immediately relisted it for $3.5 million, netting a $500,000 profit on the flip. Lou's mouth twitched. He wasn't sure whether to laugh out loud. She really is a rich woman. That's $3 million. She turned it down without even glancing at it. Lou silently gave her a mental thumbs up. Perhaps his expression of schadenfreude was too obvious. Or maybe, after being rejected by Zhao multiple times, he was simply furious and embarrassed. Tang Yu lashed out at Lou directly. What are you laughing at? You poor loser. Can you even afford it? You'll probably never see gear like this in your entire life. Tang Yu's eyes were filled with loathing as he looked at Lou. In his view, ever since this guy had shown up, his relationship with Zhao had gone downhill. His family had even planned to use his relationship with Zhao to build some connections with the Zhao family and gain some leverage for themselves. Now, forget about becoming boyfriend and girlfriend. The way things were going, even being just regular friends seemed unlikely. He is just a stinking commoner, scraping by off his useless sister, and now he has the nerve to make a fool of himself here. Shut up! Zhao snapped, cutting Tang Yu off, her gaze toward him icy cold. People nearby heard the commotion and turned to look. Lou, who had been eating by himself, stopped, lowered his head, and said nothing. Yet the corners of his mouth curled up into a dangerous smile. No one had ever insulted his sister in front of him and walked away unscathed. Please leave. You're not welcome here. Zhao's tone was as cold as eternal ice. Zhao, are you going to turn against us for this commoner? Li Xinnan shrieked. Don't forget, the Tower of Confusion you were still counting on. He is a friend I invited, and you two aren't. Zhao stated bluntly. Besides, forget about the Tower of Confusion. I don't need teammates like you two who only hold me back. You. Li Xinran's face flushed crimson, but her humble background left her without the courage to stand up to the Zhao family's vast influence. She could only stammer, unable to speak. Tang Yu's face went deathly pale. He suddenly came to his senses, realizing that those few words had completely ruined his relationship with Zhao. He opened his mouth, intending to salvage the situation. But then Lou, standing beside him, suddenly said, $3.5 million. Young Master Tang, you really know how to spend money. Tang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Pointing at Lou, he exclaimed, what nonsense are you spouting? My apologies. I hadn't intended to expose you. Lou stood up and wiped his hands with a tissue. The Ice Queen's staff of support, a rare grade item. In addition to increasing base spell damage, it grants ice damage and reduces the cooldown of Frost series skills by 10%. Unfortunately, I'm the one who sold this item to the auction house. Clunk. The box containing the staff fell to the ground. Tang Yu's mind went blank. He couldn't figure out how Lou had learned the item's stats and origin. Could it really be that he had sold it to the auction house? Shu etching, I came here in a hurry. I didn't know it was your birthday beforehand, so I wasn't able to prepare a special gift for you. Lou said calmly, then held out his hand, revealing a pair of delicate, exquisite earrings. He casually displayed their stats. Witch's murmur, earrings. Attributes omitted. Consider these earrings my gift for your 18th birthday. Happy birthday. Th. Thank you. Gazing at the exquisitely delicate earrings, especially their powerful equipment attributes. Even Zhao found herself momentarily lost in thought. Most importantly, this was a birthday gift from Lou. Here, let me put them on for you. Lou didn't hesitate, stepping right up to the girl and taking it upon himself to fasten them. It was the first time Zhao had been touched on such a sensitive spot, her ears, by a member of the opposite sex. If it had been anyone else, she would have slapped them across the face long ago. But it was Lou. Not only had she invited him herself, but she also needed his help and had asked him to cooperate with her at a critical moment. More importantly, given the current scene with the atmosphere perfectly set for a humiliating display, it would be difficult to refuse without embarrassing him. So she could only force herself to ignore the strange sensation, though her ears were completely flushed. Lou, of course, saw this clearly, but he had no mind for it at the moment. He was actually feeling quite heartbroken. This earring was meant for him, yet he had never once worn it himself. He feared his sister would scold him for going astray if she discovered he had his ears pierced, so he never had the chance to try it on. On top of that, the effects of the passive skill, Son of Heaven, which had become one with him, were remarkably potent. His stamina and mental energy had increased more than tenfold compared to before, and he rarely ran out of mana anymore. His immunity to status effects was absurdly high. Naturally, he had no use for this earring. There was no need to risk his sister's anger just to try it out. He had originally planned to sell it in a few days to buy some cultivation resources, because it was extremely rare and in high demand. Earrings, as an equipment slot, often cost 10 times as much as gear for other body parts. Exchanging it for resources would be more than enough to sustain his cultivation for a while. But now, just to show off and humiliate Tang Yu, it was a massive loss. Seeing such an intimate gesture, Zhao didn't object. Tang Yu took several steps back. The vague suspicion he harbored seemed to be confirmed. Sure enough, Zhao didn't help that pretty boy for no reason. There's definitely something going on between the two of them. But Tang Yu just couldn't figure it out. He was just a commoner. How could he possibly own such a rare grade piece of equipment? What exactly is rare grade equipment? It's gear that's extremely scarce and hard to come by on the market. And earrings are even rarer than most. After fastening the earring for Zhao, he turned around and stared at Tang Yu with a calm expression. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The reason Xueqing didn't team up with you guys to go to the Tower of Confusion is because she chose me. What a load of crap. This is a total load of crap. What a slap in the face. Back when they first met, he had already hinted that Lu wasn't talented enough and didn't deserve to stay in their party. Now he's outright saying Lu comes from a poor family and is a broke ass. But Zhao would rather choose Lu than him. Isn't that an insult? Tang Yu was overcome with shame and anger. His lips trembled and his eyes turned red. Gritting his teeth, he said, Zhao, you'll regret this. With that, he couldn't bear to stay any longer and strode off. Brother Yu. Wait for me. Li Xinran shot Lu a fierce glare, then hurried after Tang Yu. What's going on? Just then, Auntie Zhao, who had been making the rounds between the various tables, the life of the party, finally noticed the commotion over here and rushed over. Where's young Master Tang? And where's Xinran? Auntie Zhao furrowed her brow and asked Zhao. She didn't ask Zhao about the situation between him and his brother. She likely already knew their relationship was strained. Whoever arranged the seating must have been out of their mind to seat two pairs of sworn enemies right next to each other. Judging by Zhao's defiant attitude, Lu had every reason to believe she arranged it herself. Auntie, we don't need to associate with those two anymore. Zhao's expression was icy. They don't deserve it. Auntie's expression remained stern. Though she didn't know the specifics of what had happened, she could guess as much. However, she couldn't directly snap at Zhao in front of everyone. It would bring shame upon her own family, so she could only awkwardly smooth things over. There was a minor issue, but it's not a big deal. Everyone, please continue. Eat and drink to your heart's content. The music played on, and the dancing continued. The banquet's atmosphere quickly returned to normal. Lu was still a bit annoyed inside. This act of humiliation hadn't been forceful enough. It didn't satisfy his hatred for the insults hurled at his sister. But what could he really do to Tang Yu? This was a society governed by the rule of law. He couldn't just start shouting for blood at the drop of a hat, could he? Acting like that would be really reckless. It could land him in serious trouble. Still, this incident served as a wake-up call for him. From what Tang Yu said, it was clear he already investigated him privately. And not just him, his sister as well. His situation didn't seem as secure as he imagined. After all, as he gradually made a name for himself, such incidents were bound to follow, they were inevitable. So he thought of the mysterious code a certain colonel had given him. He felt a bit conflicted. Was this really worth bothering the colonel over? That didn't seem quite right. After all this turmoil, he had no appetite left. After briefly discussing matters related to the dungeon with Zhao, he decided to take his leave. Zhao had intended to see him off, but was stopped by his aunt. Seeing the grim expression on her face, Zhao knew that word of what had just happened had likely reached her in full. There was no way she could get out of it, so she asked Aunt Wu to take Lu home. And so, the commotion came to an end. Time flies. Several days passed in a flash, and everything remained calm. It seemed that the banquet hadn't had any impact on Lu's life. Lu, fresh from the auction house, felt refreshed and invigorated. With some 3 million yuan in his pocket, he walked with an extra spring in his step. It's worth noting that this money came from the Ice Queen's support staff left behind by Tang Yu. Although Zhao had rejected it outright, Tang Yu had left in such a hurry that he hadn't taken the staff with him. Besides, since he already declared it a gift, he probably felt too embarrassed to take it back. Zhao, for his part, looked at it with utter disdain, not even bothering to give it a second glance. In the end, Lu ended up getting a bargain. He couldn't help but remark, "After all this time, it's still you." So he took some time to sell it at the auction house. Looking forward to our next encounter. When it comes to dogs, Lu's the one. This time, he didn't plan to spend all 3 million. After all, practicing at home had become a bit inconvenient, so he decided to get a membership at a nearby training center. The 3 million came at just the right time. One day, Lu was sitting in class, yawning and half listening to the lecture, when Xiao suddenly called him out. Outside the classroom stood several officials from the relevant authorities, their expressions stern. Xiao looked at Lu with concern. "Is that you, Lu?" "Yes." Lu looked at their demeanor. It seemed they didn't mean well. "You're in trouble. Please come with us," one of the men said as he pulled out a pair of silver handcuffs. "Lu? Xiao. Don't listen to his nonsense." Another man, slightly older, pushed him aside and said in a relatively friendly tone, "We're from the Rongqing Police Department. We just need Lu's assistance with an investigation. I'm his homeroom teacher. May I ask what this is about?" Xiao stepped in front of Lu and asked. "I'm sorry, but since the case is still under investigation, we can't disclose details to unrelated parties." The middle-aged man replied, then turned to Lu. "Lu, come with us." "Wait a moment." Xiao was a bit worried about Lu, so he pulled him aside and asked in a low voice, "Xiaoqi, what on earth did you do to get the police coming to our door?" "I don't know either," Lu said with an innocent look. "You know, teacher, I'm always so well behaved." "Well behaved my ass." Xiao's face darkened, but he still said, "Do you need me to?" Lu cut him off with a wave of his hand. "It's fine. If you've got nothing to hide, you've got nothing to fear," Lu said, completely unconcerned. Several officials from the relevant departments all grimaced. "What does that mean? Are we ghosts or something? Lu, can you come with us now?" Lu's mind raced, but he kept a harmless smile on his face. "Officer, can I make a phone call?" "Go ahead. You can make it right here in front of us. It'll only take a moment. It'll be quick." "Of course, that's you're right." Lu pulled out his phone and entered a secret code. The call connected instantly. "Hello? Yeah, it's me." "Right, okay, no problem. Bye." Hanging up, Lu turned to the police officers, who were listening intently, and said, "I'm all set. Let us go." The officers exchanged disappointed glances. "Let us go." No sooner had they left than the classroom erupted into chaos. Lu was taken away by the police. "What? Lu got busted? Huh? What did Lu do?" "He actually got arrested." Zhao, who had taken it all in, looked pensive and furrowed his brow slightly. Everyone was discussing it heatedly, eager to find out exactly what Lou had done. Eventually, the rumors grew increasingly outlandish, spawning several different versions. Some said Lou got caught cheating, others claimed he was arrested for drug use, some suggested he was busted for pornography, and still others claimed Lou was actually a secret gang leader who'd been discovered and arrested by the police. Everyone's imaginations were running wild, enough material to write several novels on Zhangxi. Eventually, it caught the attention of their homeroom teacher, Xiao, who had to sternly reprimand them before things calmed down a bit. However, word of the incident quickly spread throughout the entire school. After all, something this big couldn't be kept under wraps, and many had witnessed Lou being taken away by the police officers with their own eyes. At that moment, sitting in the police car, Lou appeared remarkably calm. Good boy. JPG. The atmosphere in the car, however, was a bit awkward. Or perhaps a bit tense. The two young auxiliary police officers kept glancing at Lou from time to time. They muttered to themselves, "Is this guy the suspect? He doesn't really look like it. We couldn't have arrested the wrong person, could we?" Of course, Lou had no idea what was going through their minds, but seeing the atmosphere was a bit stifling, he decided to speak up to lighten the mood. After a moment's thought, Lou turned to the middle-aged man who looked the friendliest and asked, "Officer, what do you do for a living?" The man's expression froze, and he couldn't help but glance at Lou several times. This guy is a bit off his rocker. Even if there's nothing physically wrong with him, he is definitely not right in the head. "What do you think I do for a living?" "I'm a KB activist. I'm here to take a dump." "Can you look at my police badge and repeat what you just said?" What I meant was," perhaps realizing the contradiction in his words, Lou hurriedly explained. "Where are you taking me? Which department are you from? Did you go through the proper procedures to come to the school?" The first three questions were actually on point. The middle-aged man smoothed his increasingly thinning hair and was about to answer. But then Lou's mouth started rattling off a barrage of questions like a machine gun. "How old are you? Where are you from? Have you bought a car? Have you bought a house? Do you have any loans? How many people are in your family? How many acres of land does each person have? How many cows do you have in the fields? Do you have a girlfriend? Are you married? Do you hand over your monthly salary? How much pocket money do you get?" "Shut up!" One of the police officers, unable to bear the humiliation, bellowed, glaring at Lou with a vicious look. "We're conducting a household registration check right here. It's none of your business whether I have a girlfriend or not." "What's the matter? Since I don't have one, are you going to set me up with one? Which one of us is the cop here?" "Oh," Lou muttered resentfully, "you don't have a girlfriend yet, do you? That's why you're reacting so strongly?" "Officer, you're this old and still don't have a girlfriend. You must have quite a bit of savings, right?" The officials. 3 critical hits in one sentence. Each blow struck right at the heart of the matter. The officer instantly lost his composure, his anger and embarrassment boiling over as he rolled up his sleeves. "Hey! You little brat, do you think I want to teach you a lesson?" "Old who, calm down. Hold it together, old who. Calm down." The people nearby quickly pulled him back. The body cams weren't recording here. If they injured him and caused a scandal, everyone would be in deep trouble. Lou covered his mouth and shrank back, not daring to say another provocative word. The officer behind the wheel saw things were getting out of hand, so he stepped on the gas and sped off, hauling this troublemaker into the station in no time, just to avoid hearing any more shocking remarks from him. Once they arrived at the police station, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lou was led into the interrogation room and sat down in a chair. The bright fluorescent light shining on his face was blinding. On the wall opposite him, a row of yellow characters on a red background stood out starkly. "Confess and receive leniency, resist and face harsher punishment." "Confess and receive leniency, rot in prison for life, resist and face harsher punishment, go home for the new year," Lou muttered under his breath. The female officer who had just entered. "You think I'm not here? She cleared her throat and sat down with a stern expression. Name: Lou. Age: 18. Gender: take a guess. Lou looked at her in disbelief. Couldn't she tell he was a guy? The female officer slammed her pen down on the notebook with a sharp thud. Tell us the truth. Just then, another male officer walked in and plopped down in a chair. Tell what? Lou was completely baffled. Tell the truth. Don't play dumb. The female officer glared at Lou with a stern expression, tapping her fingers on the desk. Well, she is kind of pretty, but she has got a bit of a mean streak. Lou took a good look at the female officer and nodded. The main thing, though, was her figure. It was absolutely mind-blowing. The two officers? The female officer slammed her fist on the desk and stood up. You dare to hit on a police officer? Lou looked completely innocent. You told me to tell the truth. All right, stop messing around. The male officer, feeling a bit exasperated, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. The two had always played the good cop bad cop routine. After working together for so long, their coordination was second nature. Their original plan was for the female officer to intimidate him, hoping that in such a tense, authoritative environment, he'd subconsciously recall something he was hiding, panic, and slip up. But they hadn't expected to run into Lou, who didn't play by the rules at all. Here's the situation, Lou. We have a case that involves you, and we may need your cooperation with the investigation. The male officer explained. I get it. Lou exclaimed, his expression suddenly serious. I'm under arrest. I have the right to remain silent, but anything I say can and will be used against me in court. So, until my lawyer arrives, I'm not saying a word. The two officers? The male officer's eye twitched slightly. The female officer clenched her fists and said through gritted teeth, Stop clowning around and grinning like that. You've hired my ass. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll charge you with obstructing justice. All right. Lou shrugged, sighed, and leaned back in his chair. You brought me here without telling me a thing. What do you want me to confess to? How would I know? Male officer, is it our fault we didn't say anything? You just kept interrupting us. Although it was infuriating, there was nothing they could do about it. They currently lacked concrete evidence linking Lou to the incident. They only listed Lou as a suspect based on some circumstantial evidence. Under normal circumstances, they could only conduct a home visit for investigation. They wouldn't be allowed to make an arrest. It was only because someone had pulled some strings that they were able to make an exception and bring him in. If Lou refused to confess, they were completely out of options. They'd have to hold him for 72 hours and then release him. If someone posted bail, Lou could even walk out immediately. Of course, at first, no one realized the seriousness of the situation. They figured that if this really had anything to do with this high school student, they'd have him wrapped around their little finger. It would be a piece of cake. A mere kid who just turned 18 and hadn't even entered the real world yet. How could he possibly stand a chance against a bunch of seasoned, cunning, and crafty cops like them? All they'd have to do is apply a little pressure, and wouldn't he end up spilling the beans about wetting the bed when he was a kid? Even if, by some long shot, he had nothing to do with it, they'd just have to apologize afterward, and that would be the end of it. As if he could possibly cause a stir? So none of them took Lou very seriously. But Lou came out swinging with a flurry of punches, leaving everyone's heads spinning. It threw them off balance. The two officers exchanged a glance, their attitudes softening once more. The male officer picked up his thermos, blew on the tea leaves, and took a slow sip. Here's what happened. 3 days ago, we received a report of a missing person in our jurisdiction. A woman filed a report. Get to the point, Lou said sternly, tapping the table and cutting the male officer off. The male officer nearly choked on his drink, gasping for air. The female officer clenched her fists even tighter. Her right hand, which had been poised to take notes in her notebook, nearly snapped the pen in half. The two of them stared at Lou for a long while. Lou stood tall and proud, like a martyr about to face execution. He looked both heroic and tragic, as if he were about to suffer persecution at the hands of villains at any moment. After a long silence, the male officer exhaled slowly. Su Jiahao is missing. We now suspect you're behind it. Do you have anything to say? The male officer rubbed his temples, having abandoned the usual routine in favor of brevity. That's exactly it. Lu clapped his hands. Although he appeared nonchalant, he was actually quite surprised inside. It had been quite a while since he'd heard the name Su Jiahao. In Lu's memory, his last impression of Su Jiahao was frozen at the Su family's downfall. After that, he'd only heard from others that Su Jiahao had dropped out of school. After all, staying any longer would have been impolite. Given his past behavior having offended so many people, it would have been a billion times harder for him to make it through graduation at Rongqing High School. It wasn't until now that Lu learned of his disappearance from the police. Su Jiahao is missing. Then go find him yourselves. Why are you arresting me? I don't know where he is. Lu spread his hands, indicating he was helpless. Are you really completely unaware? The female officer's gaze was piercing, deliberately emphasizing the word completely. According to our investigation, you had a confrontation with Su Jiahao right before he went missing. Add to that the fact that the Su family has fallen on hard times and is no longer as prosperous as it once was. We have reason to believe you did indeed have a motive to harm him. Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. Officer, please open your big, beautiful eyes and take a good look. The man sitting in front of you is named Lu, an ordinary civilian, as ordinary as they come. My family has neither money nor power, and I know barely anyone. What would I possibly use to kidnap Su Jiahao? I haven't even accused you of kidnapping Su Jiahao yet. The female officer snapped, sneering, doesn't that count as a confession? You're not accusing me of kidnapping Su Jiahao? Are you suggesting I killed him and hid the body in the wilderness? What? You actually killed Su Jiahao and hid the body? The female officer's eyes widened. Speak up. Where did you hide the body? Lu. Sure enough, when it came to being stubborn and evasive, women had a natural advantage. Even Lu had to admit defeat. Seeing Lu's speechless expression, the female officer, having gained the upper hand, looked even more smug. She braced her hands on the table and leaned forward, trying to make Lu feel even more intimidated. Spill it. What kind of secret are you hiding? Lu kept his mouth shut, not daring to say a single word. The more he spoke, the worse it got, better to say nothing at all. Seeing Lu's stubborn refusal to cooperate, the female officer clearly grew even more excited. She braced her hands firmly on the table, preparing to say something else. But then she heard two sharp clicks. The female officer felt a sudden release in her chest. The suffocating sensation was gone, replaced by a sense of relief and freedom. One button clattered onto the table, rolling in a circle. The other button flew straight into Lu's face, landing a solid headshot. Male officer. Female officer. Lu. Under Lu's dazed gaze, the female officer finally seemed to snap out of it. She let out a shriek of awe, and, clutching her slightly exaggerated pectoral muscles, turned and bolted out the door. Lu watched her receding figure with a hint of regret. This sudden windfall had caught him completely off guard. He hadn't even had time to react. All he'd heard were two sharp smacks as a sneak attack came straight for his face. Then Lu's gaze had been lost in a sea of surging waves. But now that he thought back on it, the memory was surprisingly hazy. Lu clicked his tongue and turned to the male officer, saying, I'm sure you saw it too. She did it herself. It's got nothing to do with me, okay? I haven't even accused her of intentionally injuring my forehead with a hidden weapon yet. Look. The weapon is still right here. Lu held out his hand, where a metal button glinted in the light. Male officer. Damn it. She is taking advantage and acting all innocent. This woman really deserves it. I didn't even get a chance to see clearly. I really want to punch someone. But the very next moment, the interrogation room door swung open again. A heavy-set man pushed his way in, beaming from ear to ear, Lu. Who are you? Lu asked, a bit taken aback. My surname is Zhang. I'm currently the chief of this police station. The man extended both hands to shake Lu's. We've already investigated the matter thoroughly. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. It was all a misunderstanding. Please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. Male officer. He stared wide-eyed as his chief groveled and smiled apologetically before this high school student, completely dumbfounded. Wasn't he supposed to be just an ordinary high school student? How ordinary could he be to warrant the chief personally coming out to apologize? Besides, the case had barely begun. How could they have already cleared it up? Since it was all a misunderstanding, does that mean I can go now? Of course. This way, please. Unlike when he arrived, Lu felt completely at ease as he stepped out of the interrogation room. There was no sign of the officers who had been guarding him. As he stepped out, he looked around curiously, taking in his surroundings. Seeing this, Chief Zhang smiled and said, "It seems you're quite curious about our police station, Lu. If you have some time, why not come with me for a little tour?" Well, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lu hesitated. He'd heard of people going to supermarkets, farmers markets, and shopping malls. But touring a police station? That was truly unheard of. This was Lu's first time. It was like a bride stepping into a wedding palanquin, a first-time experience, for sure. Hey, what's wrong with that? Chief Zhang was quite enthusiastic, grabbing Lu's arm and leading him forward. The Rongqing police station was far larger than Lu had imagined. Apart from the public service hall, the various departments were interconnected in a complex maze. This is the public relations unit. They're usually in charge of our public safety awareness campaigns, including promoting and managing anti-drug, anti-pornography, anti-gambling, and anti-organized crime efforts on popular online platforms like VLive, Douyin, and Shark. Chief Zhang led Lu past a row of offices, and Lu glanced inside. The room was filled with young women in uniform. The number of men could be counted on one hand. This came as a surprise to him. He'd assumed the police station would be an all-male environment. Even if there were any women working there, he'd expected them to be few and far between. He hadn't expected there to be so many. Lu took a quick look around. Although there were quite a few of them, their quality was only average. None of them could compare to that strikingly handsome, busty female officer he'd seen earlier, who had truly caught his eye. Seeing Lu's lack of interest, the sharp-eyed director Zhang said no more and led Lu further down the hall. This is our equipment unit, which is mainly responsible for managing and maintaining our police station's equipment. There were only a handful of people inside. Seeing Chief Zhang suddenly drop by, the few who had been slacking off quickly stood up to greet him. Chief Zhang waved his hand, signaling them to get back to work, but Lu clearly spotted the Douyin interface on the screen of one of the slackers. This is the public order unit. This is the narcotics unit. This is the communications unit. Lu didn't react much to the next few departments. Their names alone made their responsibilities obvious, and since nothing particularly caught his eye, he naturally wasn't very interested. This is the criminal investigation unit. It's made up of the backbone of our precinct. The interrogation room we were just in falls under their jurisdiction. As Chief Zhang was giving his introduction, he happened to spot a female officer walking out from inside. What a coincidence! It was the very same broad-chested female officer from the interrogation room. She had changed her clothes by now, but Lu, having already witnessed the spectacular view from her body, immediately noticed the key detail. That's a bit too tight. The moment the female officer saw Lu, she reacted rather dramatically, pointing at him and shouting, "You filthy pervert! What are you doing here? Slander! That's slander! Chief Zhang, he is slandering me!" Lu acted as if he'd been deeply insulted, jumping behind Chief Zhang and pointing at the female officer. Not only did she openly attack me, but she is slandering me too. Chief Zhang, you've got to stand up for me. The female officer couldn't stand hearing that. Her eyes widened, she clenched her fists with gritted teeth, and she was about to charge forward to punch Lu. But just then, someone beside her grabbed her arm. Sisterly, calm down. They couldn't let her act out in front of the chief, could they? Nonsense. Chief Zhang didn't know what had happened between them, but that didn't matter. He frowned. Xiao Chen. How could you speak so recklessly? Mr. Lu is a distinguished guest of our bureau. The remark was quite skillfully phrased. It appeared to be saving Lu's face, even switching from classmate to Mr., which greatly flattered Lu's vanity. But in reality, it protected the female officer, namely Xiao Chen, brushing aside the earlier incident and making no mention of it whatsoever. Others might not know Lu's background and influence, but could Director Zhang, who had just been berated from head to toe, really be unaware? This man was someone their police bureau couldn't afford to cross. Him? A distinguished guest, the policewoman, namely Xiao Chen, asked in disbelief. Of course. Lu said, hands on his hips, smug as ever. You ignored me just a moment ago, but now I'm out of your league. Don't you know what they say, what goes around comes around, and don't look down on a poor young man? Seeing Lu's smug expression, not to mention Li Xiaoqian, who was grinding her teeth in fury nearby, even Director Zhang, who had been acting quite affable all along, was at a loss for words. He cleared his throat, just as he was about to change the subject and lead Lu onward. A wave of hysterical pleas suddenly erupted from the Criminal Investigation Unit. Please, save my son. He is only 18. He is only 18. He doesn't understand anything. Please, save him. This naturally drew everyone's attention, especially Lu's. His ears were practically pricked up. Faced with this scene, Director Zhang felt a bit awkward. His expression turned stern as he asked, "What is going on here?" Everyone fell silent. Amid the stillness, the sound of the woman's sobs and the police officer's soothing words could still be heard. It was the male officer who had been trailing behind who glanced at Lu and suddenly spoke up. That is Su Jiahao's mother. The moment those words were uttered, the atmosphere grew even more awkward. Director Zhang's expression shifted slightly as he said to Lu, "There is nothing for the Criminal Investigation Division to see here. Why don't we move somewhere else?" Through the slats of the blinds, Lu could vaguely make out a woman who had broken down, weeping uncontrollably. He, too, fell silent. Regardless of who this woman had been before, right now she was nothing more than an ordinary mother who had lost her child. It reminded him of the time his adoptive parents suddenly disappeared, and he and his sister had clung to each other, weeping bitterly. Director Zhang. Mr. Lu, please speak. Director Zhang lowered his head, looking ready to take orders. Regarding this missing person case, I want you to do everything in your power to investigate it. Lu said solemnly. His usual carefree demeanor had completely vanished. His serious expression made him appear exceptionally grave. Of course, that's not a problem at all, it's my duty. Director Zhang nodded quickly, then turned to his subordinates and said, Did you all hear that? We must give this our all. Yes, sir, they all replied in unison. Li Xiaoqian was among them. She took the opportunity to steal a glance at Lu, her expression one of surprise, as if she had begun to see him in a slightly different light. After this matter was settled, Lu had no desire to linger at the police station, and since it was getting late, he turned to Director Zhang and expressed his intention to leave. The group escorted Lu to the entrance of the police station. They had originally intended to drive him home, but Lu panicked and refused repeatedly. There was no way he could accept that. If his sister saw him getting out of a police car, she'd surely faint from shock. This incident was our police station's mistake. We're sorry to have put you through the trouble of coming all this way, Mr. Lu. Standing at the entrance, Chief Zhan was about to offer a few more polite words. Not at all, not at all. Chief Zhang's warm hospitality made me feel right at home. I'm very satisfied. If I get the chance, I'll come visit again next time. Lu nodded with a smile. Chief? Several officers? This left everyone completely baffled. Is this guy serious? Watching Lu's figure grow distant, Chief Zhan let out a sigh of relief. The male officer who had followed him out of the interrogation room behind the chief could no longer contain his curiosity. He couldn't help but ask, "Chief, who is this Lou? To think you had to come out here personally. Look at the mess you've made." Chief Zhang glared at the officer. "If you wanted to question him, just do it. Why bring this little tyrant to the station? Are you getting tired of me being chief?" The officer grimaced. "It was old Chen's idea. Besides, you agreed to it at the time." The moment the words left his mouth, the officer realized he'd said the wrong thing. Fearing he'd embarrassed his superior, his voice grew softer and softer until it was barely audible. "If I'd known it was this little diva, I'd never have agreed to it." Chief Zhang didn't seem to mind the remark, but he couldn't help sighing. When the matter had come up, he'd agreed without hesitation just to save face for someone else, never imagining it would cause such a commotion. Just moments ago, he'd been sitting in his office with his legs crossed, listening to music and sipping tea. Life was pure bliss. Then he received a call from the provincial office, and the person on the other end berated him from the very start. He was completely dumbfounded at the time, not even knowing why he was being scolded. "It took me ages to figure out it had something to do with Lou. After asking a few roundabout questions, I heard him coldly issue a warning. Mind your own business when it comes to military affairs." Director Zhang's face turned pale on the spot. He was just a police chief, responsible for public order and safety. What does the military even mean? It's a symbol of military might in the contest between nations. The top brass in charge of national security. How could he possibly afford to provoke such a figure? Besides, this was only their first meeting. Yet, at a single glance, Director Zhang immediately realized one thing. This man didn't take them seriously at all. Even though Lou had been smiling throughout and hadn't shown any sign of displeasure, the more he acted this way, the more respectful Director Zhang became. How many people in the relevant departments could maintain such composure? The look in his eyes confirmed it. This was someone he couldn't afford to cross. "I've got to go. They're waiting for my explanation up there," Director Zhang said, casting another glance at the male officer. "Wang, make sure to explain everything to them later. Keep this matter buried deep inside. No one is to breathe a word of it." As he spoke, he swept his gaze across everyone present. The warning was implicit. "Yeah. Got it." The male officer nodded repeatedly. Director Zhang walked into the police station with his hands behind his back. The officer turned back to glance twice at Lou's barely visible retreating figure, feeling a bit baffled. "Who on earth is that guy?" Over here, Lou was on his way to the bus stop to catch a bus. Just then, he heard a car horn honking from behind. Beep. Lou turned his head to see a familiar luxury car slowly pulling up and stopping in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing a pretty face. "Get in." It was Zhao. Lou glanced at the back seat and saw a stylish city woman sitting there, so he had no choice but to open the passenger door and climb in. "Why are you here?" Lou asked, genuinely surprised to run into Zhao in a place like this. Zhao gave him a once-over and snorted. "You actually lied to me. Does the Su family matter really have nothing to do with you? How did you manage to walk out of the police station unscathed?" Zhao had seen Lou being taken away by the police during class and knew right away that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. She'd already instructed her people to keep an eye on the Tang family's movements, and a quick check had revealed the whole story. As soon as school let out, she'd rushed over with her team, ready to post Lou's bail. But the moment she arrived, she saw Lou strutting out of the station, with a few police officers bowing and scraping as they saw him off. The sharp-witted Zhao immediately caught on. She'd actually been duped by this scoundrel. And to think she'd gone out of her way for him. How dare Lou deceive her? Lou looked at Zhao glaring at him and felt inexplicably guilty. Could it be that Zhao had come here specifically to confront him? But he quickly snapped out of it. He hadn't done anything wrong, so what was there to fear? So Lou cleared his throat and said with a sincere expression, "I really didn't lie to you. I really didn't do anything to the Su family. As for how I got out, well, you saw it yourself. I just walked out. Get lost." Zhao shot him a withering glance. Stupid man, not a single truthful word comes out of his mouth. All right. Lu pretended to open the car door to get out. Get back here. Zhao gritted her teeth and called out to him quickly. She still had something she needed to tell Lu. Lu sat back down and looked at Zhao with an innocent expression, making her face flush with anger. Suddenly, Lu's eyes locked onto Zhao's earlobe. There, a pair of crystal-clear earrings was glistening. His eyes lit up, and a compliment slipped out. Shueching, those earrings really suit you. Looks like I made the right choice giving them to you. They're so pretty. Zhao's face flushed even more, this time not from anger, but from shyness. Lu's sudden compliment left her a bit flustered, and in the end, she could only shoot him a withering glance. You're so annoying. She exuded the charm of a young woman, radiating allure. That single, flirtatious glance left Lu speechless. Was this really the same Zhao who was usually as cold and aloof as an iceberg, yet capable of taking on any opponent when the moment called for it? The urban beauty behind them. She felt a bit uneasy. With Miss Zhao flirting with a stranger right in front of her, wouldn't she be silenced? Beep beep. A honk from behind broke the slightly ambiguous atmosphere. Clearly, Zhao's car had been parked too long, blocking the path of those behind her, and they'd grown impatient waiting. Zhao composed herself and started the car. The Tang family has made their move. Zhao's words snapped Lu back to reality instantly. She shot Lu a sharp glance. I don't know how you managed to defuse this crisis, but the Tang family probably won't let this slide so easily. As a proud and aloof person, she certainly wouldn't readily reveal the behind-the-scenes work she'd done to Lu. Even though she had the capability to ensure Lu and his group's safety, she still needed to scare this guy a little on purpose. And test Lu's limits while she was at it. After all, you ruined someone else's plans, making nearly half a year of their hard work go down the drain. A cold smile played at the corner of Zhao's mouth, as if she were mocking someone. Lu raised an eyebrow. Oh? Are you saying Su Jiahao's disappearance was their doing? No, they merely steered the unfavorable situation your way, just going with the flow. Zhao was a bit disappointed not to see Lu's face turn pale with shock. It seemed this guy really was holding something back. Wow! Lu had actually been on his guard lately, ever since he'd completely alienated Tang Yu. When the police had just come knocking on his door, he'd assumed Tang Yu and his crew were behind it, so without a second thought, he'd immediately called for help. Only after receiving a definitive confirmation from the colonel did Lu finally relax, maintaining a carefree and composed demeanor throughout. But once he arrived at the police station, he learned about Su Jiahao's disappearance, which actually dispelled his earlier suspicions, making him think he'd been overreacting. Little did he expect that as soon as he stepped out, Lu would learn from Zhao that the Tang family really was behind this whole mess. After all, we're heading to the dungeon this weekend. If they can use this to hold you back now, my original plan will naturally go completely down the drain. Even if they can't stop you, just slightly affecting your condition will have a massive impact on our upcoming dungeon run. It looks like the Tang family already knows you came in first in the adventurer exams, Zhao concluded. Although Lu didn't quite understand how Zhao had deduced that conclusion, he was deeply shocked. If Zhao hadn't been driving, he would have immediately jumped up to hug her beautiful legs and shout, "You're the best in the country. You don't need to worry about this. I've already sent someone to handle it," Zhao said casually. They won't have time to come bother you anymore. Since he knew Lu was confident he could handle the situation himself, Zhao saw no need to hide anything and simply stated that he would take care of it, so Lu didn't need to worry. Lu nodded without asking further questions. In truth, even if Zhao hadn't intervened, once he learned of the matter, he could have asked the colonel for a favor to settle it neatly, though that would likely mean owing him another huge favor. Then he glanced at the back seat, where a sophisticated city woman sat sitting upright. "Who is this? At first I thought you were in police custody." "This is the lawyer I found for you," Zhao said casually. The city woman immediately chimed in, "Hello, my name is Li Shui," extending her hand. So she'd been brought in to help. Hello. I've heard so much about you. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lu dramatically took Li Shui's hand and shook it vigorously twice. "Li Shui. Is this guy always like this? I'm so scared. Since he hitched a ride with Zhao, Lu actually got home much earlier than usual after school. Wani was clearly a bit surprised by his early return and asked curiously, Xiaoqi, why did school let out so early today? Did you skip class or something? Perhaps because she knew her younger brother so well, Wani immediately assumed the most likely explanation was that he skipped class. This was because Lu had asked Xiao long ago not to tell Wani about him passing the adventurer exam, fearing it might upset her. After all, given her current physical condition, she really couldn't handle such a blow. Xiao was also aware of their family's situation, so she had kept her promise all along. Even when Lu was taken away by the police, she didn't immediately notify Wani. Instead, she kept the matter under wraps at school while trying to figure out the cause of the incident on her own. If Lu isn't released soon, she'll probably have to go to the police station herself. Of course, as soon as Lu was released from the police station, he pulled out his phone and sent Xiao a text message to let her know he was safe. In the message, he briefly explained the situation to put her at ease. However, he only mentioned that his arrest was related to Su Jiahao's disappearance. He didn't tell Xiao about the Tang family's scheming behind the scenes. Mainly because knowing this wouldn't help anyway, so it was better not to say anything and spare her the worry. Wani was clearly still in the dark, completely unaware of everything that had been happening to her younger brother lately. Lu obviously wouldn't volunteer this information to her until he cured his sister's illness. He smiled and said to Wani, "We had a mock drill this afternoon, so they let us out early." The simulation drill was essentially a mock exam before the college entrance exams. However, in addition to testing theoretical knowledge, it also included physical fitness assessments. For example, scoring on events like the 100-meter dash, weightlifting, and long jump. Lu had participated in many such assessments before. Once they were over, he could go home early. Wani nodded. She trusted her younger brother implicitly and didn't press him for details. Instead, she said cheerfully, "I just bought some meat today and was planning to make dumplings. You're right on time. Come help your sister." Wani's hands were covered in flour as she held the rolling pin, looking as though it were New Year's Eve. For the Lu family's current financial situation, eating a meal of dumplings truly felt like celebrating a mini New Year. "Sure thing." Lu replied with a smile, "Did something good happen today? Why are you so happy, sister?" "I'll tell you, but don't go blabbing it around, okay?" Wani said happily. "On my way to buy groceries today, I saw a wallet on the ground. I picked it up and found there was a full 200 yuan inside. I asked around, and everyone nearby said they hadn't lost it, so I brought it home. I even bought a few dozen yuan worth of meat with it, hee hee." Lu looked at Wani's slightly coy and innocent expression, her face softening with a touch of indulgence and tenderness. "Sis, you're so lucky. No wonder you were willing to splurge on a pot of dumplings today." "Yeah, I've been feeling pretty lucky lately too. I keep finding a little money here and there." The corners of Wani's eyes crinkled, her face radiating simple happiness. Lu felt a bit helpless inside. Of course she'd find money. It was clearly Lu who dropped it along her usual route. Although there was a risk someone else might pick it up, Lu knew her sister's daily routes and schedules like the back of her hand, so it was highly likely the money would end up in Wani's pocket. He didn't dare give her too much. His original plan was to leave anywhere from a few to a few dozen yuan every now and then, but he didn't want to do it too often, for fear of arousing his sister's suspicion or making her uneasy. This time, he'd seen that his sister didn't look well when she woke up that morning, so he'd left a little extra money, hoping Wani would buy something to help her regain her strength. Instead, Wani went and bought a few pounds of meat to make Lu's favorite dumplings. How could Lu not feel helpless? Although Lu had quite a bit of money on him now, he absolutely couldn't tell his sister where it came from, so he had no way to directly improve her living conditions. He could only help her a little bit through this method. He never expected that after benefiting from his kindness, she would completely forget about herself and focus solely on him. This left Lu feeling not only helpless but also deeply touched. The next day, when Lu arrived in class, everyone's eyes were fixed on him, filled with surprise and curiosity. Wasn't he taken away by the police? How could he have been released so quickly? That's what many of them were thinking. Rumors were flying everywhere, and everyone was filled with curiosity and speculation about the incident. With Lu's appearance, those outlandish rumors were undoubtedly put to rest. Lu single-handedly shattered everyone's wildest imaginings and fantasies. Although Lu had previously been shunned by the rest of the class because of his talent, and his only close friend was Chen. But since they were classmates who spent every day together, there were still a few people he knew by name. Now, seeing Lu sitting casually at his desk, they couldn't help but crowd around and ask, "Lu, what exactly happened yesterday? Why did the police take you away?" Yeah, what happened? What happened? Lu looked at their curious faces and suddenly grew serious. Why was I taken away by the police? Well, because once I accepted my own weakness, that meant I was invincible. As he spoke, he struck a cobra hand gesture. The classmates gathered around? The many classmates eavesdropping with pricked ears. If you're not going to tell us, then don't. What are you doing? The student who asked the question looked exactly like the old man on the subway staring at his phone.jpg meme, muttering in obvious frustration. I'm doing this for your own good. Lu declared solemnly. Knowing too much isn't good for anyone. Curiosity killed the cat. Put. The crowd booed him and scattered in a flash. Zhao appeared unconcerned, but she was actually keeping a close eye on the situation. Seeing Lu dismiss the crowd in a matter of moments, a faint smile involuntarily touched her lips. It was as if she and Lu shared a little secret known only to the two of them. This feeling was a completely new experience for Zhao. But it wasn't half bad. Wang still looked as calm and composed as ever. Ever since he assessed Lu's combat prowess, he become increasingly enlightened. Nothing Lu did surprised him anymore. On the contrary, seeing the looks of shock and disbelief on his classmates' faces filled him with a sense of superiority. He lifted his head haughtily and snorted inwardly. Mere mortal's wisdom, pft. Inside the Weiyuan training grounds, Lu was sitting in one of the training rooms, recovering his stamina. The room wasn't large, only about 30 square meters, and a corner of it was piled high with exercise equipment. Treadmills, rowing machines, power racks, squat racks, Roman chairs, and all sorts of dumbbells. As mentioned earlier, once one reaches the star rank stage with extraordinary physical constitution, these ordinary exercise machines no longer provide much benefit. Moreover, since Lu had already met the criteria for the mid-star rank, the effect these machines could have was practically negligible. But things were different inside the training room. Because the gravity inside this room was 1.5 times that of the outside. What does this mean? It means that an object weighing 100 Gene feels like 150 Gene inside here. And take note, this training isn't simply about bearing a heavier load on your body. The gravity affects everything. Every inch of your skin, every organ down to every single cell is under 1.5 times the usual strain. The drain on your physical stamina increases by an unimaginable multiple. This is precisely why those training machines from before can still be effective for adventurers in the star rank realm. The opposite wall of the training room is constructed from blocks of strange, obsidian-like crystals, on which faint traces of human cutting can be seen. These crystals have a very imposing name. Magic blocking stone. This means that all skill effects are completely ineffective against it, only pure physical attacks can cause damage. However, given its hardness comparable to that of diamond without proper gear, even a moon rank adventurer would struggle to leave a deep mark on it. Many important strategic territories use it as a building material for their defenses. Its primary purpose here in the training ground is for skill practice. Lu had just unleashed a barrage of attacks on it. The magic blocking stone wall didn't budge an inch, but it left Lu completely exhausted, draining his stamina to the last drop. Of course, this was to be expected after all. The magic blocking stone is renowned for being immune to skills. If Lu could destroy it with a single strike of his sword technique, that would truly be mind-blowing. Rather than relying on weight training for physical conditioning, Lu chose to repeatedly cast skills to build his stamina. Unlike others where adventurers have a limited number of skills with long cooldowns, their training method involves casting a round of skills, then lifting weights while waiting for the cooldown to reset, before casting another round. This allows them to build skill proficiency while improving their physical endurance. Lu is different. His skills have no cooldown as long as his stamina holds out, he can unleash them endlessly. But his skills are all max-starred, so he doesn't need to grind for proficiency either. He has only one purpose in unleashing his skills: to rapidly deplete his stamina, recover, and thereby enhance his physical endurance. This method actually yields the most outstanding results. And it's a method only Lu can pull off. Star rank adventurers have learned a maximum of 5 skills, and after a full round of casting, they need to wait about 10 minutes. During this time, if they aren't undergoing high-intensity physical training, the stamina they just expended from casting skills will have already recovered. Stamina recovers relatively quickly before the body reaches its limit, unless it has sustained serious injuries or hasn't been replenished with energy and is extremely hungry. Of course, the method of physical training involves continuously depleting stamina, but no one actually dares to drain their stamina until there's not a single drop left. Most people feel extremely exhausted and physically unwell once their stamina drops below 30%. Continuing to deplete stamina beyond that point can even lead to collapse or fainting. Only a select few with exceptional talent can overcome this and push their stamina below 20%. Lu is just an ordinary person. His so-called draining every last drop of stamina and squeezing out every ounce of energy for training are all based on staying above that 30% safety threshold. You can't exactly ruin your health just to get in shape, can you? As for those who might ask, what would happen if you really drained your stamina to zero? You wouldn't even have the strength to keep your heart beating or breathe. What do you think would happen? It's simple, just invite your family and friends to a funeral banquet. They can each chip in 200 yuan for the feast. So please, don't get too obsessed with weightlifting and end up as a strong corpse. That covers physical training. As for mental cultivation, I've already discussed it, it's meditation. Mental recovery is also achieved through meditation. As for skill cultivation, it's much the same. It requires constant practice to increase proficiency. One point worth mentioning is that whether you're a combat-oriented or special ability-oriented adventurer, you focus exclusively on just one aspect. Physical and mental attributes are actually interdependent. If there is a gap of more than 2 ranks between them, the weaker attribute will hit a plateau and struggle to improve further. For example, if Adventurer A's mental attribute has reached the late star rank, but their physical attribute has only just entered the early star rank, then no matter how much A meditates, their mental attribute will struggle to increase. On the contrary, because their mental strength far exceeds their physical strength, they may occasionally feel weak, drowsy, and lacking in energy. Conversely, if Adventurer B's physical strength is 2 tiers higher than their mental strength, they may experience emotional instability, irritability, and a loss of bodily control. Therefore, while you may specialize in combat or special abilities, your overall physical attributes must still improve across the board. Of course, this merely refers to meeting the minimum requirements due to differing priorities. Not everyone will be a hexagonal warrior. For example, if you specialize in mental attributes, your physical fitness might be decent, but you might not be very fast. Your strength might be strong, but your stamina might be lacking. If you specialize in physical fitness, your mental strength might meet the standards, but your endurance might be lacking. Among peers of the same rank, while others can unleash 5 special abilities, you might only be able to use 1 and much more slowly than them. In short, effort and reward are directly proportional. You can't expect the rank gain through doping, rushing the process, or external assistance to match the results achieved by others through persistent, dedicated training. Lu exhaled slowly, a gleam of determination flickering in his eyes. With the blessing of Son of the Tao, which allowed him to transcend the limitations of skill forms, he had made rapid strides in both meditation and physical training. The only drawback was the exorbitant consumption of cultivation resources. However, the results were remarkable. Even back when he was at the SSS level, his efficiency was already 150 times higher and his cultivation speed 50 times faster than normal. Now, who knows how much higher it has become? It's no exaggeration to say that one day of Lu's cultivation equals several months of cultivation for others. The only problem was that he lacked sufficient cultivation resources to reach the level of saturation cultivation. What does that mean? It means that if a unit of cultivation resources contains 1,500 energy points, an ordinary person would spend 5 hours cultivating but could only absorb 10 points. The rest would either be consumed over time or stored in the body, waiting to be tapped into a second time. Lou, on the other hand, needs only half an hour to perfectly convert a single batch of resources totaling 1,500 energy points into his own strength. The problem is that a single batch of resources doesn't actually contain 1,500 energy points. Even the best cultivation resources Lou has access to only contain around 100 energy points. So while others might waste resources when using a single batch, Lou could use 15 batches and his body would still feel slightly unsatisfied. This is precisely why he desperately needs to venture into the dungeon to make money. However, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Without sufficient cultivation resources, every ounce of strength comes from developing his own potential, which actually makes his foundation more solid and his mastery of his own power more thorough. After washing up and scrubbing away the stench of sweat, Lou emerged from the training chamber feeling refreshed. He glanced back at the massive characters Weiyuan on the sign above the entrance, his heart twinging slightly as he shook his head. This training chamber was great in every way, not to mention its benefits for physical conditioning. It even aided meditation and was the perfect place to practice and improve skill proficiency. But the fees were just too steep. The fee for using the training room starts the moment you step inside. A star-ranked training room costs 3,000 per hour. Lou had spent over 10,000 just today. What family could afford such daily expenses? But there was no other way. For commoners, this was the only option for cultivation. Unless you were rich enough to build your own dedicated training room, the only path to progress was to pay up. If the bulk of the cost for physical cultivation goes toward this, then there is no need to even mention meditation. It isn't particularly picky about the location, but a single bottle of spiritual essence is far more expensive than this. A sub-grade bottle costs 30,000, and a high-grade one costs 80,000. Each bottle holds 2 liang. A single bottle is gone in a day if you splurge. If you're frugal, you might stretch it to 4 or 5 uses, but your cultivation progress will fall far behind others. Their results from a single day's practice are equivalent to 4 or 5 of yours. After a month, you'll be worlds apart. Relatively speaking, physical training is a bit easier. For ordinary people, even without resources to aid you, it's not impossible to train. You'll just have to eat a bit more. Of course, you'll definitely progress much slower than those who use elixirs and items to aid their training. That goes without saying. After all, the energy replenished by cultivation resources far exceeds that from ordinary food. In short, whether it's physical training or meditation, if you want to make progress, you'd better be ready to spend money. This is especially true for Lou. His cultivation efficiency is over 150 times that of others, which means his consumption of cultivation resources far exceeds that of ordinary people. Without the support of cultivation resources, his cultivation speed has plummeted dramatically. After this period of cultivation, Lou had completely depleted his physical training resources. Continuing to train at the cultivation grounds would serve little purpose. Not only would it be a waste of money, but his progress wouldn't improve either. He decided to take a break for now and wait until the next dungeon. Lately, he hadn't been eating dinner at home. He made up an excuse, saying that with the college entrance exams approaching, the school was enforcing extra tutoring sessions, requiring them to attend evening classes every day, which was how he managed to sneak out to the training grounds. However, this wasn't a lie. With 50 days left until the exams, the school had indeed imposed this requirement, and most students were being held back for evening classes. The only exceptions were the few who had passed the adventurer assessment. The school required them to devote more time to training, as their scores on academic exams accounted for a very small portion of their total grade. The majority of their points came from the practical combat competitions and the college entrance exams. During this period, Xiao has also been urging them to train. However, since these guys have all been riding on Lou's coattails and are now all star rank level powerhouses, the school's training methods no longer meet their needs. Taking this into account, Xiao discussed the matter with the school and decided to allow them to leave campus after 3 p.m. to find their own training grounds. Lou checked the time and was just about to leave when he heard a familiar honk behind him. Beep. He turned his head to see Zhao's luxury car pulling up slowly beside him, the window rolled down. Hey! Get in, I'll give you a ride. Zhao seemed to be in a good mood today. He actually smiled and greeted Lou. Has the sun come up in the west today? Lou looked at Zhao in utter astonishment. Our class beauty is actually offering to drive a nobody like me home? This must be a blessing I could only have earned by burning incense for several lifetimes. The smile on Zhao's face froze, and she returned to her usual icy demeanor. Get in if you want to. If not, forget it. With that, she started to roll up the window. I'm getting in. Lou immediately yanked open the door and squeezed inside, muttering under his breath, why pass up a free ride? It's a freebie, so why not take it? If you keep this up, get out right now. Zhao glared at Lou with a scowl. Come on. Squad leader Zhao. You're cuter when you're smiling. Lou waved his hand dismissively. After getting to know Zhao better, Lou had figured out that her icy exterior was just a facade. Deep down, she was just a little girl who couldn't handle him at all. Not to mention, he knew all about Zhao's embarrassing moment back then in the dungeon. She'd been crying her eyes out because she was scared of ghosts, and Lou had seen every bit of it. With that leverage in his hands, Lou wasn't the least bit worried. Class President Zhao, you don't want the whole class to find out about your embarrassing moments, do you? So the cold, elegant, and noble class beauty was actually completely at the mercy of this penniless, good-for-nothing kid. Of course, he was just joking around. He wasn't going to take it seriously. Lou wasn't the type to use someone else's secrets to blackmail them. Zhao glared at him without saying a word, her puffed-up expression making her look like an adorable hamster. Lou found her expression utterly adorable, and a playful urge welled up inside him. He chuckled wickedly. Hey, cutie, give this big guy a smile. Zhao's eyes widened in shock, momentarily frozen in place. This was the first time in her life someone actually dared to speak to her like that. The moment the words left his mouth, Lou realized he'd gone too far. After all, their relationship wasn't close enough for him to make jokes like that yet. It had just been a reflex. So he quickly tried to salvage the situation. What's wrong? Not going to smile? Then I'll give you a smile. With that, Lou broke into a wide grin and let out a few silly chuckles. Hee hee hee. Snort. Zhao suddenly smiled, as if spring had returned to the earth and flowers were blooming everywhere. The surroundings seemed to brighten up. Lou was completely dumbfounded, feeling as if he were bathed in a spring breeze, floating on air. You smart aleck. Zhao glared at Lou playfully, but seeing his dazed expression, she seemed to realize something was off. She quickly suppressed her smile and turned her face away. Only then did the car slowly pull away. After what had just happened, the atmosphere between them was slightly ambiguous. But neither of them was thinking about romantic matters. They were both restraining themselves as these feelings rippled beneath the surface. To ease the awkwardness, Lou pulled the MP3 player he'd borrowed from Chen out of his bag, intending to put on his headphones and listen to music so he wouldn't have to pay attention to Zhao's movements. Speaking of this MP3 player, ever since Lou borrowed it to take the adventurer exam, he hadn't returned it to Chen. Of course, Lou would never admit he'd simply forgotten about it. It was just that he had too much on his plate, no time, no opportunity. That's right. Chen didn't mind either. He'd never even brought it up. It was only when Lou dug it out of his bag a few days ago that he remembered the whole thing. Before he could even pop the earbuds in, Lou heard Zhao say casually, I've already broken through to mid-star rank. Lou's hand trembled, and the MP3 player nearly fell out of the car. He looked up at the girl, whose expression carried a hint of pride and self-satisfaction, and found it hard to believe. Breaking through a rank isn't something that happens easily. Even if you're exceptionally talented, it's still incredibly difficult to jump up a rank in a short period of time. It also requires a massive amount of resources to support the effort. Interestingly, however, once either physical or mental ability breaks through, improving the other becomes much easier. Of course, such an improvement merely holding a higher rank doesn't necessarily mean your actual combat power will increase significantly. Under normal circumstances, assuming an abundant supply of resources, it takes 2 months to advance from the early to the mid stage of star rank. Moving from the mid stage to the late stage takes about a year. Breaking through to the moon rank realm from the late stage could take several years. Even if you have extraordinary talent and train faster than the average person, you wouldn't go from the early stage straight to the mid stage in just 10 days, would you? Did you just force feed yourself resources? Damn rich snobs. While Zhao was driving, he glanced at Lu's expression. He knew exactly what Lu was thinking. He shot him a disdainful glance. After my dungeon baptism, I'd already hit the mid-stage bottleneck. I just spent some time consolidating my strength, and the breakthrough happened naturally. Zhao brushed it off with a few casual words, but no one could fathom the sweat and effort behind them. Consolidating his strength and breaking through in just over 10 days required no small amount of effort. Besides, breaking through a bottleneck isn't exactly a walk in the park. Oh, except for Lu. With his infinite epiphanies. Hands in his pockets, he had no idea what a bottleneck even was. All he lacked now were resources. With enough of them, he could instantly reach the late star rank. Oh. Lu nodded in understanding, his expression returning to normal. He almost thought Zhao was just as overpowered as he was. Come to think of it, during the school evaluations, Zhao's overall physical prowess had far surpassed Lu's. It was just that her strengths lay in the mental realm. She was clearly on the mage path. That's why, in the assessment drills, she couldn't gain the upper hand against Lu, the agility-focused attacker. She lost every time with a bitter taste in her mouth, settling for second place. Even so, her physical stamina wasn't any lower than Lu's. She simply wasn't as skilled in close combat compared to him. After undergoing the dungeon trial, she received a B rating, with her stats increasing by about 60%. Her mental fortitude, which had already been pushing the limits of a normal person, received another boost after she moved the boulder off her. It was no surprise that she was now approaching the mid-star rank. Lu had simply misread the situation. Still, Zhao's improvement inevitably put considerable pressure on him. After all, Lu was currently only at mid-star rank himself, and he could see Zhao closing in fast. If Lu continued to lack cultivation resources, given Zhao's financial clout, it was only a matter of time before she overtook him. Lu, who had always been competitive, naturally felt a sense of urgency. No wonder Zhao was in such a good mood today, and he even said he'd give me a ride. Turns out he just came to show off. This guy doesn't seem like a nice person at all. Lu curled his lip. Just one sentence? Zhao frowned. What else? Should I praise you too? Lu looked at Zhao with a puzzled expression. Shuetching is so awesome? Fuck that shuetching is so awesome. Zhao's nose nearly twisted with anger. Luckily, it was natural, not surgically enhanced, or she'd have needed a facelift. Is this what I wanted to hear? I wanted praise. Admiration. What's wrong with you, Lu? Not a single word you say is what I want to hear. To maintain his aloof demeanor, Zhao simply pursed his lips and slammed his foot down on the gas pedal. Vroom. The car's engine growled, and Lu was once again pressed back into his seat. Feeling the powerful thrust against his back, he couldn't help but shout, "Hey, hey, hey! Don't drive like that out of spite. Zhao! Mind your own business. There are 1,000 roads, but safety comes first. If you drive recklessly, your loved ones will shed tears. I'm still in the car, you know." Lu gripped the armrest tightly. Humph. Coward. Zhao raised his head, but the car still slowed down. After all, at this time of day, speeding through the city was tantamount to suicide. It's almost Saturday. Are you ready? Zhao asked. I'm always on standby, Lu replied. Besides, with my skills, there is nothing much to prepare. Nothing else matters. What stands out is my confidence. After all, I, Lu, am the kind of guy who can solo a hard mode dungeon even as a reservist. But when those words reached Zhao's ears, they took on a different meaning. She fell deep in thought. She knew all about Lu's family background. Though she couldn't figure out why this guy's actions were always so unpredictable, it seemed as if some powerful force was protecting him, one that even her own Zhao family's influence couldn't uncover. But he couldn't hide his poverty-stricken aura. That shabby outfit, and the way his eyes lit up at the sight of money. Thinking of this, Zhao let out a soft sigh. After all, she was the one who dragged him into the dungeon. If something were to go wrong, she'd truly feel guilty. Wait for me after school tomorrow. I've got something for you. Zhao decided to pick out a few items and supplies from her family's warehouse to give to Lu. Ha! As soon as she said that, Lu couldn't sit still. Could this be the rich lady, hungry, food? Ever since he was a kid, the doctor had said Lu had a weak stomach and should only eat soft foods. So was that goal finally going to be achieved today? Lu glanced sideways at Zhao. You know what? It actually seemed to hit the nail on the head. Adventurers are quite sensitive to other people's gazes, especially those who specialize in the spirit discipline. Zhao felt a gaze openly scanning her from head to toe. A blush spread across her face, and she snapped, "What are you looking at?" "I'm not looking at anything." Lu shook his head like a rattle, refusing to admit it. "Let me tell you, don't get any ideas. I'm just worried you'll die out there if you're not careful." I wouldn't know how to explain that to the homeroom teacher. Zhao explained with righteous indignation. Lu rolled her eyes. As if he was worried about me. Who was it that broke down crying in terror while raiding a dungeon, anyway? Remember to wait for me tomorrow, you hear me? Zhao repeated. Okay, rich lady. No problem, rich lady. Whatever you say, rich lady. Lu patted his chest in assurance. Don't call me rich lady. Zhao clearly didn't care for the term. Okay, rich lady. No problem, rich lady. I'll do whatever you say, rich lady. Lu parroted her like a tape recorder. Zhao. She knew Lu's true colors by now, so she simply ignored him. The luxury car soon pulled up at the entrance of the alley. Lu opened the door, got out, and waved goodbye to Zhao. Bye, rich lady. He received a roll of the eyes from Zhao in response. The car started up and vanished in the blink of an eye. Shao Qi? A soft call tinged with confusion made Lu stiffen and turn his head. Wani was standing at the entrance of the alley, holding a basket of groceries. She saw her older sister standing quietly at the entrance, gazing at him with a pensive expression. Lu felt inexplicably guilty. Sis, what are you doing here? Auntie Song gave me some fruit. I brought it back so you could try some tonight, and I just happened to hear your voice. Wani opened the basket, revealing a few kiwis and a dragon fruit, expensive fruits that Lu and his family rarely got to eat more than a few times a year. Lu had heard her mention Auntie Song a few times before. She seemed to be one of Wani's bosses, who was full of praise for the patterns Wani embroidered and often looked out for her privately. I thought I must have heard wrong, so I came out to take a look, and just happened to see you. Wani looked a little puzzled. Who was that young girl just now? Why were you with her? Lu stepped forward, slipping her arm through Wani's, and took the basket from her hands. She is a classmate of mine. We ran into each other on the way, and she happened to be heading this way, so she gave me a ride home. Lu offered a brief explanation, pulling her sister along. It's so late, what are you doing out here? It's not safe out there. Let us hurry home. A classmate, how Wani mulled over Lu's words. Recalling the scene she'd witnessed earlier, a ripple of emotion stirred within her. She looked at Lu's chiseled features and seemed to have a sudden realization. Oh my, our little Chi has grown up. For a moment, she didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. Hey! Sis, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu felt a bit guilty and a bit flustered, so she hurried to explain, she is just a friend of mine. I happened to run into her driving after school today, so I asked her to give me a ride. See? You're back much earlier than usual. Wani smiled but said nothing, following Lu back home. The meal in the kitchen was already prepared, kept warm in a large cast iron pot, ready to be served. Lu skillfully set out the bowls and chopsticks, helped his sister bring the dishes to the table, and they began eating right away. Wani watched her younger brother devouring his food in big bites, her expression a little dazed. Before she knew it, her little brother had grown up so much. Life didn't seem as hard to bear as she had once imagined. In a few more years, when her brother finished his studies, graduated, married a wife, and had 2 little babies, then she would have no regrets in this life. Wani had never given her own personal matters a second thought. Her entire focus was on Lu. Her greatest wish was simply for Lu to live a safe, healthy, and happy life. As for herself, didn't she know her own body better than anyone? She just hoped to hold on for these few more years, until Lu was older and someone else could take her place, so that Lu wouldn't be left all alone, helpless and without support. Though Wani kept repeating these thoughts to herself, trying to convince herself of this, a vague sadness still welled up in her heart. Didn't she, too, want to grow old with Lu? To watch their hair turn gray together, arm in arm, sitting in the courtyard watching the sunset and feeling the evening breeze. At this thought, Wani's eyes welled up with tears. Lu swallowed a couple of mouthfuls of rice and was about to pick up some vegetables when he noticed his sister's sorrowful expression and dazed stare. His heart gave a start, and he set down his bowl and chopsticks. "Sis, she really was just a classmate of mine. If you don't want me to, I'll just stop seeing her from now on." Lu took his sister's left hand, almost swearing an oath. Her sister's slender, delicate hand was soft as if without bones, yet ice cold to the touch, and Lu's heart grew just as cold. Wani set down her chopsticks with her right hand, wiped her eyes, and quickly waved her hand. "That's not what I meant. The fact that a girl is interested in you just shows how charming our little Chi is. I should be thrilled." "Really?" Lu asked cautiously. "Of course it's true. You can date whoever you like, I couldn't care less." Wani was speaking with a bit of a split tongue, but she still managed to fool Lu. Lu, however, felt that his sister's words didn't sound like a lie. He breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt a strange sense of disappointment. He then asked with concern, "Then why do you look so unhappy? Did I do something wrong to upset you? I'll fix it right away. I swear," Lu said, holding up 3 fingers to the sky with a deadpan expression. Wani was amused by him and gave him a playful scolding look. "Nothing wrong. I'm just a little sad that so many years have flown by, and Xiaoqi is about to grow up and leave me. It's just a bit bittersweet." "Oh, I see," Lu realized with a smile. "But not in front of you, sis. Lu will never grow up. I want to be with you forever." Wani's pretty face flushed slightly as she tapped him on the head. "Hurry up and eat. It'll get cold soon. You eat too, sis." Lu scooped a big helping of vegetables into Wani's bowl. "You're going to stuff sister to death. Hee, eat more, sister." The Lu family courtyard returned to its usual cheerful atmosphere. Lu. The next day after school, Zhao arrived as promised, but Lu ran off as fast as he could, leaving Zhao chasing after him for quite a while. "Why are you running? Didn't I tell you to wait for me?" Zhao gritted her teeth, unable to maintain her usual goddess-like composure. "Ah, I almost forgot." Lu laughed it off. Mainly, his gut told him that his sister's mood swing yesterday had something to do with Zhao, so today he didn't really want to get mixed up with her even at school, where Wani probably wouldn't see them. But doing this made him feel like he was cheating on his wife behind her back. His conscience was gnawing at him. Zhao shot him a withering glance. What a lame excuse. But Lu was always like this, so she didn't bother to press the issue. Instead, she pulled a set of potions from her inventory and shoved them into his hands. "Take these first. Don't panic. There's more. Advanced Stamina Potion, 99. Restores 8,000 stamina over 60 seconds upon use. Advanced Spirit Potion, 99. Restores 8,000 spirit over 60 seconds upon use. Advanced Healing Potion, 99. After use, it can heal wounds below the severe level within 60 seconds and restore 18,000 HP. Wow! Zhao is seriously living it up. How much does a set of those potions cost? Lu looked at Zhao, who seemed to be radiating gold, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Rich lady looking for a sugar daddy. I'm good looking, funny, strong, and have great stamina. Stop spouting nonsense or I'll take it back. Zhao shot Lu a hateful glare, cutting short his self-promotion. In addition, Zhao tossed him 2 purple tier items. Warrior's Cloak. Base defense plus 351. Movement speed plus 15%. Energy accumulation speed while moving increased by 20%. Wolfang's Kiss Ring. Base damage increased by 108. Attack speed and cast speed increased by 5%. Restores a portion of damage dealt after defeating an enemy. The stats were only slightly above average, but they were all rare grade gear, and they were geared toward increasing survivability. More importantly, they were for a slot that was just as rare as earrings. They are certainly hard to come by on the open market. These would easily be worth tens of millions. Zhao knew that Lu was already fully clad in heavy armor, wrapped tightly from head to toe, so there was no need to worry about armor. She carefully selected these items from her own warehouse, spending half a day to find these 2 pieces that were suitable for Lu. After their recent unexpected encounter, Zhao realized that while Lu's attack power was already maxed out, his other stats were, by comparison, rather ordinary. So she found these 2 pieces of gear that boost movement, casting, and attack speed. They not only further enhance Lu's strengths but also compensate for his relatively fragile constitution, while allowing him to maintain his previous agile combat style. As long as he could stay on his feet, Zhao believed that with Lu's abilities, even that so-called impossible-to-clear hard dungeon wouldn't stand in his way. After all, this was a super-powered player who could already take down hard mode bosses back when he was just a reserve. Zhao had put a lot of thought into these 2 items. Yet now, she simply tossed them into Lu's hands without a second thought. Zhao didn't even bother with a single word of explanation. Lu glanced at the earrings dangling from Zhao's ears and suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Could these be part of her dowry? Shrewd as Zhao was, and knowing Lu as she did, she immediately guessed that the guy was getting the wrong idea. So she snorted, "Don't get any crazy ideas. Consider this alone. Remember to return them when you're done. You want something back after it's in my hands?" Lu tossed his head back and snorted, "You're way too naive." Zhao pulled out a staff that was a good head taller than him and slammed it into the ground. "Speak properly." Okay. I get it." Lu immediately bowed and scraped. What's borrowed must be returned, and then borrowing again is easy. Everyone knows that. Fearing Zhao might change her mind, he flipped his hand to stow the equipment away, then patted his chest as if relieved. Zhao glanced at his pathetic demeanor and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She realized that ever since she'd gotten to know this jerk, she'd made up for all the eye-rolling she'd missed in her first 18 years in just these few short days. Her once aloof and cool image was now a thing of the past around him. Lu, the undisputed nemesis of all cool, aloof beauties. Before they knew it, the day they agreed to tackle the dungeon had arrived. Early in the morning, Lu rode in Zhao's luxury car to the Adventurers Guild, where a burly figure had already been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. The man was tall, yet his face looked somewhat youthful. He wore half-body armor and carried a heavy shield that looked quite substantial. It was Zhang Heng, the silent young man Lu had met twice before, one of Zhao's teammates from the adventurer exam. Zhao led Lu forward and greeted Zhang Heng. "I'm sure you've all met already, so I won't waste any more time. Let me briefly introduce our team composition. Lu, our main melee attacker; Zhang Heng, our tank and shield bearer; and me, Zhao, the mage." "Hey there, big guy." Lu extended his hand, flashing a friendly, warm smile. Zhang Heng shook Lu's hand and nodded at him, a slightly sheepish smile on his face, but he said nothing. It was clear that Zhang Heng was the quiet, reserved type who wasn't very talkative, and often, people like that give off the strongest sense of reliability. Especially after Lu caught a glimpse of his shield, which was nearly as tall as he was. He exclaimed in amazement, "You shouldn't be called a tank shield, you should just go by Shield Mountain." Zhang Heng fell into deep thought, muttering to himself, "Shield Mountain. Shield Mountain. That's a pretty good name. Once the two had finished their exchange, Zhao continued, I'm sure everyone has already gone over the dungeon guide in detail. Our goal is simple, break the record for reaching the 86th floor. The higher we go, the better. The strategies for each of the first 86 floors are all detailed in the materials I gave you earlier. Our plan is to proceed steadily and methodically. Zhang Han will draw fire up front, I'll handle crowd control, and Lu will focus on dealing damage. Understood? Zhao looked at the two of them seriously. Zhang Han nodded silently to indicate he understood. Yes, my lord. Lu snapped to attention and saluted. Zhao rolled his eyes at him but didn't bother to say anything, leading the way into the Adventurers Guild. With Zhao in the lead, after accepting a quest containing more information about the Tower of Confusion, the three paid the teleportation fee and stepped through the portal. The teleportation gate resembled a massive circular stone pedestal, somewhat like an altar, engraved with countless mystical patterns. Embedded in the center of the pedestal was a huge crystal, shimmering with a soft glow. By standing on this pedestal, you could reach any location that had successfully established a connection provided you paid a hefty teleportation fee. As the surrounding patterns lit up, the three were enveloped in a strange glow, and Lu keenly sensed that something in their surroundings had shifted. When the light faded, they found themselves in a different place. It was a rather grand plaza, similar to the arena where the adventurer trials had been held, except the surrounding buildings had a sci-fi vibe, giving off a distinct cyberpunk feel. Transparent pipes crisscrossed overhead, and within them, an oval-shaped craft carrying people zipped back and forth at high speed. What are you staring at? Let us go. Zhao nudged Lu, who was standing there in a daze, and the three of them walked toward a structure that looked like a launch pod. Zhao pulled out a card, tapped it against the hatch, and the doors immediately swung open. Get in. The three of them stood inside the cabin. Lu watched as the green light on the hatch turned red, then a strong sensation of weightlessness washed over him. It felt as though gravity had vanished through the windows on either side. He could see the scenery whizzing by at breakneck speed. The pod's speed was changing gradually, so the sensation wasn't too jarring. Lu knew he had become one of the many traveling through the pipeline. Soon, the pod came to a stop. The red light on the door slowly turned green, and the door opened. They stepped out of the oval-shaped pod and found themselves in a long tunnel. At the end of the tunnel was an elliptical vortex resembling a black hole. Its shape was like an egg. No matter which angle you looked at it from, it was elliptical, truly bizarre. And this wondrous vortex, which seemed capable of sucking in all light, now hovered quietly on a crystal pedestal, waiting for everyone to step inside. Is everything I told you earlier clear? Zhao asked in a deep voice. Before Zhang Han could speak, Lu nudged Zhao with her shoulder. Let us go. Why are you being such a nag, just like Xiao? With that, without waiting for Zhao's reply, she led the way toward the vortex. You! Zhao was left speechless, her eyes widening in shock. Seeing that Lu was actually charging in, she could only stamp her foot and hurriedly follow. Zhang Heng silently raised his shield and trailed behind. The three reached the vortex, filed in one after another, and entered the dungeon. Before arriving, Lu and Zhang Heng had already signed a party contract with Zhao, making the three of them a party with Zhao as the leader. Party members were immune to each other's skills, so there was no risk of accidentally wiping out a teammate with an AoE spell. Thanks to their connection as teammates, they unsurprisingly entered the same dungeon space. This was Lua's first time entering a dungeon through a vortex. It was different from the mist dungeons he had previously cleared. It was like comparing a wild animal to a domesticated one. The experience was naturally quite different. He felt as though he had crossed an invisible wall, stepping into another world. This was a vast space resembling a sealed coliseum, where a horde of verdant creatures turned their heads in unison to stare at the suddenly appearing Lu. Lu recognized these creatures. They were described in his school textbooks and the materials Zhao had provided. Orcs, savage, brutal monsters that take pleasure in torturing any beings that trespass into their territory. After killing their enemies, they cook the remains as food and fashion weapons from the bones. Take the one closest to Lu, for instance. What he held in his hand looked like the thigh bone of a humanoid creature. Footsteps approached. Lu turned to see his two teammates walking toward him, fully armed and ready for battle. Zhang Heng, needless to say, had been dressed like a medieval knight since he arrived earlier today. Now he wore a helmet, leaving only a pair of solemn eyes visible. Zhao was no different, clad in a magical robe and wielding a great staff. The glow emanating from her body felt somewhat familiar to Lu. It was Magic Shield. The Lich King had demonstrated a similar ability before, though his was the plus max 1 TB Nightfall Purple version, while Zhao's was the mini 128G Far Peak Blue. Who knew this girl had such a strong competitive streak? If others have it, she has to have it too. Lu took another couple of glances. Pay attention, don't space out. Zhao snapped sharply. The words seemed like a code. The orcs across from them appeared to have received some signal provoked. They let out incomprehensible roars and charged forward, brandishing strange weapons. Zhang Heng's presence surged. His already towering frame seemed to grow even taller. He strode forward, taking his place at the very front of the group. His imposing figure stood like an unshakable mountain. The shield he held instantly drew the attention of all the monsters. They seemed to have spotted something unforgivable, and they all lunged toward Zhang Heng. Forced Taunt. When equipped with a shield, this ability can be activated to forcibly draw aggro, causing monsters to prioritize attacking the shield. Zhang Heng braced himself, preparing to face a wave of fierce attacks. But the very next second, a dazzling sword aura shot out from behind him, sweeping across the battlefield. All the monsters were instantly obliterated, vanishing into a white light as they were engulfed by the fierce sword aura. Zhang Heng was a bit dumbfounded. What just happened? He turned his head and saw Lu, clad head to toe in a set of dazzling heavy armor, shrouded in blazing purple-black magical flames. Lu's body was in the midst of a slow, graceful finishing pose, looking both cool and dashing. Zhang Heng? Is that it? I haven't even had a chance to join in yet. Give me a chance to show off. He finally understood why Zhao had chosen Lu as a teammate instead of that super cocky Tang Yu from before. Clang! The sound of metal striking the ground echoed. Splash, the sound of splashing water. Everyone looked up to see that the noise had come from a massive iron pot, which Lu had just sliced cleanly in half at an angle. The top half slid to the ground. Black, murky liquid poured out of the pot through the gash, spilling all over the floor. Scattered among the liquid were what appeared to be internal organs and limbs, and a strong, strange odor wafted through the air. Zhang Heng? Zhao's face turned pale instantly. She opened her mouth, then looked down and let out a dry retch. Lu didn't look too happy either. He finally understood why he'd seen this group huddled together when he first walked in. So they'd been waiting for dinner. Everyone scrambled back in a panic. It took them a good while to recover. The three of them reached the entrance to the second level, where Zhao signaled for them to pause. Zhao's face was still a bit pale, though since her skin was naturally translucent, it wasn't very noticeable. She took a deep breath and said hoarsely, Lu, try not to use your attacks up front. Conserve your stamina as much as possible. Don't tell me you're out of energy when it's time for you to deal damage at the end. In truth, Zhao was a bit surprised herself. The last time Lu unleashed his full power in the dungeon, his sword aura had only reached about 20 meters. But today, it had grown to over 40 meters. In just half a month, he'd actually improved this much. Although this was partly due to his strength surging after undergoing the baptism. Still, the power of this skill was clearly much greater than before. With such a terrifying rate of growth, could he really catch up? Zhao felt a bit discouraged. It's worth noting that while the sword aura's size has doubled, its power hasn't merely doubled. It's like comparing a sphere with a 1 meter diameter to one with a 2 meter diameter. The difference in volume is far greater than just a simple doubling. But this was understandable. After all, Lu had not only increased his strength but also gained a game-breaking passive ability, which greatly amplified the power of his skills. It's worth noting here that stamina is the stat that measures mana. Stamina is equivalent to a character's rank. As stamina increases, the character's base attack power also increases, so even if a skill consumes the same amount of mana, its power will be greater. The same applies to mental strength and spirit. Lu gave Zhao a strange look. Humph. Clever as I am, I've already seen right through you. Conserve strength, don't cause trouble. Ha! Woman! But he didn't object. Shrugging his shoulders, he raised his hand, let the show begin. Zhao turned her head and led the two of them toward the portal to the second floor. The second floor was inhabited by creatures resembling close relatives of goblins, though with red skin and two jet-black horns protruding from their heads, ferocious and grotesque. Fallen demons. These monsters are said to be cruel and cunning, yet somewhat timid. They prefer to move in packs, specialize in attacking below the waist likely due to their short stature, and share the same penchant as spotted hyenas, the 1,000-year kill. These monsters have a fatal flaw: their eyesight is extremely poor, they can only see clearly up close, and their hearing is mediocre. They also love to yelp and shriek incessantly, creating a constant racket. The three of them approached with the utmost caution, making no noise whatsoever, so the fallen demons showed no reaction at all and didn't even notice them. From a distance of several dozen meters, the trio watched the fallen demons, quietly observing their movements. The fallen demons were dancing in a circle around a steaming iron cauldron in the distance. When Zhao saw the bubbling cauldron, he instinctively recalled the previous scene. His expression changed, and he looked slightly uneasy. A group of fallen demons danced merrily in a circle around the cauldron, shouting unintelligible words in a mix of grunts and wails. The fallen demon on the very edge suddenly caught a whiff of a strange scent. It was like orchids but not quite, like musk but not quite, a scent he seemed to have never encountered before. The fallen demon pondered for a long moment, then its eyes lit up. It was the scent of food. So it turned its head. And that was the end of it. A dark blue shockwave instantly engulfed the entire area. The fallen demons caught in the blast were instantly turned into ice sculptures. These little monsters were a subspecies of fire attribute demons, with virtually no resistance to frost. A large group was wiped out in an instant. The handful of monsters that survived were afflicted with a frost attack debuff, their movements slowed and limbs numb. Lu and Zhang Hong charged in and finished them off with just 2 hits each. Zhao lowered her staff and let out a sigh of relief. This was her second offensive skill, Frost Ring. It emitted a shockwave from her body, knocking back approaching enemies while dealing frost damage and inflicting a powerful freezing effect on all surrounding targets. Earlier, they had sneaked up on the enemies while staying out of sight. After a brief casting time, Zhao unleashed Frost Ring with full force, and it proved effective, wiping out all the enemies in one fell swoop. The iron pot that had been bubbling away over the fire fell silent under the bone-chilling shockwave, and the campfire went out as well. There were no disturbing sights to mar the scene. Zhang Hong gave the area a quick scan but found no loot. He nodded to Zhao, and the three continued their ascent to the higher floors. The 3rd floor. The 4th floor. Up until the 5th floor, the group had made it through unscathed. Lu didn't unleash any sword energy and didn't even bother activating Autoblock. He simply followed behind Zhang Hong, trading a few casual blows, and the three of them arrived here without incident. The 5th floor, however, proved to be a bit of a problem. This time, they were facing harpies. These monsters, with wings and eagle claws but the face of a woman, were far more formidable than the fallen demons and their ilk. Not only did they have exceptional eyesight, but they could also fly. From hundreds of meters away, before you even spotted them, they had already spotted you. Moreover, they possessed a ranged attack, ear-piercing scream. The piercing shriek they emitted could interrupt skills. This was particularly unfriendly to mages with long casting animations. Zhao had originally planned to use the properties of Frost Storm to knock the harpies out of the sky, but he was ambushed by one of the level 6 harpies, which interrupted his spellcast. Although Zhang Hong could hold the front line and draw aggro, the harpy had a long-range attack while he had a short-range one, and being an aerial unit, it left him completely at its mercy. Zhao didn't force the issue and signaled Lu to step in. Lu's eyes lit up. Finally, it was his turn. My 40-meter-long sword aura had been itching to get into the fray for ages. No need to charge up a sword aura with 0 wind-up slashed out instantly. The swarm of harpies flying overhead was instantly swept away by this sudden strike. The feathers that fell didn't even hit the ground before they turned into white light and vanished. Only Zhang Hong scratched his head in confusion. Ha! Where's the loot? We've killed so many monsters today, yet I haven't seen a single drop? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that I was in such a rush this morning that I forgot to wash my face? Hearing Zhang Heng's mutterings, Lu nervously scratched his nose, quickly cutting him off and shouting excitedly, "Brothers! Let us go! If you're a real man, let us hit the 100th floor. Today we're gonna smash this tower to pieces." Zhao remained expressionless. "Sorry, I'm a woman." Lu waved his hand. "Whoever you are, just for those 2 pieces of gear you gave me, I've decided you're my brother today." "Awesome, bro. Die." Zhao raised his staff taller than a person, ready to deliver a crushing blow to Lu. Lu let out a shriek and dodged in a hurry. The two of them began a game of cat and mouse right there in the dungeon. Zhang Heng scratched his head in his usual good-natured way, smiling as he watched the pair, though his eyes shone with a glow usually reserved for doting ants. From then on, Zhang Heng handled defense, Zhao took care of killing monsters, and Lu cleaned up the stragglers. Whenever Zhao made a mistake or encountered a monster he couldn't handle, Lu would step in and unleash his sword energy. Once that sword energy was unleashed, whether it was the common or elite monsters from the first 9 floors, or the boss and lord monsters from the 10th floor onward, without exception, they were all instantly killed. Zhang Heng had gone from shock to bewilderment, and now he was simply numb. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Lu had also begun to change. No matter how he looked at him, it didn't seem like he was looking at a human being. Zhao didn't find it strange. After all, the difficulty here was still nowhere near that of the Mist Dungeon. In the face of Lu's sword energy, these lords were no different from ordinary monsters except for having thicker health bars and possibly longer names. After all, they were all one-hit kills. Lu was also taking it in stride. A single, uncharged strike of draw sword was barely a strain for him. He didn't even have time to pop a potion before his stamina had fully recovered in just a few breaths. However, after climbing a dozen or so floors, Lu finally reached his limit. He was getting a bit hungry. The ordinary food he usually ate just wasn't providing enough energy. So he boldly demanded a break. Then, as Zhao looked on speechless, Lu pulled a tablecloth out of his storage ring and spread it out. He then pulled out all sorts of high-calorie snacks and fast food, filling the entire tablecloth, and enthusiastically invited the two of them. "What are you all staring at? Come on over and eat. Don't be shy, make yourselves at home." As he spoke, he tossed a piece of bread to each of them. "Don't we have those refined grain pills?" Zhao honestly couldn't fathom Lu's way of thinking. Enjoy life. Enjoy life, you get it? Lu took a bite of a butter roll, mumbling with his mouth full. "That stuff tastes like a lump of flour, it's flavorless. We're better off saving it for emergencies later." Hearing him say that, Zhao started eyeing the pile of snacks with envy. She was the decisive type, so she walked over without hesitation, squatted down beside them, and not only started eating the bread with chocolate but, feeling her mouth go dry, even snatched a bottle of nutritional online. Zhang Heng held his shield in one hand and awkwardly caught the bread with the other, but his helmet covered his mouth, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Should he eat or not? That was the question. If he ate, he'd have to put down his shield. If he didn't put down his shield, he couldn't open his helmet. Lu was a bit puzzled by his indecision and couldn't help but say, "What are you standing there for? Put down your shield and come eat with us. Come on." Lu beckoned to him. Zhang Heng hesitated for a moment, but chose to walk over and set down the bread. He stood beside Lu, clutching his shield, saying nothing. Lu thought this guy was really something, treating a shield like a treasure, preferring to go without food rather than let go of it. He shook his head, unable to understand. They chatted while clearing mobs earlier, and Lu knew his shield didn't even qualify as proper gear. It was on the same level as Lu's old nunchucks. He had no idea why Zhang Heng was so attached to it. But they were on the same team after all, and he'd need Zhang Heng's protection for Zhao, the noob, later on. So Lu stood up, took the bread, walked over, helped him lift his helmet, and shoved the bread into his hand. "Eat at least a little, we've got a tough fight coming up." Zhang Heng looked at the bread in his hand, then at Lu. His face was expressionless, but his eyes seemed to betray a hint of resignation. Eventually, he accepted the offer and began eating in big bites. After just a couple of bites, he stopped, choking. Zhang Hong glanced at Lu with a pleading look in his eyes and managed to utter a single word. Water. Lu laughed heartily and tossed him a bottle of pulse. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Burp. Zhang Hong downed half the bottle in one go, then let out a burp. Lu gave him a thumbs up in admiration. He picked up his bull energy drink, raised it to Zhang Hong, and downed it in one gulp. The two shared a smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of kinship. Zhao looked at the two of them, tilting his head in thought. How weren't we here to run a dungeon? Why does this suddenly feel like a picnic? None of the three were ordinary people. They didn't tea-stop until they depolished off nearly all the food Lu had prepared earlier. After a brief rest, they decided to continue climbing upward, leaving nothing but a pile of trash behind. Lu was full of energy, swinging his short sword as he led the charge. After leveling up through these few floors, the stats for his skill, draw sword, and his equipment, Infernal Judge, had both increased slightly. It's something, but not much. I want to list them here just to pad the word count. Lu was still full of anticipation for the rest of the journey. Although the quantity wasn't as good as that previous missed dungeon, the quality was still decent. Level 20. Level 30. Level 35. The trio plowed through the dungeon like a whirlwind, making rapid progress. No monster could stand in their way. After all, the monsters below were only at the adventurer tier, well within Zhao's capabilities. However, as they ascended higher levels, Lu could clearly feel her starting to struggle, and she began to step in more frequently. Zhang Hong, as always, exuded a sense of security. It seemed he hadn't even reached his limit yet, moving with ease through the swarms of monsters. Having already undergone a dungeon trial after his adventurer assessment, his strength appeared to be quite substantial. At the very least, he didn't seem any weaker than Zhao, who was at mid-star rank. Of course, he was still no match for Lu. After all, he was a transformer. Setting aside his innate cheat code, his 2 full-star skills and 1 super SSS tier passive alone were enough to set him apart from ordinary people, as if they were 2 different species. Although they were both at the mid-star rank, the combat power they displayed. It wasn't that they were completely incomparable, but there was a billion little bit of a difference. Finally, upon reaching the 36th floor, their party encountered an extremely difficult challenge. This time, their opponent was quick-handed Gino. The strategy guide mentioned him. This guy is apparently a terrifying entity who single-handedly slaughtered an entire nation. Not only is he incredibly sneaky and a master of survival tactics, but he is also skilled at using items. Moreover, he possesses an IQ far surpassing that of other monsters, excels at psychological warfare, and uses conversation to break down adventurers' mental defenses. Yes. This is a talking monster. This phenomenon isn't actually that strange. As the dungeon's difficulty increases, monsters' strength and intelligence gradually improve. Once they reach a certain level, they're practically indistinguishable from normal humans. Clearly, this monster has gained some understanding of the world outside the dungeon's outer gates through the adventurers who failed to clear it before, which is why it learned human language. As soon as they entered the 36th floor, a voice slightly weathered and eerie came from above, sounding like a foreigner speaking a dialect with a strange accent. So someone has finally made it to this floor again? I wonder how long it's been. As the voice echoed, a mist rapidly filled the air, quickly obscuring everything around them. It was as if the ninja technique, mist concealment, had been activated. Lu and the others' field of vision rapidly narrowed. But they didn't immediately look up toward the sound, attempting to locate its source. Because if you did that, the next second, a sneak attack would appear from a direction you never expected. Zhang Hong held his shield, shielding the two behind him, and cautiously moved toward the center of the arena. Lu stood behind Zhao, guarding against a surprise attack from behind. Zhao had already activated his shield to maximum power, constantly on guard against attacks that could strike at any moment. Tisk, TSK, TSK. There's no need for such hostility, is there? I just wanted to find a few people to talk to. After all, time in this world is running out. Sooner or later, you'll end up just like me. The voice was elusive, coming from all directions, as if constantly shifting its position. His words seemed to hint at some hidden message, but if you were to take them at face value and fall into deep thought, you'd be falling right into his trap. Just as you begin to lower your guard, a strange attack will strike. Perhaps seeing that the group wasn't falling for the trick, the voice sounded a bit bored. Fine, then. It's been too long since I've stretched my legs. I suppose I'll play along with you for a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, a buzzing sound filled the air. The sound grew louder and louder, as if something was rapidly approaching, circling, and weaving around the three of them. Lua's perception was slightly sharper than Zhao's and the others. Just a split second before the attack struck, he sensed something was wrong and pointed to the left. Over here. Zhang Hong raised his shield without hesitation, defending in the direction Lu had indicated. Two clangs of metal echoed. The rapidly approaching object was once again deflected by the shield and vanished into the mist, but the buzzing sound did not stop. It continued to drift erratically within the fog. Lu had keen eyes and quick reflexes during that brief collision. He clearly saw that the attacking object resembled a flying disc. It had sharp teeth on both sides. It was these teeth spinning at high speed in the air that produced the buzzing sound. Just one glance was enough to guess what would happen if this thing hit a person. It certainly wouldn't be any better than getting sliced by a chainsaw. Flesh and blood flying everywhere. The three grew even more cautious, because this was clearly just a probing attack from Gino. Sure enough, the next moment, Gino's voice rang out again, though this time he had shed his facade of friendliness. Oh? You blocked it? Well then, how are you going to block this? As soon as he finished speaking, a cacophony of noise suddenly erupted from all directions. All manner of projectiles emerged from the mist, hurtling toward the trio. Stand behind me! Zhang Hong roared, his entire body radiating a golden glow that spread outward from his shield, firmly enveloping the three of them. Guardian barrier. The clanging and clattering of metal echoed all around, like rain on banana leaves or pearls falling on a jade plate. Crackle and pop. The projectiles seemed endless, as if they were free. While some were deflected and fell to the ground, others actually bounced back, ready to be used again and again. Zhang Hong's expression grew increasingly grim. The color drained from his face, and his breathing became rapid. This skill didn't create a shield to block damage. Instead, it used the golden light to absorb and distribute the damage his teammates were taking. Although this effect could last a long time, unlike a shield that vanishes the moment it's broken, it constantly transferred the damage his teammates took onto himself. On top of that, his talent was Guardian's Might, which doubled the effects of protection and defense skills. It was essentially as if every single attack was landing directly on him. Although he had high defense, thick health, fast recovery, and the damage reduction from his skills, he couldn't withstand such a prolonged and relentless barrage of projectiles. You guys recover first, let me handle this. Seeing the situation, Zhao didn't hesitate to raise his own mana shield, enveloping all three of them within it. The clanging of metal ceased immediately. The projectiles struck the shield as if hitting an invisible force field, losing all their momentum and falling straight to the ground. Zhang Hong breathed a sigh of relief, quickly downed a bottle of healing potion, and began to meditate. Lu held his sword, vigilantly observing the shifting situation. Perhaps because Zhao's shield had deprived Gino of the chance to reuse his projectiles, his barrage of attacks gradually grew sparse. Zhao was keeping track of the time in his mind, silently calculating the duration. The strategy guide stated that this type of attack would only last about 5 minutes. As long as they held out past that point, the boss monster Gino would grow impatient, activate the mechanism to launch projectiles, and enter the next phase. However, the projectile mechanism was fixed. Although the projectiles dealt high damage and were powerful, they would reveal the boss's position. They could then seize the opportunity to charge in for close-quarters combat. With Lu's damage output, facing this level 6 boss would be as easy as unleashing a single sword aura. Just as Zhao was thinking this, she suddenly heard a pop. She looked up and discovered that a large hole had actually appeared in her magic shield. It was a magic-piercing projectile. An item specifically designed to counter shield-type skills. Zhao's heart seemed to skip a beat. She immediately ramped up her mental output, attempting to repair the shield. But it was too late. A barrage of projectiles had already flown through the breach. Straight for Zhao, standing in the center with her staff raised. Whoosh! A blade of energy obliterated every projectile that had entered the shield, then shot along their trajectory deep into the mist, causing the fog to churn violently. In the next instant, the magical shield was restored to its original state. Ha ha ha! You'd better be careful, don't lose focus, you might not be so lucky next time, ha ha ha! Gino let out a cackle, his malice unhidden, his voice still echoing from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. After all, it would be such a pity if I accidentally turned such a pretty little girl into a honeycomb. Ha ha ha! A bead of cold sweat trickled down Zhao's temple as he shot Lu a grateful glance. Attacks like this not only wear down the Lord's patience but also lull adventurers, who've been on the defensive for so long, into a false sense of security. Even after reading the strategy guide, she'd nearly fallen for it. Gino kept cackling and spewing trash talk, trying to rattle their nerves. Lu frowned. His current playstyle was that of a classic brute. Dare to face me head-on, and I'll scatter your ashes. But against a sneaky backstabber like this one who only lurks in the shadows, waiting to launch surprise attacks, he really didn't have a good solution. Unless... At that thought, his eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Listen up, Gino over there. You're surrounded by me, Lu. Drop your weapons and surrender now. Or it'll be too late once I storm in. Chatty villains like you always end up dying a miserable death." Gak gak gak. Gino's eerie cackling, which had been coming from all directions, suddenly fell silent. It sounded like he'd choked on something. Zhao and Zhang Hang also turned to look at Lu, their expressions a bit odd. Only Lu didn't seem to care at all, just rolling his eyes. So what if he was just talking trash? Like he didn't know how to do that? What the hell are you laughing at? Come out and fight me one-on-one. One-on-one. You think I'm scared of you? Hit me. Come on. Hit me. So what if I hit you back? Have you ever cut someone down? Have you ever seen a dead body? Lu shouted defiantly at the sky through the protective shield. Gino. Jiang Han? Zhao was at a loss for words. All his gratitude from moments ago had vanished into thin air. I, Zhao, have never been outmatched in my life. How could I possibly lose to a clown like this? How could that be? Stop yapping at me from across the room. If you've got the guts, come out and spar with me. You can see and speak, yet you refuse to speak like a human. Do you live on a Bagua diagram or something? You're so cryptic. Lu grew bolder as the argument went on. With his hands on his hips, he started hurling insults. While he'd been somewhat polite at first, he'd now resorted to veiled jabs about the other person's family's well-being, such as, "Is your father still with us? How is your mother? Is she eating well?" Such verbal artistry was endless. You're cursing me? Gino seemed to have had his CPU fried by Lu. It took him ages to recover, and he stuttered as he spoke. In all the years since he'd learned to speak human language, this was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. This kind of unpredictable behavior, a classic scene where an adventurer curses a monster, was something even he, a mere minor boss monster, had never seen before. Even the well-traveled Zhao was left speechless. So what if I'm cursing you? Got a problem with that? Not only am I cursing you, but I'm going to carve those insults right onto your tombstone. Lu blared, looking like he was ready to fight to the death if anyone dared challenge him. What do you say? If you've got the guts, come on, hit me. Come on, then. Lu unleashed a martial arts technique that combined the one-finger Zen and lioness roar. $% Art Gino was so enraged he spewed profanities, losing all ability to form coherent speech. The projectiles hurtling toward him came to an abrupt halt. Immediately, a rumbling sound echoed from the distance, as if a massive machine were starting up. Since the boss monster had voluntarily cancelled its skill, the thick fog began to dissipate rapidly. Through the gradually fading white mist, one could vaguely make out a massive turret rising slowly from the ground not far away. On top of the turret, a short humanoid creature waved its arms so vigorously that afterimages appeared, operating the turret at lightning speed. The massive cannon muzzle began to glow red, as if gathering energy. I'll blow you to bits. The boss monster was furious, hysterical, and had descended into complete madness. Originally, in Phase 2, Gino would select one type of trap such as a catapult, ballista, or explosive projectile and the fog would not dissipate. Adventurers could only rely on sound to determine his position, dodging attacks while approaching the structure to attack Gino, who was operating the mechanism and unable to evade. If Gino wasn't killed before the mechanism was destroyed, it would jump down from above, vanish into the mist, and go activate another mechanism. And so the cycle repeated. Only when its health dropped below 20% would Gino enter berserk mode and activate the turrets. But now, provoked as it was, it went straight into berserk mode. It chained its DF2 ultimate, skipping the unnecessary steps in between, and summoned the turrets first. A golden opportunity. Zhao and Lu exchanged a glance and struck simultaneously. Frost Storm. Draw sword. The raging blizzard engulfed the turret. Even the rate at which energy gathered in the barrel seemed to slow, causing the light to dim. The next moment, a sword beam towering well above the turret sliced straight through it. Boom! Beneath the shattered turret, Zhao and Zhang Hong exchanged glances. Lu looked down at his feet, feeling a bit awkward. After Gino's death, the three of them cleaned up the battlefield and discovered that the throwing mechanisms Gino had hidden were all actually items. For example, this one. Siege Crossbow. Base damage, 3,297, range, 800 yards. Automatic burst fire, max quiver capacity, 10. Arrows enchanted with explosion. The moment they saw this item, all three of them sucked in a sharp breath. What does over 3,000 base attack mean? The top tier short sword Lu was holding, and that was just a green tier item, only had an attack power of 800 plus. And that was just the crossbow's base attack power. If you factor in the damage from the arrows, you have to understand that the human-made siege crossbow is no joke. It's a full 5 meters long. The arrows it fires can't even be called arrows. Calling them steel pillars wouldn't be an exaggeration. Siege arrows, 10. Base damage, 8,370. Plus 30% damage to structures. These fine-grade siege arrows are over 3 meters long and thicker than an adult S-arm. Although they only have 2 stats and are consumables, when combined with the crossbow's damage, the total easily exceeds 10,000. And they're fired in rapid succession. 10 shots in a row. Plus, they come with an explosion effect built-in AoE. Who wouldn't get chills down their spine seeing that? Of course, it's important to note that these items aren't considered equipment, so they don't benefit from the character's base stats. For example, a star rank adventurer wielding a weapon with 800 plus damage can deal 4-digit damage even without using skills, and even more when skills are factored in. Take Lu, for instance. His current damage output is at least 6 figures, and that's per hit. Items, however, are different. Their damage is fixed at whatever value they're set to, and only a very small number of skills and talents can provide buffs to them. An adventurer's own strength has no effect on items. However, there is an upside. Since items do not depend on an adventurer's strength, they naturally do not impose any requirements on it. This means that adventurers of any rank can use them provided the item does not require charging, or someone has already charged it in advance. Equipment, on the other hand, is different. Although its attributes aren't explicitly stated, it actually has hidden usage requirements. For example, star rank adventurers can only use weapons with damage below 1,000. Moon rank adventurers can only use weapons with damage below 5,000. However, there are exceptions. Some special equipment may have lower or higher requirements. For instance, if you're lucky enough to learn a skill from the Mastery series, you can waive some equipment requirements. Or take the growth type equipment Lu is wearing, its stats increase, but the requirements for wearing it do not. So, compared to equipment, items have their own pros and cons. Neither is inherently superior, it all comes down to quality. This siege crossbow is undoubtedly the absolute top tier item at their current stage, no contest. With just this item and 10 arrows, they could easily take down a boss in an adventure level dungeon. Or wipe out an entire squad of dozens of monsters in an adventure level dungeon in one go. And they managed to loot a full 5 of these items. The siege crossbow, catapult, giant boomerang launcher, explosive barrels, and gas bombs. The explosive barrels and gas bombs could be used individually or launched from the catapult to extend their range. The fact that the mechanical devices Gino activated were actually items wasn't even mentioned in the guide. In any case, with just these few items alone, it's no wonder this boss is so difficult to defeat. After some discussion, the group came up with a theory. The reason it wasn't written in the guide is most likely because no one has ever managed to defeat Gino while these contraptions were still intact. By the time they defeated Gino, these items had already been destroyed, so they naturally vanished along with him. Moreover, the guide does mention, when Gino dies, he activates a self-destruct mechanism that blows up everything around him. So, even if you're capable of defeating Gino without destroying the props, as long as it's not an instant kill giving the boss a moment to react, he'll choose to trigger the self-destruct, taking all the props and the adventurers down with him. But Lu was different. His sword aura was simply too overwhelming. It happened in a flash. Gino was taken out instantly, without even triggering his health protection mechanism. The boss didn't even have time to react. That's why it wasn't until now that the three of them finally uncovered this secret. After piecing together the answer, the trio led by Lu clenched their fists and stamped their feet, overcome with regret. If these devices were items that could be taken away, then what about that massive cannon, Gino's last resort, which looked so intimidating? Couldn't that also? Unfortunately, they were destined never to know the answer. Lu unleashed a sword chi that not only struck Gino, causing him to vanish into a flash of white light before he could even react, but also struck the cannon, which was in the midst of gathering energy, and the turret beneath it. Perhaps due to the energy shock, the cannon, which had been gathering energy, triggered a violent explosion after being struck by the sword chi, instantly reduced to nothing, vanishing into thin air. The turret itself was blown to pieces, leaving only debris scattered across the ground. So even if the sword energy hadn't destroyed the cannon, this item would never have survived the subsequent chain of events. This was the source of Lu's embarrassment. He'd gone too far, causing the three of them to lose hundreds of millions. And that wasn't just a figure of speech. It was a literal loss of hundreds of millions. Not to mention that Zhang Hong searched high and low but couldn't find a single drop. They had already raided over 30 floors, and even Zhao, who usually considered himself pretty lucky, was starting to question his luck. Of course they weren't unlucky. In fact, thanks to the presence of their little Eurogod Lu, their drop rate was actually a bit high. After all, Lu's Crimson Blood and Mystic Yellow Amulet added a 20% drop rate. And all these items were just sitting quietly in Lu's inventory. There was even a skill book. At this thought, even Lu, who usually had a thick skin, felt a little embarrassed. After all, the others had put in the effort, yet he ended up taking almost everything for himself. He finally found an item that looked incredibly powerful, only to destroy it by using too much force. And after all this time working together, the three of them had managed to build a basic level of trust. Zhao goes without saying, but Zhang Heng's performance in the dungeon had also earned Lu's approval. After all, when that man stood in front of them with a massive shield, blocking every attack, even Lu felt completely safe. Lu thought for a moment, then cleared his throat. Under the confused and shocked gazes of the other two, he pulled out all the loot from the past 30-odd floors, piling it on the ground into a mound nearly as tall as a person. I forgot to tell you guys. I have an item with an auto-loot function. Zhao and Zhang Hong both stared at him, speechless. Is this what you call forgetting to tell us? You clearly did this on purpose, didn't you? If Lu hadn't had a change of heart, who knows how long he would have kept this from us. Zhao was sharp-witted and immediately recalled the scene where the Mist Dungeon boss hadn't dropped any loot. She began to suspect that Lu might have obtained this item during the adventurer assessment. It was also possible that this was Lu's provincial ranking reward. However, she didn't intend to dwell on the matter. What's done is done, and some equipment and materials were of no consequence to her. Besides, surviving such a massive upheaval and completing her initiation to become a full-fledged adventurer was already a stroke of incredible luck. Zhang Heng didn't hold it against Lu either. After all, gear, items, and innate abilities were highly personal matters. After all, the two had only met 2 or 3 times. If Lu were the type to blab everything to just anyone she met, that person probably wouldn't live long. On the contrary, precisely because of this, Zhang Heng and Zhao were actually quite touched that Lu had chosen to be honest now rather than keep everything hidden. It was just a bit of a mixed blessing. This guy had made them both think their luck was in the negative. Zhao didn't even look at them, she just waved her hand dismissively. You two split it up. With her financial resources, she certainly didn't need to hoard these low teardrops. At most, she felt a bit sorry about the giant cannon. Zhang Heng thought about it for a moment and also declined the pile of loot. He scratched his head and said with a sheepish grin, "There is so much stuff here, I don't think my inventory can hold it all." If Lu has enough space in his inventory, he can hold on to it for now. We'll split it up after we clear the dungeon. Both of them chose to trust Lu unconditionally, confident he wouldn't pocket any of it for himself. After all, this was stuff taken from someone else's pockets to begin with, and frankly, the exact amount was entirely up to Lu to decide. But since he'd been willing to reveal this secret, he'd naturally earned their trust. Besides, wasn't the quantity a bit excessive? Dropping this much loot after only 30-something floors? The drop rate seemed a bit absurd. So both of them believed there probably wouldn't be any more drops. Oh, right. If you still have room, go ahead and pack these 5 big items first. Zhao pointed to the siege-level items in the back. The materials and such are secondary. If you don't have enough space, just toss them. None of these contraptions were light. If Zhao and Zhang Heng tried to load them all at once, they probably wouldn't even be able to walk. Lu was a different story, he could carry so much. He must have stats that reduce weight and increase capacity. Otherwise, how could his inventory possibly fit all that stuff? And even if it did, how would he ever carry it all? Actually, these kinds of attributes aren't uncommon in this world, though certainly none are as overpowered as Lu's. The most common are items that expand inventory capacity, along with logistics-related skills that increase carrying capacity or add more inventory slots. Lu was speechless. I just spent ages digging these out, and now you want me to put them back? And stuff a few extra ones in there too? What's the point of this for me? However, neither Zhao nor Zhang Heng said much, but the implicit trust they showed made Lu very happy. So he grumbled to himself as he started stuffing them back into his inventory slots. First up were those 5 siege weapon level items. Lu had 5 hotbar slots, 1 per slot, perfect. This way, he could enjoy the talisman's massive attack and defense bonuses while keeping the items handy for when he needed them. He could fire them off with a single backhand. Human-shaped siege weapons. So useful. Lu happily stuffed one item after another into his inventory slots. Suddenly, his hand paused, his gaze fixating on the skill book he'd just picked up, and his expression lit up with delight. Because this skill book was absolutely amazing. Basic Throwing Mastery, Rating, D. Increases the power of thrown items. A simple description, yet it brought Lu endless joy. Why? Because it's a passive skill. Need I say more about what a passive skill means to Lu? As I just mentioned, item effects aren't affected by character stats, but they can be influenced by skill effects. Although this might make him seem like a pay-to-win warrior relying on items for damage, since it's a passive skill, he couldn't pass it up if he found it. What's wrong? Zhao noticed the change in Lu's expression and couldn't help but ask. Lu casually showed the skill to the two of them and said, "Can I have this skill book?" Zhao took a look. It turned out to be a very rare grade passive skill, something almost never seen on the market. Even if it were available, it would be treasured as a family heirloom by major clans. Regardless of whether it's useful or not, one word sums it up: scarcity. That alone guarantees its immense value. Of course, it was also quite useful. While it couldn't compare to growth skills, it was still better than ordinary skills after all, it had no mana cost. But that didn't mean all passive skills were better than ordinary ones. Some were rather lackluster, like Lu's enhanced training, before it was upgraded. The reason this skill had ended up being sold off cheaply at the auction house was simply because its rating was too low and its effect was too minor. With this skill, it'd be better to buy some training resources and free up a skill slot for other active skills. As for the D-rated passive skill, Basic Throwing Mastery, in Lu's possession, in Zhao's view, it's nothing more than average. It's not even as good as the Charged Slash she traded with Lu back then. Who knows what he needs it for? Does he have too many skill slots and is just bored? But that doesn't make sense. Isn't he a broken grade talent? Where would he get that many skill slots? That guy. Just how many secrets is he hiding? Her mind raced, countless thoughts flashing through her head, but she gave nothing away. She simply nodded, I have no objections. Ask Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng glanced at it, showing absolutely no interest. He merely raised his shield and said, just save the skills related to this one for me, don't worry about my opinion on the rest. Lu let out a sigh of relief and immediately clapped her hands together, learning it on the spot. Zhao's eye twitched at the sight. This guy, is he really that desperate? It's not like it's anything special. It's still a waste of a skill slot cleansing item. But then she thought of Lu's breathtaking sword aura and let it go. With such a monstrously powerful ability, even if he learns a bunch of crap, he'll still be a badass. It doesn't affect his swagger one bit. She had no idea what was going on with his ability, it was so overpowered. Could it be a talent? But isn't he supposed to have a broken grade talent? Zhao was starting to question the meaning of life. She would never have imagined that it really was a talent-based ability and that the skill was actually an evolution of the Charged Slash she had personally given to Lu. She could only attribute it all to maybe people really do have different constitutions. Sometimes she really wondered if Lu wasn't actually some kind of alien species in disguise. Lu was unaware of Zhao's inner thoughts. At that moment, with the other two on his back, he happily opened his skill slot. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, level up. The next moment, a brand new skill appeared before him. All things permitted, rating, SSS. Rank, rising. No restrictions on projectile type. When firing any projectile, the projectile's damage, hit rate, and range are increased by an additional 5,000%. Additional effects, one of the following: burning, paralysis, freeze, poison, or stun effect is random upon hitting the target. All buffs are removed. Killing an enemy returns 100% of the cost. Traits, equipment maintenance, multi-throw, designated enchantment. Cost. Cooldown. Trait details. Equipment maintenance, reduces durability consumption of projectiles by 95%. Multi-throw, when casting a projectile, there is a 100% chance to split it into multiple 39 identical projectiles. Designated enchantment, adds one designated enchantment to your projectiles. Holy shit! Isn't this supposed to make me fly? Can even a petal or a leaf be used to attack? Lu thought of the 5 siege weapons he'd just added to his hotbar. If he wasn't mistaken. Based on the skill's description, wouldn't those count as projectiles too? And what about sword chi? That should be a projectile too, right? Does using draw sword count as firing a projectile? At this thought, he grinned so wide his back teeth were practically showing. Zhao and Zhang Heng could only see his back and guessed he must have opened the skill slot. But they had no idea what had actually happened to him in that brief moment. They assumed he was just checking the skill details. But when they saw Lu's shoulders start to shake, the two exchanged puzzled glances. It's just learning a skill, right? Is it really worth getting this excited? Watching the familiar skill slot collapse with a crash at his final click, Lu turned around and declared triumphantly, "Let us go. We're heading to the 37th floor." Lu was right after all. The power of sword draw had been boosted once again. And it had been enhanced to an absurd degree. Before, the sword energy would dissipate into nothingness within a range of no more than 100 meters, and it would also weaken when passing through obstacles. But now, Lu sent out a streak of sword energy that spanned the entire arena, turning into an imperceptibly thin line at the edge of their vision before finally vanishing. And along the way, it was unstoppable, slaying anything in its path, be it man or god. Ha ha! There was absolutely no energy drain. The most amazing part was that even though Lu had only used draw sword once, 4 or 5 sword auras shot out simultaneously. They cut the monsters to absolute shreds. After mowing through the horde, they even fully restored Lu's stamina. Not to mention the colors of those sword auras, they were all over the place. All the way through, the bosses on every floor didn't even have a chance to open their mouths. The moment they looked up, they found 5, 6, 7, or 8 sword auras over 40 meters long bearing down on them. Then they vanished in a white flash, looking completely bewildered. Their lingering consciousness could probably only manage to type GG. If they knew what was happening from the afterlife, while waiting in line at the bridge of forgetfulness to be reincarnated, they'd surely be beating their chests in despair. Coach. He cheating. Aren't you going to do anything about this? How is it fair to start off with an instant kill? Don't you need to build up to it? At least give me a chance to show off a little. I haven't even had a chance to unleash my ultimate yet. Whereas my low health invincibility? What about my resurrection and transformation after death? None of that works, does it? Who is the boss here, you or me? At this moment, perhaps only Gino, the fast-handed player at the front of the team, would look pensive, smiling without a word. Ah! My life is without regrets. I recall running through the mist the day that was my lost youth. Then he raised the potion of oblivion, gulping it down. Burp! As the dungeon levels rose, the 3 party members' mouths grew wider and wider. The difference was, Lu was grinning from ear to ear. Zhao and Zhang Han were so shocked their mouths dropped open. Ugh! I mean, their mouths. Who would have believed that a noob-level adventurer, with gear that was merely passable compared to Zhao the rich lady and a rank that was just average mid-star rank, could go on a total rampage in a hard-level special dungeon? This isn't just god tier, okay? It feels like if we just let him go wild, he deflattened the Tower of Confusion. He didn't even get a good look at the monsters before whipping out several sword beams as thick as tree trunks. The sword beams raged, a saturation of energy, completely engulfing the mob. The thing is, before this, Lu was pretty overpowered, but not this overpowered. It feels like after reaching the 37th floor, some weird switch inside him flipped. Zhao crossed her arms, looking deep in thought. Could it be that what I just said got under his skin? But all she said was, Zhang Hong, and I need to take a breather. It's up to you from here on out. Could that really make him go berserk like a madman? Zhang Hong was even more baffled, holding his shield in his hands, unsure whether to lower it or not. He thought to himself, do I even need to do anything here? Judging by the situation, Lu alone was more than enough to tear through the tower. He didn't know that Lu was the same madman who had broken the scoring record all by himself during the adventurer exams. Otherwise, he would have had an epiphany. No wonder. That sword energy is like a machine gun, just rattling away. Who couldn't smash the high score with that? Anyone with 2 hands could do it, right? Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, is this guy your last disciple? When Lu finally had his fill and turned around, he noticed the 2 people behind him had complicated expressions, staring at him with a look of inner conflict. Zhao thought to himself, I asked you to team up with me, not to carry me and let me show off. Get it straight, I'm the team leader, damn it. As for Zhang Hong, needless to say, as the team's most crucial frontliner, this was the first time he'd ever felt so invisible. They had already fought their way into the 80th floor. And it had taken them only half the time it had taken before. The time it took to clear from the 1st floor to the 36th floor. With Lu this strong, didn't that make the 2 of them look like total noobs? But they really hadn't come here to leech off him. They agreed to help each other out and work together in the dungeon, but instead, he walked in, unleashed his ultimate, wiped the entire map, and carried them both single-handedly? This is actually pretty sweet. Lu could tell exactly what the two were thinking at a glance, and he felt a bit awkward too. Although he'd known all along that when teaming up with others, his true strength would eventually be exposed. He prepared himself for that. But the level of power he intended to reveal wasn't like this at all. He didn't want it to be like this from the start. But the allure of that passive skill was just too overwhelming, he simply couldn't resist. Plus, he never imagined that once learned, the skill would evolve into this form, boosting his combat power in a truly transformative way. This skill was practically tailor-made for his current situation. It even made him start to believe those rumors about how a character's abilities are tied to their attributes, playstyle, and even their weapon. With the boost of a Super S passive skill, his strength has skyrocketed, placing him at the very pinnacle of the star rank tier. In fact, even moon rank adventurers would think twice before facing his sword aura. Add in the power of thunderous slaughter, and he wouldn't hesitate to take on even a peak moon rank adventurer. Provided, of course, that he can unleash his fully charged draw sword. Keep in mind that a moon rank adventurer represents the pinnacle of combat power at the provincial and municipal levels. In any given province or municipality, there are no more than 50 registered moon rank adventurers. Even if there are additional moon rank experts, they are assigned to other regions to provide support where situations are critical. After all, the nation still has so much unclaimed territory, and there are countless uninhabited zones shrouded in mist. To prevent the mist from spreading, manpower must be constantly deployed to tackle dungeons, leaving the front lines severely lacking in elite combat power. However, most of the nation's resources are controlled by the major clans, and the powerful figures from various factions remain hidden. The number of talents who can be deployed to the front lines is negligible. Most actually come from adventurer groups formed by commoners. This is precisely why the nation spends so much money supporting ordinary students to take the adventurer exam. After all, the major clans couldn't care less about the registration fee. Only ordinary people would agonize over the 100,000 yuan cost of the adventurer exam. However, while the support is genuine, it's not meant to encourage you to go to your death on a whim. That's why the bar has been raised. Only high school students with outstanding academic records are allowed to take the adventurer exam for free. But the state cannot rashly take action against the clan's influence. Otherwise, if these guys become alert and band together to fight back, even a mighty nation like this would struggle to withstand it. Until it has the resolve to make a drastic, decisive move, the state can only play along with the clan's influence. So, on the surface, Lu's strength has basically reached the pinnacle. Lu cleared his throat and said timidly, "I'm fine now." "Why don't you guys continue?" he asked tentatively. Zhao Hong. Can you even tell if he is speaking human language? Continue? Continue my ass. Are you trying to make a fool of yourself? Under the hostile glares of Zhao and Zhang Hong, Lu sheepishly shut his mouth and sulkily led the way toward the 81st floor. Zhao and Zhang Hong followed behind. As soon as they stepped into the teleportation array and arrived on the 81st floor, they found the vast space completely empty, with only Lu standing in the center, hands on his hips, waiting for them. Zhang Hong glanced around in confusion. Where's the monster? The guidebook made it very clear, the monster on this floor was supposed to be a titan giant over 10 meters tall. This boss possessed immense strength, and when it stood with both feet on the ground, it would gain the blessing of the earth buff, granting it extraordinary regenerative abilities. This boss was skilled at hurling rocks from a distance, though it was more of the brute force type. Its aim wasn't exactly great. On the other hand, if you get close enough to try melee combat, it'll whip out its 5 or 6 meter long mace and smash it right into your face. But a monster that huge, where on earth is it now? Zhao figured it out instantly and pointed at Lu, speechless. Need I say more? It's definitely his doing. Lu looked completely innocent, spreading his hands wide. It's not my fault. What could I do? The moment I walked in, it started barking and snarling at me. You know me, I'm a bit of a scaredy cat. When I got scared, I just sent a sword energy blast its way. Who knew this guy looked so tall and burly, covered in lumps of flesh, all imposing and scary, but turned out to be so frail and weak like a paper tiger. It couldn't even take a single hit from my sword. Lu shrugged and sighed in a typically modest way. Zhang Hong was still a bit puzzled. Isn't this monster blessed with Earth's blessing, which grants a single immunity to lethal damage? How were you able to one-shot it with a single sword strike? Under normal circumstances, that's exactly how it works. The Earth's blessing on this monster continuously provides it with healing capabilities, and the lower its health, the higher the healing rate. Furthermore, the first time it takes damage exceeding its remaining HP, the Earth's blessing forces it to ignore that damage, grants it a few seconds of invincibility, and makes it immune to all status effects. That's why this Titan giant is both tanky and annoying. It deals high damage and heals quickly. Many teams overestimate their own strength, make misjudgments, and ultimately fall victim to the Titan giant's iron pants, forced to use escape tools in frustration to flee the dungeon. Some unlucky souls even fail to escape in time, getting caught by the Titan giant and finished off in 2 hits, becoming one of the unfortunate souls who perished in the Tower of Mist. The main reason Lu was able to take him down instantly was his passive skill, which he only just learned and was still fresh off the press. All things permitted, has an effect where being hit by one of his projectiles removes all buffs. In other words, the moment his skill hit, the Titan giant's Earth's blessing vanished. But given Lu's personality, he certainly wasn't going to explain this honestly to the two of them. Instead, he spouted utter nonsense with a straight face. Maybe this Titan giant grew jealous upon seeing my handsome face. Especially when it thought about its own ugly, salty-tasting face, it got so angry it started stomping its feet. When it jumped, its feet left the ground, and the virus shut down. My brilliant intellect has once again triumphed. And then it was toast. Zhang Hong, Zhao. What a load of nonsense. Neither of them was actually stupid. They guessed that Lu probably had some method to remove this buff from the target. Could it really be true, as Lu claimed, that he made the monster so furious it jumped up and killed itself? Although neither of them doubted that, given his abilities, he could indeed pull that off. Just look at Brother Gino. But this time, it happened way too fast. He moved way too quickly. Still, since Lu didn't want to talk about it, everyone tacitly agreed to let it slide. After all, who doesn't have a few little secrets? Even if Lu's secrets might number in the billions. But that's his business. Why would they go prying into it for no reason? Seeing that neither of them was speaking, Lu slapped his forehead. Oh, I just remembered this boss dropped some gear that Zhang Hong could really use. With that, Lu pulled out the item. Gaze of the Titan, Great Shield. Base defense plus 894. Absorbs 20% of magical damage. Reflects 10% of melee attacks. Each point of defense increases your HP by 10. It was actually a legendary grade shield. And with these stats, it was already top-tier gear at this stage of the game. 2% based effects, 1 for damage reduction, 1 for damage reflection. It offered both damage output and tankiness, offense and defense in one. That was seriously amazing. It was just so awesome. But Zhang Hong stared at the shield, hesitated for a long time, then shook his head. You keep it for now. I've got a shield I'm using. Is he being this stubborn? Lu was speechless. A legendary grade shield was right in front of you, and you didn't even appreciate it. Are you going to wait until you lose it before you regret it? Put it away for now. Zhao patted the shield in Lu's hand. With you around, I doubt we'll even need it. Lu? Wow. Just giving up already? That's not what you were saying earlier. Watching Zhang Hong head off first to find the entrance to the next level, Zhao leaned closer to Lu and whispered that shield in his hand was passed down to him by his grandfather. No wonder he's so insistent. So there's a story behind it. Lu rubbed his nose, feeling a bit more understanding toward Zhang Hong. Everyone has their own convictions, to some extent, even if others don't understand them. But as long as you remain steadfast in your heart, that's what matters. But Miss Zhao, aren't you knowing a little too much? Lu glanced sideways at Zhao, his gaze saying it all. Zhao made no attempt to hide it, saying bluntly, "Before I asked you to join my team, I definitely did some background checks on you guys. If your character or skills don't measure up, I wouldn't dare pin my hopes on you. Just like that guy surnamed Tang and that love-struck girl surnamed Li before. They simply didn't have the qualifications to be my teammate." As he spoke, he looked up and shot Lu a glance, snorting, "If you weren't my classmate, with your big mouth running wild like that, I wouldn't have brought you along." "Hey, hey, hey! Who's leading whom here?" Lu shouted at Zhao in protest. Zhao ignored her completely and walked on ahead. "Ha! Woman!" Lu stuck out his tongue at her back. Level 82. The once invincible blazing flame Wolf King let out a mournful howl under the rampaging sword energy and slowly collapsed. Level 83. The unstoppable lava colossus, charging recklessly, met an unbeatable sword intent. Level 87. The flame demon struggled for a long time in the magma at the crater's edge, only to finally fall before Lu's relentless Gatling gun barrage. After 4 hours and 43 minutes, the three of them had finally broken the Tower of Confusion's all-time record. They watched as the surging magma in the crater slowly subsided under the lingering power of Zhao's frost storm, the crimson fluid gradually solidifying into black. Amidst the rising steam, the temperature slowly dropped. Lu wiped the sweat from his brow and, not caring about the dirt on the ground, sat down directly on a rock. But he hadn't been sitting long before he leaped to his feet, grimacing and exclaiming, "Damn rock, it's burning my butt." Zhang Hang and Zhao were too exhausted to speak. Their stamina was severely depleted, so they pulled out recovery potions and chugged them down. The boss on the 87th floor was indeed a tough nut to crack. It was on a whole different level compared to previous ones. That was why it had stymied adventurers for so many years. Through the reconnaissance efforts of those who came before, they had already figured out most of this boss's skills, moves, and attack patterns. But due to its sheer power, they had been unable to take it down. After all, this fire demon was a real pain in the neck. It stubbornly stayed in the lava at the crater's edge, refusing to come out, and just hurled lava fireballs from a distance. If you got too close, it would even summon lava eruptions. For star-rank adventurers, encountering lava hundreds or even thousands of degrees Celsius without the proper protective gear or skills means certain melting. Only those who have reached moon rank have defenses capable of ignoring damage of this magnitude. Most crucially, the fire demon can absorb thermal energy to boost its own power and replenish its energy reserves. It can also use the lava to repair its body after being severely damaged by attacks. This means that within the volcano, it is virtually invincible. The original plan for the three of them was for Zhang Hong to step forward and use his taunt skill to lure the fire demon out of the crater. Once the fire demon left the crater and its power was significantly reduced, Zhao would control it while Lu struck to finish it off. This strategy was sound, but so far, no one had managed to pull it off. Clearly, Lu and his two companions were no exception. Sure enough, before Zhang Hong could even reach the range to cast his taunt skill, he was blasted away by a barrage of spells from the fire demon. Having remained undefeated for so long, the fire demon was no fool. It had guessed their intentions and wouldn't give them a chance to get close. If it weren't for Zhang Hong's high constitution, thick health bar, and all his skill points invested in defense, he would likely have been melted on the spot by the swarm of lava projectiles. Since they couldn't pull the boss, Lu and his team had no choice but to attempt a direct kill. So the three of them each took their positions and launched an assault on the monster. Zhang Hong stood guard beside Zhao, parrying the boss's attacks, while Lu seized the opportunity to unleash his sword energy. Unfortunately, the devastating sword energy failed to instantly kill the monster this time. Even after severing the lord's limbs, head, and even cutting it in half, the creature, despite being trapped in the lava terrain, managed to regenerate in a matter of seconds. Zhao was also doing her utmost, maintaining Frost Storm at full power the entire time in an attempt to alter the terrain and reduce the disadvantages facing the three of them. However, pitting human strength against the power of the heavens and earth naturally yielded negligible results. Thanks to her innate abilities, she was somehow able to multitask, maintaining Frost Storm while using Frost Power to form various weapons to attack the fire demon, all while keeping her mana shield active and constantly downing mental recovery potions to replenish her energy. Apart from Lu, both Zhao and Zhang Han were already pushing their abilities to the absolute limit, yet the results they achieved were negligible. As a frontline tank, Zhang Han was already forced to dodge the boss's attacks as a backline mage. Zhao's skills couldn't even scratch the monster, and his few control effects were scarce. Frost attacks striking the fire demon merely caused wisps of steam to rise, they didn't even trigger its healing mechanisms. Only Lu had it relatively easier. Thanks to his passive skill, Son of Heaven, which had fused with him, his defense was at least 10 times that of a typical rank adventurer. Combined with his natural agility-based playstyle, his execution was actually flawless. However, because his sword energy was so overpowered, it actually overshadowed his technical skill. Facing this sweeping attack from the boss, Lu couldn't exactly be called at ease, but he was certainly able to handle it. Moreover, the range of his skill had been boosted to an absurd level. His draw sword was practically a full-screen one-shot. After confirming that Plan A had failed completely, Lu had no choice but to resort to Plan B, demonstrating for the first time in front of the two of them what a Gatling sword she truly was. Under the stunned, numb gazes of Zhao and Zhang Han, Lu's hands moved so fast they became mere afterimages. With each continuous draw of his sword, streams of sword energy cascaded like a waterfall, weaving into a dense barrage in the air, leaving not a single gap, wasting not a single strike, all of it crashing down on the flame demon. It was like mincing meat. He literally reduced this boss monster, with its maxed out regenerative abilities, to a pile of debris. Although the boss was dead, the party found itself in a bind. Zhao and Zhang Han had clearly reached their limits. The party was now entirely reliant on Lu. On top of that, they had exhausted all their intelligence, meaning they would have to figure out the upcoming monsters entirely on their own. Through the battles over this period, Zhang Han had come to recognize his own shortcomings. He felt he no longer had the strength to keep going and thought it would be better to wrap things up, return, and digest what they gained from this dungeon run. Zhao was already quite satisfied that the team had managed to break the record and reach the 87th floor. Moreover, she had become a liability, contributing less and less, so she too was quietly considering dropping out. Lu, however, felt differently. He had only just begun. He hadn't even reached full power yet. His max-charged sword Chi was useless, and Thunderous Slaughter was useless too. He had reached this floor solely by coordinating the instant cast, draw sword, with 2 passive abilities. Moreover, for a one-time entry dungeon where each person can only enter once, he definitely wanted to climb as many floors as possible, ideally clearing every floor in a single run. For him, the battle was just heating up, and he wasn't ready to call it quits. The three of them found themselves at odds over this. Fortunately, they all understood each other's situations, so no conflicts or arguments arose. After a peaceful discussion, Zhao decided to disband the party. She and Zhang Han chose to clear the dungeon and exit, while Lu continued on to the next floor. After dividing up the loot from floors 87 and below, Lu held the talisman Zhao had slipped him, waved goodbye, and watched as the two stepped through the teleportation gate and left. It's worth noting that the few throwing items generously provided by Brother Gino were all left to Lu by the two, on the grounds that he might need them for his future tower climbs. The item Zhao slipped to him just before leaving was one that allowed him to instantly escape the dungeon. This was far superior to items that required a cast bar to escape, and its rare grade quality goes without saying. Most importantly, it could be used mid-combat without being interrupted, so naturally, it came at a hefty price. Golden Cicada Escape Talisman. When used inside a dungeon, it automatically self-destructs and instantly teleports the user out of the current dungeon. When hit by a fatal attack, it automatically triggers, and at the cost of damaging one piece of equipment, it negates the damage from that attack. Placing it in the inventory slot will automatically trigger the effect. Lu, having activated Thunderous Assault, stood with his jet black hair standing on end, his body crackling with arcs of lightning, and his entire form shrouded in the demonic flames emanating from the Infernal Judge heavy armor. He sidestepped backward to dodge the massive claw swipe from the three-headed Hellhound, the boss of the 97th floor of the Tower of Confusion. Boom! As he dodged, Lu glanced at the deep crater left by the monstrous claws on the hard rock where he had just been standing. Even for someone as skilled and daring as he was, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. His current physique was nowhere near as tough as granite. In other words, if he hadn't dodged that blow just now, he could have switched to the clang 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 BGM and imagined himself heading to heaven to meet God. Starting from the 90th floor, the monster's strength increases by a tier with every floor ascended. If the monsters on the 80s level floors were still at a level where a star rank adventurer could handle a few hits, the monsters encountered after the 90th floor were such that any adventurer without at least moon rank strength would be better off staying far away. What was even more terrifying was that their abilities were a complete unknown. Those tackling this floor of the tower for the first time can only feel their way forward, testing the waters cautiously and striving not to make any mistakes. Even Lu is no exception. His current defense factoring in his legendary grade heavy armor, the stat boosts from his amulet quick bar, and the 10x multiplier from his passive ability allows him to claim dominance only among star rank adventurers. But against moon rank level powerhouses, the boost from their gear far exceeds what his current equipment provides. Combined with tank-specific defensive skills like Zheng Hong's, they could easily wipe the floor with him. Although his legendary grade heavy armor is a growth type item that increases stats by slaying enemies. This requires accumulating kills from a massive number of monsters, and he is only wearing this one piece. Others need only equip a few more pieces of moon rank gear to easily surpass the defensive power his current heavy armor provides. Not even the tenfold boost from his passive ability is enough. And while his attack power is already maxed out, his actual combat prowess still falls short. In gaming terms, his current speed, strength, and health are all far below moon rank standards. The only thing he can really boast about is his mana pool, which has been boosted tenfold by his passive ability. So even with Wind Spirit Moon Shadow activated, he is struggling against monsters that even moon rank players would have to treat with caution. Simply put, he can't one-shot monsters with instant attacks, and by the time he charges up, they've already struck first. Take this moment, for example. He clearly only needs to fully charge a single strike to slay this 10-meter tall three-headed hellhound before him. Yet before he could finish charging, the monster sensed the danger and counterattacked. Left with no choice, he had to cancel the charge, hastily draw his sword, and retreat to avoid the onslaught. The sword aura, flickering with arcs of lightning and holy light, sliced off only one of the hellhound's heads. Immediately, the wound began to heal at a terrifyingly rapid pace, and the residual lightning and holy attributes were purged and erased by the black mist shrouding its body. A cruel glint flashed in the hellhound's 6 crimson eyes. It braced itself on all fours, one head raised high, as it began to gather energy at the tip of its snout, a pitch-black energy sphere coalescing before it. Simultaneously, an invisible suction force surged, attempting to pull Lu toward the hellhound. It turned out that another head had opened its jaws toward Lu, attempting to pull him into its mouth. Even though Lu resisted the suction, he was momentarily pinned in place, unable to move. Meanwhile, the head that Lu had previously cleaved in two swayed unsteadily, seemingly not yet fully recovered. Fortunately, this was Lu. He immediately countered with a sword draw technique, attempting to disrupt the hellhound's attack. By sheer luck, he also triggered the effect of his dagger, the recitative of the solitary one. In an instant, a full 16 streams of sword energy slammed into the massive heads of the three-headed hellhound. The hellhound's left and right heads snapped open to shatter 2 of the sword energies, while its 2 front paws swatted 2 others off course. Using both mouth and limbs, it managed to block only 4 of the attacks. The remaining 12 40-meter-long sword energies slammed mercilessly into its face. While all 3 heads of the three-headed hellhound let out a wail simultaneously, sounding just like a Siberian husky that had just been thoroughly scolded by its owner. Large splashes of purplish-black blood splattered onto the ground, emitting an eerie sizzling sound as it instantly corroded the surface, creating deep pits. Venom, darkness. Lu silently noted the attributes displayed by this 97th floor boss. This intelligence was worth its weight in gold. The more detailed, the better. Selling it to the Adventurers Guild could net a hefty commission. They had also accepted a quest to gather intelligence on the Tower of Confusion. The hellhound was now completely disfigured. 2 of its 3 heads hung limply. One was reduced to just a large portion, while the smaller half dangled from its neck, creating a truly terrifying sight. The last intact head bared its fangs, its skin twitching as it glared intently at Lu. It used its claws to tear the small half head hanging from its neck away. Black blood gushed out, the stench of blood filling the air, making the scene both brutal and terrifying. Lou could see the flesh around its wound still pulsing vigorously, trying to staunch the bleeding while attempting to heal the injury. But the dense black mist that had originally surrounded it had faded considerably, and as the hellhound breathed, it slowly entered its body, seemingly aiding in the healing process. From the hellhound's gaze, one could see just how furious it was and how intense its hatred for Lou had become. So intense was this hatred that it coalesced into a beam of purplish-black laser light, shooting from its eyes straight toward Lou's face. At the same time, it slammed its paw against the ground, sending a red ring of light radiating outward as countless creaking sounds echoed all around. Just as Lou dodged the laser beam, he saw rows of gnarled bones breaking free from the Earth's grip. One by one, pallid skeletal frames rose to their feet, wielding various bone weapons and glaring with eerie ghostly flames as they surrounded the hellhound. Wow! The boss monster is summoning minions. But seriously, as a dog, is it even appropriate for you to summon this many bone monsters? Is this like getting a second helping when you're hungry? Lou thought to himself. Woof! At the hellhound's command, the skeleton soldiers turned in unison and charged toward Lou. They started off at a brisk pace, then broke into a full-blown sprint toward him. Moreover, as the first wave of skeletons closed in, fresh skeleton soldiers kept pouring out from behind, joining the fray and charging toward Lou alongside the others. After several rounds, Lou had a pretty good grasp of the hellhound's stats. This creature was likely an agility-based mage. Aside from its astonishing healing ability, its primary offensive tactics consisted of various skills beams, energy orbs, summoning minions, and the like, but its own defense was relatively fragile. If Lou's sword chi wasn't blocked, it could still pose a significant threat to it. However, this monster's speed was astonishing. It had dodged most of Lou's previous attacks, but when it finally stopped to cast a spell in place, Lou landed a direct hit to its face, dealing heavy damage. As for the minions, Lou didn't even bother with them. A single sweep of his sword energy sent them all crashing to the ground in a heap. They weren't even capable of stalling for time. But it was precisely this strike that made Lou's eyes suddenly light up. Because his sword intent value had suddenly shot up by a notch. He realized that while this group of skeleton soldiers was weak, that was only relative to his own attack power. The monster's inherent strength still reached star rank level. This reminded him of the joy he felt back in the Mist dungeon when stacking Q. A bold idea surged through his mind. 2 hours later, the hellhound let out a mournful cry and collapsed with a crash, gradually fading away into a white light. Sword intent, 27,560 49,065. Lou sheathed his dagger with satisfaction. Over the course of those 2.5 hours, by continuously slaying skeleton soldiers, he had built up his sword intent to a terrifying level. His fully charged damage had nearly doubled. When the hellhound no longer had the strength to summon more skeleton soldiers, it was time for it to bow out. Even though its injuries had been repaired to nearly 90%, and even its shattered head had regrown, the bare, pale pink skin devoid of a single strand of fur looked both comical and terrifying. But precisely because of this, the repair had drained most of its strength. The skeletons it summoned grew weaker as time went on. At first, they were fully armed, well-equipped skeleton soldiers, but by the end, not only were they few and far between, but they were also missing limbs. Forget weapons, they didn't even have all their fingers. Lou shook his head, deciding not to push it any further, and ended the battle with a fully charged, draw sword. This 2.5-hour-long battle had been a massive physical challenge for Lou, as he not only had to deal with the endless stream of skeletons charging at him but also had to guard against the hellhound's long-range attacks from a distance. This time, the boss monster had wised up. It was sneaking in instant cast spells and avoiding any spells with a cast time entirely. As long as I don't use channeled spells, you can't interrupt me. However, the power of instant cast spells was only average, and with the dog in poor condition, Lou could dodge its sneak attacks with minimal effort. For those he couldn't avoid, a quick auto block was enough to negate the damage. On top of that, his stock of healing items was well stocked, not just the ones he bought himself, but also those Zhao had given him. In any case, his inventory was currently plentiful, so he could use them without worry. Lou rested for a moment, then ate a few vitality pills to replenish his health. Feeling refreshed, he set off toward the 98th floor. Legendary grade monsters had already appeared on the 97th floor. Who knows what other surprises awaited Lu on the 98th. However, having stacked over 20,000 layers of sword intent, Lu was brimming with confidence right now. He felt that even a god, as long as it dared to show him its health bar. Cough cough, well, enough with the bragging. Anyway, the bottom line is he's just plain badass. Stepping through the portal, a flash of light enveloped him, and Lu found himself in an incredibly vast, desolate wasteland. Unlike all the previous tower levels, which, regardless of which one, were all enclosed spaces, this level was completely different. It was wide open. Lu looked up and saw the sky shrouded in thick, dark clouds. On this endless wasteland, a cold wind howled, giving off a desolate and lifeless feeling. Whoosh! Whoosh! Eerie gusts of wind swept in one after another. Lu felt a faint shiver run through him from the depths of his soul. It seemed as though some immense threat was drawing near, yet when he looked around, he could see nothing. He heeded the warning from within. The short sword in his hand began to glow, growing brighter and brighter, as if it had turned into a giant glowstick. Suddenly, Lu looked up. Dark clouds churned in the sky, swirling uncontrollably. A massive dragoness head emerged from within. This enormous, pitch-black head was covered in scales, with two sharp horns jutting diagonally into the clouds. Its purplish-red eyes radiated a mesmerizing power. It gazed down with contempt at Lu, who stood on the ground, staring up at it in a daze. Roar! A dragoness roar echoed across the wasteland. Even though Lu couldn't understand its dragon tongue, he grasped the meaning of the roar through the mental pressure it exerted. Human! Tremble before the divine might of this dead-winged dragon. It was actually a dragon. Lu's mind went blank for a moment, but he snapped back to his senses the next second. Perhaps because he had lived 2 lifetimes, his resistance to this kind of identification ability was exceptional. The moment he realized what he was up against, it only ignited his boundless fighting spirit. Lu let out a grunt and bellowed, "Who cares what kind of dragon you are? Today, I, Lu, am going to be a dragon slayer. Take this. Here comes my EX curry stick." The short sword, its sword intent built to the absolute limit, swung out. The blinding light transformed into an arc of sword energy that tore through the sky, streaking toward the dragoness head with intense blue lightning. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck Lu. His body shimmered with electric light, black demonic flames blazed fiercely across his skin, and his hair stood on end as if he'd undergone a Super Saiyan transformation. His sword-wielding hand drew the blade back with lightning speed. Thunderous assault, plus, draw sword, N. Darkness engulfs all things, but I shall be the last ray of dawn in the darkness. I'll just smash the darkness with thunder. The Deathwing Dragon watched the series of sword auras slicing through the sky. Even though it had absolute confidence in its own immense power, a hint of apprehension still flickered in its massive dragon eyes. Roar! It let out a low growl and retracted its head into the clouds, with countless sword energies following close behind. The crackling sounds were accompanied by flashes of lightning. The dark clouds rippled violently, nearly torn to shreds. Lu gasped for breath twice. Wielding such a massive volume of sword energy in a single go, even with 10 times his usual mana, was a physical strain he could barely withstand. But when he looked up and saw the massive form faintly emerging from the clouds, a look of shock involuntarily flashed in his eyes. The smugness he felt from stacking over 20,000 layers of sword intent vanished instantly. Because in the face of this colossal dragon, his pride and joy, the fully charged, draw sword, hadn't even made a dent. And the subsequent barrage of thunderous assault, combined with instant cast, draw sword, didn't even amount to a tickle. Clearly, this boss monster's defensive capabilities were maxed out, even by moon rank standards. Keep in mind, Lu's sword energy comes with an armor-piercing effect. It permanently reduces a monster's defense by 25%. Add to that the thunderous assault's lightning damage and 15% true damage against electrified enemies, along with the new passive's ability to remove buffs from the target, apply debuffs, and grant additional enchantments to the sword energy. Not to mention the stat boosts from his equipment. Before encountering this demon dragon, he was practically unstoppable. Even the previously arrogant three-headed hellhound was left howling in pain. But now, it feels as though this monster, known as the Deathwing Demon Dragon, is completely ignoring him. It felt to Lou as though it was ignoring debuffs like burning, paralysis, poison, and electrocution since it wasn't electrocuted, it didn't take true damage, and it wasn't even under the influence of any buffs, it was simply relying on its thick hide to withstand Lewis' attacks. Could it be that this is what a legendary grade dragon is like? The next moment, the demon dragoness counterattack struck. A violent gale erupted, a black storm raging across the wilderness, while purplish-red lightning descended from the clouds. Lou was bombarded by random bolts of lightning all around him, leaving him unable to move freely. Even so, Lou was quickly trapped within a whirlwind, and a storm began to form around him. In the midst of this storm, which threatened to hurl Lou into the air, auto-parry went off in a frenzy. Lou instinctively dropped into a fighting stance, raising his sword to block. Boom! A pillar of light descended from the sky, engulfing him entirely. This massive beam of light not only obliterated the newly formed tornado, but its residual force even caused the ground around him to shake, leaving deep fissures in its wake. When the beam dissipated, Lou knelt in the massive crater, smoke rising from his body, and struggled to down a bottle of premium full recovery potion. Instantly, 30% of his total health was restored. He pulled himself together, his heart pounding with relief. Clearly, his block had been successful. The auto-block skill successfully reduced 50% of the damage. The 30% damage reduction from the Thunderous Assault trait, combined with the 15% damage reduction from heavy armor and his own high defense. Note, percentage damage reduction from different skills and equipment stacks multiplicatively, not additively. The final damage Lou took here should be Dragoness Original Attack, 10.5, 10.3, 10.15, Lewis Base Defense after equipment and skill bonuses. Otherwise, that single attack alone would have been enough to wipe him out completely. I can't beat it. I can barely scratch it, but it one-shots me. How am I supposed to play this? The thought flashed through Lou's mind. In just a single turn, Lou immediately realized the problem. This boss is in a completely different league from the usual dungeon bosses. Even if it hasn't reached Sun rank, it's practically invincible at the Moon rank level. This dungeon is supposed to be restricted to Star rank and below, so why is there such an overpowered boss monster here? Even though this isn't a game, this is still way too ridiculous, isn't it? But to just give up and use the escape talisman to teleport away, Lou felt a bit reluctant. That would mean all his previous efforts were for nothing. Not only would he lose the chance to challenge higher floors, but he'd also forfeit the rewards for clearing all the previous floors. After giving it some thought, Lou gritted his teeth. Damn it! You've left me no choice. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, Rise. Draw Sword, Blade Storm. Blade Storm, Rating, B. Rank, Rising. Converts Sword Intent into an evil slaying sword chi that envelopes the user. Attacks below the user's Sword Intent value will not deal damage, instead, Sword Intent equal to the damage amount will be deducted. The evil slaying sword chi automatically deals damage to surrounding monsters. Damage to regular monsters is increased by 200%, elite monsters by 180%, boss monsters by 150%, and lord monsters by 120%. Once Blade Storm is activated, it consumes 1000 sword intent per second to maintain the evil slaying sword chi. The user can control Blade Storm to move and attack. The longer it lasts, the higher the damage dealt by Blade Storm, until sword intent is fully depleted. When Blade Storm is deactivated, sword intent accumulates at a rate of 100 points per second until the maximum limit is reached. Targets slain by Blade Storm grant an additional increase to the sword intent cap. Current sword intent value, 149,065. 149,065 inherits stacked sword intent from sword draw. Traits, Armor Penetration, Rapid Accumulation, Critical Strike. Cost, 8,000. 88,000 stamina minimum. Cooldown. Ability details. Armor Penetration, when a successful attack hits the target, reduces the enemy's armor defense by 50%, 20%, 50%. Rapid Accumulation, increases sword intent accumulation speed by 100%, 50%, 100%, and allows sword intent to accumulate while Blade Storm is active. Critical strike inflicts a finishing blow on targets with health below 20%, 10%, 20%. Auto parry, counterattack. Counterattack, rating, B. Rank, increased. When activated, automatically parries incoming damage. Upon a successful parry, 100% of the damage taken is returned to the enemy as a counterattack. Upon a failed parry, a portion of the damage is mitigated based on the parry's completion rate. Health lost is converted into stamina to offset the cost. Traits: force deflection, stance maintenance, skill switch. Cost: 2100, 2000 stamina fixed. Cool down. Traits explained. Force deflection: when blocking an attack with overwhelming force, 50%, 35%, 50% of the damage is deflected. Posture maintenance: maintaining the blocking posture continues to reduce damage from subsequent attacks for 15 seconds, 8-15, and activates invincibility during a counterattack. Skill switch: while casting other skills, you can cancel the cast animation to refund 100%, 80%, 100% of the mana cost and instead use reversal counter. Phew. Lu let out a long breath. This was undoubtedly a huge gamble for him. Because right now, all his passive skills had already fused into his body, leaving him with only 3 skills in his skill slot. One of the buff-type combo skills, Thunderous Slaughter. The primary damage skill, Draw Sword. The primary defensive skill, Autoblock. Autoblock was manageable if he couldn't use it after upgrading to grade B. He'd at most lose some margin for error as 4, Draw Sword. If he upgraded it and his current stamina couldn't support its use, he'd be finished. At the very least, until he acquired a new skill, he'd have to rely solely on basic attacks to deal damage. As for Thunderous Assault, he didn't dare upgrade it at all. Since it was a combo skill, no one knew what it would become after upgrading until he obtained the other 3 volumes. What if upgrading it renders it useless, stripping away the combo effect? Or what if it still has an effect, but he can't find the corresponding combo skills? That would be a total joke. However, the mana cost after upgrading is truly staggering. Even Lu, who already has 10 times the stamina and spirit, couldn't help but wince when he saw all those zeros in the consumption. Thankfully, the passive ability, Child of the Heavens, was there since it disappears after upgrading to an SSS Plus skill. I'll refer to it by its previous name and calculate its stats accordingly. Otherwise, even if he upgraded to B rank, Lu would have had no choice but to watch helplessly as he lost everything and had to exit the current dungeon. Roar. Although Lu's upgrade took only a few seconds, the Demon Dragon Wound give him a moment to spare. Seeing that it hadn't taken Lu down with a single strike, it let out a roar, seemingly a bit surprised. As dark clouds churned in the sky, the dragon's massive form was revealed in its entirety for the first time. Lu made a rough estimate. This monster, known as the Deathwing Demon Dragon, was about 200 meters long. Its body was massive, with thick, powerful hind legs, relatively small front claws, a long, slender neck, and a hideous, terrifying head. Its 2 bat-like wings, when spread wide, gave the impression of overwhelming the entire sky. The quintessential image of a Western dragon. An intense aura of intimidation emerged alongside the full view of its body. "You insignificant humans, take this." A series of dragon roars, laced with formidable psychic power, crashed toward him. It raised its neck slightly, its jaws parting ever so slightly as intense crimson energy began to gather within its mouth. This was the dragon's signature move, Dragon Breath, commonly known as a mouth cannon. Lu, having deciphered its dragon language through psychic power, merely shook his head. "Humph. Do you think I'm still the same person I used to be? Take this. You stupid dragon." This time, Lu didn't draw his sword. In fact, he couldn't have, because after his previous parry, the short sword was already on the verge of being rendered useless. Until it was fully repaired, Lu had no intention of using it. Or rather, with his skill form shifting once more, he no longer needed to draw it. All he had to do was hold it to enjoy the attribute bonuses. He lifted his head slightly and looked at the demon dragon. As a massive amount of stamina was instantly drained from him, his face turned pale, but immediately afterward, a powerful aura surged around him. Lu's body began to float slowly upward, while countless strands of sword energy coalesced into tangible form, swirling around him. Then the swirling grew faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, a storm of sword blades had formed. In an instant, a tornado composed entirely of sword energy stretched from the heavens to the earth, completely tearing apart the dark clouds above and revealing a clear sky. Roar! The dragon was startled by this display and hurriedly flapped its wings, soaring dozens of meters upward to evade the sharp edge of the storm of blades. At the very center of the tornado, a figure stood with arms outstretched, floating there in silence. It was none other than Lu, who had just unleashed this brand new skill. Even he was somewhat stunned at that moment, for this skill was still benefiting from the all things permitted buff. According to the skill description, his sword intent should be consumed at a rate of 1000 points per second to continuously increase the skill's damage until sword intent is depleted and the skill stops. However, right now, his sword intent value was fluctuating like this: 149,065, 149,065, 149,015, 149,065, 149,065, 149,065. Why does it only lose 50 sword intent per second, and then immediately recover? It's simple. The passive, all things permitted, has a specific trait. Weapon maintenance reduces durability consumption of projectiles by 95%. The sword chi swirling around him is still being treated as a projectile, so its durability consumption is reduced by 95%. The most obvious result is that the sword intent consumption of purifying sword chi has been reduced to an absurdly low level. That's why it went from 1000 sword intent per second to just 50 sword intent per second. Furthermore, Blade Storm has another trait. Rapid accumulation. Sword intent accumulation speed is increased by 100%, and sword intent can also be accumulated while Blade Storm is active. Originally, the skill would only start regenerating sword intent at a rate of 100 per second after being cancelled. But now, with this trait, it continuously regenerates sword intent even while active. And it regenerates a whopping 200 sword intent per second. This means the normal consumption of Blade Storm is actually slower than its regeneration rate. Which means, theoretically, Lu can maintain the Blade Storm stance indefinitely. And Blade Storm's damage increases as its duration grows. Round up, strike that pft. No need for rounding this time. Lu is declaring it outright. I'm invincible, do as you please. Boom. The dragon couldn't care less about whether you're invincible or not. It opened its massive jaws and unleashed a long accumulated breath of fire, hurtling straight toward Lu at the center of the Blade Storm. See image. Dragon breath. But the moment it collided with this tornado of sword energy, the seemingly ferocious breath was torn to shreds by the sword energy, failing to scratch Lu even slightly. Lu finally figured it out. The scale of this Blade Storm probably wasn't originally this massive, but its sword energy had been classified as a projectile, so it received the full bonus from all things permitted. Now, this is something else. Each strand of sword energy gains an additional 5000% to direct damage, hit rate, and range, randomly inflicts one status effect, and splits into 39 identical strands of sword energy. Taking an average, each sword energy strand splits into about 6 strands. That means the scale of the Blade Storm has been expanded sixfold. Who could possibly withstand that? Just look at this, the demon dragon's belch of ancient phlegm. If this had happened to the old Lu, it would cost him half his life. He might even kick the bucket right then and there, and that would been the end of the story. But now, he was sent packing by the outermost sword energy strands alone. In fact, Lu glanced at his sword intent gauge. It had only been depleted by a little over 1000 points, and he recovered in just a few breaths. Here's the explanation. This skill works by using sword chi to consume sword intent as a defense, similar to a magic shield. Since Lu's sword chi has been amplified sixfold on average, the damage he can block has also increased sixfold. That's why so little sword intent was consumed. Ha! The demon dragon was also stunned by this outcome, forcing out a single incredulous sound from his throat. But whether you believe it or not, Lu is just that badass right now. In the center of the Blade Storm, held aloft by an invisible force and floating in midair, Lu stood with his hands on his hips, full of confidence. Just now, I couldn't chip away at your health, now it's your turn to be unable to chip away at mine. His thunderous slaughter remained active. The entire blade storm shimmered with a faint, deep blue glow alongside its razor-sharp sword energy. This was the manifestation of lightning power compressed to a certain degree under the influence of the blade storm. The external arcs of lightning had already receded, transforming into this dazzling, deep hue that filled the space between the sword auras. Not to mention that Lu could designate a specific enchantment for his projectiles. For this type of dark elemental monster, Lu's first choice was, of course, holy power. So, upon closer inspection, every sword aura appeared exceptionally brilliant. When Lu did not control the sword chi, they would spontaneously swirl around him, defending against damage while also actively attacking nearby monsters, though this was not visible at the moment, as the only monster was outside the skillless range. But when he focused his consciousness on the sword chi, he realized he could command each strand as if it were an extension of his own arm, moving them at will, striking wherever he directed. So he summoned a strand of sword energy to hover motionless before him and examined it closely. This new sword energy was about half a foot long, slightly narrower than his palm, resembling a legendary grade crystal dagger. A deep blue glow flickered along the blade's center. Its visual appeal was off the charts. Lu was thoroughly satisfied with this. After all, for a man as cool as him, his skills had to be just as impressive. Just as he was eagerly examining his new skill, the Deathwing Dragon refused to accept this defeat. As the ultimate boss of the 98th floor, could it really not break through this puny upstart's defenses? It could not tolerate this outcome. So it flapped its wings, and countless dark auras swirled in the sky, transforming into countless spears filled with the scent of death, hurtling straight toward Lu at the center of the sword storm. Squeak, squeak! The spears and sword energy collided, producing a shrill sound like a key scraping against glass. Lu frowned, clearly annoyed that this boss monster's noise pollution had interrupted his moment of self-admiration. Sign. Lu pressed his middle and index fingers together into a sword finger and swung it at the Deathwing Dragon. The sword energy surging around him began to boil. A massive tornado violently obliterated the oncoming spears of death in an instant, sweeping them away as if they were nothing. Then, countless strands of sword energy coalesced into a single form, taking the shape of a divine dragon. Clad in heavy armor, Lu's body shimmered with electric light as he stood atop the dragon's head, enveloped in raging black flames, as if transformed into a divine dragon warrior, charging straight toward the boss monster. This was Lu's first time experiencing the sensation of flight. Though it wasn't the kind of aerial flight achieved through his own rank, flying on a sword using a skill wasn't half bad either. Roar! The Deathwing Demon Dragon unleashed its skill, thunderous might. Countless purple-black bolts of lightning plummeted from the dark clouds, striking directly at Lu. Countless sword energies swirled around Lu. Before the boss monster's 100,000-volt attack could even reach him, it was completely washed away by the surging waves of purifying sword energy. Soon, the Deathwing Dragon entered the attack range of Blade Storm. Countless sword energies, like a school of piranhas sensing blood, began to surge, coalescing into a river of sword energy that charged straight toward the Deathwing Dragon. It surged like a river, surging and roaring, unceasing and relentless. Lu, suspended in midair by the remaining sword energies, watched this spectacular and magnificent scene and couldn't help but mutter to himself. I haven't even shouted divine sword of good fortune, cut it in two. Yet. The demon-slaying sword energies encircled the Deathwing Demon Dragon, transforming into a meat grinder as they began to slice and dice it. This arrogant boss monster sensed danger, summoned a spherical barrier shield, and began thrashing frantically in midair, letting out a deafening roar. But whether it soared high or dove forward, it couldn't shake off the evil-slaying sword chi, which clung to it like a bone-eating ulcer. After all, the 5,000% hit rate boost from All Things Permitted was no exaggeration. What does a 50x hit rate even mean? Even if you were cross-eyed and missed every shot at the shooting range, it would still hit you every single time. So, once the dragon was hit by the sword energy, its fate was sealed. Sure enough, as the sword energy shattered the shield enveloping its body and began slicing through its flesh, its roar turned into a wail of agony. As sparse, fragmented pieces fell from its body, its voice grew increasingly hoarse and feeble. With a final, pitiful moan, the demon dragoness body, riddled with holes, broke through the cover of the clouds and plummeted straight down from the sky. However, the sword energy did not spare this boss simply because of its pitiful state. Instead, it pursued it relentlessly, refusing to stop until it had sliced it into a blinding white light. Lu couldn't help but swallow hard. This sword energy is brutal. Even more brutal than being cut into 1,000 pieces. The higher the defense, the thicker the health bar, the worse the suffering. Boom! The dragon crashed into the wilderness, its body beginning to glow white. Sensing their target had vanished, the sword energies returned to Lu's surroundings, once again swirling around him. This ultimate boss, who had displayed such overwhelming might from the very start, had fallen just like that. The sword energy gradually dissipated, and Lu slowly landed on the ground, a peculiar expression on his face. While flying on his sword, he had already located the portal to the next floor. Unfortunately, he couldn't maintain Blade Storm, while entering the portal. Entering the next floor would clear all stacked buffs. Otherwise, Lu would have stacked Blade Storm's damage to the point of overflowing on the 98th floor. He would have landed a devastating blow on the 99th floor boss the moment he arrived. And the reason for his peculiar expression was entirely due to this dragon drop. An unhatched dragon egg, 1. Consuming this increases both physical and magical resistance by 50%. Hatching it yields a baby dragon. Specific attributes depend on the hatching result. Sacrificing the dragon egg can enhance the attributes of designated equipment. Wow! A pet egg dropped right off the bat. So that dragon that talked so cockily was actually a female. If you wanted to have a baby, you should just gone home and done it. Why did you have to come out here? Now you're reduced to nothing but bones, and the kid's taking my surname. Lu shrugged and checked his inventory again. This guy really did drop a massive haul. Besides the egg, there were all sorts of materials. Dragon scale, 108. Dragon tooth, 36. Dragon flesh, 20. Dragon tendon, 1. Dragon hide, 1. Dragon's back scale, 1. Dragon spine, 1. Dragon heart, 1. Dragon essence, 1. It looks like they basically skinned it alive, looting every single part of its body. As expected, creatures related to dragons really are a treasure trove from head to toe. But Lu still pouted in dissatisfaction. No skills, no gear. Thumbs down. Over these 90-odd floors, material drops have actually been plentiful, but the drop rates for gear and skills have been pitiful. So far, Lu has only managed to get 3 skill books and 2 pieces of gear. All the skills are for mages, the others aren't worth mentioning, but there's one skill book that's actually decent. It's called Mana Beam. Upon hitting a target, it deals damage while burning the opponent's mana, the blue bar. Unfortunately, it requires standing still to maintain the cast, which doesn't really suit Lu. He plans to take it back to Shou Zhao if she needs it. He'll just sell it to her at a discount. As for gear, aside from the shield he originally intended to give to Zhang Han, there's only a pair of boots. The stats aren't bad, but compared to Lu's current situation, giving up the stat bonuses of a full set of heavy armor for a pair of boots is clearly unwise. Unless he could assemble a set of gear that far surpassed the heavy armor. It's worth noting that dragon flesh, dragon heart, and dragon essence all appeared to be consumable items. However, their effects were listed as indicating they were unknown. Lu shook his head at the sight. He certainly wouldn't take that risk himself. After a brief rest to fully recover his stamina, Lu stepped back into the portal leading to the 99th floor. Gentle light bathed the land, a gentle breeze blew, and the air was filled with the scent of flowers. Lu looked at the scene before him with some surprise. After stepping into the 99th floor, he had actually arrived in a garden. Through the transparent barrier at the very edge, he could see clouds floating in the distance, leading him to conclude that this garden seemed to be suspended in mid-air. A hanging garden? Lu thought he'd stepped right into ancient Babylon. But the surroundings were indeed beautiful and elegant, with rare flowers and exotic plants everywhere. A gravel path wound its way through the center, leading to a pavilion in the garden's heart. Water trickled along both sides of the path, and scattered fountains dotted the area. Warm sunlight refracted through the water droplets of the fountains, casting a magnificent rainbow that made the surrounding scenery appear even more breathtaking. Even though Lou knew he was inside a dungeon, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Wow! Russell! The sound immediately snapped Lou out of his reverie. Strangely, his newly upgraded counterattack parry skill hadn't issued any danger alerts. Lou turned to look. A man in a white robe was walking toward him slowly. The hem of his robe, resembling a priestess cassock, trailed long on the ground, rustling with each step. Lou looked at him, as if gazing upon a radiant sun, warm and powerful. Just like sunlight, it seemed to reach everywhere, leaving no corner untouched. The man's features were chiseled, strikingly handsome. His pale, legendary great eyes fixed on Lou, and a faint smile played on his lips. After all these years, someone has finally reached this place. It seems there is still hope in this world. Before he could finish, Lou, overwhelmed by his divine presence, snapped out of it and instantly transformed into a storm of blades, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp sword energy toward the man. The man seemed momentarily taken aback by Lou's sudden move. Then, with a hint of exasperation on his face, he simply raised a hand. The overwhelming sword energy dissipated instantly, and Lou plummeted from the air. Had he not acted quickly, twisting his body mid-air to land on his feet, he would have landed flat on his butt. "Don't ruin my garden." The man looked at Lou. "Kid. You even dared to hit the GM who was about to award you a prize. You've got some nerve." GM. Hearing that word, even Lou, who was still preparing to attack, couldn't help but freeze. If he hadn't misunderstood, GM was short for Game Master. And now he actually heard the term GM from the mouth of a dungeon character. This made Lou almost suspect he'd been transported into a game. His mind was filled with question marks. Because when this white-robed man spoke to him, he used Mandarin that couldn't have been more standard. It was the human language of this world. As a dungeon character who had never come into contact with other adventurers since no one had ever reached this level, how had he learned the human language? "Who exactly are you?" Lou looked grave, for he realized he could no longer cast any skills. When he opened his skill slot, he discovered his skill slot had turned into a broken grade status. This meant none of his skills could be used anymore. Not only that, but even the active effect of his heavy armor could no longer be activated. This happened right after the man raised his hand. It seemed he had invoked some invisible rule that had disabled his abilities. Of course, to his relief, his stamina and spirit hadn't decreased. This meant his passive abilities were still active. And precisely because his passive abilities were active, the traits of Son of the Tao remained intact. The 1000% abnormal status resistance bonus from Unbreakable will made one thing clear to him. All of this was actually happening, it wasn't an illusion. Seeing Lou's expression, the man shook his head slightly. "It seems you haven't reached the point of understanding the truth yet. It's okay, you still have time to figure all this out. For now, all you need to know is that you've cleared this dungeon. I'm here to present you with your award. As the first and only adventurer to clear every floor of the Tower of Confusion, you may choose two of the following options as your rewards." The man in white robes held up his fingers. First, complete your existing broken grade talents. Second, upgrade 3 pieces of equipment to Mythic tier. Third, complete your combo skill, Thunderous Slaughter, and perform a skill evolution. Fourth, catalyze the dragon egg in your inventory to the growth stage and sign a pet contract with it. Fifth, repair your current damaged skill slots and unlock all blocked skill slots. Choose from the 5 options above. Lou tilted his head, looking at the man with a pensive expression. He was weighing whether the man's words were true or false. But after a moment's thought, it dawned on him. It seemed this man had seen right through his current situation at a glance, including his talents, skills, and inventory, with no exceptions. He was at the mercy of this man. This man's power level far surpassed his own. There didn't seem to be any need for him to deceive me, did there? So he lifted his head and said earnestly, "Only children have to choose." I'm already 18 years old. So as an adult, I choose to take it all. Man in white robes. Do adventurers these days all play by their own rules like this? The man in white robes smiled, then deliberately adopted a stern expression. Who gave you the courage to say such a thing? Do you believe I could wipe out all your abilities right now? I don't believe it. Lu shook his head, his expression serious. You can't do it. And you won't do it either. Oh, the man in white robes asked with interest. Why do you say that? Someone as powerful as you wouldn't have come out to see me on your own unless there was something about me that caught your attention or even something that could be of use to you. I don't buy that you're just here to see what someone who cleared the dungeon looks like. If your power had already reached the point where you could erase my abilities at will, why would you even be interested in me? As for that award ceremony excuse you mentioned. Lu curled his lip. Do you even believe that yourself? Lu had completely relaxed. Facing a being capable of arbitrarily altering the rules and capable of instantly annihilating him at any moment, struggling was futile. He might as well stay calm and carefully consider the purpose behind this man's appearance. To secure the greatest possible benefit for himself. The man in white robes chuckled softly, clapping his hands. I'll give you credit for a bit of cleverness. But there's one thing you've got wrong. I do indeed have the power to erase all your current skills, equipment, and even your innate talents. But I certainly won't do that. Because creation is far more difficult than destruction. I can easily destroy a rare genius adventurer like you, but I cannot cultivate or create someone as outstanding as you. I won't waste tens of thousands of years waiting just because of a momentary impulse. Tens of thousands of years. Lu immediately grasped the crux of the matter. After all, dungeons had only appeared in their world less than 300 years ago. Yet this man claimed he had missed his chance and would have to wait tens of thousands of years for nothing. In other words, either his perception of time differs from the outside world, or he isn't native to this world, he has spent all that time in another world. If it's the latter, that means dungeons aren't limited to this world alone. They appeared in other worlds as well. Moreover, the implication in his words was crystal clear. He wanted something from Lu. At this point, Lu was wide awake. He perked up instantly and waved his hand casually at the man in white. Let us cut the small talk. Spit it out. Are you here to cough? What exactly do you want from me? And what kind of reward can you offer to get me to do this? Is that the only option you've got? Do things for me? The man in the white robe looked at Lu's shrewd expression and shook his head slightly. No, it's not about you helping me, it's about helping yourself. To be precise, you're helping this world you're in. This world? Lu's heart sank. I may be a cheater, but jumping straight into high-stakes stuff like this is a bit much, isn't it? I'm only in the star rank stage, man. Why are you constantly talking about saving the world? Seeing Lu lost in thought, the man in the white robe continued, it's a bit too early for you to understand this with your current strength. Once you've gained enough power, you'll naturally see the truth behind it all, and you'll naturally understand what I'm saying. What you need to do right now is grow as quickly as possible. And I'm here to help you accelerate that growth. At this point, the man in white spread his hands slightly, looking as if to say, you should be grateful to me. Sorry. I don't believe in free lunches. Goodbye. Lu turned and made a move to leave. Hey. You really don't want to save your world? You know, he doesn't have much time left, the man in the white robe called out urgently. This world doesn't have much time left. This was the second time Lu had heard that phrase. The first time was from that guy named Gino, the sixth. He stopped in his tracks and turned back. Fine, I'll be the savior. But you'll have to pay me more. The man in white stared at Lu speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. What? Can't you do that? If not, I'm leaving. I'll pay. I'll pay. I'll pay. Can't I just pay? Come back. Among their high-ranking peers, the man in white was considered to have a pretty good temper, but Lou was giving him a bit of a headache. "Spit it out, how do you want me to increase it?" he said to Lou with a sigh. "Those 5 options from earlier." Lou raised his right hand, clenching it into a fist. "I want them all. That's out of the question." The man in the white robe waved his hand. "I'll give you 3 at most. The extra one is my personal contribution to you." 6. Lou raised his price on the spot. The man in the white robe. "He is actually going up in price? Is that any way to haggle?" Seeing him staring at him in utter disbelief, Lou quickly added, "If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes." "If that's how you're going to act, just get lost," the man in the white robe snapped. "I'd rather wait another few 10,000 years than waste that many resources on you." "Then make it 4. Plus, answer 3 of my questions." Lou held up 4 fingers. "No way. Only 3, not a single one more." The man in the white robe refused to budge. "Fine, then. 3 options plus 3 questions." With no other choice, Lou had to agree. "All right. Deal." Fearing Lou might change his mind, the man in the white robe quickly sealed the deal. "Go ahead, which options do you want?" "Let us put that aside for now. I want to ask you something, and you must answer honestly. It counts as one of those 3 questions." Lou's heart raced, his expression slightly agitated, as he hurriedly described his sister's physical changes over the past few years in detail, looking at the man in white with pleading eyes. "Do you know what's causing this? Can you help fix it? If you can, I don't even need those 3 options." The man in white robes pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly. "The symptoms you've described aren't particularly unusual. Without seeing her in person, I can't determine the exact cause. If you bring her to me, I'm confident I can cure her completely. However, I'm afraid there's a 99% chance this will be the last time we see each other. Once you leave, this dungeon will vanish." Lou furrowed his brow and pursed his lips, not expecting this outcome. "Then do you have any special items for ordinary people, the kind that cure everything?" Lou asked, unwilling to give up. "I'll trade one of my choice opportunities for it." 2 would be fine too. We can negotiate. This might not even be an illness." The man in the white robe shook his head, his expression serious. "From your description, it's highly likely a bloodline curse, though we can't rule out other causes for her loss of vitality. Even if I gave you such an item to fully restore the vitality she has lost, it would only be a temporary fix. As long as the root cause isn't resolved, she'll continue to grow weaker. It's indeed difficult to handle until we figure out the root cause." The man in the white robe shook his head. "If I could just take a look at her, I should be able to confirm it, but unfortunately." Lou forced a smile and rallied himself. "It's okay. Once I've grown to your level, I'll be able to resolve this problem with ease." The man in the white robe glanced at Lou, thinking to himself, "By the time you've grown to my level, by then, this young girl will likely be long gone." However, he didn't rub salt into Lou's wounds. Instead, he offered comfort. "Don't take it that way. I'm not a specialist in healing. What I said was just based on experience and isn't necessarily accurate. As the saying goes, everyone has their own area of expertise. Perhaps in your world, there are already similar cases and solutions, you just haven't come across them yet." "That's true." Lou nodded, looking serious. "After all, you're just a GM. How would you know how to treat illnesses? Maybe the powerful figures in our world already have a solution. I'll go ask them later." The man in the white robe's face darkened, and he barely managed to hold back. "Hurry up and choose. Once you're done, get out of here. What's the rush? You still haven't answered my 2 questions." Lou held up a finger. "First off, what exactly is your rank? How does it compare to a Sun rank adventurer in our world, which is stronger? Second, since you said you called me here to save the world, stop beating around the bush. Just tell me straight up who the mastermind behind this is and what they're after. I'll decide whether to take them down or not." The man in white robes glanced at Lu and said calmly, "First of all, I'm not entirely sure how your ranks are classified. But let me make this clear, in our world, your current rank is called Foundation Establishment. Above that, there are 4 major ranks: Core Stage, Spirit Soul, Tribulation Crossing, and Union with the Tao. I'm no genius myself, I've barely reached the second to last rank, so I'm only slightly capable." Holy shit! A cultivation master. And an immortal in the tribulation stage, no less. Judging by his trendy appearance, he probably isn't from a classical cultivation world, but rather a modern cultivation style one, though it's also possible he learned from other worlds. He just blurted out modern terms like GM, and his clothes and style are downright flashy. Lu made a mental comparison: star rank equals Foundation Establishment, so barring any surprises, moon rank would be Core Stage, primordial spirit equals sun rank. Lu's gaze toward the man in white instantly changed. Looking at the legs hidden beneath the hem of the white-robed man's garment, he felt an irresistible urge to throw himself at them. The white-robed man clearly sensed something off about his gaze and immediately grew wary. "What are you up to?" "Nothing major. I just wanted to ask you to lend me a few cultivation manuals to broaden my horizons." Lu grinned sheepishly, rubbing his hands together as he stared at the man in white, chuckling. "I thought it was something major." "That's easy enough. I'll give you a few of the most popular cultivation manuals from our world in a moment." The man in white waved his hand dismissively. "But let me make one thing clear. The rules of every world are different. The cultivation manuals from our world might not work for you. If you mess around and end up in trouble, don't blame me," the cultivation master cautioned Lu earnestly. "Aha! Got it. No problem." But Lu was already completely captivated by the cultivation manuals the master had mentioned. He nodded vigorously, paying little attention to what the man was saying and taking in only a fraction of it. Seeing this, the man in white could only shake his head slightly before continuing. "I trust that by now, after comparing and contrasting, you have a better understanding of my true power. As for the second point you mentioned,